Good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody. Afternoon, actually, because it's 3. But yes, I hope you must have seen the question paper for JEE Advanced, and definitely you must have been waiting for the discussion. Although maybe there may be a case that, sir, we have seen the questions, but still, if at all you are planning for giving your JEE Advance in the next year or maybe the following year, the advanced paper discussion teaches us some primary facts. What are those primary facts, sir? It's a it's it's just a hype. They are difficult. Yes, I definitely agree that if you compare it with any or every board examination, or whether mains examination or NEET examination, then rather the paper of advance challenge you. They challenge you to do what? Not to study any and everything. Like in my time, I remember my teachers, the for chemistry, SPR sir, SM sir. I still remember. They still, I mean, they are awesome. But the point that I'm making over here is with the advancement of the pattern which IITs are particularly taking. I was very happy with the chemistry paper, especially. Why? Because they were asking everything within NCRT, but beyond that, because they were combining topics, they were combining concepts, and they were checking the judgment of every child. And definitely that judgment, that decision making is going to improve your performance in your professional career in the later stage also. So, sir, क्या पेपर लीक हो गया वेदांत? Okay, okay. Beta, see, whatever is the case, I mean, obviously there are huge number of variables. As a JEE advanced student, you should definitely understand that there may be n number of variables, but what are those variables in your hand, beta? Nothing is confirmed as of now, so do not worry. Nothing is confirmed as of now, so do not worry. But yes, I have been getting those news. We have been, our team is constantly working, but until unless everything is officially notified, do not believe in any of those rumors till date. So yes, what is our point? Chalo. So brew. So brew, let it be. Whatever is the case, let it be. We shall do our best. If at all the paper is even leaked, I mean, yes, obviously it'll, I mean, it's a controversial subject, but if at all whatever has happened, ultimately we have a paper which is set by IIT Roorkee. We have a paper which is supposed to segregate and categorize students, that whether they are eligible to enter into an IIT or not. So definitely for our academic upliftment, it is needed. And with that intent, let us start the discussion, beta. We'll be starting with chemistry to make you involve, to make you associate, to make you indulge in the academic upliftment of your preparation. I'm not talking to all those students who have just given their JEE advanced paper. I am here, we are here for all the students who will be having their paper, or my Laksh JEE in English students, beta. I suggest you also, because you have completed the chapter of solution. Electrochemistry is, I mean, 30%, 35% done. So at least you should also have come in the platform and participate in this discussion, because definitely it will be helping you for your personal upliftment. Now, so to make you to make this engaging, what we are doing: chemistry paper 1. After that, we will be having Shreyas sir discussing paper 2, paper 1 of physics, then paper 1 of mathematics by Deependra sir. Post that, again we'll be starting with chemistry paper 2, then physics paper 2, and then mathematics paper 2. So this is going to be a long journey, but yes, rather a very, very fruitful journey for all you people right there. So, sir, will I get into IIT with 100 marks, beta? Okay, you said you are from SC category. Yes, beta. Very much probable, because 100 mark for your category, for SC category, beta. Yes, probably you can land into an IIT, but yes, you have to, I guess, make compromise with the branch. I feel I'm answering to whom? I'm answering to pet world officially. Then we have the boy. The boy is saying he's a dropper. Okay, boy, don't worry. You'll, acha, okay, that means you'll not be having the obviously advantage of giving the paper the next year. No worries, beta. Whatever universe has brought to us, it will be for your best. But yes, you have to keep on working. Cracking and getting into IITs is not the only job. I have my brother, my cousin. He is passed out from a private college. I'm a BTech from NIT Kurukshetra. Long back in the year 2007, completed my graduation in 2011. My JEE AIR was 6,000, but at my point of time, there were only 6 IITs. So practically, I'm a JEE qualified student. My brother is a private college student, but he runs a real estate business in Canada. Although I'm also doing good, but I mean, judging people on the monetary grounds is definitely based on their efficiency beta, and definitely a luck factor is also. So don't worry about all those things. Whatever, our job over here is to study to best of our efficiency. Whether what we get or what we do not get is on universe. What is in our hand to do our best. So with that, let us start the discussion. Obviously, post the discussion of all physics, chemistry and mathematics, we'll be coming up with the analysis for individual subjects. So first, let us discuss the paper, then you will yourself have an analysis that whether it is difficult, whether it is moderate, or whether it is actually doable. So moving to, let us start the process. Yeah, perfect. Moving to, sir, I'm Hindi medium. Any English? Huh? My English kamjor. So the boy, beta, the medium of communication in IITs is only English. So if at all you're planning to land into an IIT, then the professors are definitely going to teach you in English. So then how you are going to adjust to that? That means you have to get comfortable with the language, which is worldwide. I mean, obviously, if you want to communicate on a international platform, the level, the mode of communication is broadly English beta. So that's why this is the thing. Yeah, so that okay, Tanish is again saying paper leaked, sir. Whatever be the case, beta, we will just get into our job is to first discuss this paper so that you can grow academically, and then obviously if at all such those rumors are at all correct, we'll be definitely getting back to that as well. So which paper was tougher, paper 1 or paper 2? Beta, if I talk of chemistry, bra. So bra, I'm also Punjabi, so burra. So actually, yes, I feel paper 2, because beta obviously number of questions were 18. Paper 1 had 16 questions. So just by that mathematical reasoning, also I can say paper 2, that too with the fatigue, with the 2 to 5, the second duration, the afternoon heat of May definitely makes paper 2 more difficult. And yes, conceptually also it was good. Chalo. So moving to the first question. The first question that we have, I mean, the first 4 questions are single correct questions having +3 and -1, the basic doable questions. Always keep an eye on the option, because IIT Roorkee, they have done it in 2019 also, and yes, they have repeated that pattern, that yes, a good observer can always land to an answer without actually indulging in XYZ things, because there you are not asked to write the solution. There you are asked that how much spontaneity you have. है ना? Chalo, please reply my chat. Good explanation, sir. Okay. Please reply my chat. Balu Dadam. So Balu Dadam, what is your question? Let me just browse. Nahin beta, I cannot see your question. So okay, chalo, Balu Dadam, chalo. Everybody, sir, I have not completed my JEE 75% criteria. What can I do now, beta? You can obviously, if you're a class 12 students, then go for the percentage improvement. You can again give your class 12 boards so that you can improve your exam, your percentage, and then definitely after a drop, if you're a class 12 student, then JEE Advanced will also definitely allow you to take that drop, and they will consider your new percentage. So no worries. I don't have power. Okay, perfect. Chalo, moving forward, beta. You have to gather all those power within yourself. Then only you are going to create something great and significant for yourself. So let us start the discussion, beta. The first question is from thermodynamics. The question says an ideal gas which is 0.5 mole initially at 2 bar pressure. So this is the initial pressure. Let's say I have this pressure from which the gas is expanded. So let's say I have this ideal gas. Now this ideal gas, obviously I have a frictionless massless piston and I am compressing. I am increasing the pressure from outside. The gas inside has moles. What, sir? It has 0.5 moles of the gas. The pressure, the initial pressure of the gas is 2 bar. Now what I'm doing is I'm compressing it, okay, at constant temperature. So temperature is also constant, which is 600 Kelvin. Now this compression is taking place in 2 steps. In first step, it is done against a constant external pressure. Sir, external pressure is constant. That means it will be happening in a cut, in a fraction of time. So that is a irreversible process. So for irreversible change, the final pressure, for this irreversible change, the final pressure, the external pressure will be just equal to the pressure which will be attained by the gas post the compression, because it will be happening in a jiffy, cut. So when it is compressed, okay, what is the pressure? It is saying P is the pressure, but the range of P is between 2 to 8. Okay, so this is W1, because in the first step I am doing work done on the system, but we do not have to worry. We just have to know the basic. What is the basic? So for irreversible process, formula is always external pressure into volume change, and volume change is final minus initial. So what is external pressure, beta? Sir, externally in the first step I am applying a pressure of P. Yes, it is having a range more than 2. Obviously the pressure has to be more than 2, has to be more than the pressure of the gas which is inside. So that pressure P is definitely greater than 2, but the question is saying it is less than 8. Okay, sir. So whatever be it, so let's say it is P. Question is telling you it is P. Then volume change, so V2 minus V1, as in final volume minus initial volume. So this is equal to nothing but minus P, because it's an ideal gas. So PV equals nRT, so V will be equal to nRT upon what is final pressure on the first step, sir, this external pressure P, minus what is V1, that means volume in the initial state. Sir, it will be nRT, because everything else is same. What was the initial pressure? So initially the gas was at 2 bar pressure, so this is 2. So just calculate W1. So W1, that means work in the first step, which is obviously a irreversible work, because external pressure is constant. That's why I'm using this formula. So take nRT common, so minus nRT, bring P inside, so it will be 1 minus P by 2. This is equation 1, which is the work done in the first step. Now what about the next process? Now then against a constant external pressure of 2 bar. So this is the second step. First I am compressing it with pressure P. Work done 1. Again I'm compressing, but now with a final pressure of 8 bar. And again, because this is constant external pressure, that means the second work is also done irreversibly. I hope everybody is clear with this. Sir, make video for bitset. Beta, at least focus over here first. This is advanced discussion, beta. Please make sure that you are reading things very properly. Take out your pen and copy, and please have a thorough concentration on whatever we are discussing over here. So again, sir, the second work, so let me just go to the blank page, which I'll be requiring a lot for this session because we are discussing advanced over here. So work done into the on the second step will also be a irreversible work. So it will also be minus P external. What is the external pressure? So the final pressure is 8 bar into V2 minus V1, but obviously what will the final volume at this stage? So this W2 will be equal to minus 8. So for a gas, volume is nRT because temperature is constant upon. What is the final pressure? Sir, finally you are reaching to 8 bar minus nRT upon. Now the initial thing was through pressure P, because after first step the initial pressure was P. So my initial pressure is P. So that means this W2 will be equal to nothing but, again take nRT common, multiply 8. So this will be 1 minus 8 upon P. This is equation 2. That means your total work, which is W, will be equal to work done in the first process plus work done in the second process. I guess work done in the first process is this. So again taking minus nRT common. So minus nRT common. What I have over here, so 1 minus P by 2. Here 1 minus, so 1 plus 1 is 2 minus P by 2 from W1 minus 8 by P from W2. So this will be your total work. Now, the question is now telling you that this total work, the total work done on the gas in this step is W. So this is my the work total. Considering all possible values of P and taking the gas constant as R, we have already done it. Now we have to calculate the minimum value of W. Now the basic mathematical operation you have to do from mathematics. Now what is that operation, beta? Calculation of maxima and minima. So for calculating maxima and minima, like here we have to calculate minimum work. So do the differentiation, equate it to 0. Once you equate that to 0, again double differentiate it and check whether at the given point, if it is minima, then put the value, then it should come, the double derivative should come positive. So that basic mathematics I hope everybody know, but let us do that. So for minimum work, the basic mathematics we have to apply. So this is your work. So differentiating with respect to P. So dW by dP will be equal to what? So this minus nRT will be again common. Now differentiation, so 0 minus 1 by 2. So minus 1 by 2. Minus 8 into P raised to the power minus 1. So this will be plus 8 upon P square. Now what we do to calculate maxima minima? Equate it to 0. So when this can be 0, when this guy will be 0, that means 8 upon P will be equal to 1 by 2. That means P will be equal to 16. That means it will be P square, beta. I beg your pardon, because this is P raised to a minus 1. So that will be minus 1 upon P square. So that is P square. That means 8 upon P square is 1 by 2. So P square is 16. So P will be plus minus 4. Now obviously pressure can never be, because it has to between 2 and 8. You can check also, double differentiate it. So d2y upon dP square will be equal to what? So minus nRT. Then this is 0. This will become minus 8 upon P cube. Why 8? Because 2. So into 2 also, because it will be minus 2 upon P cube. So obviously we can definitely see if we put P as plus 4, then at the value of plus 4, this is minus, so this will come out to be positive. So double derivative will be positive at what? At P is equal to plus 4, and we definitely know, sir, pressure cannot be negative, so P has to be plus 4 only. But yes, that through mathematics also you can judge that. So now we know what is this work, and what work? Sir, minimum work. So what will be this minimum work, beta? Put P as 4. So this will be minus nRT. Then I have 2 minus 4 by 2 is 2 minus 8 by 4 is also 2. So that means this is done. So this is minus minus plus nRT, but I'll have a 2. So it will be 2 nRT. This is my minimum work. Now what I have to calculate? The magnitude. Sir, anyway it is positive. So just put the values. So it is 2 into number of moles is 0.5 as in 1 by 2. R is R and temperature is 600. So 2 gone. Answer is simply 600 R, that means answer is option B. I was explaining you the complete question, that's why I took time, beta. Otherwise this was a very very doable question. Even such questions you get in JEE mains. Yes, they have asked you to do that thing 2 times, and yes, they have coupled with a mathematical logic of maxima and minima. So I hope everybody is clear. Yeah, burra is right. 600 R, perfect beta, perfect beta. Leave it, paper leak beta, whatever it is, even if it is a leak, still this paper is through IIT Roorkee. So actually we should invest our time for the academic discussion, and later definitely we'll be jumping to all those rumors which may be fact, may be true. I mean, I'm not saying anything because the nature is a variable, any and everything can take place. Moving to the next one, guys. Chalo. Let us attempt the next question, beta. The question says, for a reversible reaction which is R giving you product at constant temperature, okay, sir, equilibrium must always happen at constant temperature. Now such question also, beta, a very doable question, a very very doable question from chemical equilibrium. You just have to read the statement. What frightens few students who are not very much comfortable with the NCRT and with that practice, actually reading the theory makes them, reading the language makes them not confident. Perfect. So beta, please make sure that you are reading the questions properly. So just have a look at the question, beta. Just read the question once. Just read the question once. It will give you huge confidence. Once you read the question and you identify that what are the variables given, half of the question, 50% of the question is done once you just read what are the variables given. And then you'll make your journey, then you can make your way out for the correct answer. Chalo. So this is a reversible reaction. Both forward and backward reactions are first order, okay. With rate constant Kf and Kb, okay. At time 0, concentration of R is R naught. Concentration of P is 0. Obviously, we are starting. So let me just do this analysis. Yeah. So I have reactant in equilibrium with product. At time t equal to 0, let's say I have R as R naught. Initially, I have no product. Once equilibrium is reached, it will be R naught minus something because the stoichiometry is 1. So X gone. So X will be produced. So this is X. Now what are you told? You are given information about Kc, which is obviously equal to forward rate constant upon backward rate constant. And I guess relation between Kf and Kb is given. Kf upon Kb is 1 by 4. So that means this is 1 by 4. That means I have my value of equilibrium constant. So I can say the value of Kc, which is 1 by 4, is nothing but concentration of product, which is X raised to the power 1, upon concentration of reactant, which is R naught minus X raised to the power 1. That means this is simple mathematics. R naught minus X is 4X. That means initial concentration is 5X. This is my equation 1. Now what I have to calculate? So you have to calculate that what is the graph. So obviously at equilibrium concentration will remain constant, but what will be the value? You have to calculate that value. The concentration of reactant upon initial concentration of reactant, the concentration of product upon the initial concentration of product. So you have to get that ratio. Once you get it, you can clearly tick the options. So how to get that value? Sir, I already know the relationship between R naught and Fx. So concentration of reactant at equilibrium upon concentration of reactant at initial stage. Let us find this ratio. What is the concentration of reactant at equilibrium? Sir, this is the value. Sir, it is R naught minus X. What is the concentration? Sir, this is R naught only. Do I know R naught will be coming out as common? So X is R naught by 5. So this is 1 minus 1 by 5. That means this is 4 by 5. That means this is 0.8. What about concentration of product at equilibrium? upon initial concentration of reactant. What about this ratio? Because graph is showing you product upon initial concentration of reactant. I hope everybody is correct. Chalo. Make strategy video for droppers. Beta, definitely we'll be doing any and everything for the droppers. For this point of time, beta, even if you are planning to take a drop, even if you are in class 12th, beta, this JEE Advanced, this IIT Roorkee discussion is going to help you to actually have an idea that how you should think as per the jurisdiction of NCERT. So I hope you are getting what I'm saying, Mr. Pratham. No, not Pratham. Prathap. So Prathap, I hope you got that. Chalo. Perfect. Perfect. Now, so what about concentration of product at equilibrium upon initial concentration of reactants? The concentration of product at equilibrium is nothing but X. This is the value. And initial, sir, is R naught. So this ratio we already know. So X upon R naught is nothing but 1 by 5. That means this is 0.2. So product is 0.2 and reactant is 0.8. So product is 0.2. It is saying both are equal. So wrong. Product is not. No, product is not 0.8. Product is, yes, product value is 0.2. This is good. And reactant value is 0.8. This is good. So obviously C is your answer. I hope everybody got that. Chalo. Prathap, good. Then we have whom? Acha. Balu Dadam is saying question 1 is wrong. Beta, this is what we have received through IIT Roorkee. So obviously the question is correct. Maybe we are thinking something which we should redefine. If at all you're having any doubts, just put that doubt in the comment section and definitely I'll be answering that, beta. Azad Chandrasekhar, sir, I have just completed 11th. Suggest me a batch where I can learn both 11th and 12th concepts. Beta, any batch at PW English platform. So if you have completed class 11, then Laksh JEE in English is your batch. We have already started with the batch. We have very serious students over there. We are not overcrowded, but yes, we are very much serious. So I always come in my class. I always go in my class, and the initial 5 minutes, although we teach online, but I actually check their homeworks. How I do it? You just come to the batch and then we'll see how I check your homework after my every lecture. So that is quite personalized, and we have made a pact at Laksh JEE in English that all Laksh JEE in English class 12 studying students will be coming to Noida for the result celebration of JEE 2027, because all of us will be above 99 percentilers. This is a pact that we have made among ourselves. So okay, so somebody is okay, so beta, this is May, so how can in May we have April Fool? So no, paper, don't think of that leak right or now, beta. Please invest yourself in the discussion. So we are done with 2 questions. Moving forward, I hope everybody have got the previous question now. Sir, chemical bonding. And what chemical bonding? Sir, NCERT, sir. JEE mains question, sir. Yes. You have to give the correct order of dipole moment. Sir, BF3 is a symmetrical molecule. Trigonal planar. Net dipole moment will be 0. Sir, ammonium ion, NH4 plus, sir, is a tetrahedral geometry, again a symmetrical structure. So its mu net will also be 0. So both are equal. Now, then we have NF3. So again, a traditional question, even for NEET examination, it is important. So you can obviously judge this for a JEE Advanced paper. Sir, because we know fluorine is more electronegative, so the dipole moment vector will be acting opposite to the dipole moment by the lone pair. So here mu net will be partially cancelled. I'm not saying completely cancelled, but yes, it will be cancelling each other. Not completely, it will have some net dipole moment, but it will not be adding to the lone pair, to the dipole moment via the lone pair. But here the lone pair dipole moment is getting is getting supported with the dipole moment of the bond pair. So this will have rather a larger mu net. So this will have highest dipole moment. After that, these guys, and obviously they are symmetrical molecules, so they will be non-polar having least dipole moment, which makes clearly option A as your easy peasy question to attempt. Yeah, perfect. Sir, is 90 a good mark? Beta, depends what are you expecting out of your professional career. So technically coming AIR 1 is best, no? But yes, 90, if you think that although you will be requiring somewhere around more than 100 to clear the cutoff. So 90, I guess it may not be able to bring you that joy once you get that result on the D day. But still, I mean, fair enough. So, sir, is there any batch in PW for droppers in online? Yes, beta. Yeah. For English funnel, the Prayas J in English is not is discontinued. But yes, you can obviously join us at Laksh J in English, because there we complete class 12th also, and definitely whatever span we'll be getting, we'll be giving those extra classes for class 11th as well. But yes, definitely after completion of class 12 syllabus. But still, if you are comfortable in English and you actually really want to do it, because yes, class 12th obviously has a larger chunk, so you can obviously enjoy that privilege of learning with the class 12 students, है ना? Chalo, moving forward, beta. Now, question fourth, the last single correct question which we have over here is, consider LiBH4 reducing an ester group to corresponding alcohol and does not reduce carboxylic acid group. Although we know LiAlH4 is a good reducing agent, it reduces everybody, but it is talking of not LiAlH4, it is talking of lithium borohydride, not lithium aluminum hydride, and giving you its selectivity also, that it reduces ester but not acid. Then you have to select the correct statement. Sir, this is, if you let me just draw this this picture for you, that let me just draw this picture for you independently, so that we shall do these questions for your juniors as well. So let me first make you learn what are the specific actions of these catalysts. I have this cyclo butane having methyl over here, and then an ester and acid group. So I have a wedge and I have a dash. At the dash position, I have carboxylic acid, as in C double bond O with an OH, and here I have C double bond O but with OET as an ester. Now I'm trying to make this react with two things. First with LiAl, not aluminium rather, with lithium borohydride, and followed by acidification. Obviously, we should know this, that first H plus, first the hydride, the LiBH4 is a reducing agent which will furnish what? Sir, it will furnish H minus. That H minus will do what? Sir, it will try to search a positivity. So that means you are just sticking to the mechanism, basic mechanism. So do you find positivity over here? Yes, sir, we do find it in the carbonyl group here also and here also. But question is specifically telling you that lithium borohydride is only capable of reducing an ester, not an acid. So I will not touch this acid, I will just touch this ester. So this ester will be receiving this H, the bond will be moving to O, then again the lone pair will be giving back the electron, making this OET as a leaving group. So first it will be formed as an aldehyde, and post that the H minus will come to this carbonyl carbon again, and then after that acidification, this H plus will be going to this O minus, converting it into an alcohol. So ultimately, what is the product you are supposed to get over here, sir? Sir, I will be having a methyl group in the wedge position. There I am not doing anything. This is a wedge. Sir, this is a dash. So this is C double bonded O, but it has been recently reduced by what? So 2 hydrogen as H minus will be here. So this will be CH2. Then I'll be having the O minus, and the O minus will be getting protons from the medium, that is H plus. So this is how you are going to get your reduced form of alcohol. And what about carboxylic acid? I will not touch that carboxylic acid because the question is telling me that it is not reacting, not reducing the carboxylic acid. Sir, but still medium is acidic. And sir, carboxylic acid and alcohol can undergo esterification. So they can undergo esterification in acidic medium. Yes, if I have a base, then that the extra thing produced is definitely, the reaction is more shifted to forward direction, but we definitely know esterification takes place with alcohol with and acid and its derivatives. So acid, ester, they also undergo esterification. So let us do that esterification. So alcohol will give H and carboxylic acid will give OH, and you will be forming an ester, a cyclic ester. So this is your methyl group. After that, sir, I have a wedge. Sir, I have a dash. This will be C, double bonded with an O. Now we will be having this oxygen of whom? Of this alcohol. So this alcohol oxygen. Then I have this CH2. It is just bonded with this. So I have this cyclic ester. Now this is what product, sir? This is P. So there I have got my P. Now it is also said that it is reacting with what? Sir, it is also reacting with BH3 in H plus. Now again, now your knowledge of selectivity of oxidizing and reducing agent will make great efforts, great application. Sir, BH3 is a very, very selective reducing agent, because we know boron is a Lewis acid because of presence of empty 2p orbital, and that Lewis acidic nature will allow BH3 to act as a reducing agent, and it selectively reduces acids. It converts carboxylic acid to alcohol, and practically if you are talking of room temperature, then at room temperature it do not reduces these derivatives of carboxylic acid like ester. It specifically reduces the carboxylic acid, not its derivatives. So that means now the same picture is going to take place, but this alcohol will get reduced and this ester will remain as it is. So what is the product that we are supposed to get over here? So the same thing. So let me just take this and draw this, make this for you. So that means here I'll be getting what? So this carboxylic acid will be reduced. It will be reduced to what? Sir, it will be reduced to alcohol. So it will be CH2 with an OH. And what about this ester? Sir, this ester will remain as it is. So this is C double bond OET. But sir, still it is alcohol. Sir, still it is carboxylic acid derivative, so they can undergo esterification. So alcohol will give H plus, carboxylic acid and its derivatives will give the substituted part. So ETOH, ethanol, will be gone, and again you will be forming a cyclic ester. The cyclic ester will again be of the form somewhat like this. A dash over here, a wedge over here. Wedge is having carbonyl group connected with an O, this O of alcohol. Then I have a CH2 bonded here. I hope everybody is clear. That means, sir, if this is product P, that means we have formed our product Q. That means this is Q. Just check between P and Q. Sir, if this is a chiral center, this is definitely a chiral center. This is definitely a chiral center. So if this is a chiral center, whatever will be its optical activity, this will have the same optical activity. So let's say this is R, so this will also be R. Now, but sir, this is an inverted, this is a chiral center, and this is also a chiral center. Sir, it on wedge it is having CH2, on dash it is having carbonyl group. On dash it is having CH2, on wedge it is having carbonyl group. That means they are just opposite of each other. So if it is R, then this will be S. So R and S are mirror image. That means enantiomer. But this R and this R are same. So they are not mirror image. They are not identical also. Then what are they? So they are diastereomers. Optical isomers which are non-superimposable mirror image of each other are known as diastereomers. So P and Q are nothing but they are beautiful application of optical isomerism, beta. Beautiful application. So this is diastereomers. I hope everybody is clear. Now, that means, sir, P and Q are diastereomers. Option A gone. P and Q are diastereomers. This can be your option, sir. Option D gone. So still you, by just working on 2, we have landed up whether it is B and C. Now, sir, the same compound. The only thing they have changed is methyl is over here, but now methyl is at the opposite position. So the same thing will be happening. So this guy will be forming a cyclic ester. Here also as R, there also as S. So the cyclic ester will have opposite orientation. So because of that opposite orientation, but still, yes, now this will not be chiral. This will not be chiral because now its environment is same, but still it will have some optical, it will have some geometrical orientation because it is a wedge. And that cyclic ring that will be formed, you cannot be sure that because of the bulkiness whether that orientation is same or different. So still I cannot say that they are enantiomers. Yes, they are definitely optical isomers, but sir, they are not mirror image isomers of each other because this methyl at the wedge position can force the ring of the cyclic ester produced, hampering and not going into the same opposite configuration. So it can't be exactly enantiomeric. So again, although this is not even asked also, if at all this question had an option of enantiomer, then it will be very, very difficult to judge because then you have to think of these things. But now just look at the option. Sir, R and S are definitely not identical. Then definitely they are diastereomerics. Option C is your right answer. You do not have to work on the next option. I hope you are getting what I'm saying. Chalo, perfect beta. Acha, chalo. Moving forward. So now, sir, single correct questions done. Now we have 4 questions which are multiple corrects. Multiple correct, IIT Roorkee used to have more negative marking, but thanks to IIT Roorkee, they have given partial marks also. And if at all you are attempting it incorrectly, it is not -2, it was -1. So the next 4 questions are multiple correct. Let us attempt this one. A very simple, a very straightforward question, but again, straightforward for all those students who are religious and obedient and disciplined with their NCERT. So just have a look at the statement, at the question given. Chandrasekhar, we'll definitely be dealing with class 12th basics first. And I guess the Laksh JEE in English content will be getting finished by November. So post that we'll be definitely working on class 11. But yes, beta, primarily and on a more structured way, we'll be first finishing class 12th and then class 11th. So let me confirm you that, Azad. "91 good." Karthik Kumar, beta, actually na, any marks above 100 or 105 can be your cutoff, beta. Because the chemistry paper which I have seen, yes, it is very, very conceptual, but beta, if students, because JEE mains has also increased the level since the January attempt. So students have worked a lot in the April attempt. So considering the disciplined students, most of them have gained during the April attempt and momentum that they have attained in the April attempt, I feel the cutoff will shoot up. It will be 105, 1010. So 91 will rather not make that of a, or maybe it is just a analysis beta, but yes, maybe. So the cutoff will be somewhere around 105 to 1010. I am saying cutoff because to get a respectable seat into a IIT beta. Because obviously seats have increased. In my time, I have my AIR was 6,000. I didn't get anything. We had 6 IITs, and that too there were no OBC quota also. So number of seats. I'm a graduate from NIT Kurukshetra. My college used to take 418 students per year. That's it. Now I guess it's huge. The so still I hope, don't worry, just keep on learning first. Chalo, I hope you guys have attempted this question, beta. Let us discuss it. Sir, a very straightforward question. For lithium, energy of 2s and 2p depends as per Aufbau rule on the value of n plus L. Value of n is same, so for S it is 0, so obviously 2s is lesser energized, so option A is correct, because for multi-electron system you obey Aufbau rule, which is quantum theory. But for hydrogen, sir, for hydrogen, L has no role to play. For hydrogen, Bohr theory is still applicable. Quantum theory also agree to it, that for hydrogen, the energy is only dependent upon the principal quantum number, not the azimuthal quantum number. So because 2s and 2p has same principal quantum number, so their energy will definitely be equal. So B is also correct. Now, among hydrogen and lithium, sir, you cannot put formula. Why? Because Bohr theory is applicable for single electron, so that formula of energy minus E naught into n square into z square upon n square is valid for single electron. So do not learn this thing with that. Although you may land to an answer, but beta, that is conceptually wrong. Rather, go to chemical bonding or go to your inorganic side of chemistry. Like for example, you want to remove electron. So which electron you will be requiring more energy to remove? Sir, lithium is a strong nucleus, so it will hold its electron to much larger extent. That means the electron of lithium require more energy to be taken out, to be ionized. That means, sir, electron of lithium is more stable. Sir, if I am more stable, then my energy will be less. So energy of lithium 2s will be lesser than energy of 2s of hydrogen, because you will require more energy to ionize, to remove an electron from a lithium atom, because it has a stronger nucleus. It will have a strong effective nuclear charge by which it will be attracting its electron to a larger extent. So electron more attracted, so more stable, so energy less. I hope you are clear. So that makes option D as your right answer, and definitely not option C. That means A, B and D. I hope everybody is clear. So this was a logical thing, but because it was having partial marking, so A and B was a no blunder. Yes, C and D require your interpretational skills, your judgment power, because they require not any formula, but yes, your common sense or your understanding of the logics. I hope it is clear. Moving to the next one, guys. Again, sir, NCERT, P block, preparation of chlorine. The 3 preparation of chlorine given on the NCERT page. Yes, block chemistry. Sir, NCERT has removed P block, and Advanced has not released has removed those topics. So the for group chemistry, chlorine, the preparation, among the 3 preparation of chlorine, this is the first preparation, that with manganese dioxide in concentrated HCl, manganese from +4 oxidation state gets reduced to +2 oxidation state. You can have redox predictability also. Then chlorine from -1 oxidation state, sir, from +4 to +2, sir, this is a reduction, so somebody has to get oxidized. So who will get oxidized? Cl minus. Cl minus will oxidize to what? To Cl2 gas, and definitely you know the color also, it is greenish yellow colored gas. So due to that homo-lumo transmission, so obviously Cl2 is, sir, NCERT fact, it is chlorine gas. Now we know what is X, which is chlorine gas. Now if you use this X as in chlorine gas with ammonia, sir, if ammonia is in excess, then what you should prepare? Sir, we prepared ammonium chloride. Again, in the similar page of NCERT, first the preparation is given, and just in the middle page the reactions are given. If I have excess of ammonia, ammonium chloride is produced. If I have excess of chlorine, then more chlorine will go to nitrogen, and you will be getting NCl3. I hope everybody is clear. Sir, NCERT reaction, ultimately you have to be friends with NCERT, because see, NCERT reaction, that means you know what is Y. Now this X, what is X, sir? Cl2. That means this X, which is Cl2, is reacting with excess of, sir, again, interhalogen compounds. So again, from 2 pages of NCERT, they have coupled all the reactions. Sir, if X2, so if F2 and Cl2 are in the ratio 1:1, then I guess at around 160 degrees Celsius, they forms ClF. But if fluorine is in excess, then excess of fluorine will be getting substituted. So you will be getting ClF3. Again, an NCERT reaction, beta. So those 3 pages of NCERT from block chemistry from 17th group will make you the question correct. Now, but sir, still they are not leaving NCERT still now. Now they are asking more NCERT facts. For option A is saying X is used for sterilizing drinking water. So this is the famous use of chlorine. The chlorination kill all those germs. So yes, chlorine is definitely used for sterilizing water. Yes, in your swimming pool also this chlorine is done in the evening once people go out, so they do the chlorination of the swimming pool. But yes, it can be done for your drinking water as well. So yes, sir, this is definitely correct. Now Y is square planar. What is Y? Y is NCl3. NCl3 is lone pair and 3 chlorine. Yes, there will be back bonding, but this back bonding will be 2p or hybridized electron of nitrogen, but belonging to second period, and chlorine is having 3p and 3d. So obviously p will not be available, so this will be the back bonding will be p pi d pi. So let me not write d because it will be p pi d pi. So yes, I am not saying it will not be having back bonding. It will be having back bonding, but because that back bonding is between undissimilar energized orbitals, so if at all it is very strong, then the lone pair will always be coordinated. So we'll be making a square planar geometry. But sir, because we know this is not very effective back bonding, so shape will definitely be like nitrogen is having its lone pair on a larger magnitude. So shape will be trigonal, pyramidal, not planar. So definitely this is incorrect. Now Z is used to, yes sir, again for interhalogen compounds, the NCERT only give one use. That one use is this, that if I have some impure uranium, whatever solid you have which is having some impure content, then this Z, which is nothing but this NCl3, then this, okay, not NCl3, interhalogen compound, I beg your pardon, interhalogen compound. It is a use of interhalogen compound, ClF3. So what ClF3, sir? This ClF3 is actually a liquid once it is used to enrich this uranium. So they extract only uranium and leave all the impurities and convert this uranium into UF6 gas, and chlorine itself undergoes reduction and forms ClF gas. So again an NCERT reaction, and from here you can again reduce this uranium and extract the enriched uranium 235. So this is also interhalogen compounds, NCERT basic. So this is also correct. That means A and C are correct. Now Y is a strong Lewis acid, then ammonia. What is Y? NCl3, as in this. No sir, it is associated with back bonding. I am not saying complete back bonding, but still these lone pair are associated in back bonding between P and 3D. So it will be having a P pi D pi back bonding, but ammonia will not be having any such back bonding. So hydrogen will be more, nitrogen will be, the lone pair on nitrogen will be more available for donation. So this will rather be a stronger base. So Y is a stronger base? No sir, ammonia is a stronger base. So this is a strong base. Then what? NCl3. That means, sir, this is also incorrect. So your answer will be A and C. I hope everybody is clear with this, guys. Chalo, moving to the next question, beta. Moving to the next question. Let us try this one. Come on, shoot. Moving to the next question. Come on, shoot. Now, the next question says reaction of PTF6 with oxygen. Sir, again an NCERT logic. How? Beta, initially it was thought that inert gases will never form compounds. How inert gas compounds were first discovered? Why they were discovered? Because for xenon, the ionization enthalpy is almost equal to the ionization enthalpy of a molecule. What molecule? Oxygen. And that was the compound by observing which it was predicted that xenon can also form their compound. So what was the compound through which they have got this prediction? From the compound of oxygen and this platinum fluoride, because oxygen has same approximately equal oxidation potential as that of xenon. So again, an NCERT written line, they form a compound as O2 plus and PTF6 PET, platinum F6, take that electron and forms a complex anion. So we definitely know this. That means this is X plus and this is Y minus. Now we have to read some statement and ask and identify which one is correct. Chalo. Beta, keep yourself motivated, because yes, if at all you are interested for your betterment, because beta, any and everybody is not going to land into an IITs. Only serious students are supposed to land into a respectable IIT seat. That's why obviously the job becomes monotonous most of the time, but what can make you motivated is your own best result. So with that intention, please focus. Now so that definitely I know what is X plus and Y minus. So what are the correct statements? A bond order of X plus is this much. What is X plus? Sir, O2 plus. What is bond order of oxygen? Sir, 2. So bond order of oxygen is 2. Now oxygen has 16 electrons with the 2 unpaired electron going to 2p pi asterisk 2px and pi asterisk 2p by MOT. Sir, if I remove one anti-bonding orbital, because O2 plus will be having 15 electrons. So that anti-bonding electron removed, so its bond order will become 2.5. It is saying 1.5. So because it is saying 1.5, so it is definitely incorrect. Now, valence d orbital in the metal ion. What is metal ion? Sir, platinum. Platinum is what? Sir, it is nickel. Nickel PDPT. So for platinum is 6th period, so it should be 6s2. Then after that, after 6s, you will fill 4f 14 and then you will fill 5d. But how much? Sir, nickel is 2 and 8. So this will be also 2 and 8, but we know the exception. So 1 electron will be going over there. So this is 1 and 9, although you do not even know this, because still it will be done, because you have to, what is oxidation state of platinum? X minus 6 equals minus 1. That means it is plus 5 oxidation state. So 1 electron of what will be gone? So first valence electron will be gone. So 4f is inner shell, 60 is outer shell. So it will become 6s0, 1 electron gone. I need 4 more. So it will be 5d, 9 minus 4 is 5. And then I have 4f 14. So what is my valence shell at this point of time? Sir, 6 is gone. I have valence shell as 5th shell. How many electrons it is having? 5. So yes sir, it is having 5 electrons. That means option B is correct. PTF6 act as an oxidizing agent. Sir, oxygen is giving electron. That means giving electron is oxidation. PTF6 is getting reduced by taking that electron. So oxidizing agent oxidizes other and reduces itself. Yes sir, platinum is taking that extra electron. So this PTF6 is definitely behaving as a oxidizing agent. I hope everybody is correct. Chalo. हाँ बेटा, even chalo, at least focus on the academics over here beta. Chalo, whether and whatever it is, ultimately you should please just stick with the academic basics, and definitely we'll be discussing all those things beta later. Chalo, now, so B is also correct, C is also correct. Now, PTF6 act as a fluorinating agent. No sir, in this reaction PTF6 is just accepting electron. It is not fluorinating agent, as in it is not bringing, it is not giving its fluorine to anybody. So no sir, it is not at all a fluorinating agent. That means option corrects are B and C. I hope everybody is with me on this. Chalo, moving forward. Next question is this. Let me borrow again a slide for the explanation. Chalo beta. Moving to question number 8, let us try and attempt this one. Again, traditional question, a very traditional question from organic chemistry, and if you have attended even the 2 lives that I have taken, I guess I have the a passage based question we have done involving the almost the same logic, almost the same logic. Now let us explore what the question is saying. Sir, you do not have to move your pen. These are all NCERT basics. Sir, this is sodium salt of carboxylic acid. How many carbon? Carbon number 1, carbon number 2, carbon number 3. Why you are not drawing this carbon, sir? Because Kolbe electrolysis will remove CO2, will bring a radical at this R. So R radical will be having even number of carbon chains. So 3 carbon will give you hexane. So it will be N-hexane. Now, after that, N-hexane is getting reacted with V2O5 at high temperature and pressure. So this is classic case of aromatization. So that N-hexane, first I'll be getting N-hexane, and that N-hexane will be converting into benzene. So Q is nothing but benzene. You do not have to move your pen if you know NCERT till here. This is benzene. Now, benzene is further reacted with this anhydride in presence of anhydrous AlCl3. That means it will produce what? Sir, it is definitely going to produce Friedel-Crafts acylation. The acyl group will be adding. How, sir? The lone pair will be taken by Lewis acid. So that will create a positivity here. Whatever the electron cloud of benzene will be there, they will be attacking this electrophile. And what are you going to produce, sir? Let's say I have this benzene. This benzene is getting attached to this carbonyl carbon. So this is my carbonyl carbon getting attached with this benzene. But sir, it is further connected to what? Another benzene ring. That benzene ring is having what? Sir, at the ortho position, it is having this C double bond O. That O minus from the medium, it will definitely be getting those H plus, and then AlCl3 will be gone and it will be protonated. So it will be OH. So this is a carboxylic acid. So that means this is R. So I have my Q, I have my R. This R is reacted with PCl5. Sir, carboxylic acid with PCl5 will bring and produce acid chloride, followed by reaction of POCl3 and HCl. Leave, that is inorganic. So this will be acid chloride. That acid chloride will be reacting with hydrogen PD and BaSO4. That means this is Rosenmund reduction, reducing acid chloride to corresponding aldehyde. So ultimately S is going to be an aldehyde. So I do not have to change anything. I will be getting this same product. Just this product will be converted to an aldehyde. So let me draw this and let me just remove this. Acha, why I have removed that aldehyde? I should not do it. Why? But still. Let us make this as aldehyde with some different pen so that you can see it clearly, sir. C double bond O and an H. So this S is an aldehyde. What else, sir? So now it is treated with hydrazine. So this hydrazine will do what? Sir, addition elimination. The lone pair of nitrogen will attack, but after that elimination of water molecule will dehydrate water molecule. But sir, here we have 2 carbonyl group. So let us draw that structure, keeping in mind that it will be getting reacted with hydrazine. So let me take another page for reaction of S and T. So I have S as what? Sir, you have a benzene ring. Sir, you have a carbonyl group like this. This carbonyl group is further having a benzene. So let me draw that benzene like PH. Now at ortho position, it is also having COOH as in a carbonyl group, which is an aldehyde. Now this is getting reacted with hydrazine. What is hydrazine? So H2N and H2N. Definitely everybody know this, that post addition elimination dehydration will take place. That means, sir, a cyclization will take place. Yes, sir. That means I have this benzene ring. This is the carbon having another benzene ring. So this is a double bonded but with a nitrogen, then a single bonded nitrogen. Here I have one more carbon now which is double bonded with this nitrogen. So this is your cyclic structure, which is, if this is my what? If this was my S, then this is T. So after heating, I have got this T. Now, let us explore the question. The question says S on warming with ammonical silver nitrate solution. That means that this here it is talking of Tollens reagent. So Tollens reagent produces silver mirror definitely, but who reacts with Tollens reagent? Sir, aldehydes, all aldehydes, either aliphatic or aromatic. So is S an aldehyde? Yes, S is an aldehyde. Yes, it is an aromatic aldehyde. It will have lesser reactivity than aliphatic aldehyde, but still because it's an aldehyde, so it will be giving this. So A is correct. What is Q? Q is benzene. Q on treatment with chlorine. Sir, it gives gemexane, lindane, C6H6Cl6, the famous insecticide. So definitely it will give C6H6Cl6. Although this is not benzene, but still it is generally called benzene hexachloride. So that means Q is also correct, sir. Now, T is heterocyclic. What is T? T we have formed over here. Yes, sir. The cycle is containing nitrogen also. So yes, it is heterocyclic. So C is also correct. Now, R on acid catalyzed. What is R? Sir, this is R. Okay. Acid catalyzed cyclization. Okay, so let me do it for you. Let me give it some H plus. Who will take that H plus? Sir, lone pair alcohol OH, as in OH of carboxylic acid. So it will undergo protonation and will be released as water. Sir, you will get a positivity in the carbonyl carbon. It will soon be attacked by the ortho position, sir. Why? Because 6-membered ring structure is free from any type of angle strain. So what you are going to produce, sir? This benzene ring. Then I have this carbon. So then I have this double bond O, but here also I'll be having this double bond O because free radical, because electrophilic substitution will be taking place. The carbonyl group will be getting attached and a benzene ring this side also. Now, after that, what I'm doing, sir, after that, Clemenson, zinc, amalgam, and HCl. This is classic case of Clemenson reduction. So, Clemenson reduction will do what? So, Clemenson reduction will reduce carbonyl group and form the corresponding hydrocarbon. So, I will be getting a 3 benzene rings fused together. This is nothing but anthracene. So what I have produced over here, sir, you have produced anthracene. So because, acha, no, sorry. Beta, this will be CH2, na? Okay, I beg your pardon. This will be CH2, na? I beg your pardon. This will be benzene over here. And benzene over here. So this is CH2 and CH2. I'm sorry. Okay, but what the question is saying it is forming dihydroxy as in I have OH over here. No, sir, you do not have OH. It is this compound, it is an alkane, and therefore this is incorrect. So what are your correct options? A, B and C. A very beautiful question for you to enhance your knowledge. I hope everybody is with me on this, guys. Chalo. Moving to the next one. Now, the next question says, okay, now the next 4 questions are integer type questions. Integer type questions with +4. I guess, yes, +4 and -1. Let me just check this for you. Integer type questions were, they were +4 and -1. Let me just, beta, +4 and 0 marking, I guess. Yes. +4 and 0 marking. So they were not giving you any negative marks. So that is also a benefit. So let us explore, sir, how to do such questions. Now, 2 cylinders, both fitted with frictionless piston, are filled with mixture of helium and argon. Okay, sir. If the first cylinder, the masses of helium and argon are M1 and N2, and in the second cylinder, masses of helium and argon are opposite, M2 and M1. So let us I'll first draw what the question is asking us to do. So question is saying that I have this cylinder connecting with some piston or what, and I have the similar cylinder again. Here I have helium and argon. Here also I have helium and argon. In the first cylinder, helium mass is m1 and argon mass is m2, and it changes, it becomes m2 and this mass becomes m1. Now what else, sir? The molar mass of argon is 10 times than that of helium. Sir, this much we know, yaar. Although you can take helium as x, so that will be 10x. But ultimately, sir, we know for helium mass is 4 gram. And for argon, do not think of it's any isobar. Why? Because it has to be 10 times of 4, so it will be 40. So just for case of simplicity of your calculations, let us assume helium as mass number 4 and argon as mass number 40. So it will make 10 times. Now, the external pressure applied by the piston on cylinder 1 needs to be 5 times that on cylinder 2, so that the volume of the gaseous mixture are equal and the temperature are also same. That means you are doing what? Sir, I am applying pressure P1 here and P2 here. But in cylinder 1, question is telling me P1 is 5 times of P2, so that the volume and temperature of both the compartments becomes equal. You have to assume these gases are ideal, sir. So for ideal solution, we will use PV equal to nRT. Sir, is the paper leak video real? Beta, see, we have just received the paper yesterday. We have our batches also. And you know what? Just to discuss this JEE Advanced paper, what we have done is for today's batches, the batches that we have in the evening, we have stopped those batches, so that we wanted this discussion to at least help so many lives, because there are many students who are not comfortable in Hindi. Rather, they are more comfortable in a language like English. So we are here to help those students, beta. Yes, I completely agree, knowledge empire, that maybe there will be a rumor, but because we have indulged into the real time situation, that's why those analysis I am not aware of right now. Let me just, we'll be discussing physics, chemistry, after this physics, then maths, and definitely if at all anything of that sort has happened, I'll be definitely communicating. But by the time till it is officially communicated by the authorities, beta, please do not indulge in any rumors. Stay calm. Still, sir, we have done our advanced paper. Now why will we study? Again, you have a reason. Again, what if at all whatever has happened to this paper, but ultimately this paper is by IIT Roorkee. So at least first learn the concept, and definitely if anything is confirmed, I'll just be coming up again with the details. So please make sure you are learning things properly. Chalo beta. Now, sir, what to do now? Sir, apply gas law. So for first gas, as in for helium, pressure that is P1, volume is V equals, okay, but V volume is occupied by, sir, both. Here pressure is P1. For gases, pressure is P1, volume is V, but moles is summation of both the gases. So number of moles of helium plus number of moles of argon is the total moles. Number of moles is equal to weight upon molar mass. So for helium it is 4. Number of moles for argon will be equal to weight of argon upon molar mass, which is 40. So this is nRT. Similarly, doing the same thing for container 2. So this is not for helium, this is for container 1. Now for container 2, pressure applied is P2, volume is same, number of moles is of helium M2 by 4 plus argon M1 by 40, I guess, into RT. Now what else you have to do? Now sir, this is class 10th mathematics. What you have to do, sir? V will be cancelled, RT will be cancelled. But sir, I have a variable. No beta, you do not have a variable, because P1 is 5 times of P2. So here P2 is also gone. So this is simply 5:1. That means I have, take LCM will be gone. So this is M1, 10 M1, because it will be 40, take 4 common. So it will be 10 M1 plus M2 upon, here it will be M1 plus 10 M2. M1 plus 10 M2 will be equal to what? Sir, it will be equal to 5. Just cross multiply, and I guess easily you will be getting M1 by M2 as 9.8. Just cross multiply and you will be getting 9.8 as your answer. Obviously you have to report till 2 places of decimal, so it will be 9.80. I hope everybody is clear. Chalo. A very doable question, beta. Now, this is a JEE mains question, not even JEE advanced question. Sir, in JEE mains, they asked about where the answer was 12. Why? Because it was a square planar species of the form MABCD. Now, what they have played you with, sir, they have given you this GLY glycinato ion, which is a non-symmetrical bidentate ligand. So if at all this is square planar, this M plus is square planar species, that means it will be having square planar as in 4 coordinate bonds, and out of those 4 coordinate bonds I have to fix what this ambident bide, this unsymmetrical. So nitrogen will be a donor atom this side and O minus will be a donor atom on the other side. So this will be your GLY, and you can't interchange it. This cannot go anywhere else. Why? This cannot go trans. It has to be at an angle of 90 degree, because this has to make a structure, a cycle. So it can't be opposite. So therefore these places are fixed. So what places can be changed? So A and B. A can be opposite to O, or A can be trans to N. A can come here. So how many possibilities are two geometrical isomers you will be having for this form? Now let us check how many of these forms I can have through linkage isomerism. So just check the linkages. Let's say, sir, you have metal. Now GLY is fixed, sir. What can you change? Sir, if I fix nitrogen as the donor atom, then I can have either NO2 as a ligand where nitrogen is ligating, or ONO as a ligand where O is ligating. So this will create two linkages form. Similarly, if I have this metal, sir, GLY is fixed. Now if I do this not for NCS, but if S is the donor atom, so it will be SCN. And here also I can have two possibilities. Why two possibilities? Sir, because here NO2 can also ligate and O can also ligate. So how many linkage isomerisms I have? I have 4 forms, sir. And each form will give me 2 GI. So your answer will be 4 linkage isomers giving 2 geometrical possibilities. So answer is clearly 8. A very simple and a very doable question, beta. Even mains has asked a better question from compared to this one. So moving to the next one. Chalo. I hope everybody is happy with the discussion, and yes, I definitely know many of you will be seeing this in a recorded format. So I'm having all those serious candidates in mind, all your juniors who will be seeing this and getting an inspiration that no, if at all things are explained in a calm manner, then sir, even we can do it. So for those remainder number of students who will be joining us who are not live also, so definitely for them we are continuing with all the enthusiasm. Chalo beta. Moving to the 11th question. The total number of carbonyl groups. Now this was a quite easy and doable one, beta, because if you heat, sir, this is carboxylic acid, so this is alpha carbon and this is beta carbon. So whenever you heat a beta keto acid, on heating, such compounds undergo decarboxylation. It is a basic NCRT fact, and in fact if you just go to my one shots from carboxylic acid, this is a statement. The heating effect of carboxylic acid is a very famous topic. So beta keto carboxylic acid tends to decarboxylate. So this CO2 will be gone, this CO2 will be gone. So ultimately, how many carbons I have, sir? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 carbon chain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These second carbon will be just having this hydrogen. So CO2 gone, hydrogen will be there. CO2 gone, hydrogen will be there. And this is your carbonyl group. This is your X. What about Y? Sir, I have this carboxylic acid, so C double bond O, bond OH, C double bond O, bond OH. Definitely, once you have vicinal, when at the vicinal position you have dicarboxylic acid, then they can easily cyclize. And how can they cyclize? By undergoing dehydration. So they will get dehydrated on heating, and what will they be forming? They will be forming this carbonyl group will remain as it is. I'll be having a carbonyl group here, a carbonyl group here, but because it is connected with an O, that means this is not a carbonyl group. This is a carboxylic acid derivative. This is a cyclic ester. So how many carbonyl groups you are having, my guys? Beta this. So X has one carbonyl group. Sir, Y also has one carbonyl group. So total number of carbonyl groups are just 2. I hope many of the students will be committing this error, that they will be counting this functional group of ester also. No beta, it is an ester, a cyclic ester. It is not a carbonyl group. So answer is not 4. I hope you have not done this error, and you should not do this error. So logically, I hope you are getting my point. Chalo. Beta, Miss Master SK, just watch the session for 5 minutes. I'm sure enough, if you are serious enough, you will not be able to leave the session, because these are really some good questions, and I'm giving all the, with all the calm, because only a calm mind can make you learn with best efficiency. So let's try and finish the last remaining questions. Sir, I have this question. Many solutions on YouTube are showing 6. Okay, which one, beta? This one? Answer is 6 only, beta. Okay, bruh is saying you have doubt. So let us clear and quantify your doubt easily. How to do it easily? Just attempt with an ease. Don't rush, because advance gives you lots of time. Even you attempt 50% of the paper, you are anyway entering into an IIT. If you attempt 60% of the paper, you are entering into an IIT with a good branch. If you are attempting 65% of the paper, your rank is more than is below AIR 1000. So just keep yourself calm. In life also, it will also help. Acha, the previous one, okay. Let me check, beta. For this one, the answer is 6, beta. No. For this one, beta, as far as we have invested our energy, answer is definitely 2 for this one, beta. No issues. If at all I also see something different, I'll definitely be communicating again once I'll be coming for the beta. Acha, this, not this one. Okay, for this one you are saying. Nahi beta, I have confirmed all the questions. I have, yes, I had a neat live yesterday, but post this morning, I've just seen these questions, and these answers are 100% correct. But because you are saying I should check this, so I'll again come back. But I do not have to, because these are very authentic answers, beta. Moving forward, I'm explaining you all the logic also now, so you should definitely understand that why is the answer. Chalo. Moving forward, treatment of buta-1,3-diene with NaNH2. Sir, NaNH2 is a base and buta-1,3-diene is a terminal alkyne, so it will be an acid. So terminal alkyne will do what? Sir, it will release H plus and form minus on both the sides. And with NaNH2, this ammonia will be released, and I'll be getting the salt. Now, this is getting reacted with excess of transform of this alkene. So I have this alkene transform, as in hydrogen on opposite side. On one side I have CH3, and the other side I have my reactive site, which is alkyl bromide. I definitely know. What do you know, sir? So this is a minus and it will have an SN reaction. That SN reaction will be happening from this end also, and it will be happening from this end also, because this alkene is an excess. Let us form the product. So the product is quite simple. This is a linear, this is sp hybridized carbon. So obviously they have to be on a same line. So let us draw them first. So to see the triple bond C, because this is linear, so this also has to be linear. Now, because this is also sp hybridized, so this also has to be linear, but with whom? Sir, it will be linearly arranged with this carbon which is belonging to alkyl halide and getting the substitution. This carbon will be tetrahedral, but this carbon with respect to this carbon is on a same plane. The geometry of this carbon with respect to other groups will be tetrahedral, but this will be on the same plane. So what about it? This one, sir, this is CH2 and this is connected with this alkene. Similarly on that side also, sir, this carbon will be on the same plane with this carbon, but this carbon can be tetrahedral, and it is tetrahedral, but ultimately this and this carbon, these carbon will lie on the same plane because it is 180 degree. So this will be CH2 and it itself is belonging to a trans alkene. So how many carbons you are having who are linear? So these four are definitely linear, but this one and this one is also linear. So 4 plus 2, as in how many carbons are lying in a same line? So 6. I hope everybody is clear. Hello guys. Beta, your paper attempting should also be very calm, because a curious mind, an anxious mind cannot land into an IIT, beta. You have to be calm enough. You have to deal with the logic so many times that they are normal. How you proceed normally? In fact, let me tell you one thing. Whenever I go and teach, because we have a re-NEET examination, and yes, because those students are huge in numbers, so even I feel very much proud to share. Although I'm a JEE, I'm a IIT, I belong to a IIT background, but still I love teaching them. But you know what? It takes more energy to teach NEET students. You know why? Because you can't be calm. Because you cannot use, you do not have to use your mind. You just have to follow a process. But you guys, you are blessed because IIT help us to be calm. Just stay calm and then answer will come. So stay calm. So let us stay calm and clear the remainder of the questions. Chalo, next one, beta. Shoot, fast. Next question. Let me borrow this slide. Chalo, beta. Question number 13. The question says, list 1, list 2. Sir, one do not has to move the pen for such questions. See, just a calm mind will do it in a jiffy. How? Physis option, as in physical adsorption. Sir, some particle will be getting adsorbed on the surface. The bond formed is a weak van der Waals force of attraction because physical bond, but ultimately a bond is getting formed. Whenever bond is getting formed, energy is released. So delta H is definitely negative. Now, because those particles are getting adsorbed, so they were free initially, but now they are solidified by getting adsorbed, so their randomness, their entropy will also decrease. So delta S will also be less than 0. So where you have delta S less than 0, sir, here delta S is less than 0, here it is less than 0, but delta H should also be less than 0. That means P is 2. That means P is 2. So P is 2, P is 2, P is 2. One option eliminated. Now Q is 5, 3. So Q is either 5 or 3. Q is either 5 or 3. Just for the match the column options, beta, it is very easy. Just work on the options and you will be getting your answer. I do not know, you do not even have to know the theory completely. Just follow the common sense. So PQ can be either 3 or 5. Sir, diamond to graphite. Do you go out of your home and you find koila, as in graphite or diamond? So graphite is very, very common. That means you find graphite all around. That means, sir, getting converted to graphite is highly spontaneous. That means for this reaction, delta G must be highly negative. It is a spontaneous change. That's why you rarely find diamond at all temperature and pressure. Remember thermodynamics, delta G should always be negative at all temperature and pressure. When it is possible, so when delta G is negative, how can delta G be negative? Delta H has to be negative and delta S has to be positive. Then at all possible temperature, delta G will be negative. So delta H negative, delta S positive, delta H negative, delta S positive. Why 0? So delta S positive, that means this is 5. So Q is 5. Q is 5. That means option A is eliminated. Now I have C. Either R can be 1 or R can be 1. R you do not have to check now. R you do not have to check now, because obviously this is denaturation of protein, so it has hydrogen bonds. So in order to break that bond, you have to supply energy. And sir, function of protein is intact till it has the structure which is given to it through the hydrogen bonding and disulfide linkages. If you give energy, those they will be arranged in a disordered fashion. So randomness also will be increased. So entropy will be positive and you have to supply energy. That means delta H is negative. Delta H is positive because you have to supply energy. But you do not even have to check it because R is 1 either ways. So S is either 4 or 3. So S is either 4 or 3. That means just check its entropy change. So propene is having C double bond C. Yes, it has restricted rotation, but ultimately C bond C. So this is single bond. So C bond C conformational isomerism can take place. So this is at least from this bond it is free to rotate. Once it is restricted to form a bare strained cyclopropane, sir, it will lose its ordered arrangement, this disorderness. So because of the conformational possibilities, the randomness of this guy is more, so entropy will be falling. So delta S will be negative. So delta S for S will be negative. That means it should be 4. That means it should be 4. That means C is your right answer, where you can reach without any problem. I hope everybody is with me on this. I guess we just have last 3 questions and a very easy last 3 questions. Sir, chemical bonding, structures. So let us draw all of them. Sir, SOCl2, sir, 3 bond pair. What about lone pair? Sir, oxygen will require 2 electrons, so 1 lone pair. So sulfur having 1 lone pair, 1 bond oxygen, 2 bonds chlorine. What is it? Trigonal pyramidal. XeF4. So, sir, 5 nucleus are coming. Oxygen will be taking 2 electrons, fluorine 4. So, 4, 2 is 6, so 1 lone pair. So, it will have 1 lone pair. So, steric number will be 5 plus 1, 6. So, xenon, a lone pair, 5 bond pair. So this will be oxygen and these will be fluorine. So shape is, sir, square pyramidal. Now, what about ClF3? Sir, 3 bond pair and 2 lone pair. So ClF3 will be what? So Cl, 3 bond pair and 2 lone pair. So steric number 5. So lone pair will be coming in equatorial position. So 1 lone pair, another lone pair. The axial bonds will be tilted and 1 fluorine. So this is bent T. So ClF5, again 5 and a lone pair. So 6. So again this will be like this. So Cl, 1 lone pair and 5 bond pair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is also square pyramidal. What about SO3 2 minus? Sir, sulfur having a lone pair, a double bonded oxygen, an O minus and an O minus. So this is also pyramidal. Then XeF3. So 3 bond pair and 2 lone pairs. So bond pair steric number is again 5. So of this form. So 2 lone pairs. So Xe plus will have a lone pair and 3 bond pair. So F, F and F. So this is also bent T. I hope everybody is clear with this as well. Chalo, you are enjoying my class. Master, you asked me. Master SK, you asked na? Sir, should I see this? I asked you, just hold on for 5 minutes and you'll be definitely here. So this is Xe, है ना? Last is SF4. So 4 bond pair and 1 lone pair. Sir, again steric number 5. So, but हाँ, this is independent. Why? Because 1 lone pair and 4 bond pair. So it is seesaw. So how many seesaw I have? Sir, just 1. How many T shape I have? I think T shape you have 2. These 2. How many trigonal planar I have? No, none. So fifth one. How many square planar I have? Square pyramidal, sorry. Square pyramidal I have 2. So square pyramidal. Did I leave any or what? ClF3, XeF5 plus, SF4 plus. Square pyramidal. Just check beta. Did I leave any or what? XeF5, then XeO. Acha, XeF5 plus I have XeF5 plus. Okay, I have missed this one. XeF5 plus. This is XeOF4. This I have drawn. This is ClF5. This I have drawn. Okay, I have missed this one beta. So XeF5 plus. Xenon having 8 electrons, so 1 gone, so 7 electrons, 5 bond pair and 1 lone pair. So this is also be of the same pattern. 1 lone pair because this is Xe plus and 5 bond pair of fluorine. So this is also square pyramidal. So how many square pyramidal I am having? 3. So that means 1, 2, 5, 3 is your answer. So 1, 2, 5, 3 is your answer. So option A. Yes. Option A is your answer. So because they have given so many options, so you do not have to miss any. Yes, obviously you will be doing them in your copy, so you can take so much of space in writing. I just wanted to do here only because seeing structure here, writing in the other page will be taking more time. So see, now with this, now I wanted to save some time, but rather it took more time. So that's why even we used to say this, that whenever you are giving your advanced examination, beta, always have a very neat and tidy writing work. Because if at all you have attempted a question halfway and you have left it, so that you will be coming back to the question. Ultimately, you should have that half job done now. So if you have properly written all those logics till halfway, at least in the next go when you are picking that question, you will be picking that question from the same level. So please make sure that if you are practicing your advanced examination, as a teacher we can do anything, but as a student you should always write everything very properly, especially for advanced paper. I hope you know why, है ना? See, if we would have been doing it neat and tidy, we'll be definitely not missing this one, है ना? Chalo. Okay, chalo. Beta, it will for all the Arjunas beta, it will be soon, very very soon it will be getting started. So just have that's why we are coming live for, but yes, it will soon be getting started beta. Don't worry, don't worry. Chalo. Moving to the second last question. The list 2 contains these structures. Now for this question also beta, I'm telling you one thing, you do not even have to move your pen. You know why? Just read the question. First you have to do ozone lysis of link of first list 1. Sir, alkene on ozone lysis will produce a carbonyl compound because reductive ozone lysis. Now followed by cyclization via more stable enolate in presence of aqueous NaOH. Sir, a carbonyl compound in presence of aqueous NaOH do what? Sir, it forms aldol product. So beta hydroxyaldehyde and ketones. Beta hydroxy, it is not asking you to do the dehydration and form the beta hydroxy alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound. It is giving you the aldol, beta hydroxy aldol. So ultimately it has to be a beta hydroxy aldol. Just check. This is carbonyl group, this is alpha, this is beta. Yes sir, this is beta hydroxy. Carbonyl group, alpha carbon, beta carbon. Yes sir, beta hydroxy. Carbonyl group, alpha carbon, beta carbon. Yes sir, beta hydroxy. Carbonyl group, Sir, carbonyl group alpha carbon. Sir, it is not even possible. Fourth is not even possible. This is alpha hydroxy. Sir, alpha hydroxy has not formed. What about fifth one? Sir, carbonyl group, alpha carbon, beta carbon possible. That means, sir, even without moving your pen, option 4 cannot be produced. Just see the options. Option 4, option 4, option 4, answer. Without moving your pen, you can attempt it, beta. Yes, sir, but we want to learn logic. That's why I'm giving this question for you for homework also. And yes, I'm explaining. Let us do it for one. So let us do it for P. Post ozonolysis, this bond will be broken, and I'll be having double bond because reductive ozonolysis. So let us do it at least for the one. For rest, you can obviously do by yourself. So this will form a carbonyl group here, carbonyl group here. Now I have a methyl over here, I have a methyl over here. Now after this, what are you going to do? Sir, aldol. So OH minus will do what? It will create, remove hydrogen from the beta carbon. So sir, from any carbon you can do it. So this is your carbonyl group. So you can take hydrogen of this carbon also, because ultimately after that minus, the minus will be going in conjugation with this O. So this can also form minus, this can also form minus, but because this will be having, will be a better base. So let us form minus over here. And this minus will then be attacking this carbonyl group. So ultimately you are going to get what? Now please draw structures beautifully, beta, because then you will be having problem. So I'll be having these two cyclic rings. Now this is methyl and this is methyl. This is definitely, it is not joined. I beg your pardon. It is not joined. But this guy is having a double bond O, and this guy will recently become OH. How it can turn into an OH? Because this carbon will be attaching with this one. So this is the intramolecular aldol that we are doing. Now let us count how many carbons rings we have formed. I'm just randomly numbering it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 member ring on right side. And this 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 membered ring on right side. So just let us draw it beautifully. So it is a 7 membered ring on this side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. And a 5 membered ring on this side. So let me draw it with different color. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Now let us beautify it. So this first carbon is having a methyl group. So let's say this is the bridged carbon. So this is having a methyl. Then second carbon is having a double bonded O. After that, sixth carbon. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sixth carbon is having a methyl group. Seventh one is having an OH. And that's it. That's it. This is your product. Now this is just drawing, beta. So just do this drawing, and I guess I have carbonyl, next methyl, and in the bridge carbon I have OH. So carbonyl, where is the question? Carbonyl, then methyl OH, no, carbonyl, methyl, here methyl also, OH also, and 7 membered also. So P is 2. Just check, P is 2. So obviously you can do and check for these remaining questions also, and I hope you are clear. Moving to the last question. Now, before this last, just have a reading on the question by the time I just message Shreyas sir. Chalo. So moving to the last question, beta. The 16th question is telling us that again match the column, again keep an eye on the options, beta, because options can help you like anything just in the previous question. So what are the options telling you? Sir, I have this nitro. Okay, so in order to do, yes, this question will obviously ask more of you. Why? Because you have to be sound conceptually for this question. Now, what is the reactant that I'm having? Sir, a benzene ring. Then what? NO2 and Br on the para position. After that, I have CH double bonded N. Okay, it's an oxime. So this is what I have with me. Now, it is reacted first. It is reacted first with aqueous NaOH so that you will be getting P. Aqueous NaOH will give OH minus. Sir, OH minus is a base. So the base can have this because this bromine is having electron withdrawing group. So in NCERT we also know that electrophilic this minus will be loving what? Sir, plus. So it will be a nucleophilic aromatic substitution. But sir, aryl halide do not do it. But NCERT tell you na electron withdrawing group increases the reactivity. But sir, with one nitro group we need some elevated temperature also. With more electron withdrawing groups on every ortho and para position, then the normal reaction can take place just with water. But sir, shall we think that or some other thing? Beta, some other thing also you can think. What? This is a base. This is an acid. Why acid? Sir, this H plus. So can you think of an acid-base neutralization? Yes, sir. Because as per chemical kinetics, acid-base neutralization is more probable. Now, if it is more probable, think of that neutralization. So this minus will be snatching this H and I will be getting a minus over here. Now what this minus is going to form? Let us check. So I will be having this, and here this minus can now do what? Sir, now you have a minus. Now still you have this plus. So can this substitution take place? Yes, because you have electron withdrawing group. So this internal cyclization can definitely take place. So with the release of bromide ion, you can have the bromine is definitely gone, but now this CH, which is actually double bonded with nitrogen, which is actually bonded with oxygen, which has now recently been introduced with the benzene ring. Now, sir, but still medium you are saying is still basic. Ha beta, it is still basic. Sir, do you still have this acidic hydrogen? Yes, we still have this acidic hydrogen. So will this base leave this hydrogen? No. Why? Because once electron is supplied to this, the electron can jump over here, and once electron has jumped over here, nitrogen do not require this electron and it will be given to O. O is more electronegative. It will be very much happy to take this electron, and definitely some medium will be helping, because definitely after that some hydrolysis can bring H plus to this O minus, and what final product you are supposed to produce over here? Sir, everything else is just the same. Recently I have introduced this C with a triple bonded N. So this is a nitrile cyanide group. This bromine, obviously it is long gone. So this O minus will take H plus from the medium and you will form an alcohol. So OH, NO2 and cyanide group. Let us check. So this should produce CN, yes, OH, yes, NO2, yes. Sir, definitely A is matching with P is matching with 1. Definitely P is matching with 1. So two options are point blank gone. Q you do not even have to check, because this is definitely 2. I will, but you do not have to check for your exam. Now R is either 4 or 3. Now what is this R? Sir, here you have nothing. That means here you have one H, but here you have this CH3. So this is the only difference. Sir, if I have this CH3, then in this particular case, I have a CH3 over here. That means I have a CH3 over here. This means, let me just do it again for you. If I have, let me just, everything else will be same. We just have to draw this. What, sir? That instead of this hydrogen, we are having a methyl group over here. Instead of this hydrogen, we are having a methyl group over here. That means same thing will be done. And what we are going to get, sir, NO2 is still here. So bromine gone. This is C but substituted with a methyl group. This is a double bonded N, then O, and then this. Now, because further this cannot be giving any H plus, so this will be your product. Let us check whether we have a cyclized group. Sir, bromine gone and we are still only left with this. That means R is definitely 4. So Q you do not even have to check. R is definitely 4. That means Bombay. That means Bombay becomes your right answer. I hope everybody got that logic. I hope everybody got that logic. But sir, tell us for the other option also. Beta, it is also, see, S is quite simple. Why? Because this is basic medium. Sodium carbonate is a salt of strong base and weak acid. So this is just basic hydrolysis. Hydrolysis will do what? It will, all the derivatives of carboxylic acid attain what? So they attain, they form their parent carboxylic acid. So this will be having OH, so acetic acid, and this is an alcohol. So just this alcohol you will be forming, which is clearly option 5. What about this guy? It is first reacting with acid anhydride. Medium is again basic. Why? Because sodium carbonate is a base. So again sodium carbonate will induce minus over here. This minus will do acetylation. So it will be COCH3. So carboxylic acid gone. And that COCH3 will be attached. So that COCH3 will be attached. So now the bromine elimination, the bromine substitution will not take place. No. Why? Because now you do not have O minus. That O minus has been utilized by the carbonyl group of the acid anhydride. Hence you will be having this anhydride. That means Q is definitely 3. That means acha, Q is 2. Q is 2. This OH minus gone. Q is 2 or 3. Now Q is 2 beta. So acha, let me do it. Let me do Q separately for you. Let me do Q separately for you. Okay, let us do Q. Just one thing. Let us do Q. Sir, base. That means still this is gone because ultimately sodium carbonate will also give you base. So this I am doing for Q separately. So this is my minus, but yes, now I am having acid anhydride. What is acid anhydride? COCH3. So ultimately what we'll be having is this minus getting over here and this will be removed as leaving group. So ultimately I am going to get this CH with nitrogen, and this nitrogen having O will be introduced with COCH3. Okay, beta. Yes. So ultimately still beta, this carbon is having this acidic hydrogen. Beta. Although this, because the charge is gone, so I'll not be substituting this bromine. But still ultimately this hydrogen is existing and still medium is basic because of sodium carbonate. So that sodium carbonate will create that basic medium. That basic medium will remove this H. That H electron will be transferred to this, so it will be C triple bonded N, and now this guy is free to move. So this can further be released as acetic acid, and what you will be obtaining, sir, this benzene ring, NO2 is definitely here, bromine is definitely here, sir, CN is definitely here, but bromine has not got substituted. So your answer for this one, which is Q, is definitely bromine is intact, CN is there, and nitro is there. So yes, this is definitely 2. Yes. Although if you have invested, the reason I have explained you that also because we are learning. for your exam paper, you have to work smartly and you will not be required to attempt each option. Options are definitely going to help you to reach a better conclusion. I hope everybody is clear. Karan Yadav, GSS sir, need student. हाँ Karan, I remember you beta. No platform is acha. So thank you Karan, but so this is it beta. I am done with paper 1 of chemistry, and then I guess after this Shreyas sir will be coming, and yes, he is ready too. So I am ending from my end. Shreyas sir, over to you. So guys, we'll be meeting again for paper 2, and I'll be just confirming that whether that leak information is true or not. So catch you on the other side. Bye bye. Shreyas sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, my dear warriors. Let me know if I'm audible and visible to all of you. It's time to discuss the paper 1 of physics. Yes, on the PWJ English channel. And I hope, yes, I'm audible and visible. So like I mentioned before, the paper is not leaked. It was just a false rumor. So don't believe anything. So let's just focus on the paper discussion. All right. So let me know what kind of marks are you expecting in the JEE Advanced, maybe in the comment section of this particular video after the video is over, or even during the live chat. And I had made a short video yesterday on the analysis and the expected ranks for 1000, 10,000 and the cutoffs. So you can fairly get an idea of which range of ranks you can stand for. All right. So maybe you can check out that video. It's there on the channel. All right. Am I audible, visible? All right. Okay, perfect. Looks like we are. So, my dear students, the first section, obviously the single correct. So, one option is right, other options are wrong, all right, and there is negative marking as well. Now, this particular question, okay, very interesting one. There is a large disk and there are two smaller disks. Radius is R, capital R by 50. They are lying on the circumference. Smaller disks are initially in contact. Then they start to roll on the circumference surface. One goes this side with omega, the other goes this side with 2 omega. With constant velocities, you have to ignore gravitational effects. So what will happen? This will roll like this, like this, like this and come here. This will roll like this, like this, like this, like this and come here. And eventually they will meet somewhere. Okay, they will again hit. Question is, when will they again be in contact? So you have to find the time, and all the options are of time only. You cannot eliminate by looking at the options. You have no other option but to solve it properly. So I'll just draw the diagram again for you. So this is our bigger disk. Let me also draw our smaller disks out here. Just one second. I'm exaggerating it. It's not actually this small. Oh, sorry, it's not actually this big. But just for the sake of our drawing, I'm just making it slightly big. Okay. Now I'll draw center to the center line, and same thing over here, center to center line. And this particular angle that you see, that is obviously delta theta. Okay. Next important thing, this is R, that is small r. So center to center distance will be R plus small r, number one. Now since this disk is rotating with omega, the other one is rotating with 2 omega. I'll just mention it over here. This was omega, this was 2 omega. My idea is, somehow I will try to figure out what is the rate at which the angular velocity of these disks centers are changing. So one disk center is here, one disk center is here. So they both will start moving. So there is change in angular position. After some time they will meet here. So if I know the relative angular velocity and I know how much angle has been swept, I can find out the time after which they meet. Now let me give you a simple hint. If I ask you after what time do they meet, that time after which they meet, if I go in relative terms, think like this. This will have some angular velocity, the center of this. This will also have some angular velocity. this will have some angular velocity, this will also have some angular velocity. Their relative angular velocity will matter, and time is displacement upon relative speed. Time is nothing but relative displacement angular wise, angular displacement upon relative angular speed, relative angular speed. Now, if I ask you what is the relative displacement, then you might think, sir, these both are going like this. So, if I fix one of the disc, then it feels like the other disc has rotated by 360 degrees, but that is not right. This disc will not rotate by 360. Think about it, already some angle is made on this side. So when this disc will go like this relative to this fixed one and come over here, it will not exactly come back over here, it will be somewhere over here. Think about it, it will be probably somewhere over here. It will be probably somewhere over here, and that center, the final center, will again make delta theta angle, and this was anyways already delta theta. This was also anyways delta theta. So if you think carefully, you will realize that the relative angular velocity of this disk with respect to this is the fixed one, this is the fixed one, this is the moving one. So this has moved 360 minus 2 theta, basically 2 pi minus 2 theta. Do you guys get it? So this is actually 2 pi minus 2 delta theta. That is the total angular displacement. I hope this is clear. Yep. I'll be doing strategy videos, everything later on. Okay, Sudarshan 240 is a really good score, man. Next important thing, what is the relative angular speed? If this is going this way, this is going the other way, the angular speeds are in opposite directions. Opposite directions mean you should add. Just like opposite directions buses are going, relative speed will be V1 plus V2. Same way, opposite direction the angles are changing. So relative angular speed about the same center will be omega 1 plus omega 2. So from this we understand we somehow need to figure out a relationship between omega 1, omega 2 and delta theta, and then my job is done, isn't it? Okay, so what do we do now? We'll come back over here. How do I find out omega? So for that I need the speed of the center, and I think I know that already. I'll tell you how. See, this point will be moving with omega r speed, the radius of this guy. Center speed will be having omega is 2 omega into r. This center will be moving like this with a speed of just omega into small r, and then from this we can find the angular velocity about this point, and the logic for that is this particular omega, let's say I call it omega 2, will be velocity of this point divided by the radius. Velocity of this point is 2 omega r. So if you want, I'll just write it carefully. Velocity divided by radius. So velocity is nothing but 2 omega r, and the radius is nothing but r plus small r. Now if I substitute small r as it is given as r by 50, it will become, or maybe I can do that later on. We'll see if I can do that later on. Not needed right now. Same thing if I do it over here. This particular omega 1 will be velocity by radius. Velocity is omega r, and the radius is again r plus small r. So if I do omega 1 plus omega 2, it will be nothing but omega r divided by r plus r plus 2 omega r divided by r plus r. That means it will be 3 omega r divided by r plus small r. But remember, what do I want? I want to replace that small r with r by 50. So this is r by 50. Here also this is nothing but r divided by 50. As simple as that. Now you do the math and see what do you really get. So r will get cancelled, and we will have 3 omega divided by 50 divided by r plus r by 50 is 51 by 50 into r. So 51 by 50 will be there. R has got cancelled. Now 50 will also get cancelled. So it will become 3 omega divided by 5 is omega 1 plus omega 2. So this quantity over here is nothing but 3 omega by 5. So I'll just put 3 omega by 5. But this is not sufficient, as you can see. I also need to somehow take care of that delta theta. I somehow also need to take care of delta theta, isn't it? Sorry, this was 51, my bad. This was 51. Sorry, this was not 5, this was 51. I need to somehow also need to take care of my delta theta. How do I take care of that delta theta? Think about it. How do I take care of that delta theta? Use geometry. Yes, use geometry, my dear warriors. As you can see over here, this delta theta is the angle subtended. This is the radius. This is the distance between these 2 points. How much do you think this distance will be? This is smaller, that means it will be 2r. So using the concept of length of the arc is radius multiplied by the angle subtended. So the length of the arc over here is 2 small r. The radius is from this point to this point, that means it is again r plus r, and the angle subtended is delta theta. Now small r is nothing but capital R divided by 50 is equal to r plus capital R divided by 50 again, and then delta theta. Okay, so over here r will get cancelled and I am left with 2 divided by 50. 2 divided by 50 is 1 plus 1 by 50 is 51 by 50. 51 by 50 into delta theta. So therefore delta theta will be 50 cancels. It will be 2 divided by 51, but answer is in radian. We are using SI units. Everyone with this clear? So use this 2 by 51 over here. Use this 2 divided by 51 over here. Okay, 2 divided by 51 over here for delta theta. So let's substitute now. So 2 pi minus 2 into delta theta. Delta theta is 2 by 51. So just put 2 by 51 over here. Now the options that are there, I think 51 has been taken out. Okay, so fine, fair enough. So this will become just 2 pi minus 4 divided by 51, the whole thing divided by 3 omega by 51. 51 can be cancelled if I take 51 as the LCM over here. So it will become 51 multiplied by 2 pi minus 4, the whole thing divided by 3 omega. Yes, that should be the answer, guys. 51 multiplied by 2 pi minus 4 divided by 3 omega. That is exactly, this only. Yes, everyone? Yeah, everyone with me on this? Very good, very good, very good. Excellent day. Very good. Awesome. Option C, got it? Yeah, do you think fluid part is hard? We'll see whether fluid part is hard or not. Yeah, but I hope you got this particular answer. It's the same thing. If you multiply this, 51 into 2 pi will be there, 51 will cancel. So it will be minus 4 divided by 3 omega. Okay, shall we move ahead to the next question coming up on your screen? And here it is. This particular question was also a very good question. I'm so sorry, today there is no AC. Apparently it's raining in Bangalore and AC decided to give up on me. So, I will be sweating. It's okay. Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Balu. Thank you so much, Sudarshan. All right. Now, in this particular question, what is happening? There is a circuit of a capacitor connected with a coil. That bigger coil is over here with n number of turns per unit length, cross section and length is also given. And this d square is much larger than s, meaning that it is a long solenoid. So all our approximations are valid. There is also another coil which is inside of it, whose length is d by 2. Area is also half, but number of turns per unit length are double. And what is happening? The smaller coil is not connected to anything. They are rather shorted, meaning those terminals of the smaller coil, you can see it is just connected over here. Okay, it's not connected to anything else. The bigger coil, as you can see, it is connected via this AC source to this capacitor like this. Okay. Now the what is there? Self-inductance of the bigger one is L. Then what is the resonant frequency of the circuit? Neglect resistance and all of that. Now this is basically LC oscillation. Now I'll tell you, imagine this. Forget that AC source. They have just asked the frequency, resonant frequency. So the source does not really matter. The source is a driving circuit. the frequency of resonance is a natural phenomena because of its inductive capacitive properties. If the smaller coil was not there, then 1 by root of LC would be the answer. But the problem is the smaller coil is there, so that is why mutual inductance will also play some effect. So is there some direct formula? The answer is no. So we have to go with the derivations, no other option apart from that. So let me just go over here and start with a basic thing that, where is it? Yeah. If I have both of these coils converted into a single inductor, this is capacitance, this is L effective, my job is done. Then the frequency, I think they had asked angular frequency or something, yeah. So yes, angular frequency of resonance is nothing but 1 over root of L effective multiplied by C. So the only thing we need to do is figure out what is that L effective. If you look at the options also, everything has C. So as you can notice, 5L, 6, 15L, 4, 3L2, 3L2. So essentially we have to find the effective inductance in terms of L, in terms of the bigger coil's inductance. Remember, capital L is the self-inductance of the bigger coil. Okay, so how do I deal with such a problem? First of all, if you just focus on the bigger coil, all right, what and all is given? Number of turns per unit length capital N, distance D, area S. Okay, S is the area, D is given and N is given. So self-inductance is given by mu naught N square, area of cross section into the distance. This is what L will be. This is for that big coil. I'm talking about the big coil. The voltage drop across that big coil, now observe this carefully, will have two terms in it. If it was a solo coil, then it will be just L di by dt. Remember the EMF formula across an inductor, L di by dt. But the moment there is mutual inductance also, so then there will be one more additional term to calculate the total voltage drop. I hope you guys understand this. Yeah. My first impression after seeing the JEE Advanced paper, I'm like, it's good, man. It's lengthy, it's good. It will be fun to solve. Question selection would definitely play a very, very important role. Isn't it? Yeah, that's what I felt. So what will it be? It will be nothing but L times rate of change of current in that bigger coil. So there could be some current in that bigger coil, di1 by dt, plus mutual inductance between those two coils into rate of change of current in that smaller coil. This is what I feel. Okay. Now there is also the smaller coil out here. That smaller coil, remember, it is really not connected to anything. It is just shorted. So I think there will be some current I2 in it. This is the smaller coil, and what and all is given? Number of turns 2n, S by 2, and also distance D by 2. Distance D by 2, this is S by 2, and this is 2n. So the inductance, the self-inductance of that smaller coil will be same formula, mu naught, but here n will be 2n, area of cross section will be S by 2, length will be D by 2. Oh, this is square, do not forget that. So interestingly, 2 square is 4 and 2 2s are also 4. So that will get cancelled and will be left out with mu naught n square S multiplied by D. Guess what? This number is exactly this. So this is L. So the inductance of the smaller coil is also L. Coincidentally, both the coils' self-inductance is the same by coincidence. Okay, that's not all. Now we have to also write down the voltage drop across that, smaller loop. Smaller loop will be induct L into di2 by dt plus mutual inductance into D, but this time it will be the current of the bigger coil mutually affecting it like this. Is that right, everyone? Now, because the smaller coil is not really connected to anything, so there is shorting which is happening here. It is shorted. That means 0 volts of difference between the ends. So this is basically going to be 0. So if I rearrange this, I'm just going to get m di by dt with a negative sign. Ls is nothing but L di2 divided by dt. Right? Now, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Think about it. What is the reason for doing this? What is the reason for doing this? I have an idea. Do you see this di2 by dt over here? This is also having di2 by dt. How about taking L below, and I will get just di2 by dt. This Ls technically is L only, so I can bring that L over here. Now what I can do now is take this number, and you can see right over here, I can just substitute it in this particular equation. Is that right? So let's just do that and see what really do we get. Okay, what do we really get? So therefore, the voltage difference in that big loop will be L times di1 by dt plus mutual inductance into di2 by dt is nothing but this whole number. So I will just put m times negative m by L into di1 divided by dt right over here. So this will become L times of di1 by dt minus m square divided by L into di1 by dt. Now I can see di1 by dt common in both the places, so might as well do that. So L minus m square divided by L common di1 divided by dt. I am almost there. I am almost there. Can you see that? I am almost there. I just need to figure out what m is. If I know what m is and I substitute that, I will get the voltage difference in terms of the rate of change of current. I will get the voltage difference in that big coil as something times di by dt. That something only is the effective inductance. Only thing remaining is m. How do I find out m? That's not a big deal. I'll tell you how. Okay. If you notice that bigger coil is the one which is carrying some current. The smaller coil which is there inside is having EMF induced. So if I try to find how much flux is there in that smaller coil, it will be magnetic field due to the big coil multiplied by the area of the smaller coil, but multiplied by the number of turns. Remember, magnetic flux is field into area, but that field into area will come multiple times because the coil will be having some number of turns. Okay? Alright. So what do we do now? Magnetic field due to the big coil is nothing but mu naught, number of turns is n into I. Okay, mu naught n I. Alright, multiplied by area of the smaller coil. Area of the smaller coil is clearly mentioned as S by 2, so just put S by 2 over here. Last thing, number of turns. How many number of turns will be there? See, number of turns per unit length is 2n. The length is d by 2. So if you multiply that length with number of turns per unit length, you will get the total number of turns. So it will be 2n into d by 2. So this will be 2n multiplied by d by 2. That's the number of turns out here. 2 will cancel, and what am I remaining with? Mu naught n I1, 2 got cancelled, S n d. Is that right? S n d, and this thing divided by 2. So this is nothing but mu naught n square S d whole thing divided by 2 into I1. I immediately realized one thing. Mu naught n square S d. look at this, mu naught n square SD is nothing but L, so might as well look at it as L by 2 into I is the flux in the smaller coil. This means this number is the mutual inductance. This is that mutual inductance M, because flux in the smaller coil is L by 2 into current. This is nothing but current in the bigger coil. Current in the bigger coil. So this number has to be the mutual coefficient of inductance. So M is L by 2. So I can substitute M as L by 2 over here, and I think I will get the answer. So my dear warriors, delta V in that big loop will be L minus. All right, L minus, what will I have, guys? Think about it. Over here, M square is there. M square means L by 2 square. M is L by 2. So L by 2 whole square will be there, divided by L is there. This whole thing into di1 by dt is also there. Okay, so this is nothing but L square by 4. So L minus, one of the L will get cancelled. L by 4 into di1 by dt. So this will become 3L by 4 into di1 by dt. So this is the voltage drop in that big loop. Means this number that you see over here, this is the effective inductance. This is the effective inductance. Okay, because voltage is some L into di by dt. That is the current flowing within itself, the bigger one. I1 stands for bigger loop current, I2 stands for smaller loop current. So the L effective is 3L by 4, but this is inside the root. Root of 4 is 2, so 2 goes on the top, and we will be left with 3LC. 2 by root 3LC, which is this option, C for your Captain Shreyas. Is it nice? Isn't it amazing question? Let me know quickly in the chat box. Amazing question, isn't it? All right. So that was this particular question. Moving on to the next one coming up on your screen. There is a solid cylinder. Okay, there is a solid cylinder which is rolling. The speed is also given, and they tell that it comes till here, and then there is an edge, so it falls down due to gravity. So as it rotates, what will happen is, on that edge, its speed will slowly start changing, and there is a point when it will lose contact. Such type of question is also there in H.C. Verma as a basic one, where there is a hemisphere and a block is there, and it loses contact at some angle. I think cos inverse 2 by 5 or cos inverse 3 by 5. But there it was just a block, it was translating. Here it is rotating, and this is an edge. So how do we solve this question? Concept is identical. Normal force will become 0 when it loses contact. Speed will keep varying because it is slowly going to lower its center of mass when it turns about the edge. And maybe we have to apply energy conservation, rolling concept, speed we have to substitute, and finally Newton's laws for making normal 0. Alright, so let's do that then. It's not a big deal. This is our surface, and then it comes here like this. Over here it was like this, and it will come till here. Till here no problem, but after this it will start to turn, as you can see. Over here the center is in the vertical line. As you can see over here, the center is making some angle with the vertical line. And I can mark that particular angle right over here as, let's say, theta. Okay. Now if you observe carefully, you will realize that earlier the center was here. Now the center has come over here, and in this process my center of mass has basically gone like this. This is how my center of mass has gone. So if I drop a horizontal line, I can figure out the distance by which the center of mass has lowered in this particular process. If this is theta, this particular height, needless to say, because this is r cos theta, it will be r minus r cos theta, which is a standard thing which you have been practicing again and again. If this is radius r, this is r cos theta, that is r. So r minus r cos theta is that height. So basically it will be r into 1 minus cos theta. That should be the height lowering of the center of mass. Now that can give me the velocity of that particular body. See, right now it will have some velocity. When it is here, it will have a completely different velocity. So original velocity was v naught, and that v naught was how much? Root gr by 3. Okay, so it was root gr by 3. Also it will have angular velocity. Over here it will have new velocity. You can say it is almost turning about this edge with some angular velocity omega. Same angular speed it will have over here also. This is the instantaneous center of rotation. All of that concepts are still valid. So I can say here kinetic energy, rotational plus translation, will convert into new rotation and translational energy, and loss of potential energy is also involved. Or rather, here it had excess potential energy. That potential and the kinetic converted into the new rotational and translational energy. So I can say easily the kinetic energy initially plus the potential energy initially converted into the final kinetic energy. What is the kinetic energy initially? Let's try to find that out first. So the kinetic energy initially will be half mass into v naught square plus half, what is it? It's a solid cylinder. That means the moment of inertia will be mr square divided by 2 into angular velocity square. So omega naught will be v naught by r whole square. Translational plus rotation. So this is translational, this is rotational. So what will happen? R square will cancel. 2 2s are 4. So it will become half m v naught square plus 1 by 4 m v naught square. 1/4 plus 1/2 is 3 by 4 m v naught square. But v naught is already given to me. And how much is it? It is given to be root 3 gr by 3. Root gr by 3, sorry. Root gr by 3. So squaring it, 3 will cancel. Okay, m is also there. Yeah, m is also there. So it will become 3 cancels. So mgr divided by 4. mgr divided by 4 will be the initial kinetic energy. Till this point, absolutely clear? Everyone? All right, I'm out already. Can you please guide me because I didn't do much percentile. Ojas Wuneri, I will definitely answer your question. Maybe you can put it up in the comments. I will definitely respond to it. Okay, cool. Now, what about potential energy? The change of potential energy. Change of potential energy, which is nothing but mgh. M is m, g is g. Height is nothing but r into 1 minus cos of theta. Okay, that is also done. Last thing before we apply energy conservation, and that is Newton's law. At this point somewhere the normal force will go off. Mg is there like this. Maybe friction is also involved. So this is normal which has vanished. This is mg, what will it be? This will be theta cos theta, so sine theta. So this will be mg sine theta, this will be friction, this will be mg cos theta. Do you see it is going in a circular path? So there will be centripetal acceleration. So do not forget to show centripetal acceleration also. Is that right? Yes, there is also tangential acceleration, but I'm not really bothered about it right now. Centripetal acceleration is there. So in this direction, only one force. So if I use net force is mass multiplied by acceleration. Net force is just mg cos theta. Normal force is absent. Mass is m. Acceleration is centripetal. Centripetal acceleration is v square divided by r. Cancels, so I will get v square. V square is rg cos theta. Rg cos theta. This is when normal becomes 0. That's because it is mentioned it loses contact. It loses contact means normal becomes 0. Now using all of this, I think I will frame my energy equation. So my energy equation will look like this. Initial kinetic energy plus potential energy will convert into final kinetic energy. All right. What is the initial kinetic energy? We just got it somewhere over here. Initial kinetic was mgr by 4. So I'll just put mgr divided by 4. Potential energy mgr 1 minus cos theta, mgr 1 minus cos theta. What about final kinetic energy? Well, think about it. When I write final kinetic energy, it will have half mv square, this velocity, and also rotational energy. So plus half I, which is mr square by 2, into omega, which is again v by r whole square. So this will become, this is not needed. Okay, half mv square, this 2 2s are 4, so 1 by 4 mv square. So half plus 1/4 is 3/4, so 3/4 mv square. But v square is rg cos theta, so I can write this as 3 by 4 rg cos theta. 3 by 4 rg cos theta. So the final kinetic energy will be 3 mgr cos theta divided by 4. Okay, mg will cancel. In fact, r will also get cancelled. So I am just simply left out with 1/4 plus 1 minus cos theta is 3/4 cos theta. So 1 plus 1 by 4 is 5 by 4. Cos theta goes on the other side. Cos theta plus 3/4 cos theta, 7 by 4. So 7 by 4 cos theta, 4 cancels. So cos theta is 5 by 7. Is that right? But I don't think that is the question. The question is, what is the speed of the center of mass? That means they are asking what is v. So v square is rg cos theta. So I will say, but just like we did it over here, yeah, do not forget that, but v square is rg cos theta. So cos theta is 5 by 7. That means velocity is root 5 by 7 and rg. So is that option there somewhere? Yes, 5gr by 7. That's absolutely the right answer. So the concept of center of mass coming down, calculating potential energy, also the concept of rotational motion, translational and rotational kinetic energy, and energy conservation, centripetal acceleration, Newton's laws. Overall, a good mechanics question. Yeah, overall, a good mechanics question. Yeah, everyone? Cool. Let's go to the next one on your screen, and here it comes. A double convex lens made of glass, refractive index is given, radius of curvature is also given, they are immersed in a liquid is also given. The correct plot showing the power and the units of diopter as a function is how much? Okay, so if you are putting this kind of thing inside any medium, so the refractive index relatively will change, focal length will change, power will change. So if I get a relationship between power and NL, my job is done, an equation, because then I can curve fit it looking at the equation what kind of curve it should be. So what I will do, I'll first write down lens maker formula. The new focal length will be relative refractive index minus 1 by R1 minus 1 by R2. Now since we have been asked everything in diopters and all of that, so better to keep radius, everything also in meters. So relative focal length. Refractive index of the glass is 1.5, of the medium is not known. So I will write this as 1.5 divided by relative refractive index minus 1. Radius of curvature is given to be 20 centimeters, that means 0.2 meters. So I'll put everything in meters to keep answer in diopters, right? SI units. 1.5 is 3 by 2, so 3 by 2 NL, if I take common, and minus NL over here, perfect, and this will be 2 divided by 0.2. So this is what I get. Now shift this NL on this side, so NL divided by F nu is 3 minus NL, the whole thing divided by 2, and 2 by 0.2 is nothing but 10. Now this is nothing but 5 into 3 minus NL. Now guess what this number is? The power of a lens inside any medium is not 1 by FL, it is actually refractive index of that medium divided by the focal length. So this is a common misconcept which many kids have. So this only is the new power. This is only the new power. It is not 1 by F. Now if you notice this kind of equation, it is obviously a linear equation. Linear equation means it should be a straight line, and there is only one such graph which is a straight line, which is right over here. Got it? Yeah. So many kids made a mistake in this problem. That's what I got to know. Yeah, because they took only 1 by F and they got a curve, which is wrong, and many websites also have given that as the answer, which is wrong, because some students send me that screenshot, sir, but I thought this is the answer, that is the answer. So guys, that was wrong. Okay, whatever websites you sent me as screenshots were wrong. Okay, section 2 guys, multiple correct. Beautiful question. Let's read it first and then figure out. Now this kind of question, it's quite manipulative mathematically. Other than that, the complexity is not there in the concept as such. It's just that you need to know these formulas and somehow fix it in these given forms, especially for this question. So it's a simple hydrogen atom, single electron, one proton, one electron. Speed, radius, kinetic energy are given of the kth orbit. The electron goes from nth orbit to Lyman series. Lyman means the first orbit. So considering h to be Planck's constant, what are these numbers going to be? Magnitude of change of kinetic energy, magnitude of change of de Broglie wavelength, frequency of radiation, magnitude of change of total energy. Maybe we'll start with kinetic energy first, maybe we'll get total energy. From total energy we might get frequency, and maybe we can also get wavelength also somehow. Alright, I think that might be the flow. Let's see. What do we do? So what we can do now, if you look at this particular expression, it has velocity, radius, h and 4 pi. That should ring a bell in your head that angular momentum of electron by Bohr's quantization is nh by 2 pi. So maybe we have to use that. Okay, maybe. I'm not saying we will have to, but I'm saying maybe we'll have to use that. Okay. Excuse me. Now, because we have been given Lyman series, Lyman means it has to go from n to 1, n to 1. Now, if it has to go from n to 1, alright, because that's what is clearly mentioned, and we have to find the change of the magnitude of the kinetic energy. Okay, so change of that kinetic energy will be half m. It has gone from m to 1, so final minus initial, that's your normal thing which you will do, isn't it? So half m, mass of the electron, into speed in the first orbit square, minus half mass into speed of the nth orbit square. Now because I can see h in the answer, I feel we have to get linear momentum and angular momentum in the picture somehow, and the way to do that along with velocity seems to be like this. Half, check this out, leave that as it is, m1 or mass into v square, I can write it as mv1 into v1 minus mvn into vn. That's it. Now why did Shreyas sir do this? Logic is as follows. Angular momentum is nh by 2 pi. Angular momentum is mvr, which is nh by 2 pi. Therefore, velocity into mass will become nh by 2 pi r. Perfect. So instead of mass into velocity, I can write nh by 2 pi r. So I'll just do that substitution. So it is half, and then we will have n will be 1 into h divided by 2 pi is the first orbit, so r1 into v1 minus mvn, that is the nth orbit, so n into h divided by 2 pi rn. These subscripts and n are very important, and this is vn. h by 2 pi is common. 2 pi into 2 will become 4 pi. So h by 4 pi is there, and this is v1 by r1 minus n vn divided by rn. That is the change of kinetic energy. Let's see. H by 4 pi, n vn by rn minus v1 by r1. Now you guys are wondering, sir, this is first, this is second, but don't you see the mod over there? So it is absolutely correct. So if I try to find delta k mod, So I can write h by 4 pi, whichever is bigger comes first, and then later on, or just put mod and put n Vn by Rn minus V1 by R1, which is the same thing over here. So option A is definitely correct. Can you see that? Option A is definitely correct. Now from change in kinetic energy, we can get total energy. How? Do you remember kinetic energy is negative of total energy? Exactly that concept, nothing more, nothing less. So what we are going to do, okay, we don't need this. I'm going to say kinetic energy is negative of total energy, or total energy is negative of kinetic energy. I'll say total energy is negative of kinetic energy. So the total energy change is also negative of the change of the kinetic energy. So total energy will be exactly this magnitude wise. So if I calculate the magnitude of it, it will be h by 4 pi, and then we will have n Vn by Rn minus V1 by R1. Is that right, everyone? Okay, so immediately we can say total energy is h by, oh, 2 pi is there, not 4 pi. Rest everything is the same. So this 2 pi is the problem, guys. So this is wrong. So if you misread the question or make a silly mistake while calculating, you are gone. This was 4 pi, not 2 pi. So that is not the right answer. Now we can go to either de Broglie wavelength or the frequency or whatever. Okay. So what do we now do for the frequency part? For frequency, think guys. Come on. What do we do for the frequency part? Look at the options and then you will get an idea. E square is there, epsilon is there, h is there, radius is there. I want frequency. When I change the orbit, energy of the orbit will change, and that energy change in the orbit will give me a photon. So can I write it in terms of epsilon at least now? No. For epsilon, I need Coulomb's law. So without Coulomb's law, I don't think I will get epsilon naught. Oh my god. So we need to go somewhere weird, and we will say that because that electron is going in a orbit around that nucleus, so I can say the force is equal to mass into centripetal acceleration. That force is 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught, charge at the center into charge of the electron into radius square, mass into velocity square by radius. So from this I will get mv square, rr will cancel, is E square divided by 4 pi epsilon naught into r. One of the r has gone. Looking at mv square, I get an idea. I can just write it as half mv square will be half of this. So it will be E square divided by 8 pi epsilon naught r, and this is nothing but my kinetic energy, and my kinetic energy will be nothing but E square divided by 8 pi epsilon naught r. Now what do I do with this kinetic energy? Think about it. What do I do? It's of no use. I want to find energy of photon. For that I need the total energy, and I know just now I had told you energy is negative of kinetic. So now I can say that energy is negative of kinetic. So therefore the energy in the nth orbit, will be negative E square divided by 8 pi epsilon naught r in the nth orbit. Now I will say energy in the nth orbit minus energy in the first orbit will be h into f. The difference of the energies will be the energy of the photon, right? Energy difference in the orbit will be the energy of the photon. So if I find the difference, it will look something like this. Observe this carefully. Observe this carefully. So this will be minus E square divided by 8 pi epsilon naught Rn minus E square divided by 8 pi epsilon naught R1. We are talking about the first orbit, is equal to h into f. Therefore frequency will be, h will come down, many of the terms are common, so E square is common, even 8 is common, pi is common, epsilon naught is common, h has come down. and we'll be left with 1 by R1 minus 1 by Rn. Now check this out. I think that is the frequency. E square by 8 pi epsilon naught h, 1 by R1 minus 1 by Rn, absolutely what is there in the options. Absolutely what is there in the options. So this is correct. Nothing wrong over there. Alright, till this point, clear my dear warriors? Yeah, so till now, A has been marked correct, C has been marked correct, D is wrong. If you by mistake mark wrong answers, depending on the instructions, you might get either a negative mark or 0 mark, okay? Now, magnitude of the change in the de Broglie wavelength of the electron. Now, what many people try to do, they try to find momentum, and from that they try to get de Broglie wavelength. But I feel that was not needed. There is one interesting thing which you can do. De Broglie wavelength into the principal quantum number is the circumference of that orbit. That is the standard result of atomic structure. You take the de Broglie wavelength of the electron, multiply it n number of times. If it is in the second orbit 2 times, third orbit 3 times, you will get the circumference. And I feel we get the circumference somewhere. Like for example, when you try to find the kinetic energy, like where is it? Right over here. Check this out. Check this particular out, this particular expression, and we'll play around with this. Okay? We are just going to play around with this particular equation. Because if you look at the option, it says how can it be expressed in terms of kinetic energy. That's why I'm going to kinetic energy expression. This is very important. That's why I said manipulation. You can get the answer in any terms, but the final option is in terms of kinetic energy, or else you will struggle. That's why I'm focusing on this equation. So that kinetic energy will be E square is there on the top. I will write 4 epsilon naught separately, 4 epsilon naught separately, 2 pi r separately, multiplied by 2 pi r. Now what is this 2 pi r? It is the circumference. It is the circumference, so it will become E square divided by 4 epsilon naught multiplied by the circumference. But we all know what happens to that circumference. It is nothing but n times of lambda. So it will become E square divided by 4 epsilon naught multiplied by n times of lambda. So this is the kinetic energy in the nth orbit. This is nothing but the kinetic energy in the nth orbit. If the radius is Rn, I can say this is the circumference of the nth orbit, so that will have n lambda. Now since the de Broglie wavelength is asked, so therefore lambda will be, Kn will come down, rest of the things as it is, it will be E square divided by 4 epsilon naught into n into Kn. So that's it. Now as per the given thing, what's the question? They have asked what's the change in the de Broglie wavelength. So the change in the de Broglie wavelength will be E square divided by 4 epsilon naught n Kn minus E square divided by 4, again epsilon naught, n will be 1, k will be also 1, k1. So this will become E square common, 4 epsilon naught also is common, and what will remain inside the bracket is 1 by n Kn minus 1 by k1. That's what it will be, n Kn minus k1. Now check this out. This is the problem, n is missing, so this term is wrong, so B is wrong. N Kn is missing. Okay, n times of Kn is missing. Such small things they have focused on. Is that nice question? Correct? Such a small thing, guys. So many chances of making a silly mistake are there. Great. Very good. So answer is A and C, as you can notice. Next question on your screen, here it comes. This was, I think, one of the easy questions. It was just about time, that if you spend 5 to 7 minutes maximum on this question, you can easily get this. Projectile motion, not at all difficult, very easy to moderate, I will consider it. Only you have to check the options, that's all. So the angles are given and they are asking whether it reaches that point or not. That point is 1 meter high at a distance of 5 meters and theta is 45, theta is 30. What is the angle, what is the speed, etc. So let me tell you how it works. I'll just do the first two options, remaining two options you can do it on your own. So you are throwing it with some speed u, making some angle theta. This is your x coordinate, this is your y coordinate, which is 1 meter. X coordinate I think is 5 meter. Check this out. Yeah, 5 and 1 meter. P is not necessarily the highest point. So what happens is the trajectory equation will look something like this. So it has to pass through this point. So the trajectory equation is as follows. Y is equal to x tan theta minus gx square by 2 u square cos square theta. That's all. You just have to use the trajectory equation 2 times, once for 45 degrees, once for 30 degrees. I will leave that up to you for doing it for 30 degrees, the remaining two options. Rest all I will try to do in front of you. So let's keep theta as 45 degrees, 45 degrees, and see what do we get as the answer. Okay, x coordinate 5, y coordinate 1, g is 10, or I can leave it as g. Speed is 5 root g by 2. Speed is 5 root g, and the whole thing is divided by 2. Okay. So let's try and substitute. Y coordinate is 1, x coordinate is 5. X coordinate is 5. So y is 1, x is 5, tan 45 is 1, g is g, x means 5, so 5 square divided by 2. This square will be 5 square multiplied by g, 2 square is 4, cos 45 is 1 by root 2, whole square of 1 by root 2. So this will become 5 minus g will cancel, 5 square will also cancel. Okay, so 1 by, what else is there? 2 will cancel, 1 by 4. So 4 goes on the top, so it will be 1. So this means LHS equals to RHS, which means this fits the trajectory equation. So that's why if theta is 45, V has to be this, so that it passes through that particular point for it to fit inside the trajectory equation. It was just a question on trajectory equation. Same thing you can do it for this guy also. Now the only thing left is particle reaches maximum height before, afterwards, or when. So for that, see, if it has to reach maximum height, that means horizontal distance, it should be range by 2. So let's try to find out the horizontal distance at max height, maximum height. That is obviously range divided by 2, correct? At a range half point, you will see it has reached the maximum height, So range is 2u square sine theta cos theta by g. So this will become 2u square sine theta cos theta whole thing by g, and that whole thing by 2, 2 will cancel. But u is this number, 5 root g by 2. So 5 root g divided by 2 whole square, sine of 45 cos of 45 whole thing divided by 2 multiplied by g. Just see how much is this coming. Root g square is g, it will cancel out. 5 is there, then 4 is there from this 2 square. This 2 is also there, g has got cancelled out. Sine 45 and cos 45 is nothing but 1 divided by root 2. That is also 1 divided by root 2. Just check this out. This root 2 into root 2 is 2, 2 2s are 4, 4 4s are 16. Just see this. This is coming out to be 5 divided by 16. Is that right? Everyone? 5, 5. Oh, one more 5 is there. Sorry, 5 square is there. So 25 by 16. So 25 by 16. Now 25 by 16 is definitely less than 5, meaning the maximum height is reached much before it reaches that point. Okay, so this is nothing but 25 by 16 as per this logic. This number is 25 by 16 and it is lesser than 5 meters. So the maximum height is reached before it reaches the topmost point. So that is why option A and B comes out to be correct. C and D, if you try it out, I think it comes out to be wrong. Okay. Thunder Viper, C is also correct for this one. Which one? This one? No, it is wrong. Okay. For this question, it is wrong. You can try it out. Okay, I have tried it myself, so it didn't come out correctly. So that's why I have marked only A and B. This is like the proper answer key. You don't have to worry about anything. Okay. All right. Moving on to the next question, number 7 on your screen. A quasi-static cycle of a monoatomic ideal gas contains an isothermal process AB followed by an isochoric process BC, adiabatic process CA. Okay, and the question is, the volumes of the gases are V1 and V2 at A and B. If the cycle has input Q in, output Q out, the efficiency, which is standard formula, the corrected statements given log 2.7. Do you remember I had made a strategy video and had told thermodynamics, mechanics, electromagnetism, that means EMI, magnetic effects, all these things. 100% majority of the questions will be from there, and if you analyze the paper, you will see majority of the questions are from thermo, heat basically, mechanics, that too rotational rigid body and all of that, and electromagnetic concept. Majority. You see the entire paper exactly like I predicted. Now, volume ratio is given, heat is released in the process smaller than the heat absorbed in the process for given volume. Eta does not depend on the temperature. The temperature of the gas is this many times, the pressure of the gas is this many times. Let's start with option 1, and the heat released in the process BC is smaller than that one. Okay, so what we can do, we can just reconsider this and analyze it. It's just mentioned that something V2 and V1 is, yeah, everywhere V2 by V1 is 8 if I am not wrong, V2 by V1 is 8. So we have to consider that, I believe, in all the options. Now, one by one, let's go. A to B process, what kind of process it is? A to B process. A to B process is isothermal. Okay, so this is nothing but isothermal. This is adiabatic. This is obviously isochoric. Isochoric. And the first option is all about the heat released in BC versus heat absorbed in AB. Heat absorbed in AB, heat released in BC. Okay. Adiabatic, obviously Q will be 0. There is no heat absorbed or released at all. So whatever happens has to happen here and over here. Now, as you can see in isothermal process right over here, the volume is expanding, interesting. So I think it is this part where the heat will be absorbed. So I will call it Q in. And isochoric, this is same volume, but pressure is reducing. So in this process, heat will come out. But the entire process is cyclic clockwise. So for a clockwise cycle, this is very important. For a clockwise cyclic process, remember the work total and the heat total both are equal, and that will be positive. If it is anti-clockwise, it will be negative. Now, if net heat is positive, just focus on this part. Net heat is positive. Net heat will be nothing but Q in minus Q out. That should be positive. Why this negative? Because heat out means negative heat. It's going out, it's releasing by sign convention. If this has to be positive, it means that Q in is more than Q out. That means heat absorbed, this is heat absorbed in the process of A to B, is more than heat which is released from the process B to C. Isn't that exactly that option, guys? Heat released in the process BC is smaller than the heat absorbed. Heat absorbed is more, heat released is less. Heat released is less, heat absorbed is more. So yes, this particular option seems to be absolutely right. Nothing wrong. Now let's focus on these two. What is the ratio of the temperatures or the pressures between A and B, or B, A and C? Okay, interesting. So we have to focus on A, B and C. All right. Now, for this particular process, so this is V1, this is V2. V2 is 8 times of V1. Okay. Now, V1, if I call it as, let's say, VA, this will become 8 times of VA. This will also become 8 times of VA. Till this point clear? As per the options, okay, I'm just focusing on the options over here. All right. Now, where is it? Where did we go? Now, between A and C, between AC, between A to C, because it is adiabatic process, PA VA raised to gamma is PC VC raised to gamma. It is also mentioned it is monoatomic gas. That means gamma is 5 by 3. So therefore, PA VA raised to 5 by 3 is PC. VC is nothing but V2, which is 8 times of that. So 8 times of VA whole raised to 5 by 3. Now from this, my pressure at point C will become pressure at point A. This will become VA divided by 8 times of VA whole raised to 5 by 3, which is pressure at point A. VA will cancel. 1/3 root of 8 is nothing but 2. So this will become 1 by 2 and the remaining power will be 5. 1 by 3 cube root of 8 is 2. So that's why that 2 has come. And this 2 raised to 5 is 32. So this will become PA divided by 32. Therefore, my pressure at point A is 32 times pressure at C. Pressure at A is 32 times pressure at C. Pressure at A is 32 times pressure at C. Oh, I do not know what is the pressure at, what do you say? This is between A and C. This is between A and C. This, what I have got, is between A and B. All right, we need to do something more then, because as you can notice, this is between A and B. But there is something else given between A and C. We are talking about the temperature also. Fine, we will think about that as well. How do I go between B and C? What do I do between B and C, guys? Think about it. What do I do between B and C? Think. Azad, I'll be teaching online badges also very soon, but not yet here. Okay, very soon I'll be teaching. I can do one thing, because the question says, what is it? Temperature of the gas A and at C. Temperature of the gas A and C. I have an idea. How about using this? PA/VA, ideal gas law, divided by TA is PC VC divided by TC. Okay, so what is PC? PC is PA by 32. This is PA divided by 32. What is volume at point C? Volume at point C is 8 times of volume at A. 8 times of volume of A. This divided by TC. Now PA is there, VA is there, TA is also there. PA got cancelled, VA got cancelled. Therefore 1 by TA is equal to, this will become 1 by 4 times of TC. Therefore TA is 4 times of TC. TA is 4 times of TC. TA is 4 times of the temperature at C. This is also absolutely clear. Everybody till this point, cool? Okay, perfecto, awesome, awesome. What about this? The pressure of the gas at A is 4 times the pressure at B. Is 4 times the pressure at B. Now, for that, again, you need to find a relationship between A and B. Remember, PA VA will be equal to PB VB. So, use that and you will get another relationship, guys. This is not a big deal. If you want, I will just write it on this side. PA, PA VA is equal to PB VB because it is isothermal process. Pressure into volume is constant. Volume at B is 8 times the volume at A. So PB is 8 into VA over here. This is PA and this is VA. So VA will cancel. So pressure at A is 8 times pressure at B. This is definitely going to make this option wrong. PA is 8 times of that, not 4 times. So here it mentions 4 times. This is definitely a wrong option. So the only thing remaining is this particular thing. For a given value of V2 by V1, efficiency does not depend on the temperature of the isothermal process. Now this was an unnecessary long option. I would definitely avoid that option, guys, because it will take away a lot of my time in the actual examination. But still, you know, we'll have to do that question because it's there. So this is a lengthy question, but a moderate question. It's unnecessarily lengthy. See, till this point it is fine. Till this point everybody can get it. And immediately you can say, this is wrong, this is correct, this is correct. But this I do not know whether it is correct or wrong. So if you spend a lot of time, you will unnecessarily lose that time. You might get it correctly, but not worth it. Okay, I would just leave that. I will get partial marking if partial marking was there. That's what I would do. Anyways, coming back to the efficiency part. Efficiency is given by, where has it been mentioned? Q in minus Q out by Q in. Q in minus Q out by Q in. Q in minus Q out divided by Q in. Now what is this Q in minus Q out, guys? What can I do with it? Can I do something with it? No, I don't think so. We have to find it out. There is no other option. So I will just write Q out over here and Q in over here. Now what is this Q out? Basically Q out is isochoric, Q in is isothermal. So 1 minus Q out is Q in the isochoric process, Q in the isochoric process, Q out, and Q in is in the isothermal process, Q in the isothermal process. So this will become 1 minus isochoric. In isochoric, work done is 0. Do not forget, in isochoric process, work done is 0. That means whatever heat is there will be equal to the work done. And in isothermal, delta U is 0. That means whatever heat is there will be sorry, what did I just do over here? My bad. Everything went. So sorry guys, this is okay, there are some things pasted here, that's why it went off. Anyways, I'll just write it. What was it? Q in minus Q out by Q in. Okay. Q in minus Q out divided by Q in. So this will be 1 minus Q out divided by Q in. Now Q out is nothing but isochoric, and this was nothing but isothermal. So in isochoric process, work done is 0. So therefore heat is delta U. And in isothermal process, delta U is 0. So that's why heat is exactly the work done. So use that concept over here. So 1 minus, for isochoric, heat is delta U. What is delta U? It is nothing but N CV delta T. What is CV? CV for monoatomic gas is 3R by 2 and delta T will be there. But delta T between which 2 points? Between B and C. Between B and C. Then for isothermal process, heat is work and the formula is nRT, or you can also use PAVA, right, into log of V2 by V1. So I can also write this as PAVA into ln volume at B upon volume at A. Now, when you try to find the temperature difference between B and C, don't think it will actually matter what the temperature at B is, because the difference will come out to be constant and you will see how. 1 minus, alright, observe this now. This will become 3 by 2. Instead of nR delta T between B and C, what I can write it as is PB VB minus PC VC. PB VB minus PC VC, nR delta T, and over here we have PA VA by log of VB by VA. Log of VB by VA is nothing but 8 by 1. That's it. Now these things, PB, VC and all of that, guys, I can write it in terms of whatever I have got over here. PB is PA by 8. Can you see that? PB is PA by 8. PB is nothing but PA divided by 8. VB is nothing but 8 times of VA. VC is also 8 times of VA. PC, we got it over here. PC is PA by 32, is nothing but PA by 32. If you notice the entire trend, it is not depending on temperature of that line AB. Everything is dependent on PA, VA indirectly, not exactly, the temperature of point A to B. Because what will happen when you write everything in terms of pressure at point A, pressure at point B, pressure at point A, volume at point A. So VA is there, PA is there, PA is there, VA is there, PA is there, VA is there. It will all get cancelled and I'll get a pure numeric answer. So PA and VA will get cancelled completely. That is why it is not dependent on the temperature. So that was the whole logic of this, and you will notice, yes, it was not depending on the temperature. A, B and C is the right answer. Okay, A, B and C is the right answer for this. Is that okay, guys? Because I am writing every single term in terms of PA and VA. Cool? Everybody? Alright, shall we go ahead to the next question, my dear warriors? On your screen, and here it comes. Wave based question. Let's have a look at it. It's a brilliant question. Wave based question. Remember, these kind of questions have also come in JEE mains couple of times. Yeah, especially in the last couple of years. So actually speaking, it's a kind of a JEE mains question, but for multiple choice. So that's the only difference. The wave's direction is asked, the magnitude of the wave vector is asked, the value of omega is asked, and the magnetic field associated with the wave is also asked. Okay, so this is the wave equation. Where is it? So, okay, so there you go. So I'll just write it down first. The wave equation, electric field wave equation, is given by E naught sine 3y. E naught sine is there. But instead of putting 3y 4z first, I'll put omega t first. That will be better. Omega t plus 3y, omega t plus 3y plus 4z plus 4z, and this is basically I cap. Okay. Now let's try and compare this with a standard equation of electromagnetic wave in 3 dimension. Okay, standard equation in 3 dimension. So what is that equation going to be? That equation is in general E naught, sine is there, omega t is there. Here you will have minus directional vector k. Instead of kx, you have k dot position vector. And now this is in I cap. That means the electric field is oscillating in x direction, in I cap direction. This is the 3D equation. R stands for position. There is a dot product between them. Okay, this k bar is exactly that wave vector. It's also called wave number, angular wave number. This is also our wave vector. This is your position vector. This is your position vector. Now, if you do the math for k dot r, you will realize immediately it will be nothing but E naught sine omega t minus, this will have some components. Position vector is nothing but x I cap plus y j cap plus z k cap, and this whole thing I cap. If I do the dot product, I should get this, but there is no negative sign here. So deliberately I'll write a negative sign like this, omega t minus 3y plus 4z I cap. Now just compare this with this. This minus is there, okay. So k vector dot product with this vector should give me this. What can k be? Easily you can guess. Easily you can guess, guys. Therefore, k vector will be, think about it, what with I cap? Oh, there is no x term over here. So k bar has 0 I cap, guys. 0 I cap. For y, it has to multiply with j cap because there is y here, and you are getting the number minus 3. That means k bar had minus 3 j cap, because minus 3 j cap into y j cap will be minus 3y. And this also was minus, sorry, I missed that minus sign over here. Okay, now it's fine. Z k cap multiplied by what component of k will give you minus 4z? Obviously minus 4 k cap, because minus 4 k cap into z k cap into k cap is 1, so minus 4z is what you will get. So this is k bar. That means k vector is minus 3 j cap minus 4 k cap. Okay, don't confuse this k with this k, that is completely different. This is a directional vector. So k unit vector, my unit vector is going to be this number minus 3 j cap minus 4 k cap, the whole thing divided by root of 3 square plus 4 square, which is minus 3 j cap minus 4 k cap. This is standard Pythagorean triplet, so this will be the number 5. This k cap, which is a directional vector, is also the speed of light vector, unit vector, speed of light vector as well, the direction in which the wave is progressing. Now let's try and understand. The wave is traveling in, I think this was on the top, just check the options, whether this particular option was on the top. I think while printing it has come down. It's a printing mistake, I have a feeling. So most likely this was on the top as far as I remember. 3 j cap plus 4 k cap with a minus sign is there in this direction. So yes, that option will be absolutely correct. As you can see, this particular option is absolutely fine. Okay, everyone? Okay. Magnitude of the wave vector is asked as 0.5 meter. As you can see, if you try and find the magnitude of k vector, which is 3 square plus 4 square, it will be 5. So if it is 5, how can it be 0.5 meter? That is the wrong. The value of omega is asked and the magnetic field is asked. How do I find omega? For that, I know omega by k is speed of light. Therefore, omega is kc. K magnitude is 5. Speed of light is 3 into 10 to the power 8. 5 3s are 15. So 15 into 10 to the power 8. 15 into 10 to the power 8. Oh, there is 10 to the power 9, not an issue. I can also write this as 1.5 into 10 to the power 9 radian per second. radian per second, that is omega. So I can see that option also matching. This matched, this didn't match. Magnetic field is how much? Now, many people probably would have made a mistake in magnetic field also. I'll tell you why. See, inside term has to be the same, undoubtedly. No issue with that. So, when I write magnetic field equation, it will have magnetic field amplitude. Sign will be the same thing, omega t plus 3y plus 4z. Omega t plus 3y plus 4z, but there will be some unit vector over here. There will be some unit vector here and there will be some amplitude here. Now this B naught is very easy to find because we know E naught by B naught is C. Therefore, B naught is E naught by C. So I can substitute that over here. So as you can notice, E naught by C is there as the amplitude. This is same, but only problem is the unity vector of magnetic field. Now how do I get that? Electric field, magnetic field and speed of light, they are all mutually perpendicular to each other. E cross B is C and all of that. So guys, you just need to think, when you have electric field, magnetic field and speed of light, which is C, E cross B is C. So if I want B hat, that will be C hat cross E hat. C hat cross E hat. C hat I know from here, it is this number, minus 3j minus 4k divided by 5. Minus 3j minus 4k whole thing divided by 5. Whole thing cross electric field. Electric field, how was it oscillating? It was oscillating in I cap direction. So into I cap. So this will be J cross I. So we all know this, I, J, K. Yep. So J cross I is negative. With a negative sign, we'll make it positive. So K cap. So 3K cap. K cap cross I is J cap, but with a negative sign. So it will become minus 4 J cap, the whole thing divided by 5. That is your B hat. Now if you notice what is there, 4 J cap minus 3K cap. 4 J cap minus 3K cap is there, but that number 5 divisible is not there. That number 5 which is there is not there. Can you see that? That number 5 is missing. That is why that option is wrong. Yes, and that negative sign is also not there. That's why only A and C are correct. B is also wrong. Okay, so that divisible by 5, where is that? That is not there. So that is why that option is wrong. Cool? So anyways, going on to the next question, section number 3. We are on to it. Yeah, it's taking more time than expected, guys. I had planned that, okay, probably I'll be done by 6 o'clock or 6:30, but I started only close to around 5 o'clock and almost 1.5 hours done. I know Maths sir is also waiting, your Deependra sir is also waiting. So maybe another 15-20 minutes, hopefully, or 30 minutes max. By 7 o'clock we should be done. And then Maths, and then again we'll continue with the paper 2 discussion as well. Okay, we'll do all of this. Yeah, there were a couple of questions on electrostatics, but not very core electrostatic questions. So it were all mixed with electromagnetism and all of that. Okay, so we'll have a look at this fluid question coupled with SHM. So there is a liquid below which is having density 6 rho, another liquid 2 rho. The rod's density is rho, length L, fully immersed. Half of it is inside first liquid, half of it is in the second liquid, L by 2. If you pivot it at the bottom and you turn it, because it is light, it will have buoyance force. So it will oscillate, it will go back and forth. Find the time period of oscillation. That's the question. Anything else given? Nothing. And the question is, find the answer in terms of 2 pi by n. So we have to find n. Root L by G is there as it is. Okay. So no point guessing. We have to start with the diagram. Let's start with this rod like this. Let's turn it slightly over here. Okay, perfect. This is the pivot point. Okay, half of it is inside, half of it is outside. So this is half, this is another half. The angle by which it has been rotated is negligible. So even when I rotate it, still almost half of the rod is only submerged. Don't think, sir, L plus X will be submerged. Yeah, L plus X will be submerged, but that X is so small. And on the top part, smaller length than length by 2 will be submerged. But ignore that small change, because then you will mess up the calculations and not do the approximations. Okay, next up, I'll draw the vertical line. Let me show the forces acting on the rod. First is its own weight, like this. So this is the weight of the rod. Next is the buoyant force, and there are two such forces because there are two such liquids. So as you can see, this part of the liquid, which is there below, at the center of buoyancy concept will come here. So whatever volume is submerged, you have to find the center of mass of that volume submerged. So this is the volume submerged in this liquid, the center of mass is here. So the center of mass of that submerged fluid is where the buoyant force will act. So this is buoyant force labeled 1. This is the second liquid, the center of mass is here. That's the location from where the buoyant force of the second liquid will act from. This liquid has a density of 6 rho, this has 2 rho, and obviously the rod has a density of rho. Okay. As you can see, there are torques involved, and if I get the torques right and write it in terms of theta, my job is done. So with the vertical, as you can notice, I am making a very small angle theta over here. Next up, if you see this location where this force is there, this location, because this is L by 2, this will be L by 4. This will be exactly at L by 2, and this will be half of this. So L by 4 plus L by 2, that will be at 3L by 4. These are all the distances from the pivot. Distances from the bottom pivot. Bottom pivot. This is needed for measuring the torque. How do I write down the torque? Observe carefully. The net restoring torque, if I try to restore it back, because that's how it will perform SHM, will come because of the buoyant force and will be opposed by the weight. So it will be because of the torque of first buoyant and the second buoyant force minus the torque of the weight. Now, what is the buoyant force 1's torque? Well, distance is r, which is L by 4, into the buoyant force into theta, into sine theta basically. R F sine theta, that is the torque. So r over here is L by 4 into sine theta into buoyant force 1 plus next distance is 3L by 4 into sine theta into buoyant force labeled 2 minus the weight L by 2 distance into sine theta into multiplied by the weight. R into F into sine theta. I have just done it multiple times, but since the angles are small, it's mentioned clearly. For small oscillations, that means theta is going to be small. So sine theta will be theta. So just do that and you will get the answer then. So therefore, this will be equal to L by 4 theta multiplied by buoyant force 1 FB1 plus 3L by 4 theta FB2 minus L by 2 theta multiplied by weight. Now weight is nothing but m into g, so I'll just put mass multiplied by g over here. Theta can be taken common everywhere, so L by 4 is there. What is buoyant force 1? Carefully think about it. Buoyant force 1 is volume submerged into rho into g. Volume submerged is L by 2 into area of cross section into density of the fluid, which is 2 rho into g, which means it is L A rho g. Buoyant force labeled 1 is volume submerged, which is L by 2 into area of cross section into density of fluid, which is 6th row into G. That means it is 3 L A rho G. Lastly, the weight is volume, which is L into A into density of the rod into G. Okay, perfect. So what do I write down over here? FB1. FB1 is 3LA rho G, 3LA rho G plus 3L by 4 into FB2. FB2 is LA rho G, LA rho G minus L by 2 multiplied by mg. mg is nothing but LA rho G. mg is nothing but LA rho G. This whole thing into theta. So therefore, the restoring torque will be, check this out, L square, A is also there, rho is also there, G is also there. So L square rho A G is there, and we are having 3 by 4 plus 3 by 4 minus 1 by 2 into theta. So this will become L square rho A G. 3 by 4 plus 3 by 4, 6 by 4, 6 by 4 is 3 by 2, 3 by 2 minus 1 by 2 is 2 by 2, 2 by 2 means 1, so that's it, into theta. So the restoring torque is proportional to theta, so naturally this will be my constant, this will be my constant. So that's all. Now time period of oscillation will be 2 pi under root moment of inertia by constant. So 2 pi under root moment of inertia, it's a rod which is hinged at the end, so it will be ml square by 3, ml square by 3. Constant of proportionality is right over here, L square rho Ag, L square rho Ag. So it will become 2 pi root, oh wait a minute, what about the mass? Mass will be La rho, mass will be La rho, La rho, there is L square also, there is 3 also, and then there is L square rho A G also. A got cancelled, rho got cancelled, L square got cancelled, only 3 root is there. So 2 pi root 3, and then we have one length from here and one G from here. That's it. That is the answer. So the question was exactly that, 2 pi by something root L by G. So what is that N? So that N is exactly this number, guys, root 3. So root 3 is nothing but 1.73. So hence that is the answer, root 3, 1.73. Okay, cool, clear, everyone? Absolutely, very nice. Let's move on to the next question coming up on your screen. This is a beautiful question on thermodynamics. Thermodynamics, like I said, was their favorite. And this was one of the crazy questions because there were many series Carnot cycles, or you can say not even Carnot engines, forget that, just heat engines coupled to each other. What is happening is that the total efficiency is given to be 211 by 243, which is the total work by total heat absorbed, and they are operating between heat reservoirs. Whatever heat is rejected by the first engine is the heat accepted faithfully without any loss by the second engine. The heat rejected by second is absorbed by the third engine, and so on and so forth. So they are asking what is the value of the efficiency of any of these engines. All the engines are identical, that's what also they have mentioned. Okay. Was there any questions from Vector Kalasivaram? No, only vectors in physics if you are talking, no. And usually I have seen they never ask questions only on vectors. Vectors is a part of something, like for example, electromagnetic waves use dot product, okay, in 3-dimensional form. So that's how vectors will come, but solo question of vectors will not come. I have not seen it as such, in JEE Advanced especially. Very rarely I might have to probably scan very carefully to find even one question, I feel. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Now, what one thing I can see, This engine will give some work, will do some work, this will do some work, this will do some work. If I add all these work together, I get the total work done. That's the first thing that I can interpret from here. So the total work W1 plus W2 plus W5 is the total work done. That's one of the things that I can see, isn't it? Another thing, if you look at the entire heat engines together, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because the heat is directly being rejected and accepted to the next one, the heat which enters first and the heat which enters last, and the total work coming out from all of them basically, and the total work which comes out from all of them together like this. This is the total work. This is basically Q naught, I believe. This is Q5. Why not consider this all engines together as one big engine? Consider all of them as one big engine and try to think about, the energy equation for them. So as per that, my Q naught will be going to work and final heat rejected Q5. This is as per energy conservation. Therefore, my total work will be Q naught minus Q5. Q5 if it goes on that side. This is one of the equations which I am seeing very particularly. Okay, great. Now, if you focus on any one individual engine, any one engine, the efficiency is work 1 divided by the heat which comes inside. First engine will be work output divided by heat which comes inside. But that work is how much exactly? How much is that work? That work, needless to say, is again Q1 minus Q naught divided by Q naught, which is nothing but, not like this, Q naught minus Q1. So which is nothing but 1 minus Q1 by Q naught. Let's try and rearrange it and see what do we get. So therefore Q1 by Q naught, okay, Q1 by Q naught will be 1, N will go on this side. Therefore Q1 is 1 minus N times of Q naught. What this tells me, the heat which is going to the second engine is N minus 1 times of the heat which is incoming here. Similarly, can I then argue, can I argue Q2 will be N minus 1 times of the heat which is coming into the second engine. Heat which is coming into the second engine will be Q1. Similarly, Q3 and Q4. So we can see now Q1 itself is Q naught into N minus 1. Sorry, this was 1 minus N, my bad. Not N minus 1. So it's 1 minus N times of Q1. So now this will become 1 minus N, again 1 minus N times of Q naught. So it will become 1 minus N whole square times of Q naught, that is Q2. So which means Q3 will be 1 minus N cube times of Q naught, and so on and so forth. Q5 will be 1 minus N whole raised to 5 times of Q naught. Geometric progression is happening over here. The reason why I did it, I saw heat rejected at the first engine is 1 minus N times of heat which is coming out into the engine. So second engine will also have the same analogy. Heat rejected will be 1 minus N times heat entering. But heat entering is the heat exiting from the previous engine. So I just used it here. So it becomes 1 minus N square. So 2 has square, 3 will have cube, 4 will have raised to 4, 5 will have raised to 5. Simple logic. Now use this over here. So use that over here now. So that's all I'm going to do. So therefore work will be Q naught minus Q5. Q5 is this number. Q5 is this number, which is 1 minus n raised to 5 times of Q naught. That's all. This is the work. Okay, substitute the value of Q5. Now the last step, guys. Now as per the given information, W by Q naught is 211 by 243. W by Q naught, you can see Q naught is common over here. So take Q naught and bring it on this side. So W by Q naught is 1 minus n raised to 5. But W by Q naught, like you can see, is 211 by 243. Okay. So 1 minus n raised to 5. Bring this over here. So 1 minus n whole raised to 5 is 1 minus 211 by 243. So 1 minus n whole raised to 5. 243 minus 211, that's 32. So 32 by 243. Now take the fifth root. 32 is 2 raised to 5. 243, guys. 81, 243. So 81 is 3 raised to 4. So this is 3 raised to 5 basically. So hence this is nothing but fifth root, which is 2, and fifth root is 3. So from this n will be 1 minus 2 by 3. So n will be 1 by 3. So n will be 0.33. Got it? Everyone? Nice question. 0.33. Yes, 1 by 3, which is 0.33. That's the answer. So we had to first figure out the relationship between the heats, which comes out to be a geometric progression. After that, we substitute that equation over here, W by Q, where the total heat is initial heat minus the final heat, and we get the final answer. Okay, very simple after that. One more thermodynamics question. I had told you thermo is their favorite. Other business, where have you been? Long time back. I will make a dropper strategy later on. Okay? Yeah, man. Don't worry about it. I hope I'm audible, visible properly, guys. Yeah? Okay, great. Come on, let's do this. As shown in this diagram, crazy things are happening here. There are two partitions over here, partition 1, partition 2. In chamber 1 and 2, all of them have, I think, monoatomic gas 1 mole. Okay, and what is happening is this wall is conducting, but it is fixed. Yes, piston 1 is immovable, whereas piston 2 can move left and right, and it can adjust to the pressure outside. So S2 always maintains to the outside pressure. Okay, and there is a difference of temperature between this chamber and this chamber, which is delta T naught. So question is, after what time will the temperature difference become delta T naught by 2? R is the gas constant and crazy. It's a very good question. Okay, this type of I won't say this exact type, but something like this is also there in Kruto or Irodov, where some heat is given and there was a spring. If this heat is added Q, what is the compression or extension in the spring? So similar thought process, but not exactly the same. All right. Now let us do this question. Maybe I'll get rid of this information. We'll use the same diagram. Think, what will you do? First, piston can't be moved, but it is a diathermal wall. That means it can pass on the temperature from one side to other side. The other one, it maintains the pressure, but it is insulating in nature. So this is insulating, this is conducting, but this is fixed, this is movable, this is movable. The outside pressure happens to be some P naught. This is atmospheric pressure. If it can move and adjust its pressure, that means whatever happens in S2 is an isobaric process. Here this is immovable, that means this is a isochoric process. Let's say this is temperature T1, let's say this is temperature T2 at any instant. And because there is a temperature difference, it's obvious that heat will now flow. Heat flow will happen from this temperature to this temperature. Okay, is that fine till this point? Absolutely clear? Okay. It's also mentioned that there is 1 mole here, 1 mole here. Everything else is same. This is also 1 mole. This is also 1 mole. Monoatomic means gamma is 5/3 because it is monoatomic. All that information, whatever is mentioned, I've just put it up over here for your visualization sake. Okay, now let's try and do this question. Because it is mentioned heat is going, whatever heat goes from here will have to be accepted here. But this heat will be isochoric heat, this will be isobaric heat while framing the equation, nothing else. Okay, fair enough. So for the chamber 1, if dq heat is lost, that will be N, which is 1, C, what is this? Isochoric, that means Cv multiplied by dt, dt1. So that will be 3R/2 dt1 is the heat lost. For the second chamber, that same amount of heat will be gained. Same heat which is lost from here will be gained by isobaric process. So that will have Cp, but the change of temperature will be dt2. Cp is 5R/2, so that would be dt2. From both of them, I can immediately write change of temperature 1 is 2 times dq divided by 3R, and from here change of temperature 2 times dq, but this number 5 will come over here multiplying with R. So that is dt1 and that is dt2. Why do I need dt1 and dt2? Because I need temperature difference. Do not forget delta T, and that difference of temperature is changing. Oh, okay. So if I just genuinely asked what is delta T in general, I will say it is T1 minus T2, correct? So if I ask what is now what is d delta T, that will be dt1 minus dt2, differentiating both sides partially. Yeah, is that right? Yes, Tarun, yes, I am preparing for 27 and I have many backlogs. I will make a video for that for sure, Tarun. Point noted. Anyways, it's in plan. Now dt1 and dt2 I know, that's the reason probably I needed it. That's the intuition. So dt1 is 2 times of dq divided by 3R minus dt2 is 2 times of dq divided by 5R. Is that right? Perfect. But there is a catch which many people make a mistake over here. This dt1, because it is losing heat, will be negative in nature. So strictly speaking, there should be a negative sign here. Even this would be negative. That means this is also negative. Is that okay, everyone? Cool? Yeah, why that negative sign has come is very, very important. Okay, so what will this become, guys? Therefore, d of delta T is equal to, okay. So taking LCM is 15R, I believe. 2 5s are 10, so minus 10 dq minus 2 3s are 6, minus 6 dq. So that will be minus 16 by 15 dq divided by R is d delta T. Is that d delta T? What now? What should I do now? Go back to the question. It has thermal conductivity, area and length. We have not used that only till now. So now is the good time to use it. So for that I will rearrange this equation. So therefore dq will be nothing but 15r by 16 with a negative sign multiplied by 16 has come below multiplied by d delta t. If I divide both sides with dt, if I divide both sides with dt, this is nothing but heat flow rate through a conducting wall. And the heat flow rate through a conducting wall, we all know dq by dt, but dq by dt is thermal conductivity into area divided by x into temperature difference, meaning delta T. So therefore I can write dq by dt as, therefore I can write dq by dt as Ka by x into delta T is equal to this whole number minus 15r by 16 minus 15r divided by 16 d delta T by dt, d delta T by dt. Why did I do all this? Just to get a differential equation now. I hope you can see the differential equation. D delta T is here. So it's just about rearranging this stuff, nothing else. So take all these people here and we will get d delta T by delta T is equal to 16 will go on the top with negative sign with 15r below. Ka is there and x is there below as it is, and dt has also gone on the top. Just check this out. D delta T by delta T came down, 16 went on the top, 15r came down, negative sign also went on that side. Now this is obviously integrable, so integrate it with proper limits. When time is 0, the temperature difference was delta T. When the time is T, the temperature difference is delta T by 2. That's the question. When is that time temperature difference? Delta T naught by 2 basically. So earlier it was delta T naught, then it is delta T naught by 2. As you can see, this is nothing but logarithm. Can you see? This is logarithm. Dx by x form, log x. So this will be ln delta T naught by 2 minus ln delta T naught is equal to minus 16 Ka by 15 Rx. Dt's integration is T, so T minus 0. This is log A by B, so T naught will cancel, so it will be log 1 by 2 is equal to minus whatever this number, but 1 by 2 can be written down as negative log 2, so that negative sign might cancel then, minus 16 Ka divided by 15 Rx, and then you have T over here. Now negative cancelled, so therefore time will be 15 log 2 by 16 Rx divided by Ka. So let's check out. Something Rx divided by Ka, what is the value of N? So from this we know the value of N that we need is exactly this, and if you find out that value, this value will come out to be 15 log 2 by 16, which is 0.66. So if you do that numerical calculation, you are going to get it as 0.66. What a question, guys, this was, isn't it? Nice, enjoy. Let's move on, okay, to the next one on your screen. A hollow right circular cone of base radius r and height h with its tip over here, origin rotating about z axis. That cone is rotating like this about its vertical axis. The cone carries some charge, uniform curved surface, magnitude of the field at some distance on the z axis. Z is much larger than the radius. Z is also much larger than the height of the cone. The value of N is how much? Now actually many people got confused how to do this. Some people thought I will take a charge of a ring on the cone, and that is like a current carrying loop, and then I will use magnetic field on the axis of a coil, and there are many such coils, and then I will integrate it and blah 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 blah, all that. If you would have done it like that, you will get the answer, but you would have got stuck 100 times and very, very unnecessarily lengthy. Instead, I would suggest, think like this. Any rotating charged body, we have seen this, by gyromagnetic ratio has a magnetic moment. Any charged body which rotates, by gyromagnetic ratio is going to have a magnetic moment. Magnetic moment. Only reason for that is because this is charged and it is rotating, nothing else. Okay, and there is a standard formula for that magnetic moment. We can find that out. And after that, I know this point where I want to find the point where I have to find, what do I have to find? The magnetic field at this point. This is nothing but the magnetic field on the axis of a dipole. And this distance is given to be large. This distance is given to be large as per this z much larger than height, r, etc. So this is a large distance. So I can use short dipole approximation. So first step, finding magnetic moment. Let's do that. Magnetic moment by angular momentum is the charge divided by 2 times of mass. This is your gyromagnetic ratio. So therefore, m will be equal to q divided by 2m. Angular momentum is moment of inertia into omega. Therefore, m will be q divided by 2m. What is the moment of inertia of a cone? Hollow cone mr square by 2. Hollow cone is mass into radius square divided by 2. Therefore, magnetic moment, don't confuse this with mass. This is magnetic moment. So you will have q r square omega whole thing divided by 4. Last step, magnetic field on the axis of the dipole. Axis of the dipole is mu naught by 4 pi. On the axis it is 2 times m divided by distance cube. Remember that, distance cube. So we will get mu naught divided by 4 pi multiplied by 2 multiplied by q r square omega by 4. Q r square omega divided by 4. Distance is z, so z cube. That's all. 2 and 4 will cancel. So mu naught by 4 pi q r square omega by 2 z cube. Now what is asked? There was something. Mu naught by 4 pi q r square omega by z cube. N is asked. What is the value of n? So as you can notice, half will come. Rest of the things as it is. Mu naught by 4 pi q r square omega by z cube. So this is what has been asked, guys. This is nothing but 0.5. So that is the answer. That is the answer. 0.5. Perfect. Okay. Cool. Understoodo? Clearo? Perfecto. Shall we go ahead to the next one on your screen? Okay. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. We are on to section 4 and match the following. And this was the whole trick of this paper, match the following. If some students would have attempted match the following on priority, they would have got much better score in physics. I don't know about other subjects, but the match the following of physics was actually not very easy, but comparatively very easy. And the best part is that, yes, there was negative mark, but the best part is that if you would have seen the options, you could easily eliminate. So cross-checking was very easy. You didn't have to solve the entire match the following. It was not a matrix type, and you would have got 4 marks per question, and there were 4 match the following. So 4 into 4, 16 easy marks. The integer type, like you saw, was the most difficult. Like this one, crazy. This is crazy. This is not so easy to strike. Maybe some of you could have done it. This also lot of chances of silly mistake. But MCQs still you could have got partial marking, and maybe out of all the questions you would have got maybe at least 10 marks or something, not more, maybe 10 marks at least out of 16 by partial marking. Single correct, at least few questions you could have solved, maybe not others. Some questions were really tricky like the mutual inductance one and all of that. So single correct was also not very scoring except for few. MCQ was scoring, and of course the match the following was scoring. So let's go to match the following. So I'll just go through the question. All right. So there is some wavelength given, and there is a detector placed, and between this sound will travel through the tubes. Cost values are given. Ignore the effects of sharp corners. Maximum amplitude is obtained. So this is very important. For maximum amplitude from interference, remember n lambda should be equal to delta x, and lambda, needless to say, is given to be 0.29. So somehow get delta x to be n into 0.29. From that you will get whatever is asked, and they have asked what? Choose the option that best describes the match between them. Okay. To the tubes contains the possible smallest values of L. This is very important. Possible smallest value of the length. Okay, smallest value of the length. All these are the diagrams. So what happens is, there is a source here, detector here. Sound will travel directly also, it will travel like this also. But because it takes a longer route, there will be a difference of arrival time. So that creates a difference of path. That creates the interference at the detector point. In every scenario, one sound will go like this, another sound will take a longer path. So obviously difference of path. Same thing here, direct versus a longer route. Same thing over here also, direct versus a longer route. So question is, what is the smallest value of L in each case? So I'll tell you what, it's not that difficult. Let's take one by one. Let's take one by one. Now look at the options also, maybe you will get an idea. You will get an idea. P is going with 4, or P is going with 3. So first let's finalize what is P going to match with, because then I can eliminate two options at least. That's what I was saying. It was easy to eliminate. Now over here, if I just look at P option, delta x guys, bigger length minus the smaller length. Bigger length is pi r, smaller length is the diameter, and radius is 0.5 L, and diameter is L. So L is common, and we will have pi by 2 minus 1. But what is delta x? We got it here. It is 0.29 into n. Delta x is 0.29 multiplied by n, and we have to find L minimum. So if I want to find L minimum, it will be 0.29 multiplied by 1, n will be smallest, whole thing divided by pi by 2 minus 1. Just let me know what is the answer that you are getting. 0.29, I'll just take a calculator and calculate it. Yeah, come on guys, everybody, let me know what is it that you are getting. I'm just using the calculator for now. 3.142 divided by 2 minus 1. 0.29 divided by this. Yes. Just check this out if you are getting 0.51. Just check this out if you are getting 0.51, close to. So 0.51 is this over here. So P is going with 3. So P is going with 3 here and here. Automatically A and B gets eliminated. Automatically A and B gets eliminated. Only C and D is there. Is that right, everyone? Okay. Perfect till this point. Perfect till this point. Now what to do next? Now what to do next? Yes. Q is going with 4, no point checking it. Either check R or no. S also no point, so better check R only. So R is right over here. R is right over here. Just check that. So for R, if you see what's the path difference, delta x will be bigger path. This is L plus, how much is this? This is pi r. This is like the diameter, right? This is diameter, means it will be root 2L. So pi into r minus L. So L plus pi into radius. Oh, L and L got cancelled. So it will be just pi r. But what is radius? The radius is root 2 L by 2. So radius is root 2 L divided by 2. That means it will be pi L divided by root 2. But delta x, what was it? Delta x, what was it? N into 0.29. N multiplied by 0.29. So if I just want the value of L minimum, it will be N will be 1, 0.29 into root 2 whole thing divided by pi. Just check out this number, how much is it coming out to be? Okay, just check this out, how much is it coming out to be? Multiplied by root 2 whole thing divided by 0.13 meter. 0.13 meter is 5. So Q has to, sorry, what is this? R has to go with 5. Naturally, this option gets eliminated. So D is the right answer. D is the right answer. So easy. Don't have to check other options. Understood? So look at the options, eliminate. Don't have to solve it completely. I'm showing you the exam strategy, but if I had to solve it in class properly, then I would obviously do all the things. All right. Moving on to the next question, question 14. Oh, this was directly theoretical. Again, you can do elimination options. Like for example, rainbow. Rainbow, here phenomena is given, the principle is given on the other side, the optical effect. Yes, it is dispersion and reflection which happens within that bubbles or drops, which gives the rainbow effect. So R has to go with 1, R has to go with 1, R has to go with 1, R has to go with 1. So C option gets eliminated. Okay. Now should I look at P or Q or S? Just check this out. Think bright and dark fringes is diffraction. This is straightforward. Yes. Diffraction pattern, you get bright, dark diffraction pattern. So S is with 3. So S is with 3. S is with 3. So that means this option also got eliminated. Now between A and B, P option you can see or Q option also you can see. So for that, colorful sky in the north polar region, which is called as Aurora borealis, that happens because of radiation from oxygen and nitrogen atoms by charged particles. So these charged particles, when they get excited at the northern poles, magnetic field is strong, the solar storms come, and you see that colorful violet, purple, greenish skies. That is called Aurora borealis, and this is basically the 5, P with 5. P with 5 is right here. So this is gone. So option A is right. And partially polarized sunlight, that also makes sense. The polarization of sunlight happens because of the scattering effect. Yes, scattering of the molecules, standard, it is there in NCERT, scattering effect of molecules. So Q is with 4. So option A makes a lot of sense. That is absolutely right. Okay. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen. Next question. Let me just message sir that I'm almost done. The last 2 questions are simple only. Okay, I messaged sir. So that he is ready. There are conducting loops. The loops are rotating and magnetic field is there. The question is, how will the current change as a function of time? So currents are there on one side. Ayo, answer is only marked. My bad. Okay. Anyways, by mistake, I think question slide didn't come. Anyways, I'll tell you how this works. See, here this is a current loop, current loop, current loop, current loop. They are all rotating and the current versus time is asked. This is a standard problem. This has come in JEE multiple times in different ways, in mains also, in advanced also. So if you know that problem from PYQ, it becomes easy to at least select P option. So what happens is, when this loop rotates like this, you can see this much is inside the magnetic field, so flux changes. So when flux changes, EMF is produced, and when it again comes out, flux reduces, again EMF is produced, but in the opposite direction. So after every half rotation, flux increases, decreases, and in this process, current is produced one direction and then other direction. So the time period will be half. So that's why this option will match over here. The cycle for that, this is a semicircle. Half the circle will go inside, flux increases, half the circle comes outside, flux decreases. So while entering, current is in one direction, while exiting, the current is exactly in the opposite direction. So P goes with 3. So P is 3 here also and here also. So option A gets eliminated, D gets eliminated. No point checking Q, only check R, because S is anyways with 4. So only check R. Now if you check R right over here, as this enters, you can see this much part is inside the magnetic field, so the flux increases, and once it is completely inside, there is no change in the flux, so no current until it reaches here, and then you start seeing that slowly the flux starts to reduce, and once it again comes outside, then there is no flux at all, so no current. So only for a small time there is a current, then blank, then small time reverse current, then blank. So like that, only in the first option it is happening. Small time it is there, then blank, then small time in the reverse direction, and then blank. So 1. So R is going with 1, not with 5. So C option is absolutely the right one. Is that okay? Everybody with me? Got it? Pakka? Yeah? Let me just check with sir. Okay, sir is ready. Okay. So the last question coming up on your screen. 4 structures are shown, and then they are asking what is the moment of inertia about an axis OCO prime, which lies in the plane. Now this was also easy. Like I said, match the following was actually easy. This is just based on the concept that if you have a rod which is tilted with the axis, this is the axis making an angle theta, this is having mass m, length L, the moment of inertia is ml square by 3 sine square theta. This is a standard formula, you should know this. So usually you know perpendicular, okay, that is ml square by 3, that time theta will be 90, sine 90 is 1, so anyways the formula will match. So when it is making some angle, it is sine square theta, not sine theta. So use that, maybe for any of the diagrams you will get it. Let's say we start with P first. So if you look at this object, this rod is making 45, this rod is also making 45. So the moment of inertia will be ml square by 3 sine square 45. There are 2 rods, so into 2. So sine 45 is 1 by root 2 whole square. So ml square by 3, 1 by root 2 square is 1 by 2, so into 2. So it will be ml square by 3. ml square by 3 is option 5. So P option is with 5. P, 5. So B option gets eliminated. So either check Q or check R or check S. S also we can check, I think. S also we can check. That is also fairly easy. Okay, or we can check Q also, anything. So my dear students, over here in this problem, there are 2 rods, one here, one here. Both are making 30 degrees. So moment of inertia will be ml square by 3. Angle is 30. So sine square 30. 2 rods, so into 2. Sine 30 is half. So ml square by 3 into 1 by 4 into 2. So it will be 2. 2 3s are 6. So it will become ml square by 6. ml square by 6 is here. So S is with 2. S is with 2. S is with 2. Oh, luckily I don't have to check it. So option A is the right one. So option A is the right one. Option A is the right answer, guys. Got it? how to do it. All right, so that was the last question. That was the last question. Now it's time for Deependra Sir to start. After this, again you will have chemistry, and then we'll again have physics, and then maths. Okay, okay. See you guys after some time.
All right, students, just give me quickly a quick thumbs up so that I can clearly get a confirmation that you all can hear me, you all can listen to me. Yes, we don't get tired. We don't get tired because we have students like you. That's why we don't get tired. So shall we get started? Great. With this, we'll be discussing the first question for the day from your advanced paper 1. And then afterwards, Gaurav sir and Shreyas sir will start with paper 2's discussion. And finally, I'll come with the mathematics section of paper 2. But right now, we are beginning with the discussion on paper 1. Let's get started. In this session, one simple disclaimer I'm giving. Most of the times, I'll be skipping a lot of lengthy calculations because we want you to understand two things. We want to make you understand two things. That first of all, we want to show you the concept, that what concepts have you or should you apply, and the second part, that what are the answers. These two things will be trying to help you out with these sessions. So let's get started with the first. Before we get started, give me a quick confirmation. Am I clearly audible? Am I clearly visible? Can you see the screen? I hope it is going smooth. Just give me a quick thumbs up in the chat box so that we can get started. So first of all, this question, look at this question. How does it look like? It says, function from 0 to infinity minus infinity to infinity given by f of x as under root x log x at base e minus x plus 1. Then, which of the statements is true? First question from your paper 2. Now, derivative of f, which means I would have to find f dash x. Function f has local maximum. Okay, function f has local minimum. F has neither local maximum or minima. Okay, so we'll try and work it out. Let's get started with that discussion. Physics ended. Paper 1 discussion happened with physics. Now we are switching to mathematics, paper 1. Then afterwards, again, Gaurav sir will start discussion of chemistry, paper 1, paper 2. Then paper 2, physics will be done by Shreyas sir. And afterwards, in the end, I'll come back with paper 2 mathematics section. Great, 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 great. I'll create a video on that and definitely help you out with this. But before we get started, I hope first of all, you need to understand what will be the derivative of f of x. So first of all, I am quickly writing this f of x, which you are given as root x log x. This f of x, you are given as root x log x, which is of course at base e minus x plus 1. I hope you know how to differentiate. That derivative will be really simple and easy. Product rule you'll apply here. Derivatives will be simply found by you. So I'm directly writing without calculating it much. So f dash x you'll finally found as log x at base e, which is of course ln x divided by 2 root x plus of course 1 by root x minus 1. So this will be your f dash x. Now when you look at this f dash x, of course the differentiation you know how you do it. But now when I look at this f dash x, can I predict something related to derivative of f to give my complete clarity or my complete verdict on f dash x? Do you not think I need to find f double dash x as well? So again, what I'll do here is simply you can apply either product rule on ln x and 1 by root x. Here you can simply differentiate it, or you can apply quotient rule, whatever you want to. Finally, after applying derivative on this, and finally after simplifying this, the final derivative f double dash x which you'll get is minus ln x divided by 4x to the power 3 by 2. Now, why does it matter? Pay attention to this part. I am given that its domain is 0 to infinity. Okay, now look at this, x to the power 3 by 2. That is of course x cube raised to the power 1 by 2. I hope you're understanding this is always positive. I hope no confusion on that, because this is square root over x cube. So this expression is always positive. So denominator here is always positive. Now, can I say something about numerator? Now, if I talk about f double dash x, pay attention to this part. This is the crux of this question through which you'll be concluding everything related to it. Now, pay attention to this. If x belongs to all the values between 0 and 1, if x takes all the values between 0 and 1, we know ln x is negative. We know this graph ln x, I hope you know this very clearly. So between 0 and 1, we know ln x is negative. So negative of negative is positive. So between 0 to 1, positive upon positive. So this means this will be positive. So f double dash x will be positive. Now, when x takes all the values from 1 to infinity. I hope it is understandable. You could include 1, because at 1, I'm clearly saying it to be 0. So I hope I need not tell you that when x is 1, this f double dash x is found to be 0. Now, between 1 to infinity, this is always positive. Ln x between 1 to infinity, I hope you can notice it very clearly, is always positive. Always positive means positive negative upon positive. So that's completely negative. Everyone concluded that, everyone understood that. Sir, what does it mean? Does it not mean that here I'm clearly noticing that, sir, f double dash x between 0 to 1 is positive, which means f dash x, if I want to talk about f dash x, will be strictly increasing when x is from 0 to 1. I hope you are noticing that. F dash x will be strictly decreasing when x is from 1 to infinity. I hope you are getting it. What happens at 1? Let's work it out. When I put 1 here, ln1 is 0, so this whole becomes 0. So f double dash x is 0. Which means what? Pay attention to this part. At x is equal to 1, let me try and find f dash x. So at x is equals to 1, what will be f dash x? I hope you're understanding. ln1, that is 0. 1 minus 1, that is 0. 0 plus 0 is 0. What does it mean? It means, sir, that x is equal to 1, f dash x is 0. Sir, what does it imply? It implies or gives you a very crucial, a very critical result. What is that? Pay attention to this part, students. If I try and draw f dash x, I'm not drawing the graph of fx, this is the graph of f dash x. So if I try and draw f dash x, it is increasing, then it attains 0, and then it is decreasing. Do you not think increasing, then 0, and then decreasing? So its maximum value of f dash x will be 0, which means this graph could be somewhat like this. This graph could be somewhat like this. Between 0 and 1, it goes like this, increasing, and then after 1 to infinity, it is decreasing. So at 0, I repeat, at 1, I found its maximum value, which was 0. What does it mean, sir? F dash x lies below the x-axis. It attains a maximum value 0 at 1, but otherwise it is always negative. So from here, out of all this conclusion, will I not be in a position to conclude that f dash x is negative? Although it is 0 at one value, but that one value does not imply that it will be decreasing, fx will be decreasing. No, it is 0 at only one value, which means f dash x is negative, which means fx is strictly decreasing, which means fx, I can conclude is a strictly decreasing function. So what does it mean? It clearly means one conclusion, which is nothing but this. First of all, derivative of function f of x is decreasing in 0 to 1. No, I don't think so. This was increasing, so option A is wrong. Option B, local maxima, local minima. So local maxima, no, it is strictly decreasing. So nothing to discuss about maxima or minima. But option D, the function f has neither a point of local maxima nor a point of local minima, because it is strictly decreasing. So option B and C are already wrong. And with that, option D will be my correct answer. Let me quickly verify this, whether we have got an option D or not. So yes, for question number 1, the answer will be option D. Great. Now let's talk about question number 2, which is again a very simple, straightforward and a decent one. Have you all gotten a decent clarity on this? Shall I move ahead from here? One of, again, the easiest questions of your paper. It says, let P be the point on parabola. Let P be the point on parabola y is equals to x square, such that slope of the tangent to the parabola at P is 4. What does it mean? If I find the slope of the tangent, do we not know? So dy by dx here will be 2x. Simple and easy. But we are given that 2x is 4. So if this 2x is 4 at this point P, I'll be in a position to say that x is 2. So if x coordinate is 2 here, so 2 you put here, y coordinate you receive as 4, which means, I hope you clearly are getting that here 2 square is 4, which means here 2x is 4, which means x is 2 and y is 4. That means this P has coordinates 2, 4. Yes or no? Give me a quick update on that. Everybody understood that? Now, let's talk about few more conclusions based on that. Here we are. Second conclusion, Q be the point in the first quadrant, lying on the circle, such that slope of the tangent to the circle. Okay, so there is this circle, x square plus y square is equals to 2, such that slope of the tangent to the circle at Q is -1. So implicit function, I'll differentiate it. I hope you know that. So derivative here will become what? 2x plus 2y dy by dx is equal to what? 0. Through here, dy by dx will be -y upon x. So from that, I'll say dy by dx is nothing but what? -y upon x. What are we told? We are told that this, at this point Q, the slope of the tangent is how much? The slope of the tangent is -1. So this will be -1. So minus minus are cancelled. From here I'll get x is equal to y. X is equal to y. If I put here x square plus x square, that is 2x square, is equal to 2. So x square is 1, which means x is plus minus 1, but it is lying in the first quadrant, so x I'll take as 1. If I take x as 1, I hope 1 plus 1 will be 2. So it will be y, which is also going to be 1, which means I got the coordinates of q as well. So there p was 2, 4, and q we received as 1, 1. Everybody got this? P we have received as this, Q we have received as this. Now let's talk about the next conclusion given in this. R is another point, again in the first quadrant, lying on this ellipse. Okay, cool. Such that slope of the tangent to the ellipse at point R is -1/2. Okay, great. Then the radius of the circle. Okay, so there is a circle. Second part of this question, which we'll do later. This is your ellipse. If I again differentiate it, what do I get? Sir, I'll get 2x plus 8y. I hope dy by dx is equal to what? 0. Getting it or not, everyone? 2x plus 8y dy by dx is 0, which means dy by dx from here will be what? Minus 2x upon 8y, which is x upon 4y, which is minus x upon 4y. Yes or no? Quickly give me an update on that. But what are we told? That this slope is -1/2. So if you are finding its slope at r, this slope is found to be -1/2. Again, what you'll do is, you'll find x from here. So x in terms of y, I'm quickly writing it, which you can do by yourself. X in terms of y, of course, this 4 and this negative are cancelled. So finally, you get it as 2y. So x you receive as 2y, and this 2y, x is equals to 2y. If you put into this equation of what? Ellipse, you solve it. You replace x by 2y. So 4y square, you solve it. Again, with this, you get the coordinates of r, which I'm directly writing here. So coordinates of r you receive as 2, 1. So coordinates of r you receive as 2, 1. So these 3 points you have gotten. You have gotten P, which is 2, 4. You have gotten Q, which is 1, 1. You have gotten Q, which is 1, 1. And you have gotten R, which is 2, 1. Okay, sir, then what? Then comes the next part of this question, which is asking you about a circle. Okay, sir, we'll talk about that circle as well. Now, let me remove this all. So this is your R, that's P, and that's Q. Now, 2, 4, 1, 1, 2, 1. If I try and plot it, although you can find it with the slopes as well, which you should have been observant enough regarding JEE Advanced based question, but if I try and plot it, there you will have 1, 1. So of course, you will be seeing 1, 1 somewhere. So I'll be seeing 1, 1 here, let's say, and then I have 2, 1. So if this is 1, 1, this will be 2, 1. Yes or no? This will be 2, 1. And what do I mean by 2, 4? 2, 4. Have I found these points correct? Let me just verify them. 2, 4, Q is 1, 1, and R is 2, 1. Yes, they are correct. So Q is 1, 1. So this is Q 1, 1. So with this 1, 1, I have 2 more points, 2, 1. So I am taking this 2, 1. I hope you understand. This will be your R, which is 2, 1. And this is 2, 4, which is P. Correct me if I'm wrong. Because here Q is 1, 1. So this is Q, R, and P. Everybody got this? Give me a quick update on that. Now from here, I hope most of you must have clearly noticed that, sir, Q is 1, 1. So in this line only, parallel to y-axis only, you will see this P, which is of course what? I'm really sorry, which is Q is what? Let me make a correction here. I think I'm making a mistake here. Let me plot it one more time. P is your Q is 1, 1. So this is your Q, which let's say is here, which is of course 1, 1. Now in this line only, x coordinate will remain 1, but there is no x coordinate, which is 1. Perfectly fine. But in this line only, if I move ahead, R is 2, 1. So y coordinate will remain 1. So there I'll find R, which is going to be 2, 1. Everybody got that? So R will be 2, 1. Similarly, P will be 2, 4. So x coordinate remains same, but it will be above here. So that is P, which is 2, 4. Yes or no? But here I'll be seeing that this will be parallel to the y-axis. This will be parallel to the x-axis. Are you not thinking that this is forming a right angle triangle, which you could have found with the help of slope as well? Slope of PR and slope of QR, the product would have been -1. Through that also you could have concluded it. Now what are they asking you? They are asking you a very, very beautiful and insightful result, which is radius of the circle passing through point PQ and R. So there is a circle which is passing through these points PQ and R. What does it mean? Sir, if PQ is a chord which is subtending a 90-degree angle, which means it's nothing but what? Hypotenuse. So midpoint of PQ will be the center and PQ will be the diameter. But what are we asked? Radius. So I'll find the distance between PQ. So I'll find the distance formula here, PQ. I'll use the distance formula 2, 4 from 1, 1, which you finally apply the distance formula. PQ you will find as root 10. I hope I can skip that. So that's the diameter. So it's half. So root 10 by 2. Root 10 by 2 will be the radius. So radius I'm writing here, root 10 by 2. Root 10 is what? 5 into 2. Root 10 is 5 into 2, which means what? 5 into root 2 into root 2, 2 is root 2 root 2, which means 5 by root 2. That is your option C. Have you all understood this, or shall I re-explain this? All the participants, give me a quick update on this. Calculation part I'll be skipping mostly, because here I'm more interested in telling you the concepts and the final answer. With this, let's focus on this question now. What does it say? Have a look at that. Which one of the following matrices can be obtained by performing elementary row formations? Now, do you not remember exactly this kind of a question we had done in our marathons, which we conducted before JEE Advanced? Do you remember that? If some of you have watched those marathons, must be watching for this. Now, I hope you're understanding these are all 4 matrices. Now, what are you doing is, sir, when we find the inverse of a matrix, what we do is matrix A is equal to A. But if I multiply A with I, that also remains A. But here, if I keep performing row transformations such that I bring A inverse here, I keep doing this, that I bring A inverse here. So there, I am in a position to define A inverse. I hope you remember that whole process of elementary row operations, which is studied in matrices and determinants. Now there, if it's achieved by performing elementary row operations on an identity matrix, which means I'm able to find A inverse through this elementary row operation process, which means here that matrix which I'm attaining after performing elementary row operations, I'm attaining inverse of this matrix. And if I'm attaining inverse of this matrix, which means what? Inverse of this matrix is attained by you. That means what? That means this matrix, whatever you're getting, is the inverse of that original matrix. And if it is invertible, that means its determinant will be 0. It will be non-zero. The crux of, or the gist of this question is really simple. Whichever here they are asking you which of the following can be obtained. So can be obtained. So here, whichever matrix has its determinant non-zero will be your answer. So first option, you can directly eliminate 2 rows or 2 columns are identical. Option A cannot be wrong. Now, I hope you know the matrix or determinant value. So I'll directly write the value. I hope you have understood the crux. The crux here is that whichever you are getting as, if you are finding its determinants, it should not be 0. So for option B also you can find its determinant. I am not finding that determinant, which you all are good at. So option B, C and D. So if you are finding determinant of option C, that also will be found by you as 0. I hope you remember the Saras rule as well, 1, 1, 1. For one of the options, I'll show it to you. So 138, that's 24. 251, that's 10. 241, that's 8. From this, if I subtract this, although you can perform row and column operations as well, but you don't have that much time to think the appropriate row and column operation, I'll directly suggest you to quickly apply the expansion. 8 into 2 is 16. There again, if you notice it, I hope you're understanding this. 24 plus 18, how much will that be? 24 plus 10, 34. 34 plus 8, that's clearly 34 plus 8, that's 32. This is also 32, so that is turning out to be 0. Same which you do with determinant D, that also will find to be 0, but with the determinant B, you will find it to be non-zero. So if a determinant is found to be non-zero, which means yes, it is an invertible matrix, and if it was an invertible matrix, that's exactly what I have found by performing those row elementary operations. So if you are performing elementary row operations on an identity matrix, which was initially was a matrix through which I'm finding the inverse of a matrix by performing row elementary operations. So the final matrix which I've gotten should also be an invertible matrix, and if it is an invertible matrix, its determinant should not be 0. Did you all understand the funda, the concept, the logic which we have applied? With that, if I move towards the next question, again, one of the easiest questions, if you simply pay attention to this part, I'll be saying few things you got to apply. First of all, this cot inverse of cot of. Now what I need here is minus 11. So pi is 3.14. 3 into 4 is clearly 12. And for cot inverse, I hope you remember, we need it between 0 to pi. Do you remember that? Exactly. No, tonight I'll not be taking the Laksh class because I'm occupied here with this live analysis. Okay. With that, if I get back to this minus 11, but I want it to be between 0 to pi. So for that, what I'll be saying is that if I add 4 pi here, the value could get adjusted because 4 pi minus 11 would be between 0 to pi, because 4 pi is just greater than 11 and I'll be getting a value between 0 to pi. Did you all get my point? So if I wish to add 4 pi here, of course, I get to subtract 4 pi here. Did you understand my language? Yes or no, everyone? Yes or no, everyone? So here, with this, I hope no confusion on this part. This is 10. Now, pay attention to this part. This is 1 by root 2, which is pi by 4. Cos inverse 1 by root 2, standard value pi by 4 into 2, pi by 2, sine pi by 2 is 1. So this is 10 plus this is 10 sine. Now pay attention to this part. This is 2, 10 inverse 2. So if I take 10 inverse 2 as theta, will I not be saying that 10 theta is found to be 2? Yes or no? Yes or no? And we do know that this is 10 sine 2 theta. So do we know sine 2 theta in terms of 10 theta? I hope you remember it is given by 2 10 theta divided by 1 plus 10 square theta. Do you remember this identity which you must have studied in 11th standard? With this, I'll be concluding this value as well, which is going to be what? This is 10 sine. So sine 2 theta I'm writing. Sine 2 theta is going to be what? 2 10 theta. So 2 10 theta. 10 theta is what? 2 divided by 1 plus 10 square theta. 10 theta is again 2. So that is 4. I hope now it's easy, absolutely understandable and doable, and there is no confusion on whatever I've done so far. I hope you all are there with me. So finally, I hope you'll do the calculation, which is absolutely easy and perfect and great. With this, if you are not getting this part, if you want more clarity on this part, I can help you with this part as well. Although you can do it with the graphs as well, but I'm simply giving you this suggestion. It will be caught. I hope no confusion on that. Here, I'll be saying that this is what? Minus 4 pi I keep aside. So minus 4 pi plus what? I get it as 4 pi minus 11. So I hope basic operations, let's say this is an angle theta. So this is cos minus 4 pi plus theta. 4 pi of course is going to be your positive x-axis. Below this, it means what? Your negative x-axis. I hope there is no confusion on that. And with that, finally, when you calculate all of these values, I'm giving you the final answer. So this final answer is going to be your final value. I'm just writing it in a while by looking at the final answer. So this will be giving you here. I repeat, what is it? This is here minus 4 pi. This was cot of minus 11. So I added 4 pi to it and I subtracted 4 pi from it. So it became minus 4 pi plus 4 pi minus 11. So with minus 4 pi, I'll of course be getting on the positive x-axis. If I add something to it, so of course I'll be pushed into the first quadrant. In the first quadrant, all the ratios are positive. So this finally will be received as cot theta. I hope you're getting it. So this will be cot theta, which is 4 pi minus 11, which lies between 0 to pi. So cot inverse of cot of theta, I hope you're understanding, theta, which is between 0 to pi, will be theta only. Cot inverse of cot theta will be theta only. So can I directly write this value? If you're getting it, if you're not getting it, cot inverse of cot of what? 4 pi minus 11 I'll get, because this is cot minus 4 pi plus theta, first quadrant, so it is cot theta. Now this value here lies between 0 to pi, so I'll directly cancel this out or nullify them because this theta lies between 0 to pi, so this will be 4 pi minus 11. So this value here will be 4 pi minus 11. Where shall I write it? So I am writing it here. So this is 4 pi minus 11. Other values also you have received, which is 10, and this solution, the whole calculation which you finally do, you'll receive it as 4 pi plus 7. Shall I do that calculation? Have you all understood it? So 4 pi plus 7 is what you'll get. This value, you add it to this, and you'll finally get the answer. So calculation part I'm skipping, which you all, being JEE Advanced aspirant, are good at. So now we are moving towards the next section. Question number 5 is what we'll be doing now. So shall I? Can clear JEE means as a backup? You should. If you had a PCM, you should try it. Suppose that, I hope it's readable, it's properly visible to everyone. Just give me a quick thumbs up in the chat box. So there I'm told that here, suppose that box 1 contains 6 red ball and 9 green balls. Okay, so I'm writing this configuration somewhere so that we don't miss it. So there is box 1, and this box 1 contains what? This box 1 contains 6 red and 9 green. Don't forget this data. And there is another box 2. So there is another box 2, and this box 2 contains what? This box 2 contains 8 red. Okay, so this box 2 contains 8 red balls and 12 green balls. Clear. All the balls of box 1 and box 2 are mixed together. So when they are mixed, I hope I'll be getting a mixture here. So when I get that mixture, which is a mixture of box 1 and box 2, all the red, so 8 plus 6 will be 14. So I'll be getting 14 red balls, and with that 12 plus 9 is going to be what? 21. So I'll be getting 21 green balls. One more clarity I want to have: total number of balls in box 1, 9 plus 16, that were 15. So total 15 balls were here. 12 plus 8, that is 20 balls over here. 20 plus 15, that is 35 balls I'll be getting here. Are we clear on this configuration, all the participants? Are we clear on that? Now from here, what are we told about the events? What are we told about the events? Let E1 be the event that ball which is chosen is belonging to box 1. So if I want to define E1, how will I define it? Can you help me with probability of E1? What is E1, students, here? E1 be the event that ball chosen belong to box 1. So from box 1, if a ball is chosen, so technically how is event? The random event is they are mixed and a ball is chosen. So ball is chosen from this mixture. So here, what am I told? What am I told? That E1 is the event that ball is chosen which is belonging to box 1. So from box 1, how many balls do I have? From box 1, I have 15 balls. But from both the boxes, I have 35. So this will be 15 by 35. This will be 15 by 35. I hope you're comfortable with that. And 15 by 35 is 3 by 7. 5 into 3 and 5 into 7. So this should be 3 by 7. Everybody give me a quick update on that. Now let me define event E2. So event E2 is given as the event that the ball which is chosen, belongs to box 2. So of course they are complementary events. So if this is 3 by 7, it should be 1 minus 3 by 7, 4 by 7. If you don't believe me, box 2 has total 20 balls. Total balls are 35 when they are mixed. So it will be 20 by 35. So it should be what? 4 by 7. I hope you are clear with that. So probability of E2 will be 20 by 35. That is 4 by 7, which we already concluded 1 minus 3 by 7. I hope no confusion on that. Brilliant, 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 students. Keep responding, keep interacting. That helps us in understanding whether you are understanding or not. So with that, if I move ahead, F1 is the event. F1 is the event that the ball chosen is red. I hope it's properly visible and clearly visible to everyone. So now F1 is defined as the event that the ball which you have chosen from here is red. So I hope it's pretty easy here. If I wish to write the probability of F1, what would that be? Sir, F1 means ball which is chosen is red. So it is 14 upon 35. 14 upon 35 means what? 7 into 2, 14, 7 into 5. So it's 2 by 5. Can I write that directly here? Now the F2 event, I think that will be 21 by 35 probably. And let me verify it. So F2 is the event that the ball which is chosen is green. Great. So if I were to choose a green ball, 21 by 35, again complementary, you can write it as 1 minus 2 by 5, which is 3 by 5. Otherwise, 21 by 35, which is what? 7 into 3, 7 into 5. So you could have directly written as 3 by 5. Everyone comfortable with whatever I've done so far? Anyone with any confusion? I hope I can move ahead from here. Now, when I go ahead from here, give me a moment, students. Here we are. With this conclusion in mind, when I begin further or when I go ahead further, let's start reading options. Because here, this is in multiple select, which means more than one options will be correct. So if I begin, I'll be skipping a lot of calculations. I'll be doing conceptual part and I'll be telling you finally the final answer. So first option, events E1 and F1 are independent. So if they are independent, we know that probability of E1 intersection F1 should be equal to probability of E1 into probability of F1. So I think that I know E1 and F1. 3 by 7, 2 by 5. So this RHS is going to be what? E1 and F1, right? So 3 by 7, 2 by 5, that is 6 by 7 into 5, that is 35, right? So this should be 6 by 35. Now let's verify that. E1 and F1. What are E1 and F1? E1, ball chosen belongs to box 1 intersection. So from box 1, a red ball is chosen. I hope it's easy. From box 1, a red ball is chosen. So from box 1, if a red ball is chosen, 6 by 15. Am I making any mistake here? Let me do that again. So here, probability of E1 intersection F1, right? E1 intersection F1. That's again is going to be what? E1, event that ball chosen belongs to box 1. So the ball which is chosen belongs to box 1. Intersection F1. What is F1? F1 is event that the ball chosen is red, right? So that means what? That means chosen ball is red and it belongs to box 1. So chosen ball is red and it belongs to box 1. Okay, so from box 1, a red ball can be chosen in 61 ways, but total number of balls are still 35. So it will be 6C1 upon 35C1, which is still 6 by 35. Shall I repeat that? Because the event is not to choose a ball from here. The event ultimately is choose a ball from here. Great, great, great. So both LHS and RHS are equal. So option A is absolutely correct. Shall I move ahead from here? Now let me define option B. The events E2 and F2 are dependent. So again, I'll use the same logic here. So I'll do it on the next page so that you don't get confused. Let me do it on the next page. I hope you are paying attention to this part. The next part here, if I do here, this part I can remove. Let me try and define E2 and F2. The events E2 and F2 are dependent. Okay, let's work it out. Probability of E2 intersection F2. Let's check whether it is equal to or not probability of E2 into probability of F2. By that logic, I think if E1 and F1 are independent, I think E2 and F2 should also be independent. By that logic, I can say so. But even if I try to verify it, I can. E2 intersection F2. What is E2? Ball is chosen from box 2. What is F2? I think it should be green. So if a ball is chosen from box 2, which is green, that is 12. I hope you're getting it, by 35. So here LHS will be 12 by 35. Here LHS will be 12 by 35. Let me see. Probability of E2. Probability of E2 is 4 by 7. And probability of F2 is 3 by 5. And I think it is found to be equal, which means they are independent. So this is wrong, which means option B cannot be the answer. Are we clear on that? Now let's talk about option C, everyone. So how do we talk about option C? Pay attention to this part. The conditional probability P happening of F1 when E1 has already happened is equal to this happening of F1 when E2 has already happened. So let's talk about, I am really sorry. Let's talk about option C now. I hope you're getting it. So probability of F1 when E1 has already happened. We are running short of space, but let me try and write it here. So probability of F1 when E1 has already happened will be F1 intersection E1. Probability of F1 intersection E1 divided by probability of E1. This is what we know, everyone, yes or no? Probability of F1 when E1 has already happened is F1 intersection E1 upon E1. I think all these values I have already figured out. Have I not? F1 intersection E1 was 6 by 35. So it was 6 by 35, yes or no? And probability of E1 we already have, that is 3 by 7, yes or no? Can you work it out by yourself? I hope you will do that. Now from here, I need to work out one more result, F1 when E2 has happened. So probability of F1 when E2 has happened, that is I think new. So F1 intersection E2, this will be the numerator, probability of F1 when E2 has happened divided by probability of E2. So there if I wish to write it, probability of E2, that was 4 by 7, that was 4 by 7. And probability of F1 when E2, F1 intersection E2. Now what is F1? Go back to this. So this question asks you to read it a lot many times because you cannot afford to commit any error. So F1 is red, E2 I think is box 2, right? E2 is box 2. So red from box 2. So 8 by 35 I think, red box 2. So that is 8 by 35. So this you'll do as 8 by 35. You will compare both of these values. I think I can skip that calculation. I can directly say after comparing, I think you will get both of the probabilities to be same. And if both the probabilities are found to be same, these values will be found to be same. And if they are same, which means it is equal, which is correct, which means option C, you will find to be correct. So far A and C are correct. Let me move ahead. Let's verify option D now. So I hope you have gotten the modus operandi. How are you supposed to proceed with this question? I hope I'm not explaining in a very difficult manner. It is understandable. It is absolutely doable. And you are finding JEE Advanced to be on a doable side. This paper is on a doable side. Now let's talk about this. Same data. F1 by E1. So this is exactly what you have just worked out. So probability of F1 when E1 has happened, that you have already worked out. Can I directly write it so that we can save some time? Probability of happening of F1 when E1 has already happened is 2 by 5. We have just done in the previous slide, right? Do you remember that? Thank you so much, Cosmic. I'm glad you're responding it. That's great. Keep responding so that we know that yes, there are some sincere students. Now, what have we asked? F2 when E2 has happened. So let me talk about that. So probability of, by the way, Cosmic, in which standard are you? So F2 when E2 has happened, or have you written JEE Advanced this year? So probability of happening of F2 when E2 has happened will be this intersection divided by E2, right? So that's your probability. I think that also you know how, because I think we have worked out all these results previously only. So whatever we have worked out, that data is what we need to keep putting here. So probability of happening of E2, you already know, which is what, 4 by 7, that you can do. Probability of F2 intersection E2. So F2 is what? Ball is green. E2, I think the ball is from box 2. So green from box 2 will be 12 by 35, yes or no? So this also calculation you can do by yourself and you can work it out by yourself. So finally it is going to be what? This is going to be 12 by 35. So 7 cancels it, which is 5. This cancels it, which is 3. So this you receive as 3 by 5. What are we asked? This is greater than that. No, 2 is less than 3. So this is false because it is less than that. So option D, you can clearly verify by yourself. I hope it was easy, doable, and interesting question. 12th completed, planning to write it next year. And I'm glad you are able to answer these questions. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So you didn't write this here. I'm moving with this question now. Let's see, what does it say? I hope everyone can see this again. P be the plane. So P is a plane such that it contains this straight line. So this plane contains this straight line. And okay, so this plane first of all is containing a straight line, right? So here there is a plane which is P. Let me just draw it. So there is a plane P which contains a straight line, and there it contains a straight line, which means this line contains 1, 3, minus 2. So the point 1, 3, minus 2 will lie on it. This point 1, 3, minus 2 will lie on it. I hope it's not getting confusing. And this line has direction ratios 2, 3, 1. So this dr are the drs of this line, which is 2, 3, 1. So this has the direction ratios as 2, 3, 1. I hope whatever I'm doing is understandable here. And this plane, this is not your plane. P is what I have drawn, and this plane is containing this line, and it is perpendicular to another plane. Okay, so there is one more plane. Okay, so it's like your room where one of the plane is your floor, other plane is your wall. So there's one more plane. I'll be drawing it, or I'll try to draw it perpendicular to it. So how do I draw it? Shall I draw it like this? I hope you're able to understand this. This is a plane which is perpendicular to it, right? So this is your P, and this is the other plane. Other plane means x plus 2y plus 3z. So this is your x plus 2y plus 3z is equal to 4. I hope there is no doubt on that. And if I ask you the normal to it, if I ask you to draw a normal to it, I hope you're understanding the normal will have 1, 2, 3 as its direction ratio. So it is 1, 2, 3. I hope there is no confusion so far. Now, what am I asked? P1 is another plane which passes through, and it is parallel to P. Okay, I'll talk about P1 later, but let me try and talk a little more about P. So if I wish to write the equation of plane P, this is your plane P, right? This is your plane P, and this is some other plane, which is your this x plus 2y plus 3z, which I, let's say, denote by some other, okay, I don't denote it. So here, are you not getting one simple fact here? Try and imagine this in 3D. Here. This is your plane, this is the plane, and they both are perpendicular. I hope you're able to imagine this. They both are perpendicular. It's like your laptop. I hope you can visualize this. Put on 90 degrees. So this is your keyboard, this is your screen, put at 90 degree. I hope it's understandable. Now, this line is lying in the plane. This is the normal to it. So if I want to write the normal to this plane, if I wish to try and imagine this in 3D, if I try to write the normal to this plane, that normal will be perpendicular. To this line and this line. Let's say this line I denote by normal to this plane P, so which I'm denoting by vector NP. This plane I'm, let's say, denoting by Q, so this is plane Q. So this normal I'm denoting by vector NQ. I hope no confusion on that. So if I could find NP cross NQ, yes, if I could find NP cross NQ, will I not be in a position to write the normal to plane P? This is not normal to plane P. This is the line which is lying in the plane P, right? So this I'm simply denoting by, let's say, N. This I'm simply denoting by N. So this N and NQ's cross, if I find, will I not be in a position to write the normal to plane P? And that calculation you all pretty are good at. I, J, K is what you do. Then of course, N is what your 2, 3, 1, and this is your 1, 2, 3. I hope no confusion on that. And after doing this, the final calculation which you do, I hope you know how to do that. Finally, the normal vector which you'll receive is, I'm saving some time here, the normal vector which you'll receive will be I plus 2j plus 3k. So this will be I plus 2j plus 3k. Yes or no? Give me a quick update on that. So that's your normal vector. Now, if this is the normal vector to plane P, I hope we have gotten the equation about plane P. The equation of plane P is going to be what? Everyone with me so far? I'm really sorry. I think I have written the wrong data. It is going to be 7 minus 5 plus k, because this is I plus 2j plus 3k. I'm really sorry. It should be 7 minus 5 plus 1. So this is going to be 7 minus 5 plus 1. Yes. So 7 I cap minus 5 j cap plus k cap. That is going to be a normal. So if I have gotten the normal to this plane, can I not say that, sir, equation of this plane will be 7x, equation of this plane P. So I'm writing the equation of this plane P will be 7x minus 5y, I hope you remember this concept, plus 1 into z, and that is equal to some constant. Let's say this is d. Sir, how do we find this d? I hope that's really simple and easy because this point 1, 3, minus 2 lies on this plane. So this plane must be satisfying this point 1, 3, minus 2. So I hope I can skip that calculation. 1, 3, minus 2 you put here. And when you put it here, 1, 3, minus 2, you get the constant term, which is going to be which is brought here will be plus 10. So here, I hope you can satisfy it. So with this will be 7x minus 5y plus z plus 10 is equal to 0. Or you can put it here as well on the other side, which is d on the other side. So that's your equation of the plane 1. I hope I need not explain it again. Have you all gotten a decent clarity on this? This here is your equation of plane 1. Yes or no? Yes or no? Plane. This is your plane P. How NP cross? You try and imagine this by yourself. On floor, imagine the line which is perpendicular on your wall. Try and imagine a line to it. So if you want to draw the normal to it, if you want to draw the normal to the wall, it will be cross of this line and that perpendicular. Try and imagine this in 3D. Try and imagine this in 3D. Try and imagine this in 3D. You will definitely get the cross of this as this, if you could do it. Now with that, if I get back to the discussion we were having, sir, I'll come back to the options, but let me talk about P1 as well. P1 is the plane which passes through this and is parallel to P. So P1 is parallel to P. So if P1 is parallel to P, do you not think I can write the equation of P1 as well? Because P1, if it is parallel to P, it will again be as 7x minus 5y plus z, but it will be equal to some other value. But I am given that plane 1 passes through 4, 2, 2. So if plane 1 passes through 4, 2, 2 by putting it here, can I not write the final equation of plane 1? So I'm skipping that calculation and I'm writing it. It will be received as 7x minus 5y plus z, which will remain same, but the constant term lambda will receive as 20. So it will be 7x minus 5y plus z and you will receive it as 20. Yes or no? Everyone, give me a quick update on this. This is your plane P1. This is going to be your plane P1. Everybody give me a quick update on this. Now what, sir? I think we have plane 1, P1, which is P1 this, and then plane P. I think I have everything whatever is needed. Now, let's go ahead with option A. Equation of P is this. Equation of P is this. I think this is exactly what we have gotten. So option 1 is definitely correct. Option 1, let me just keep verifying it. So here to this question, option A is definitely correct. Indeed, it is correct. Option A is definitely correct. Let's talk about option B. Distance between P and P1. I hope you know that formula here. I hope you do know that formula here. Distance between P and P1. Give me a moment, students. I'm keeping these notes structured so that when you receive them, you have these. So this will be the complete solution of your JEE Advanced paper 2026. Paper 1 and paper 2 also will come in this live only. And this you can avail by following our WhatsApp channel. On our WhatsApp channel, we'll be uploading all these PDFs. Great, great, great. That's good, students. What I need is distance between P1 and P. So I hope you know the distance formula. That distance here between P and P1, if I write it as P and P1 like this, I hope you remember, is given by the difference between their constant terms, that is minus 10, minus 20. I hope you remember that. But of course, negative of modulus of it divided by under root over. I hope the coefficients are same in them. So 7 square, 5 square and 1 square. So here it will be 7 square plus 5 square plus 1 square. Again, I'm skipping that calculation just to save our time. And finally, the distance which you'll do or get after the calculation will clearly be, I'm just writing it directly, 30 by root 75, which is 2 root 3. So this value, this distance you'll receive as 2 root 3. I hope you're comfortable with that. Let's verify it here. Is it given as 2 root 3? The distance here, is it given as 2 root 3? The distance between plane P and P1 is not 30, it is 2 root 3. So option B is incorrect. Distance of P from the origin is 2 root 3. I think it is not, but let's quickly verify this. So distance of P from the origin, I hope you know that formula. Power of origin with respect to this plane. So that will be 0, 0, 0, minus of minus 10, because mod of minus 10 I'm taking. That's the distance of this plane from origin, right? So I'm writing it as PO. Divided by, again, same, under root over 7 square plus 5 square plus 1. That I need not write. So 7 square plus 5 square plus 1, which we have just evaluated. I think it was 75. So with this, it will be 10 by 75, and 10 by 75 when you simplify, 10 by root 75 which you simplify will be received as 2 root 3. So that calculation I'm skipping. I hope you're okay with that. And this is 2 by root 3, which is given as 2 root 3. Option C is also wrong. Now, option D, acute angle between plane P and this. So plane P and 2x plus 2y plus z. Okay. So this is 2x. There's another plane, 2x plus 2y plus z, which is equals to something. That something doesn't matter. actually. So this is 3. So between plane P and between this plane, the acute angle, I hope you remember, normal to this will be 2 to 1. Normal to here, this will be 2 to 1. So if, I hope you're understanding, 2i cap, 2j cap, 1k cap, so that I'm not writing it like this. So let's say this is the other plane. Let's say this is the other plane PQ we have taken. Let's say this is the other plane R. So normal to it is this. So if I do NR dot NP divided by mod of NR dot NP, will that not give me the cos theta between these two planes? Because whatever angle is there between their normals, the same angle between those two planes. I hope it is not getting very confusing. So with that, the calculation which you finally do here, I hope it has 7 minus 5 and 1. So 2 to 1. So 7 into 2. I hope you'll do it. 7 into 2 plus minus 5 into 2 plus 1 into 1. 1 into 1, that is 1 into 1, of course. Its magnitudes. Of course, it is cos theta. Acute angle we are interested in, so I'm taking its magnitude. That's your dot product. Divided by mod of this into mod of this. I hope you're understanding this. This, I think, is not n dot. I'm really sorry, I'm making a correction here. I'm really sorry. There should be a small correction here. It should be the unit vectors here. So it should be mod of NR times mod of NP. I'm really sorry for that. So with this here, I hope you remember that mod of NR and NP that we have already been doing a lot many times. That will be root 75 and NP here will be 441, that is root 9. And I hope you can calculate it by yourself. So this calculation when you do will turn out as 1 by 3 root 3. So this calculation will turn out as 1 by 3 root 3. So cos theta will receive as 1 by 3 root 3. So theta will be 1 by 3 root 3 is cos inverse. So option D will be correct. So the answer to this question will be option A and option D. Good evening everyone. Namaskar everyone. With that, I hope it's understandable and it was again a doable question. Let me move towards another very good, very beautiful question asked by JEE Advanced. So this question, how do we solve? Let's talk about that. R denote the set of all real numbers. So there is a function f from R to R, arbitrary function. So they are not defining it. It could be any random function. And there is another function g which is also defined from R to R. And we are given that g is defined as x into f of x for all x which are real. Everybody with me on this? Great, that's perfect. Which of the following statements is or are true? So I have to go option by option. So option A, the function g is always continuous. How can it be true? This word always is a very bad word. Avoid using these words in life. Always, never. There are some really great words. I'll always be with you. I'll never leave you. These are some really great words. Avoid using these words in life as well. So if somebody says like that, always and never or definitely or surely, then they give you some confusion. They give you some doubt. So what do I mean by that? I mean to say that g is always continuous at x is equals to 0. Sir, at x is equals to 0, I get this will be 0. But I have to understand f of x as well. I hope you do remember that if f of x, I hope you're understanding, g is continuous. So g to be continuous, is this condition simply enough that at x is equals to 0, this will be continuous no matter what f of x is? Let me give an example to give you more clarity on this. Let us say I'm taking f of x as 1 by x. So I'm taking its definition as 1 by x as long as x is not 0, and its definition is 0 the moment x becomes 0. So if this is how f of x is defined, how will you define g of x? So g of x will be product of this will be this with x. So x into 1 by x is what? 1. So as long as x is not 0, this is 1. And as soon as x becomes 0, this is clearly x into 0. I hope your understanding is 0. I hope you are clearly seeing that here at 0, around 0, LHL and RHL are 1. At 0, the value of the function is 0. Is it continuous? Yes, there is one more word, only. And I hope you got the context as well. So with that, will I not say that, sir, this is not necessarily true. This always is, of course, something which you should always be scared of. So this clearly is a clear example of it. And there could be a lot of functions like that. I have just taken one of the examples. With that, let's talk about option D. This is clearly a property. Have we not studied? Have we not discussed this property? Do you remember that? I'll make you recall that property. Property says f is continuous at x is equals to 0. So this f, coincidentally, luckily, is given to be continuous. So f is continuous, right? So gx is differentiable at 0. Do you remember that? If there is a product of two functions, where I don't know whether it is differentiable or not, so fx is an arbitrary function, I don't know about its differentiability, but I know that x is 0 and x is continuous and differentiable at 0. So if this is a continuous function, this is a differentiable function which is 0 at 0. So continuous into differentiable function, this differentiable function is 0 at 0, will be differentiable. Do you remember this property? So they simply wrote a property here in option B, and we know that this is true. Shall I repeat that? I repeat, pay attention to this part. We do discuss this property when we talk about continuity and differentiability, and property is based on that. Do you remember that? What do we discuss there? If there is a product of two functions, this is x into f of x, where what do we say? This second function is continuous. Okay, cool, we know that. And first function x is clearly y is equals to x, which is differentiable and continuous at 0. So this x is differentiable and continuous. Of course, if it is differentiable, it is continuous. And of course, it is 0 at 0. So this function x is 0 at x is equals to 0. I hope you're understanding my definition here. This function fx is, let's say this is lambda x. So this lambda x is 0 at x is equals to 0. What does it mean? By that, we already know continuous into differentiable and continuous, and this is 0 at 0, this product whole will be differentiable at 0. Do you remember that? So by applying that property, I can unhesitatingly say option B will be correct. Now let's talk about option C. What does option C say? So to have more detailed discussion on option C, let me create some space here. Let's talk about option C. If G is differentiable, then f is continuous. Okay, let me take few more examples on that. What are we told? If G is differentiable at x is equals to 0, then f is continuous at x is equals to 0. Okay, let's talk about the differentiability of G. Let us talk about the differentiability of G. Can I talk about that data here? So G being differentiable at 0 means what? I hope you are understanding. I'm trying to define G dash 0. So if it is differentiable, I'm not interested in LHD and RHD. I'll simply define G dash 0. What will it be? Sir, x approaching 0. X approaching 0, you can take h approaching 0. Where you can take it as, of course, g of h minus g of 0, g of h, or you can directly write it as g of x only. Y2, introduce one more variable here. I hope y2 minus y1 upon x2 minus x1. So g of x minus g of 0 divided by x minus 0. Yes or no? Quickly give me an update on that. Sir, what will be g of 0? So far what I clearly believe is g of 0 has to be 0, because 0 into anything is supposed to be 0, because it is defined between r to r. So it will be defined. So if 0 into anything, of course that anything is something defined. So 0 into anything will be 0. So g of 0 I know is 0. So with that, I'll be getting this definition as g of x upon x, limit x approaches 0. So limit x approaches 0, gx upon x. What is gx? Sir, that is x fx. So this will be x fx upon x. So x and x are cancelled. I get limit x approaches 0 f of x. Sir, what does it mean? Pay attention to this part. This is the most crucial part here. Listen to me very, very, very carefully. This is a catch here. And that's a catch which you all should pay attention to. I am told G is differentiable. So if G is differentiable at x is equals to 0, which means G dash 0 exists. G dash 0 exists, which means this exists. So this exists. This exists. I hope you're understanding. Fx when x approaches 0 exists, which means LHN and RHL will be same. Fx when x approaches 0 from left hand side, Fx when x approaches 0 from right hand side will be equal. Perfectly accepted. But is that existence of limit, is that a necessary and sufficient condition for f of x to be continuous at x is equal to 0? Sir, I think for that what we need is, we need three things. LHL at 0, RHL at 0, and the value of the function at 0. That should also be 0. I mean, that should also be same. But are we told that the value of the function at 0 is same as that? No. What I know is LHL and RHL at 0 for f of x will be same. But do I know that value of the function at 0 will also be that? No. So I hope one condition is missing from there. So no matter if the limit exists there at 0 for f of x, I don't know the value of the function. I hope you remember that case. Function limit LHL and RHL exist, but the value of the function is here. So this is clearly a case of discontinuity. LHL is taking to you here, RHL is also taking to you here, but the value of the function is somewhere in between or somewhere else. Jump. I hope with that I'll say option C is discarded. Option D, pay attention that G is differentiable. So if G is differentiable, that means this, then limit x. I think that's exactly what I've explained. So limit exists, but continuity is not ensured. So I think option C is clearly Wrong because of option D. I hope option D is a proper explanation of what we have just discussed. Give me a quick update on this. Have you all understood option B and D? Or shall I re-explain that? Give me a quick update on that. With that, I'm moving towards the next question, question number 8. Here there is a lot of calculations. I'll be skipping a lot of calculation. I'll simply be telling you the concept, the approach, and the final answer. I hope you're okay with that. So first of all, pay attention to this. There is a matrix M. The moment somebody says m to the power 26, what I always think of is two approaches, m square, m cube, that is what I'll find. Or the other way is you use this method, which is more interesting here, which is basically an extension of Cayley-Hamilton method, matrix polynomial, which we do. So m I write as a plus I. So there is no a actually, so I'll take it as a plus I. So can I write m, which is what? 2 minus 1, 1, 0 as a plus I. So a I'll write later. Let me write I first so that you can work out what will a be. I hope you're understanding the intent here. So I is of course identity matrix 1, 0, 0, 1. Yes or no? Now 2, 1, which means it should be 1. Minus 1, 0, so it should be minus 1. 1, 0, so it should be 1. 0, 1, so it should be what? Minus 1. Correct me if I'm wrong. So there, this is your matrix A. This here is your matrix A. This here is your matrix I. Sir, what is the advantage of it? No problem on skipping calculation. Tarun, I'll definitely create a video on this and I'll definitely share a video on this. Actually, luckily or coincidentally, I had planned this video for this week's planner. So I'm already going to record a short on it. Very soon I'll be recording a short on it in which I'll be giving you a technique or rather a trick to cover the backlog. The trick is called 132. I'll talk about that later, but right now let's focus on what we are supposed to, right? So that we don't get diverted from the agenda. So m we are able to define as a plus I. Now, this is a, this is I. Now when you do this, I'm skipping the calculation. So when you do a square, so this into this, what is a square? I hope you know that. This is 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1. Of course, it is multiplied with 1 minus 1, 1 minus 1. So when you do that, I hope you know how to do that. So a square when you try to find, a square when you try to find will turn out to be, a square will turn out to be null matrix, which is 0, 0, 0, 0. So I hope I need not write that, all of that. So a square will be found to be 0. A square will be found to be 0. Sir, what is the advantage of it? The whole advantage lies here because the beauty here is that if I now try to do something here with m to the power 26, which is a plus I, there a square is 0. Will I not be saying something very critical and crucial here? Hold on for a while, students. That here, this is m, which is 8 plus I to I. So m to the power 26 will be what? A plus I to the power 26, or you can write it as I plus a to the power 26. I hope you're getting it. And exactly this category of questions have we not discussed while we were discussing or talking about the marathons before JEE Advanced. This is exactly the kind of questions we have done. I think 2 to 3 questions we have done of this category, and that's exactly what they have thrown at you. Now this means, I hope you remember, NC0 26C0, that is 1 into I, so this will be I, plus NC1 26 1, that is 26 into a to the power 1, which is a, into I, that doesn't matter. Then afterwards, a square, a cube and all will be null matrices. So there I stop. So that's the beauty of it. If you could convert m as I plus a, or you could have used Cayley-Hamilton method, matrix polynomial, but they don't matter. This is a very easy and simple approach. So this is how we define m. So m will look like what? Sorry, this is m to the power 26. So m to the power 26, if I could directly write 26 into a you'll do, plus I will do. So m to the power 26, which you'll finally do, I am writing that whole result now, 27 minus 26, and then you'll have 26 minus 25. How will you get it? Simply, you already had this a. You already had this a. So a into 26 plus I, when you do, you will finally get this m to the power 26. So that calculation I'm skipping. I'm writing the direct result very quickly. With that, what are we asked now? So this is m to the power 26. But we are told m to the power 26 is PQRS. So this here is your P. This of course is going to be Q. This of course is going to be R. And this of course is going to be S. That I need not tell you. Sir, the story doesn't stop here. The story goes long and long. So this is mk on which summation is there. So k is ranging from 1 to 2. So let me try and help you with this expression. This is m, then this is m square, then this is m cube, and so on, and which is going till m to the power 26. Okay, I got this. Sir, can we write m to the power n? I think this is exactly going to be m to the power n. If I wish to write m to the power n, will that also not look like I plus NA? Yes or no? Yes or no? Give me a quick update on that. Give me a quick update. I hope it is understandable. M to the power n will be I plus Na. If I have that generalization, I think we have gotten the answer. Why? Because pay attention to this part. This is mk, m to the power k. So will I not be writing it as I plus k? So this is summation on I plus what? Ka. I plus k, where I am clearly seeing k to be ranging from 1 to 26. Did you all get this, or shall I repeat that? Did you all get this, or shall I repeat that? So I'm directly writing this result, skipping few things because I am willing to save some time here. Now pay attention to this part. I is your identity matrix 1, 0, 0, 1. Ka will be what? You can simply multiply this a by k. So it will be k minus k, k minus k. So when you k minus k, when you add it with 1, 0, 0, 1, you clearly get m to the power k. You clearly get m to the power k because this is I plus k. So that result I'm directly writing here, which will be what? I plus ka if I write. I plus ka if I write. Let me just look for this. Where is it? I plus k. So that will be this. That will be 1 plus k. Here it will be minus k. This will be k and this will be 1 minus k. I hope you're okay with that. No confusion on that. This is your I plus k, on which there is summation where k is ranging from 1 to 26. Yes or no? Yes or no, everyone. Now, we know if summation of these matrices is needed to be done. So matrices are added element wise. I hope you do remember this basic, that if I were to add this matrix with this matrix, so they are conformable in terms of addition. This is added with this is how you add it all. So what are you trying to help us with this, sir? With this, I'm trying to help you out with this, that if I'm applying a summation, so summation can be distributed here, 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 and here. Did you all get that or not? Did you all get that or not? So when you do all of that, summation on 1 plus k, summation on k, summation on k, summation on 1 minus k. K is from 1 to 26. So this is 1 plus first 26 natural numbers. Sum of first 26 natural numbers, it's negative. Sum of first 26 natural numbers negative, or you could have simply kept it common as well. Through that also you could have done it. You could do it 26 times added I, then k times 26 times, then 26 times summation on to k, 26 times summation 1 to k 1 to 26 and then a as it is, or you could simply distribute it inside, whatever you wish to do. Both are fine. So I'm directly writing this summation. I hope you're understanding. Summation on this, summation on this, summation on this, summation on this. First 26 natural numbers sum you are supposed to do, or you can write it as 2 plus 3 plus 4 and so on till 27. That is also a very good suggestion given by Cosmic. So with that, I hope I can directly write the final result. So final summation which you'll do or get, that calculation I'm skipping, that you will get as, I'm writing the final result, that you will get as, I'm not writing all the other values, or let me write it. This is, you'll get as 377. The next value you will get as minus 351. The next value you will get at 351. This will be 351. And the next value 1 minus k you will get as, let me just look for this, you'll get as minus 325. I hope you are okay with that. But this we are told as ABCD. If we are told this as ABCD, what does it mean? This is going to be A, this is going to be B, this is going to be C, and this here is going to be D. I hope you are comfortably understanding it. Everybody got this part, or shall I re-explain this? How did I get these values? I simply applied summation on these terms individually. You can distribute the summation to all these terms. In determinants, it is passed to either any row or column, but in matrices, it is passed to all the elements. With this, now let me start talking about the options, because I think I have all the data. I have PQRS, I have ABCD. So let us talk about the options. Which of the following is or are true? Where are the options? Let me look for the options here. So I think these are the options. Option A, there exists a 2 by 2 invertible matrix. So first of all, there is an invertible matrix. So if I'm told this is an invertible matrix, determinant of n will not be 0. And I am told that there is a matrix n such that this is true. Okay, I think this has nothing to do with that. Definitely, Pratap, I'll create a video on that as well. So if I took determinant on both these sides, it will be determinant of m into determinant of n, which is equal to determinant of n into determinant of 1, 1, 0, 1. From here, this determinant of n can be cancelled by itself because it is not a variable, it is non-zero, so it can be cancelled. So from here, I can conclude that determinant of m will be 1 minus 0, which is 1, where I know that determinant of n is non-zero. So determinant of m is supposed to be 1. So if I check it for consistency, am I getting determinant of m as 1 here? If I do get it, I think my condition will be matched and fulfilled and I don't have to verify it. So 2 0 minus minus 1, that is 1 here. So with that, if this is also giving me the same determinant, which means it is consistent, which means option A is absolutely correct. Everybody got this, or shall I re-explain that? Let me check for the options. Yes, option A is correct. Now let's talk about option B. The value of A is 378. The value of A is not 378, it is 377. So option B is false. Now, option C and option D, option C and option D are what? Which we have already discussed a lot many times in our marathons. If you don't believe me, I'll show you here. Let me go by option by option. So first of all, I'll talk about option C here. So let's talk about option C first. All right, everyone, here we are. Option C says what? Option C says for any two given integers m and n, there exists unique integers x and y such that, so this is a system of equations, linear equations in two variables, which means Cramer's rule. I hope for Cramer's rule, what do we know? Sir, coefficient matrix will be PQ and RS. So it will be PQ, RS. Do you remember that? The variable matrix, it will be XY. It will be column matrix. And the constant matrix from here will be Mn. Do you remember that? Now they told you that for m and n being integers, for x and y being unique integers, there exists this system of equations, which means it has a unique solution. So there, I hope you remember, for unique solution, we have discussed it a lot many times. Delta should be non-zero. If somebody says that delta should be non-zero, what does it mean? So delta is PS minus RQ. Delta is PS minus RQ. Can you do that by yourself? Why? Because you have PS and RQ. Where do you have them? Where do you have them? Where do you have them? This is your PS RQ. Can you do that by yourself? Can you do that by yourself? I'm simply writing this value here. I'm not calculating it because it will be very much time consuming. So first of all, determinant of m is 1. So determinant of m to the power 26. You don't have to work it out. It will be 1 to the power 26, which is 1, which is non-zero. So if it is non-zero, this here is nothing but determinant of m only. So if delta, if I'm talking about, so delta is nothing, but in our case is determinant of m, which we know is non-zero because determinant of m is 1. And if determinant of m is 1, so I hope 1 here, which means if I take its inverse, I hope you remember how do we solve linear equations with inverse method. I'll take it there. I'll take its inverse. So with that, this is 1. Determinant of this is 1, which means 1 into something, which means integral solutions only because this is integer. These are supposed to be integer. So with this determinant 1, it is going to have integral solutions. If you don't believe me, you can do one more thing. Sir, we don't know all of this. What you can do is two straight lines in two variables x and y, where I know p, q, r, s are integers. I can solve it. I can solve it and I can verify it because I know m and n are also integers. So there also you'll find integral solutions only. But that's again a very lengthy approach. I think this was absolutely doable. Let's talk about option D now. I hope everyone is comfortable with whatever we have done so far. Now, if I now talk about option D, what does it say? So I'll be writing a lot of data here. Pay attention to this part. Option D says for each positive real number t. So first of all, I'm told that t is a positive real number. Okay. The system of linear equations. This is the system of linear equations. Yes, go ahead with your query. The system of linear equations. So this is a system of linear, again the same. So here, if I wish to write delta, they tell you that it has a unique solution. So if it has a unique solution, delta should be non-zero. What is delta here? Delta, if I define, I'll be saying it as a plus t. A plus t. This will be your b. This will be c and this will be d plus t. But sir, this looks very confusing. Yes, indeed it is confusing. So what I'll do is, of course, to make it have a unique solution, I should ensure that for any positive value of t, it should be non-zero. Yes. So if I expand it, I hope you know the expansion. I hope you are comfortable with that expansion part. So if I finally write the expansion, can I skip that calculation here again? So if I finally write that expansion delta, which of course, how will I get it? I hope you know that this into this minus this into this. So when you do that and when you finally write the whole expansion, which I'm writing it directly without calculating it much, so that delta you will receive as, hold on for a while, let me see for my solutions. Yes, that delta you'll receive as, of course, I hope first of all you have got this, a plus t into whole of d plus t minus bc, and a, b, c, d, we know all these values. A, b, c, d, we know all these values. So it is lengthy in terms of calculation, a lot of calculation you'll be doing. But when you put it all, you'll finally get an equation which will be t square plus 52t plus plus 676, plus 676. Sir, what is the advantage here? If you pay attention to it, it is 26 square. So this is 26 into 2, which means a square plus a square plus 2ab plus b square. So this is clearly t plus 26 whole square, which is delta. Now, can you tell me that whether it is positive or non-negative? It is first of all non-negative. It is first of all non-negative because when t becomes minus 26, it will be 0. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much for your compliment. But here, I am told that t is positive. So if t is positive, which means it is not minus 26. So if t is positive, it is always positive. If it is always positive, then I can say that delta is non-zero for all the positive values of t, which means I think I don't or I should not doubt on option C. Option C, I think, was also correct. I'm really sorry. So option A, C, and D, what has happened here? I think it has hanged. So option A, C, D will be my correct answer. Let me verify that. Option A, C, and D is exactly what you will get. Yes. Now, shall we move towards the next question with that? Everybody comfortably understood that? Give me a quick update on that. And there comes. Definitely, Pratap, I'll do a session on that. Now there comes the most interesting question of your paper, which looks like a little controversial, but this is the best question of your paper, the best question of both the papers, paper 1 and paper 2. This is that category of questions where you have to, first of all, look for the pattern. You have to develop it in the examination hall. You don't have the time. So look on a smaller set, try to create that scenario, and then you gradually develop that what is needed. One of the best questions of your paper. Yes, one of the best questions of your paper, which of course in the examination hall should be clearly avoided. Because first of all, you got to develop the logic, algorithm you need to build. That's around the smaller data set, this is happening. Then on a little bigger set, this is happening. So then you generalize it. And after that generalization, you can generalize what is happening on this bigger data set. And then you have to think a lot of cases. I have the solution. I'll be directly telling you all the appropriate steps, the right steps. But in the examination hall, you won't be doing it so easily. I hope you're getting my intent or point very clearly here. So this is one of the best and the most controversial question because on this, a lot of confusion is generated by some people. Let me just do one thing here. I hope my phone is charged because we're doing a lot of activity today. Now, let's focus on this question. What does it say? I will first of all make you forget this question and talk about some smaller data set. Let's say there is a data set which is 1, 2, 3, 4, right? This is the set. And related to this question, I want to define an equivalence relation. So this is, let's say, a set S. So from S to S, I'm defining a relation. So a relation R is defined from S to S, which means this will be having, this Cartesian product will be having total 16 pairs. And out of those 16 pairs, whatever pairs I want to choose, I can have. Of course, those pairs means what? 1, 1, right? 1, 2. 1, 3, 1, 4, and so on until what? 4, 4. So if I write all these domains as 1, 2, 3, 4 here, I hope you're okay with that. I hope you're absolutely okay with that. No confusion on whatever I've done so far. Then hold on for a while. Let me just reset it. Yes. Now, the next thing which I'll be doing here is, let me just fix one thing here. So that we don't have to face that again. Great. Now, this is your row and these are your columns. What happened here? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Now, let's say out of these 16 elements, 4 cross 4 will have total 16 elements. Out of these 16 elements, where did it go? 1, 2, 3, 4. So total 16 pairs I have gotten in S cross S. And out of this, any pair of elements I choose, that will be a relation from S to S. But I want that relation to be an equivalence relation. Now, if I want to ensure that it is an equivalence relation, which has fixed elements, so if I'm fixing number of elements, from S to S, so S in the domain has 1, 2, 3, 4. So first of all, I'll of course be revolving around the diagonal elements. So 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4 are supposed to be there. Reflexive, symmetric, transitive. Do you remember that? Now, apart from that, whichever pair I choose to make it absolutely an equivalence relation here, I will be ensuring that whatever elements I choose, they'll be revolving around this diagonal element only. What do I mean by that? Because if I'm choosing 1, 2, I'm supposed to choose 2, 1. If I'm choosing, let's say some other element, let's say 3 comma 1, I'm supposed to choose, sorry, if I'm choosing a 3 comma 1, I'm supposed to choose 1 comma 3. I hope you're getting it, so that I can use symmetry or deliver symmetry. So with that, if I now start building the cases here, the different cases here, the number of different equivalence relations from this, out of these 16 elements, if I start creating number of equivalence relations, the first and the most important thing on which you should be paying attention is that I'll be choosing elements along with these diagonal elements. Did you all get that? Now, let's say I have chosen these four elements, So if I'm choosing these four elements, is it an equivalence relation? Yes, because in this relation, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. So symmetric, reflexive, transitive. Let's say I'm choosing few more elements, but those I'm choosing around 3, 3 and 4, 4. So of course, I can choose as many as I want. But when I choose them, when I ensure them, you will be realizing that when I'm fulfilling this condition that I'm choosing 16, out of these 16 pairs, I'm choosing the elements in such a manner that first of all, they are disjoint. Second, there is no intersection. Disjoint means intersection. Second, their union should give me all the elements here. So that can be done. This is something higher level mathematics, which you don't study in 11th, 12th, but still I'm trying to give you the logic here. There, you will be seeing the number of cases getting developed based on the number of elements you are choosing along the diagonal, which means here I'm choosing 2 elements along the diagonal. This set will have 2 by 2, that means 4 elements. If again I have chosen 2 elements from here, this set will have 2 by 2, that means 4 element here. Everybody got that? So there 4 plus 4, there will be total 8 elements on which I have created an equivalence relation. Trust me, these elements, which is 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, and then of course these 3, 3, 4, 4, and this is I think 1, 4, and this is 4, 1. This is going to be a set of 8 pairs, and this set is an equivalence relation. First of all, did you get my language? Did you understand this logic on this simple data set, or shall I re-explain this? Did you all get that? Now, sir, why are we discussing this on a smaller data set? Because that same logic we are supposed to apply on this bigger data set. This bigger data set, which is going to have, if I talk about S cross S, because I'm supposed to define the relation R on this S cross S, which means Cartesian of S and S. There, what I'll be having here is that I'll be having total 10 number of rows, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till 10. And there will be 10 total columns, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till 10. And this 10 by 10, I hope you're understanding, there are total 100 pairs. But I cannot take these 100 pairs, nor am I interested in taking these 100 pairs. I am interested in taking exactly 42 pairs. Why? Because I am asked to create an equivalence relation which contains exactly 42 elements. That's the problem here in this question. The language here is that this R, which is of course taken from S cross S, should first of all be an equivalence relation. Second condition, it should have exactly 42 elements. That's the worst part of this question. How do we deal with that number 42? Now there you'll have to use a lot of permutation and combination. So what logic have we built? The higher level of mathematics logic which we have built is that, sir, when you start establishing or creating the equivalence relations, you roam around the diagonal only. You roam around the principal diagonal only, because here they are always included 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 10, 10, because these are the of course your domain elements. Domain has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till 10. So to make it reflexive, first of all, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4 till 10, 10 are bound to be there. So these diagonal elements, principal diagonal elements will be there. Now what we have just discussed, to ensure that it is an equivalence, if I start picking up pairs, if I start lifting up pairs, I'll be ensuring that I revolve around this principal diagonal only, and there it will be a square. Which means whatever you choose, it should be a square. It has to be a square. That's a fact. Yes, that's good cosmic. Total, there are 100 factors or pairs. Out of these 100 pairs, I want the 42 pairs only, because I want an equivalence relation of 42 elements only, out of which 10 I have already chosen. So now I'm left with 32. Everybody got that? But what is the concept? The higher level concept says that whenever you wish to choose or create an equivalence relation, you got to revolve around this principal diagonal only. Everybody understanding my language? So I'll be choosing squares here. So whenever I choose squares along this principal diagonal, including this principal diagonal, I'll be having equivalence relation, which means let's say I have chosen a square here, then I have chosen another square here, and then I have chosen another square here, like that. So few squares I have chosen. This square, let's say, has size n. So this is, let's say this square has size a. So this is a by a. This square has size b. This is b by b. This square has size c. So this is c by c. So this will have element what? A by a matrix, square matrix. It is a square, b square, c square. So these are the number of elements, number of pairs I'll be having. So let's say here I get n1 elements, here I get n2 elements, here I get n3 elements, like that. So first of all, what are the total number of elements? So of course, I hope you're understanding. Let's say here, this is A, this is B, this is C. Everybody got that? So I could have any number of squares as I want. So here, let's say I am saying I'm creating some squares. I don't know the number of squares. I totally get that. So number of squares, let's say this first square is of the size n1. So n1 square matrix. So number of elements will be n1 cross n1, which means I'll have n1 square elements from here. This square has a size n2. So this is a n2 ordered square matrix. So it will have n2 into n2 elements. So this will be n2 square and so on. And finally, the last square which I'm forming is, let's say, is a nk ordered square matrix. So this will have nk cross nk cross nk elements, which means that finally this will have nk square elements. But sir, these total elements are the elements which are there in the R equivalence relation. So R equivalence relation has how many elements? R equivalence relation has 42 elements. So first of all, I'll be ensuring that this condition is matched or fulfilled. Everybody got that? Along with this, what do I mean by this as a simple fact here is that number of elements n1 which I have chosen here, n2, n3, n4 until nk. So number of elements which means what? Here I must have chosen what? N1 means number of, let's say, domain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So do you not think this n1 plus n2 plus n3, the total sum of their orders should also be 10? Shall I repeat that statement here? Shall I repeat that statement? Shall I not say that the sum of all the orders of all these matrices, that should be 10, because the total number of elements is 10? Because here I'll be having 1, 1, 2, let's say 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2. So it is what? 2. Then let's say I've chosen a 3 by 3. So 2 plus 3, 5. Then I choose a 5 by 5. So 2 plus 3, 5. 5 plus 5, 10. So of course, I'll get a 10 by 10 from 1 by 1. And the number of elements are 2 into 2, that is 4. 3 into 3, that is 9. 5 into 5, 25. 25 plus 9, how much is that? I think 34. Plus 4, that is 38. So I'll be forming a 2 by 2, 3 by 3 and 5 by 5. That of course is going to be an equivalence relation, but it will have 30, how much is that? 30, 25 plus 9. That was, I think, 34 plus 4, that is 38. That equivalence relation will have only 38 elements. So I got to take those combinations in such a manner that first of all, the condition here is fulfilled that the sum of those pairs should be 10. And the second is the sum of their squares should be 42. Now I'll begin with this data. The sum of their squares is 42. 42 here, is it not telling you that you cannot have n1 into n3 anything as 7? Because let's say if I have taken a 7 by 7, 7 into 7 is 49. I have already passed it. So I cannot go beyond 7 or even at 7. Let's say I try to think of lesser numbers. I already know the answer. I already know the approach. So I'm applying the right steps here. Although in the examination hall, you will not be thinking so straight. You will be doing a lot of things there. But I know all the appropriate or the right steps. That's why I'm applying the right steps here only. That's the difference here. So don't think this is so easy. This is a good question. Now the second part here is, if I create it as a 3 by 3. So 3 by 3, 3 by 3, 3 by 3. Let's say I've created all the ones as 3 by 3. So 3 by 3 means what? 9, 9, 9, 9, 9 into 4 is 36. So with all of them being 3 by 3, I cannot have them. Can I keep them as 4 by 4? Let's try to do that. So if I create anything as 4 by 4, 4 square is 16. Then again another 4 square I take, which is 16. Another 4 square I take, which is 16. 16, 16, 16, which is 42. Okay, sir, you don't take it as another 4 square. Can you take it as some other value? So 16 plus 16 is 32. Now 32 when subtracted from 42 is how much? 10. So I need two numbers whose squares is 10. So this is all keep thinking. I'll keep thinking. So first of all, I'll restrict my discussion or begin my discussion from 4 square and I'll take it my discussion till 6 square. So these different combinations I'll be trying. But I'll not be going before 4. I'll not be going after 6. So I'll have to work out a lot of combinations. Along with this, don't think that sum of their squares is 42, then you're happy. No, no, no. You will be happy, yes, Cosmic, you'll be happy when sum of those numbers is 10 as well. So two conditions will have to keep matching. So when you try creating these different cases, you will be coming up with these two cases. Which two cases? I have already created them. So let me just quickly write those two cases. First case, when you are coming up, yes, Cosmic, you are absolutely right. First case is when you are developing it as my system has frozen. It has hanged, I think. Let me check it. No, it hasn't. It is working fine. So there, first case will be 5, 4, 1. Why? Because sum is here 10, 25 plus 16 plus 1. So that is 25 plus 16 is how much? I think 41 plus 1, 42. So this is possible pair. Other pair or triplet or whatever you are getting, that combination will be of 6. So with that 6 square is 36. With 36, 42, I think the difference is what? 8. So for 8, it should be 6. The other will be 2, 1, 1. So it will be 2, 1, 1. These are the cases. So two possible squares combinations I'll be forming. One is 5, 4, 1. So I'll take a 5, then 4, then 1. Other one will be 6, 2, 1, 1. So technically, these 10 elements are to be distributed in such a manner that first group has 5, second group has 4, third group has 1. Order can shuffle or change. So with that, 10 elements in these groups can be divided as 10 factorial divided by 5 factorial, 4 factorial into 1 factorial, that I need not write. Or the second case here is these 10 elements could be divided into what other cases? 6 factorial into 2 factorial into 1 factorial into 1 factorial, but that group size is getting repeated twice. So I got to divide this whole answer by 2 factorial one more time because this is the same group size. Did you get it or not? With that, when you finally calculate it, I'm skipping the whole calculation. That I'm not doing. So this also turns out as 1260. This also turns out as 1260. So final answer will be 2520. That's your answer to this question. How many of you got this? Not the answer, the explanation. How many of you understood that? I hope you all got this. With that, I'm moving towards another question for the day. Let's see, what do we have here? Where is my scroller? Here. So this is our next. Again, one of the easiest questions of your paper. How and why? Let's have a discussion on that. I am saying this is easier because technically, first of all, I'm given a function which is defined from, of course, minus pi by 2 to pi by 2 minus infinity to infinity, where f of x is given like this. I hope you are understanding. Let's say I split it like this. This first function, mod of x plus mod of x minus 1 into sin x, I treat it as, let's say, h of x. So this is your h of x. What is h of x? Mod of x into sin x. Mod of x into sin x plus mod of x minus 1 into sin x, right everyone? And this I'm writing as g of x. This is I'm writing as g of x, which is x sin x. Sir, why did you do it? Have patience, you will understand very soon. Now, the next part. This is your GF. Alpha be the total number of points where it is not continuous. Beta be the total number of points where it is non-differentiable. So number of points where it is non-differentiable and non-continuous is what I'm interested in. Okay, let's start exploring it. First of all, let me talk about this, which h of x. I hope there is no doubt about discussing the continuity of h of x. Why? Because mod continuous plus continuous, sin x is also continuous. So continuous into continuous is also continuous, which means this part h of x is absolutely continuous, no doubt about that. Everybody got this? Now let's talk about its differentiability. Mod x into sin x. Sir, mod x non-differentiable at 0. But do you remember that theorem we discussed? It is non-differentiable at 0, but it is continuous at 0, and sin x is continuous and differentiable at 0, and it is 0 at 0. That theorem which we discussed in one of the questions previously, do you remember that? And this theorem you study in continuous function. I repeat, product of two functions, where this is continuous but non-differentiable, this is continuous and differentiable and 0 at 0. So the product of these two functions will be differentiable. So this is absolutely differentiable at 0, no doubt about that. But this is differentiable. Now what about this? Sir, x minus 1, its magnitude, will be non-differentiable at 1. And at 1, sin x is continuous and differentiable, but it is not 0. So 0 into anything, I hope you're remembering that. Same theorem again. Yes. That is one of the highly loved theorems, by JEE Advanced and Mains. This is asked a lot many times. And in our sessions, we constantly repeat them. Do you remember that? So this becomes non-differentiable at 1. So this becomes non-differentiable at 1. So I think 1 point I have received. So non-differentiable at 1, differentiable at 1. So total sum will be non-differentiable. Do you remember that? So this is a non-differentiable function at 1, although it is continuous. But first of all, I found that this is non-differentiable at 1. So when somebody talks about non-differentiability, I think beta includes 1 point, which is 1. Did you get that? Now, let's talk about this g of x, which is GIF of x sin x. Now again, it's continuity if I'm interested in. So we know for GIF, if I'm having, the function becomes discontinuous at all the integral values. So whenever x sin x becomes integer, it will be, of course, discontinuous. First of all, x sin x, forget that GIF right now. This x sin x, let me call it phi x here. So x is, of course, I hope you're seeing it. If I replace it by minus x minus of sin x, which means plus x sin x. So phi of minus x will also be x sin x, which means it is phi x. So shall I first of all say that phi x is indeed an even function? Phi x is indeed an even function. So if it is an even function, there I'll say if I observe its nature on the right hand side of the x-axis, its nature on the left hand side of the x-axis will be replica of it, because for even functions we know it's basically mirrored with respect to y-axis. Do you remember that? Now, if I wish to notice its behavior, first of all, if you differentiate it, you find phi dash x. When you differentiate it by using product rule, find that its derivative is always greater than 0, which means you will find it to be an strictly increasing function. Can I skip that calculation? Simple calculation it is. X sin x, you know how to differentiate. Now, if it is strictly increasing, then I'll say at 0 it is 0, and at pi by 2 it is sin pi by 2, which is 1, it is pi by 2. So phi x, if I talk about its range, it will be from 0 to pi by 2. If I talk about phi x, its range, that will be from 0 to pi by 2. So it will be from 0 to pi by 2. Sir, why are you discussing it? Pay attention to this part. It is strictly increasing between 0 to pi by 2, and it is taking values from 0 to pi by 2. Great, brilliant, perfect. Then what does it mean? It means its GIF is taken. So there are numbers from 0 to 1.5, approximately 0 to 1.5. So this is 0 to 1.5 approximately. So between 0 to 1.5, do I face an integer? Yes. Where? At 1. I hope you're getting it. So the moment x sin x becomes 1, I'll be having discontinuity there. The moment x sin x becomes 1, I'll be having a discontinuity there. Are you understanding my language? Sir, x sin x becomes 1, which means sin x becomes 1 by x. Sin x become 1 by x. Does it happen between 0 to pi by 2? I think I need to check it. Sin x goes like this. This is your graph, and this is the point pi by 2, and this is your graph of 1 by x, and they do intersect here. This is the graph of 1 by x, this is the graph of sin x. So they do intersect between 0 to pi by 2. They indeed intersect between 0 to pi by 2. Although I'm not interested in that value, but I'll be in a position to conclude that there will be a value between 0 to pi by 2 where it will be becoming 1. So if this x sin x becomes 1, which means it is attaining an integral value, where I don't know that, but here this will be attaining an integral value, which means it will be changing its value. Before that it will be 0, but after that it will be 1, discontinuous at that x1. So that x1 will be the point where it is discontinuous. So alpha includes 1 point, which is x1. Sir, it was an even function. So if there is an x1 here, do you not think the same x2 here on the left hand side as well, which will be negative of x1? So there is one more point x2, which is nothing but negative of x1. Is my language understandable? I hope it's not getting confusing at all. Now the third thing which I have here is, if it is discontinuous at these points, then this will be non-differentiable at these points. So non-differentiative will be what? x1 and x2. So this is non-differentiable at 3 points, discontinuous at 2 points. So technically there are total 5 points where it is non-differentiable and discontinuous. Let me just verify this. The answer should be 5. Yes, it is correct. So answer is 5 here. Everybody understood that, or shall I re-explain this? Great. Thank you so much for responding. That's how I'm willing and hoping that you all keep responding. And if you want this entire PDF of this amazing solution of JEE Advanced Paper 1 and Paper 2 both, tonight we'll be bringing the complete analysis, complete solution. And this PDF can be availed by you by following our WhatsApp channel. The link is given in the description. Right after the session, the entire PDF will get uploaded on our channel. Shall I move ahead from here? Now, when I go ahead from here, what do I see next? The number of ways to distribute 10 identical red pens. So I need to distribute 10 identical, mind you, my red, and 14 blue among 4 people such that everybody gets 6. Everybody gets 6. What does it mean? The beauty or the advantage here is, let's say these are 4 people, P1, P2, P3, P4. And if I'm ensuring that everybody gets 6, so 6 into 4 is 24. And the total number of pens are also 24. That's the best conclusion. Brilliant. So that's a good idea they have developed here. So I am supposed to share or tell you that if let's say first person gets number of red pens as R1, first person gets number of blue pens as B1. So total number of pens he should be getting 6. So shall I not conclude that Ri plus Bi will be exactly 6 for all I which are where belonging to all the values from 1, 2, 3, 4. I hope my language is understood by you all. So let's say this is the number of pens which are received by first person, R1 plus B1. The beauty lies of this question in a simple fact here that whichever you take, either blue or red, your job will be done. What I'm trying to say here is, let's say I talk about red pens. I ensure that these 4 persons get 10 red pens. If I simply distribute 10 red pens among them, so try and understand, blue pens will automatically get adjusted because Bi is nothing but what? 6 minus Ri. So if I fix Ri, Bi will automatically get adjusted. So don't get bothered by this blue pens. It will automatically get adjusted. The best part is 10 plus 4 is 24, 6 into 4 is 24. So that is already in sync. That is already consistent. So I need not mind that part. Sir, what is the advantage here? The advantage is pretty simple. First of all, I'm trying to tell you, let's say there is a combination of 10. So let's say I've given this person has 3, this person has 4, this person has 1, and this person has 7 plus 1, 8. So this person has gotten 2 balls. Now these are what? Number of red balls. So what about blue balls? Blue balls will automatically get adjusted because I have ensured that they should get total number of 6 balls. So 3 plus 3 will be 6, 4 plus 2 will be 6, 1 plus 5 will be 6, and 2 plus 4 will be 6. So I need not bother about this blues configuration. This configuration will automatically get built. I need to get concerned about the red balls configuration. Everybody in that. And there is a catch in that. There is a catch in that. That's why I'm beginning or continuing with this red balls configuration. First of all, did you understand that part? Now with that, I hope it is really simple for you all. That said, if I don't apply any constraint, even if a person is getting more than 6 balls, what would be your answer? I'll say 10 identical objects are to be arranged among 4 people can be done n plus r minus 1 c r minus 1. So 10 plus 4 minus 1 c r minus 1. Do you remember that? But this includes those cases as well, sir, where you have given a person more than 6 balls or pens. There, how do you sort it out? I'll say, let's talk about those cases. Let's say I have this P1 plus P2 plus P3 plus P3 plus P4 should be 10. Yes, that's the configuration. Let's say one person has gotten more than 7 balls, so 6 pens. So let's say this has gotten 7. So I am left with only one configuration here. Did you get that? Can more than one person get 7? I think no, because 7 plus 7 will be 14. No, it cannot happen. Can more than one person get 7 and 8? No. So this guy can get more. Yes, it can get 8. Or let's say these are getting 1 and 1. This is getting 0. There also it is getting arranged as. So these are some different combinations where I'm giving one guy as more than 6 balls. So let's say I'm giving it 7. So if I give it more than 6 balls, which is 7, 8, 9, 10, there I'll be having these into getting fixed, because there I wanted to ensure that all of them get 6 so that the remaining balls are arranged. That's great, Rishi. So with that, I will say that here, if anybody gets 7, anybody out of these 4, anybody gets 7, then I'll be left with 3 balls to arrange among them. If anybody gets 7 balls out of these 4 people, if anybody gets 7 balls, I'll be left to distribute 3 balls among those people. Getting it or not? I repeat, let's say this guy has got 7. I have already reserved 7 balls to P1. Now, between P2, P3, P4 and P1, I'm supposed to distribute these 3. So how can I do it? I can give it as 1, 1, 1, or I could give one more here. So this is 8, 1, 1, 0 or something like that. So all the other combinations will get discussed when I'm giving anyone 7 balls first, more than 6, and the remaining 3 balls I'm distributing among 4 of them. So that includes all the possible cases where they are getting more than 6 balls. More than 6 balls means you choose anyone out of these 4 people whom you give 7, and then remaining 3 balls you distribute among these 4 people. So 3 balls are to be distributed among these 4 people can be done as, again, n plus r, which is 3, plus 4 minus 1, c r minus 1. What is r? The number of people, which is 4. So 4 minus 1. Did you all get that? Or shall I repeat it? Everybody, everybody, everybody. But sir, these are those cases where people are getting more than 6 balls. Should it not be excluded? And these are those cases where I'm not putting any constraint. So this case includes these cases where people are getting more than 6 balls. So out of this total part, I should subtract this. So if I'm subtracting this, I think this will be my final answer. Sir, you did not mind or bother about the blue balls. I need not, as I have already told you, when I'm concerned about red balls, blue balls are already adjusted. Sir, if red balls are more than 6, those cases I have already excluded. So these are the cases when balls are exactly 6. Red balls are 10, nobody is getting more than 6, so blue balls will automatically get adjusted. I need not bother about those cases. It's same as, let's say out of 10 people, I need to choose 3 people. So how do you say it? You choose either 3 or you reject 7. Both are same. Out of 10, you either reject 7 or you choose 3. So if I'm simply talking about red, blues are already arranged. Everybody got my language? From here, when I move towards the next question, everybody understood the solution? I hope you can calculate it. Let me tell you the answer. So when you do the whole calculation, you will get the final answer, which I'm not mentioning. This will be 286, this will be 80, so final answer will be 206. So the final answer here will be 206, which I am not discussing. That calculation I can skip. I hope that liberty I do have. Let's talk about the next question. Again, one of the easiest questions of your paper. There are multiple options or methods to this. Pi by 11, 3 pi by 11, 9 pi by 11, 27 pi by 11, 80 pi by 11, which means what? If you notice a pattern here, if I take pi by 11 as theta here, so can I rewrite this question? This is 1 minus 2 theta, 1 minus 2, 3 theta, 1 minus 2, 3 square theta, and so on. So there is a pattern. So for a while, let me just rearrange this. Let me just rearrange this part. Let me try and rearrange this part. So if I treat it as 1 minus 2 cos theta, right? This part I am taking here, where I hope you understand theta I have taken as pi by 11. Although you could have simplified these angles, which would have also gotten you into more simplification of it, but I'll not waste my time there. I'll simply create this. So 1 minus 2 cos theta. How do I develop it? Cos 2 theta. What is the formula here? There are more versions of it. So I'll be using 2 cos square theta minus 1. So if I use that version, what does it become? It becomes 1 minus 2 into 2 cos square theta by 2 minus 1. Yes or no? Correct me if I'm wrong. So 2 into 2, 4, which is of course minus 4 cos square theta by 2. But this is plus 2. So 1 plus 2 is 3. Yes or no? Yes or no? Now, one thing I'm doing here is I am multiplying it by cos theta by 2 in the numerator. Of course, to do so, I got to divide it by. So it will become minus 4 cos cube theta by 2 plus 3 cos theta by 2 plus 3 cos theta by 2. Yes or no, everyone? Give me a quick update on that. 3 to the power n pi in the numerator of theta. So yes, a very good observation, Cosmic. Good, good, good. I'm glad you're so active and participating. This is the numerator. But of course, I got to divide it by cos theta by 2 in the denominator. Cos theta by 2 in the denominator. Sir, had it been like 4 cos cube theta minus 3 cos theta, it would have been cos 3 theta. So I can take negative common out of it. So negative, if taken common out of it, it will be 4 cos cube theta by 2 minus 3 cos theta by 2. Yes or no? That is cos 3 theta by 2. That is cos 3 theta by 2. What is in the denominator? So denominator is already cos theta by 2. Sir, what have you attained by it? Now it will be like VN method, telescoping sum. Although it's not sum, it's product. So terms will get cancelled and you'll start seeing the result here. How? Have a look at that. What is it? Sir, this can be written like this. Okay. So what is the advantage here? The advantage is really simple. Let me start rearranging it. How? That's exactly what I'm going to talk about now. So pay attention to this part. This I could write as this, where what was theta? Theta was this, right? So if I rearrange all of this, pay attention to it. This is your 1 minus 2 cos theta. So this I could write as minus cos 3 theta minus cos 3 theta by 2 divided by cos theta by 2, yes or no, into this is theta. What is it? It is already 3 theta. This is what? 9 theta. This is, of course, 27 theta. You could have written as 3 to the power 1, 3 to the power 2, 3 to the power 3. And this is 3 to the power 4 theta. Yes or no? Yes or no? Sir, why are we doing this? Have patience, you'll start understanding it. So if it was theta, this is how you write it. If it is 3 theta, you'll write it as cos 3 into 3 theta by 2, which is 9 theta by 2 upon cos 3 theta by 2, yes or no? And I hope most of you must have started seeing the pattern. Most of you must have started seeing the pattern. So final term will be 81 into 3, which is 243. So again, I hope there are a lot of negatives. So all these negatives, how many negatives they are? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5 negatives will make 1 negative in the end. So I'm putting that negative. And the final term here will be what? That final term will be cos triple of it. I'm really sorry. Triple of half of it, which is 243 theta by 2, correct me if I'm wrong, divided by just previous term, which is cos 81 theta by 2. So if you simply pay attention to this conclusion, I hope terms are getting cancelled in this manner. This, and this. So ultimately, I'll be left with that last and first term. Did you all understand that? All the participants. So my final result will be this, which is cos 243 theta by 2 whole divided by cos theta by 2, yes or no, with a negative sign, right? Now if I rearrange this or if I work it out, now what will I get? Let's talk about that result. I hope there is no confusion on whatever I've done so far. Everybody with me on this? Now 243, let me put theta was pi by 11, so this will be pi by 11. Let me put a pi here. So pi by 11 will make it what? Pi by 11, that is 22. This will also be pi by 11, which means pi by 22. Pi by 22, yes or no? So when you pay attention to this part, this will be minus cos pi by 22. You know the cyclicity, which means cos pi by 22, cos pi by 22, which will turn out as 1. Can you do that by yourself? Or shall I teach you how to use the cyclicity of cosine function? I'll simply tell you 243 is 11 times of it. So 22 into 11, so 4, and then 22 into 11, how much is that? This is 2, then 2 plus 2, I think it is 244 around that. And along with that, you can rearrange it. So 11 into 22 pi or 22 into 11 pi, whatever you do, I think you'll get something around that and you will arrange it. So that calculation I'm skipping. Cyclicity you can use and you can work it out. So I think the answer is 1. Let me just verify it. I think, yes, the answer is, I think the product is -1. Let me just verify it. Okay, whatever you get, that needs to be subtracted. So let's say you're getting alpha square it is. So let's say I'm not concerned about this minus because they are identical, let's say. So 1 or -1, whatever I get, 242. Thank you so much for that. So 5 minus 1 is going to be 4 and 4 will be your final answer. Great. Let's move towards the next question. 4 is indeed your answer. The next portion where you're moving towards the matrix match type, a very, very beautiful set here on which we discuss a lot of things. First one, pay attention to this part. I hope it's visible and readable. Everybody, give me a quick update. Let me have some water and then we'll resume. Give me a moment, students. I'm having some water and then we'll resume. Hold on for a while. Okay, Cosmic, that's great. Where are you from, by the way? Can I be a little quick here in this part, if you are fine with that? Why? Because, great. Now, alpha and beta are the distinct roots of this equation. X square plus x plus 1. The moment you say it, I hope I need not tell you, this equation has roots omega and omega square. So technically, alpha is your omega and beta is your omega square. I hope no confusion on that. Now, then the equation which has roots 1 upon alpha plus 1, 1 upon alpha plus 1. So we know alpha plus 1, which means, I hope you're understanding it. I can talk about any of them because they are symmetric. So here also you can say alpha square plus alpha plus 1. You can use two things, alpha square plus alpha 1. So from, if this is 0 because it has root alpha, so alpha plus 1 from here will be what? Minus alpha square. So I can put that minus alpha square here. So this will be, I'm talking about one of the roots because they are symmetric. So if I talk about 1 upon alpha plus 1 to the power 2026. So 1 upon alpha plus 1 is alpha square minus alpha square whole raised to the power 2026, right? So this needs to be doubled. I hope no confusion on that. So it will be 1 upon alpha to the power 4052. I hope you're getting it. And 4052. Technically, alpha is omega. Technically, alpha is omega. So can I replace it by omega? So this is omega. 4 plus 5 is 9, but 2 is remaining. So remainder is 3. So this will be omega square only. This will be omega square only. So if I multiply it by omega in the numerator and denominator, it will be omega upon omega cube. Omega cube is 1. So this is omega. So this equation, this value is nothing but omega. So this value will be nothing but what? Omega square. So I'm asked the quadratic which has roots as omega and omega square. So the quadratic which has roots as omega and omega square is this only, x square plus x plus 1. Is it readable? Is it understood by everyone? Slightly zoom it in, not clear. I get this, but this is how I can get it arranged, because there are 4 options. So 4, match the following. Rows are more than 4, actually 5. So this is the best version of it. So P can be clubbed with 1. So when P is clubbed with 1, option B and D are discarded. Everyone getting this? So option A or C. So in option A or C, what is the difference? Shall I check it for Q? No. Shall I check it for R? Yes. So I'll be checking R now. Are you getting it? There is no point of checking it for Q. If you want it for the sake of conceptual clarity, I can, but I think let's quickly move it towards R. Because there also the same quadratic, x square plus x plus 1, same concept will be used. So there is nothing new. But when somebody says there is a quadratic, x square minus x plus 1, which is 0, I hope you remember it. For this, we tell you a lot many times in our classes, its root will be minus omega and minus omega square. So its roots are minus omega and minus omega square. And they are again, but this time they are not asking you a quadratic, they are asking you the value. So value will be either 4 or 5. So let's quickly evaluate it. Gamma minus 1. Although there are multiple methods, I'll simply tell you, let's replace this by minus omega, this value. And this value you can easily evaluate. Or rather, what you can do is, this quadratic is x square minus x plus 1 is equals to 0. This has the root gamma and delta. So gamma will satisfy it. So this will be gamma square minus gamma plus 1 is equals to 0. With that, in the denominator, I have gamma minus 1. So if I take it on the other side, I'll get it as gamma minus 1. So gamma minus 1 is gamma square. So this is gamma square, this is delta square. So my expression will become, I hope it is understandable, this will become 1 upon gamma square to the power 2026. So gamma to the power what? Again 4052 plus 1 upon delta should also be raised to the power 4052. But they are actually not gamma and delta. They are minus omega and minus omega square. That's good, Vignesh. Thank you. With that, they are raised to even powers. So whether power is, omega or minus omega, they'll be positive. So here, I'll replace it by omega here. And this delta, I'll be replacing by delta square here. Omega square here. I'm really sorry. So with that, I'll be getting few conclusions. Now, what are those conclusions? I hope it's easy. We have already worked it out. It is supposed to be omega. This will be omega square. If you don't believe me, this is exactly what we have just worked out. So this will be omega, this will be ultimately omega square. So this will result into omega plus omega square. We know 1 plus omega square is 0. So omega plus omega square will be minus 1. So R will be mapped with option 4. R will be mapped with 4, which means option C. Let me just verify it, whether it is option C or not. Yes, option C. Because R is mapped with 4, and because of that differentiator, instead of option A, it will be C. Vignesh, did you get it? Option A will be incorrect. Or shall I re-explain it? Shall I re-explain it? You could do it very quickly. And that's exactly the strategy we did discuss when I told you how should you attempt different sections in JEE Advanced. There was a quick short recorded for you in which we did discuss these strategies, that in matrix match type, you don't have to follow all the rows. You don't have to solve all the rows. You just got to, go through few of them. And you get the idea with the help of options. Again, look at this. P is given unique 254. So I should try and define it, because if P is defined, now my intuition says P could be either 5, because more of 5 are given here. But even if I could get it as either 2 or 4, I don't have to check it for QRS. My job will be done. Did you understand that intent? So that's how you first of all go ahead with this. This is a trigonometric equation based question. So there I'll solve this first one. There are multiple ways of thinking it. So first way here is sine x to the power 6 plus what? Cos x to the power 4. So this cos x to the power 4, if I take on the right hand side, it will be 1 minus cos x to the power 4. Cos x to the power 4 can I take as cos square x whole square. So a square minus b square I'll use. So first one will be 1 minus cos square x, that is sine square x, and other one will be 1 plus cos square x. So that is 1 plus cos square x. You can't do much about that. Now there, if I rearrange it, sine square x I'm multiplying inside. So this stays as sine to the power 6x, sine x to the power 6. This is sine square x plus sine square x cos square x. Correct me if I'm wrong. Am I making any mistake? Yes, I'm making a mistake. Sin square x, why don't I cancel? So if I'm cancelling sin square x on both these sides, its value 0 should be considered because root loss is happening. With this, it will be sin x to the power 4. It will be sin x to the power 4, which is 1 plus cos square x. Now, first of all, when you say sin square x is 0, where you're checking it from minus pi to pi, I hope it's readable. Sir, 1, 2, 3 marks getting. That's good. Smiling. We are really happy for you. It's a good score. Keep it up. So with that, first of all, I need to check it from minus pi to pi. So sin x happens 0 at all the multiples of pi. So 0, pi, minus pi, 3 values I'll get. So with this, I'll get 3 solutions. Minus pi, 0 and pi. Yes or no? But what about this? Sin x to the power 4 is equals to 1 plus cos square x. Now pay attention. Simple observation if you make. This is minus 1 to 1. Of course, it is power 4. So this is 0 to 1. This is already 1 plus something. So this will be greater than 1. Can it happen? No. This has to be 1. Maximum it can be 1 because this is maximum 1. So both becomes equal. Both becomes equal when this becomes 0 and this becomes 1. So either you make it 0 or make it 1. Both are same. Both are fine. So I'll make cos square x 0 because whenever cos x becomes 0, or cos square x becomes 0 at those points, sin x to the power 4 will be 1 because sin x, whether it is 1 or minus 1, it doesn't matter because it is raised to the power 4. So cos square x I'll be ensuring as 0. So cos square x is 0, which means cos x is 0 at all the odd multiples of pi by 2. Odd multiples of pi by 2 means what? Minus 3 pi by 2. Minus 3 pi by 2, no, I'm really sorry. Minus pi by 2 and pi by 2. So 2 points only I'll get. So this will give me minus pi by 2 and pi by 2. Yes or no? Yes or no, everyone? So 5 values I have gotten. 5 values I have gotten. So P is 5 and they have restricted you with option B and C. They have restricted you with option B and C. Great, great, great. Now I need to check for B and C what is the distinguisher. So there's no point of going forward. Q you can take. Whichever looks easier, you can go ahead with that. So can I go with Q? Can I go with Q? I'll go with Q. So this is same as this question only. Is it not looking absolutely same? And once you have cracked it, your job will be done. Your job will be absolutely done. Let me talk about that. Let me talk about option Q. I hope there is no confusion on whatever I've done so far. Everybody with me on this? Q is also same. The same approach I'll be saying. Here it is given as sin square x plus a cos x to the power 6 and this is given as 1. Yes or no? So sin square x, if I take on the right hand side, 1 minus sin square x becomes what? Cos square x. First of all, root loss. So cos square x becomes 0. So cos square x becomes 0 and with that root loss, this is cos x to the power 4 is 1. So I think with that also you can clearly see this is given between minus pi by 2 to pi by 2 including both. So this becomes 0 at minus pi by 2 and pi by 2. So 2 solutions I'm getting here which are going to be minus pi by 2 and pi by 2. Few more solutions. I should get it as 1. So at again all the minus pi by 2 pi by 2. I think this is happening at one value only which is 0. Which is 0. Yes or no? Yes or no? I hope there is no, but it can be minus 1. But between I hope you're understanding. Between minus pi by 2 to pi by 2, this is how your graph looks like. I want it to be 1. Or even minus 1 is fine, but it cannot be minus 1 anyways. Cos x cannot be minus 1 between minus pi to pi by 2. So it is 1 at only one value 0. So this will be giving me only one solution which is 0. I hope I'm not making any calculation based error. So 3 solutions I'll be getting. 3 means 3. 3 means 3. But neither, oh yes, option B has it 3. But the answer, let me verify it. The answer here is, the answer is B. Yes. So your B is correct because 3 is what we need for this. I hope 1, 2, 3. Everybody understood that? Sir, for our conceptual clarity, can you explain this and this? I'll give you the hint here. The hint for R will be simply this, cos square x by 2. I hope you understand this cos 2 theta. For that, you know the identity, 2 cos square theta minus 1. You use that here. Your job will be done within seconds. Here, what do I do? For sin square x by 2, I'll again give you this version, which is 1 minus 2 sin square theta. So use that version here for this. And cos 3x, you already know formula, 4 cos cube theta minus 3 cos theta. You simply do that. Within few seconds, you will get the answer. Although you don't have to do it because with these two only, you have gotten the answer. And that's exactly on which we have emphasized a lot. This is again a very, very, very beautiful question, which involves a lot of calculation. That calculation I'll be skipping because that I can do that. Here, I am told alpha, beta, gamma, delta, mu are given here. This is the matrix. I hope it is visible, everyone. It is visible to everyone. And MMT is I. So if MMT is I, which means, of course, we say that M here is an orthogonal matrix. Do you remember that? So for an orthogonal matrix, what do we know? Sir, for an orthogonal matrix, I hope it's visible. Everyone, give me a quick update on that. Is it properly visible? For orthogonal matrix, we know MMT, which means all the column matrix or all the column elements, or if I call it as vectors, let's say alpha I cap 1 by root 2 j cap minus 1 by root 2 k cap. So all the matrix, either you take them by row wise or column wise, they'll be unit vectors. And any row or any column you take, they'll be mutually perpendicular because their dot is 0. Of course, you are understanding this. MMT you are receiving as I. So I means what? 1 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 1. So when it is multiplied with itself, it is giving you the dot product as 1. If it is multiplied with some other row or column, it is giving you the dot product as 0, which means any two rows are mutually perpendicular, any two columns are mutually perpendicular. And all these rows and columns, if they are talked in terms of vectors, they are unit. Everybody understood this language, or shall I re-explain this particular part? Did you all get this? Quickly give me an update on this. Let me try and zoom it in so that whether it becomes visible or not. Is it visible now? Give me a quick update on this. Is it visible now, everyone? Is it properly visible? Great. Now I was talking about a simple fact here. Talking about a simple fact here that, let's say, if you are paying attention to this simple data, let me make it 100% or get back to here. What has happened? Let me just undo everything so that everything remains simple. Now, getting back to this, we are told U vector, which is A I cap 1 by root 3 j cap mu k cap. Vector V is 1 by root 2 I cap B cap delta k cap. Vector W, this I cap, this j cap, this k cap. Now, one thing I know for sure, whether you choose them row wise or column wise, their modulus will be 1, their magnitude will be 1, which means first data alpha square plus 1 by root 3 square plus gamma square will be 1. Similarly, this will be, or rather I should take it like this. I should take it them row wise because that will help me more easily. Alpha square plus 1 by root 2 square minus 1 by root 2 square should be 1. With that I can crack alpha. This row, second row, which is 1 by root 3 square plus beta square plus 1 by root 3 square, this should also give me 1. So with that I can crack alpha and beta. Third row, but for third row, I'll take it column wise. Why? Because here, first column will be alpha square plus 1 by root 3 square plus gamma square should also be 1. Then what, sir? Then the second column, which will be 1 by root 2 square plus beta square plus delta square, that should also be 1 because they are all unit vectors. The third column is 1 by root 2 square, which is 1 by 2 plus 1 by root 3 square, which is 1 by 3 plus mu square. Sir, why are you putting so much efforts? Because when I do that, I think I'm very close to the answer. Why? Pay attention to this part. That's good. By solving this, can I not crack alpha? By solving this, can I not crack beta? When I have cracked alpha and beta, I'll put alpha here, I'll get gamma. So when I have cracked beta, I'll put beta here, I'll get delta. And by having this, I can crack mu. So I think I'll get all the values. I am skipping that calculation and I'm writing all these values very quickly so that I don't have to waste much of the time of yours and I can directly reach to the conclusion. So let me talk about all of these values. So finally, what values do we get? Am I given these values? I think I may have worked it out, but what are we asked? Okay, so ultimately we are asked option A, P, gamma square plus delta square. So gamma you can work out from here and delta square you can work out from here. I hope I have already told you the modus operandi here. So with that, finally, when you do that, I'm skipping that calculation. I'm just giving you the solution. So gamma square plus delta square, when you do that calculation, I'm skipping. I hope you're okay with that. That gamma square plus delta square, I will be receiving it as 5 by 6. I'll be receiving it as 5 by 6. I repeat that part. From here, you can crack alpha. From here, you can crack beta. When you put alpha here, you crack gamma. When you put beta here, you crack delta. So I think with that, you get gamma square and delta square, which is going to be 5 by 6. So P should be matched with 5. Wow, what a great achievement we have made. So A, C, D all look same. So now, between, I have to check it for Q as well, because what is unique between A, C, D? And I don't think there is nothing unique. I got to check it for 2 more. So let me check it for Q. That's a very interesting one. That's a very interesting one. Now let's talk in terms of Q. Pay attention to this part. Very much insights it is giving you. This question is giving you in terms of this question. Pay attention to this part. This is even interesting. The second part. It is given as xu, the vector xu plus yv plus zw is given as j cap. Okay. For some real numbers x, y, z. So the value of x. What is u? This is your u. This column is your u vector. This column is your v vector. This column is w vector. Getting it or not? So if I take its dot product with u on both these sides, so u dot u, which means of course unit vector, so it will give me x, u dot v, mutually perpendicular, u dot w, mutually perpendicular, so it will be 0, and u dot j. What is u dot j? Sir, alpha I cap doesn't matter. 1 by root 3 j cap, gamma k cap. Alpha and gamma don't matter because j, this vector's dot cap with j will be j component only. So this will be 1 by root 3. Did you all get this or shall I re-explain this part? All the participants in the chat box, give me a quick response. So x I'll receive as 1 by root 3, which means q will be 4. Q will be 4. And if q is 4, option C is also discarded, but I'm still stuck with either R or S. So I got to decide what will be R or S, whichever you wish to take. Whichever you wish to take, you still got to find R or S. Now what is R? Beautiful, your job is done. U dot V cross W. U dot V cross W. This matrix M's determinant, is it not box of U dot V cross W? I hope you remember when we talk about STP, scalar triple product of these three vectors U, V, W, it's nothing but box of, or the matrix, or sorry, determinant of U, V, W. So it's determinant you need to find. And for an orthogonal matrix, we do remember its determinant is either +1 or -1. It's either +1 or -1. Are we given -1? No. Of course, its magnitude is taken. So determinant m's magnitude, which is modulus, is needed to be taken. So it will be +1 only, and +1 I think I'm given with option 2. So R should be mapped with 2, which means D is discarded. Option A should be the answer. Let me verify this. Option A should be the answer. Option A should be the answer. Let me quickly verify this. P5, Q4, R2, S1. Yes, option A is the answer. Final question for the day. Let me inform Gaurav sir so that he gets ready and he'll be joining very soon. So let me just inform Gaurav sir so that he gets an update and he stays ready. Then we'll be doing this final question. Let me just tell him so that he gets prepared, right? Hold on for a while, students. So getting back to the discussion we all were having, here comes the next question, question number 16 from paper 1. Don't forget that we'll be bringing you the analysis of paper 2 as well. So right after this, Gaurav sir will come and he'll start with chemistry of paper 2. Then Shreyas sir will come. He'll begin with physics of paper 2. And in the end, I'll come back with mathematics from paper 2. I hope so far there's no confusion. This is one of the easiest questions of your paper again. How and why? Let's talk about that. Circle with center 1, 2 touching the straight line. Shall I tell you that? First of all, I hope you're understanding this result. There is a circle which is centered at what? 1, 2 touching this straight line. This straight line is what? 3x plus 4y is equal to 1. It is centered at what? It is centered at 1, 2. So when you drop a perpendicular from 1, 2, do you not know how to find the perpendicular distance? Power of this point with respect to this line divided by √ over a square plus b square, that you know how to do. So with that, you'll find r. So can I directly write r from here? I hope I'm not doing that. I can skip that calculation. You all are good at. So r you will find as 2. Perpendicular distance of this point from this line. R you have received. Can you write the equation of the circle? Sir, it will be x minus 1 whole square plus y minus 2 whole square is equal to 2 square. And this is the equation of the circle. Now it says which point satisfies this. So you do that by yourself. I'm simply giving you the option. This point 3, 2 will satisfy it. So P is mapped with 3. Wow, what a beautiful achievement. P is mapped with 3. Q is mapped with these. R is also mapped with these. So I have to find 2 more, I think, to reach to a unique conclusion, or maybe one more. So let me talk about Q. common tangent to this circle. The circle is x square plus y square is equals to root 2 square. So I hope you remember, for tangent or even for parabola, or you can write both the tangents and compare their constant terms or whatever it is. 8 can I write as 4 into 2 into x. So I hope for parabola, we know the tangent is given by y is equals to mx plus a by m. What is a? A is 2, so it is 2 by m. I hope you're getting it. So if I rearrange it, this equation looks like what? This equation looks like mx minus y plus 2 by m is equal to 0. Yes or no? Give me a quick update on that. Yes or no, students? Now with that, sir, why are you doing this? This is the equation of the tangent to this parabola. So this is a tangent to this circle as well. Which circle, sir? This circle, which has center at 0, 0 and radius as root 2. Which tangents are mx minus y plus 2 by m. Now what do you know? You can apply the condition for tangents. You can simply find. I teach at PW. So here, I'll find the distance of this straight line from 0, 0 as root 2, and with that, by calculating it, I'll find the value of m. Everybody got that? So when you do that, I hope that part is easily understandable. 0, 0's power with respect to this line divided by under root over m square plus 1 whole is equals to root 2. You square both these sides. I'm skipping that calculation. You receive the final conclusion as m square plus 2 times m square minus 1. I hope I can skip that whole calculation. M square plus 2 cannot be 0. M square is equal to 1. M is plus minus 1. Then with a positive slope. So M will be plus 1 from here. With a positive slope passes through. So I'll put M as 1 here. So when I put M as 1 here, I'll get equation as x minus y plus 2 is equal to 0. You again check it by all the options. When you check it by all the options, you get 2 satisfying it. So 7, 9 passes through it. So for Q it is 2. For Q it is 2. Again, I'm left with B and C. So again, now I need to check it for either R or S, whichever you want. Can I go ahead with R? I hope you're okay with that. So when I go ahead with R, what do I conclude? Let me remove all of this so that you don't get confused. Now I'll be talking about R. Whichever you want, you can go ahead with either R or S, right? So with this, let's talk about the R option. R says, M is the endpoint of the lattice rectum. M is the endpoint of the lattice rectum of this ellipse. This ellipse, if I rearrange, what does it look like? 3x square, 4y square, 48. So 3 by 48, I think it is 16. Right, so it is x square by 16 plus 4 by 48, I think it is 12. So it is y square by 12. That's an standard ellipse which has major axis as x-axis, minor axis as y-axis. Okay, with that, now if I talk about few more things means M be the endpoint of the lattice rectum. So this ellipse has its endpoint of the lattice rectum. I hope I need not tell you. There you will have this AE, 0. So this will be the endpoint of the lattice rectum. At this point, you are drawing the normal. To this ellipse. So this is the tangent here. This could be the normal. I hope no confusion on that so far. First of all, I hope you remember this conclusion. I am directly writing the points. I am simply saving the time for calculation here. I hope remember lattice rectum here will be given by extreme of the lattice rectum here will be given by AE, B square by that you know it. Now with that, how do we define eccentricity here? E square is given by, for an ellipse is 1 minus b square by a square. So you can calculate it by yourself. B square by square, 12 by 16, 1 minus 12 by 16. When you finally do it, you receive the eccentricity as I'm doing it for S, right? I'm doing it for R. So for R, the eccentricity here is going to be 1 by 2. With that 1 by 2 here, what you'll be doing is you'll be finding A and B square by A. I hope you're comfortable with that. You have E, you have A, you have B, you have everything. So AE, B square by A, when you calculate, that calculation I'm skipping, that point you will get as 2, 3. Now, do we know a formula for writing the normal to an ellipse? I hope you remember that. Normal to an standard ellipse is given by A square x by x1 minus b square y by y1 is equal to a square minus b square. So you have a square, you have x square, you have x1 comma y1. So finally, when you put all these values, I'm writing the final equation. That equation you'll receive as, that equation to the normal you'll receive as 2x minus y is equals to 1. Everyone comfortable with that? That calculation I'm skipping here. With that, they are asking you that normal passes through which point. So when you satisfy all the points, 2x minus 1 will give you this 1 comma 1. 1 comma 1 will satisfy it. 1 comma 1 means 1. So R is occupied with 1, which means R is not occupied with 4. B will be your final answer to this question. So we have done the paper 1 mathematics analysis. All the questions were good, easy, doable. You could have done some questions which were absolutely easy. Moderate you should have attempted later, and tougher ones you must have done after coming out of the examination hall. That's the strategy. With that, thank you so much. I'll come back in paper 2's analysis in this live stream only, but let Gaurav sir start now, and then Shreyas sir for physics, and then I'll come back. Okay. So Gaurav sir is taking some time. So some of you were asking me about the strategy to cover the backlog. So those droppers and all the students in 11th 12th standard, how do you cover the backlog? Let me talk about that strategy. So here I am giving you the strategy to cover the backlog, right? So where we are, where is my, there we are. On this slide, I'll be talking about the backlog, but people seeing this, thank you, may believe that the stream is ending. So stream is not ending. Gaurav sir will be back here with, my system is also hanging here. Terribly it is hanging. So I'm giving you a break of 5 minutes, and then we'll resume, but it is not allowing me to add one more page. I don't know why it is allowing us to copy. Okay. So let me delete it. Hold on for a while, students. There is a little mess here. So I'm taking a break of 5 minutes, and then Gaurav sir will join. But before I take a break, let me tell you the strategy to cover the backlog. So I'll keep checking the messages so that tell me whenever you are ready. Okay, so there we go. Here we are. So the strategy to cover the backlog, I call it 1-3-2 strategy. What do I mean by 1-3-2 strategy? Here 1 means you reserve exactly 1 day per week. You give exactly 1 day per week. So out of this entire week of 7 days, you decide 1 day. Ideally, I'll say it is Sunday. Now, sir, what do you mean by that? Don't ruin your present over your past, which means, first of all, don't skip your present lectures to cover the backlog, because technically you're creating more backlog by skipping your present lectures. So please don't do that. Now, let's say I've decided Sunday to be that day where you'll be covering it as a backlog. So on Sunday, devote 3 hours only. Devote 3 hours. Sir, can a chapter be done in 3 hours? No, I did not say so. Just give 3 hours. 3 hours means don't read that entire 500 pages theory again. No, you don't need that. You have already gone through that chapter. Now what you need is revision. So when you are needing a revision, I'll suggest for that, you can go through a one shot, because you knew that. So you can watch a one shot at 1.5x and your job will be done. No, your job is not done. After watching the one shot, cover the PYQs, because PYQs are the best resource. First begin with mains and then advanced. Sir, is this sufficient? No, I did not say so. This is what you should try and do. Of course, on Sunday, a month has ideally 4 Sundays. Very soon, for all the Arjuna batch students, we are starting it from 25th, the next Monday probably. So ideally, in a month, you should target 2 chapters. Ideally, you should target 2 chapters in a month. So let's say in 2 Sundays, that is in 6 hours, 3 hours each Sunday, you will be covering 1 chapter. So for 1 chapter, you're getting 2 Sundays, and in 1 month, you should cover 2 chapters. That's the strategy. I'll suggest and advise to cover your backlog. How do you cover your backlog? Let me see whether he's ready or not. So let me check it again. He is still not ready. So let me take a break, because I also need to have my dinner and all. So Gaurav sir will be back. So let us take a break. So I'm putting it here on. What is going on right now? We are going through the live discussion is happening here of your JEE Advanced 2026 paper 1 and paper 2. So I have just concluded mathematics part. So paper 1 is over. Now we'll be starting with paper 2, PCM. So I'm done with PCM M of paper 1. PC Gaurav and Shreyas sir have done. So paper 2's chemistry is very shortly will be begin by Gaurav sir, and then Shreyas sir will conclude physics, and I'll conclude paper 2's discussion with maths. So very soon Gaurav sir will be back. So it's simply a break where I'm making this announcement here. So it's simply a break. I hope it's visible. So break of 5 minutes and then we'll resume, right? Let me just get a confirmation from Gaurav sir. So break of 5 minutes probably, and then Gaurav sir will join and then we'll conclude. Okay, everyone? In very soon, in 10 minutes, we'll be back.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, everybody. I hope I'm clearly visible and audible, and you are done with your paper one. Yes. So finally, I can see myself. So, hello, guys. Welcome back. We are supposed to start the second paper, paper two for your JEE Advanced. And again, the rhythm, the sequence is just going to be the same. First, we'll be dealing with chemistry, paper two, and then physics, and then obviously after that you will be having your mathematics paper. So this is the day where we have decided that we will be putting a full stop for the students who have cleared their JEE Advanced successfully, and a beginning for all those students who will be taking this as a reference and will be having this feeling that although it is an advanced paper, beta, we are taking so much of time in the discussion, not because yes, the advanced paper is supposed to be a paper which test your presence of mind, which test the level of your preparation, and above all it test that what is the level of discipline that you have as a thinker. So yes, you definitely have to enjoy the level of intent which IITs ask from their aspirants, and only then they allow you to enter into their premises. So that definitely creates a filter point for most of the students, and those who actually clear it, they are introduced to the journey, they are introduced to an arena where they enhance their potential, not because those professors are going to teach them anything huge. They are growing academically also and logically also by being adaptive in an environment which is equally competent. You all are heroes in your town, but all the heroes of every state, every district is concentrated in a single place which is called an IIT. And that's why it is a good process that you should definitely appreciate. And to further intensify the appreciation process, let us start, beta. हाँ बेटा, कट ऑफ इंक्रीज, अच्छा ओके, कट ऑफ इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज सर हैं सर? पेपर अच्छा गया आईआईटी दिल्ली, ओके सो पेपर अच्छा गया एंड नाउ यू वांट आईआईटी दिल्ली. आई गेस यू मीन दैट बाय दैट, यू मीन दैट बाय दैट स्टेटमेंट ऑफ योर्स. चलो बेटा, सो लेट अस स्टार्ट for chemistry paper 2. The first 4 questions are again for paper 2 also. It was single correct, +4, +3 and -1. The first question is from electrochemistry. The question says at 300 Kelvin, the molar conductivities, okay, the molar conductivities of two different concentrations are given. Of whom, sir? Of NaNO3, of NaCl, and of silver. This is AgNO2, silver nitrate. Just let me show you this. I hope you can see it. This is silver nitrate. So for these 3 salts at 2 different concentrations, the value of molar conductivity is given. Now value of molar conductivity as in value of lambda m is given, and different concentrations are given. Sir, a very beautiful question, because this is what beta advance is doing these days. Now what they are doing is they have beautifully combined and asked a equation from NCERT. What equation from NCERT? When will you start class 11? Beta, the Arjuna JEE will soon be started, so don't worry. Is 100 a good rank? Yes, beta, it is definitely. 100 is a, I mean, AIR 100 is a very beautiful rank, not good. Chalo. So what they have done in this question is, beta, they have beautifully combined. Okay, I guess, just give me a second, beta. Now I guess I'm more okay. That light was not open. Now I have switched on that light as well. Acha. So what they have combined in this particular question, you first have to calculate the value of limiting molar conductivity of these people. Sir, how can I calculate limiting molar conductivity? Molar conductivity is given, concentration is given. So we know a relationship for strong electrolytes, which is molar conductivity is nothing but limiting molar conductivity minus some constant into under root of concentration. So you have to do this for all the given electrolytes. What is the first electrolyte? So let us do it for NaNO3. Let's say for NaNO3, what are the two possibilities given? At concentration 10 raised power minus 2, lambda m is 111. That means 111 will be equal to molar, limiting molar conductivity of this guy. Let's say I'm writing it as, let's say limiting molar conductivity of this guy, for case of simplicity, let me write it as A minus capital A into under root of concentration as in 10 raised power minus 2. So this will be nothing but 111 equals A minus A. This is 10 raised power minus 1. That means this is 0.1 times of A. So this is 0.1 times of A. This is equation 1. What about equation 2? Sir, at this concentration, value of lambda m is 101. That means 101 is equal to limiting molar conductivity. Let's say limiting molar conductivity of sodium nitrate is A, just for the sake of writing things clearly. So this 101 will be equal to A minus 4 into 10 to the power minus 2 will be 2 into 10 to the power minus 1, as in 0.2 times of A. This is equation 2. I hope you can calculate the limiting value. How to calculate it? Obviously, you can see I need the value of A. So let me replace A. So capital A from equation 1 will be, sir, it will be A minus 111 upon 0.1. This is the value of A from equation 1. From equation 2, value will be A minus 101 upon 0.2. Just solve this. Sir, this is 1, this is 2. So 2A minus 222 will be equal to A minus 101, or simply A is equal to 222 minus 101. So 2 minus 1 is 1. This is 2 and 1. That means limiting molar conductivity of whom? Of NaNO3 is nothing but 1 to 1. Is nothing but 121. Now similarly, I'm not going to solve for each. Now similarly, you can calculate for NaCl also and silver nitrate also. Let me directly give you the value. Just by putting the values, you will be finding limiting molar conductivity of both of them. So for NaCl, you can similarly find, and limiting molar conductivity for silver nitrate you can also find, that is AgNO3. The values are, let me directly help you with the data. The values are, for NaCl it will be 127, and for silver nitrate, once you solve it, it will be, I mean with the same pattern, with the same manner, it will be 134. Sir, why you are calculating limiting molar conductivity? Beta, we are calculating limiting molar conductivity just because of the fact that Kohlraasch law can only be applied for limiting values. Now, in the question, you are actually supposed to calculate for AgCl. Sir, but for AgCl, we do not know limiting molar conductivity. For them, we know molar conductivity. Limiting, so we do not know. So, because we have calculated, now this was a new thing which Advanced have done. That is application of this NCERT straight line formula. So again, a beautiful question. I loved this question, and I mean, why I loved? Because it has nothing, but still it has got certain new freshness in it. So we need to calculate the limiting molar conductivity of AgCl. How to calculate it? Sir, Ag plus ion will be given by this. So add this Cl minus ion will be given by NaCl, so add that too. And but nitrate and sodium I have to subtract, so NaNO3 will be provided by Na plus and nitrate ion will be provided by NaNO3, so I'll subtract limiting molar conductivity of sodium nitrate, which is 121. I guess once you will solve this, the value of limiting molar conductivity will come out to be 140. Now this is just a plus minus that you have to do, and this is nothing but the application of Kohlraasch law. So beautifully NCERT basic has been asked in this particular question. Now sir, we know limiting molar conductivity, what else? Now you are supposed to calculate the solubility. The solubility of AgCl is X, and you have to find the value of log of X inverse S. X raised to the power minus 1 as an inverse of X. And what else is given to you? You are given conductivity value of kappa. Unit is Siemens per centimeter. So K value is given. Lambda m not you know, but sir you do not know lambda m, but beta you should know this, that AgCl is a sparingly soluble salt. So for a sparingly soluble salt, if concentration is the little amount of concentration which it is giving, sir, then as concentration decreases, molar conductivity approaches the limiting value. So therefore your basic formula, which is molar conductivity is equal to K into 1000. Why 1000? Because if the unit is in centimeter, upon concentration, which is molarity. But if you have a sparingly soluble salt, then what is the ions that it is producing, sir? Very minimum ion. What are those minimum ion represented as, sir? The solubility. That solubility you have to calculate, and that concentration, once this concentration will approach the minimum solubility S, then the molar conductivity will approach the limiting value. So you can definitely write this formula as lambda m naught will be equal to K into 1000 upon solubility. I guess value of lambda m is given. Lambda m naught you have just calculated for AgCl, it is 140. Value of K is given, which is it is also 140 into 10 raised to the power minus 8. So 140 into 10 raised to the power minus 8, and this 3 will become minus 5. Upon this will be your the solubility of AgCl. So 140 gone, so S is directly 10 raised to the power minus 7, which is referred as X in this particular question. So inverse of X will be 10 raised to the power 5. So log of inverse of X will be log of 10 raised to the power log of 10 raised to the power 5. So this is 5. So simply your answer is option C. Yes, a very good question indeed. Now, I'm not saying it is a difficult question, but yes, beta, it has a freshness. It has a freshness of common sense. So definitely, I would rather say a good one from JEE. So I hope everybody is clear. Sir, 163. Okay, Vyom, long time, beta, long time. I remember this name, Vyom. What you are saying, 163, beta? What you are saying, 163? Acha, you must be getting 163. No, beta, I hope you can calculate. The calculation is nothing for this particular question, but I hope you got the doubt cleared, or else you can put that doubt in the comment section, beta. Chalo. Moving forward. Now, sir, again, the paper 1 was also having this simple ball from chemical bonding. You again have a simple ball from chemical bonding. The simple ball is you have to give the bond order of ONO. Sir, it is very easy. How? Sir, NO2 plus, we definitely know it is linear, so it should be maximum. N double bond O, then double bond O, because nitrogen has given 1 electron, so it will be 180 degrees. So sir, it is definitely maximum. If you see NO2 plus, you see it is linear shape, so NO2 plus will be maximum. So 2 options are gone. After that, NO2, obviously let us see how this NO2 is. So nitrogen double bonded with oxygen, coordinate bond to another oxygen. Yes, this guy will have this odd electron. Odd electron does not has repulsion, just like a lone pair. Acha, Vyom, that's why. Okay, Vyom. Okay, Vyom. I mean, congratulations, buddy. Congratulations. And yes, I hope you have cracked your paper. I mean, you have whatever inputs you have put in these days. So this is your time. Good marks, beta. Good marks. I mean, if this is in sync with whatever input you have given and you're happy with it, then beta, whatever it is actually good. And I'm telling you, you will be getting a good IIT. But yes, you have to make compromise with the branch, I feel. So well done, beta. Chalo, moving forward. Now, N double bond O and a coordinate bond O, sir, it has a odd electron. Odd electron do not have very much repulsion, but at least it will have some repulsion. But I'm not saying it will be just like the case of lone pair. No, but still it will not be 180 degree also. This angle, I do not know what it is, but this theta will definitely be less than 180 degree, because this odd electron will have at least a bit of repulsion which will force the bond pair to come close to each other. So it will definitely be not 180 degrees. So this, although if you just see option, you do not even have to compare this, because both are saying NO2. Now comes this NO2 minus and NO2 minus and NO3 minus nitrate ion. I definitely feel nitrate ion, NO3. So nitrogen double bond O, O3, coordinate bond to one oxygen and one O with a negative charge. Okay, so this is NO3 minus. That means this nitrogen is having no lone pair. So this will definitely be 120 degree perfect. And what about NO2 minus? Sir, nitrogen NO2, that means I have a double bonded O, then an O minus, a double bonded O, then a O minus, and yes, here I will be definitely having a lone pair. So this angle should be ideally, as per symmetrical structure, this has to be 120 degree, but because of lone pair, this angle theta will definitely be lesser than 120 degree. So even if you do not know the angle, this is less than 120, this is exactly 120, that is less than 180, but obviously greater than this 120 degree. So I hope this will be the least. So NO2 minus is least. Option B is your right answer. Yes, a good, I mean, as per chemical bonding, beta, a very doable question. I hope everybody is clear. I'm getting 180 overall. Perfect, beta. Very good, very good. I mean, see, all the marks that students are getting, beta, if it is in sync, if the voice from within is coming, this is the best you should get, because you may have put in that much of efforts only. Or else, if you feel that is not the right marks, because even 200 is not a good mark for few students, because if they have put in so much of effort, they can definitely expect more. So, but in general, I would rather say if you are landing into an IIT, it is more than enough. If you have not prepared very well, if you have just prepared within class 12th or maybe later half of Diwali, after Diwali most of the students become active. So if that is the case, then these marks are good, beta. Moving forward. Now, sir, question third is natural rubber on complete ozonolysis, which is reductive ozonolysis, gives compound X. Okay, sir, as the major product. X gives positive iodoform test and Tollin test also, and X on heating with aqueous NaOH gives Y as major product, and you have to tell what is Y. Again, a very doable question, but yes, for all those students who have learned the chapter of polymers. From polymers, we know that natural rubber is a cis isomer, is a cis polymer of what? Monomer isoprene. What is that isoprene? If you have butadiene and substitute it with a methyl group, so this 2-methyl butadiene is the monomer isoprene. It polymerizes. How it gets polymerized, beta? Obviously through free radical mechanism. So homolysis take place here also. So radicals are produced over here. So this carbon and this carbon will be forming that radical, the intermediate carbons. they form that radical and the chain gets terminated. And now I have a double bonded carbon, which is an alkene. So I will be having a CH3 group on one side, and this group which will be addition polymerized with the another chain. So it will be having CH2, and this will open up this linear chain to undergo linear polymerization. Similarly on that side, because it is talking of natural rubber, so it should be a cis isomer. That means I should get that chain over here. That means this CH2 will have a polymerization like this, and on the other half I'll be having what? So this carbon is having no hydrogen. One hydrogen, I'm sorry. This carbon will be having one hydrogen. So this is the cis form, which is actually the natural rubber. So what about the trans form? Trans form is called gutta-percha. Again, a polymer logic. So this is the cis form, which is your natural rubber, a linear polymer of neoprene. Now, ozonolysis of this will give what? Sir, you should make more. Why bother, beta? Why? Because this thing will be there on that side also and this side also. What we have to do, sir, bring the ozonolysis of this compound. So what does ozonolysis do, sir? It break the double bond and it add double bonded O on both the sides. Let us focus on one side. So this carbon C will get a double bond O. That side gone. I have a CH3 over here. I have a CH2 over here. Now this will be linearly linked with what? Another unit of the same type. That means another CH2 will be linked over here. So just think of this CH2. Okay, sir, let us change the color. So this CH2 will be linked with this CH2 of the another molecule. So why to draw it? Let us do it on the mind. So this CH2 will be linked with another CH2. Okay, sir. This CH2 is linked with a carbon. That carbon is further connected with hydrogen, and here also it will be having that double bonded O after ozonolysis. So such units, such monomeric units you will be getting. Now what is this monomeric unit? Just check, sir. It is a ketonic group. It has an aldehyde group also. This ketonic group is methyl ketone, so it can give iodoform test. This is an aldehyde, so it can give Tollens test. That means this is my beautifully compound product X. This X on heating with aqueous NaOH. Now what we have to do, sir? Now it is very easy. We just have to do the aldol condensation. So basic medium, sir, aldehyde tends to have a greater reactivity for nucleophilic addition. Sir, this alpha carbon will produce a hindered ring, a three-membered ring, so not considered. So rather, take hydrogen of this one. So this will form an anion. That anion will be attacking this carbon and you will be forming a cyclic compound. This double bond O will become O minus. It will get H plus from the medium. So you will get a cyclic chain. What member? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a 5-membered ring. Sir, a 5-membered ring. Now let's say this is first carbon. It is getting connected to fifth carbon. Let's say this is first carbon, this is the fifth carbon. It will be getting OH. Then the second carbon, if this is first, then this is second. The second carbon will be a carbonyl group. We definitely know what happens later. So just heat it, you will get OH and H. Why? This is functional group. So this is alpha, this is beta. You get a alpha beta unsaturated. You get an alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound. That means beautifully option A is your right answer. I hope everybody is in sync with this, guys. Chalo. Moving to the next one. Read this one, guys. Read this one, guys. Chalo. The question says a known artificial sweetener X. You have some artificial sweetener is composed of 4-chloro-4-deoxy. That means at fourth position I have removed oxygen and at fourth position I have added a chlorine. But sir, position of what? of alpha D galactose. Now, yes, again an NCERT fact, in disaccharides we know what is galactose, although it uses beta D galactose as per NCERT, but because of that NCERT we know what is galactose. So let us draw that galactose independently. Sir, if you have a glucose, then in my classes of biomolecules, I make my students learn the structure of glucose with this rhyme. What rhyme? Sir, we just mark the carbon number 1, carbon number 2, carbon number 3, carbon number 4, carbon number 5, and carbon number 6 is at the top. So this is CH2OH. Because this is CH2OH, so this will be H. How I make my students learn? So now, because you are our student, so let us learn the rhyme. From fourth carbon, we say the rhyme OH, OH, but this is for glucose. So let us make it for glucose first. Learn the rhyme, which is OH, OH. OH, OH. Now, so that means this is alpha D glucose, but we have to form galactose, alpha D galactose. So if this is glucose, sir, then for making galactose, you have to change the configuration at fourth carbon. So because we have to change the configuration at fourth carbon, that means OH will be coming over here. Now, obviously, all these, because this is OH, so this is H, because this is H, so it will be OH, because this is OH, so it will be H, OH, so it will be H. I hope everybody is clear. This is how you can form your alpha D galactose. Although, for that question, you do not even have to do it. I'm just making you learn, because I definitely know most of the students will be seeing this in a recorded format, and they will be gaining confidence by actually learning about the discussion of JEE Advanced paper. They will also get motivated that yes sir, even we can do it if it is taught to us in a very simpler manner. That is what we are trying to do over here. Chalo. So this is beta D galactose. Now what else, beta? Now the disaccharide has beta D galactose. I'll be doing the operation of beta D galactose, but first let us make the another monosaccharide. 1,6 dichloro. I have to add dichloro by removing oxygen at 1,6 position, but of whom? Of beta D fructose. So let us learn how to draw fructose. So fructose is 5-membered heterocyclic ring. So this is my Haworth projection for glucose. For fructose. How do we learn it? So carbon number 1, so CH2OH. That means I'll have OH over here. This is carbon number 1, this is carbon number 2, this is carbon number 3, this is carbon number 4, this is carbon number 5, and I have carbon number 6 again at the top. Now, how to know the configuration? There is no rhyme, just this OH, so go opposite. Next carbon, opposite. Next carbon, opposite. Next carbon, obviously the place is filled. So this will be H, this will be H, this will be H. This is alpha D minus, because fructose is levorotatory. So this is fructose, but this is alpha fructose. What are you asked in this particular question? You are asked beta D fructose. So for alpha beta anomer, what we do? Just at the first carbon, just at the first carbon, change the configuration. So OH will be coming at the top and CH2OH will be coming at the bottom. So this is my alpha D galactose and this is my beta D fructose. Now, in order to have glycosidic linkage, what can I do? Sir, this carbon will lose, let's say OH. Then this carbon will lose its H. Let me lose that thing with another colors. This will lose OH, this will lose H, and a glycosidic linkage will be formed. Most of us will feel, sir, it will be a beta glycosidic linkage. Beta, you can just this is a Haworth projection that you have drawn. This is not the molecule can be turning this side. This is the projection that we have drawn, but if you draw it in the opposite nature, then this shall be up and this shall be down. So that is not a point. The point is if they are making a glycosidic linkage, then in this unit Let us mark if this, acha, okay, one more thing, beta. Now the for galactose, you have to remove oxygen from fourth carbon and substitute it with chlorine. So in galactose unit, remove at fourth carbon, remove OH and substitute with a chlorine. So this becomes the the reactant which your question is supposed to supply. Now, similarly, with the beta D fructose unit, what we have to do at 1,6 position, remove oxygen and substitute with a chlorine. So at 1,6, so this is position number 1, this is first carbon. So remove this, and this is sixth carbon, and remove this as well. And add what? Substitute with a chlorine. Substitute with a chlorine. Now everybody can see here the CH2Cl and CH2Cl are opposite, so they ultimately have to be opposite in the disaccharide form as well. Now this is what the question is playing with you. Just look at the option beta. This is the another unit of fructose. CH2Cl and CH2Cl are at the on the same side down the ring. Sir, it can't be true. CH2Cl and CH2Cl are on the same side down the plane of the paper. Sir, it is also incorrect. CH2Cl, CH2Cl opposite side. Yes, sir, it can be true. CH2Cl, CH2Cl on the opposite. That's why I was saying you do not have to make that structure. You just have to draw them in your mind and you can definitely identify. But because I want everybody to come and sing, that's why I have drawn everything. Hai So we have already came down to 2. Now let us explore to that one, but there for the pyranose structure, because it is a 6-membered structure, so its chair form is made. You do not have to bother, because in chair form also how to identify what is up, what is down. Now let me just educate you regarding that. For example, if I have a chair form, then how to identify what is up, what is down? Just follow the trend. What trend, sir? At the top, make one carbon at the top. This defines the axial position. So top, bottom, top, bottom, top, bottom. I mean you just go clockwise or anti-clockwise. Whatever positions you have made are called the axial positions. Doesn't even matter what are they called. I'm just telling you they are axial positions. Now draw the equatorial position. How to draw those equatorial positions? Just think in your mind that I have a horizontal line, and that horizontal line, if this thing is up, then that thing should be down. And just draw it so that it will not coincide with the horizontal line, and that will give you your equatorial position. Similarly, you'll draw a horizontal line. If this is down, so that shall be up. Now if this is up, so with the horizontal line, this shall be down. If this is down, then that shall be up. If this is down, then think of that horizontal line, and this shall be up. That is up, so this is down. This is down, so that shall be up. Now with the pink line, I have drawn the equatorial position. Even if you do not know it, let it be. Why? Because you just need to know that with respect to a horizontal line, let's say I'm making that horizontal line anywhere. Let's say over here. With respect to this horizontal line, beta, white line is up and pink line is down. Just you have to know this. Now come to alpha D glucose, alpha D galactose. Sir, here wherever you have glycosidic linkage, wherever you will be having that glycosidic linkage, that thing and this chlorine should be opposite. Wherever you are having that glycosidic linkage, that thing and this chlorine should be opposite. So just let us explore this. Here glycosidic linkage is down, because this is down, and here chlorine is up. Yes sir, they has to be opposite. Here glycosidic linkage is down, it is down, but chlorine is also down. So because it is also down, that means it is incorrect, because if it is down, then it has to be opposite, and here it is clearly satisfying. Now again, the reason I have taken more of time in this question, because most of the students are not comfortable with the axial, equatorial. Do not even bother. Even if you do not know axial or equatorial, you just need to understand how to identify that in a chair form what is up, what is down, the plane of a paper, the plane of a cyclohexane. I hope everybody is clear with this. Chalo. Moving to the next question, beta. Question number 5. Again, a simple question now. From question number 5, we have multiple correct questions. So multiple correct question were +4, -1. So let us explore. By the time I fill some coffee for myself, read the question, guys. Keep reading the questions. Half of the question is done if you read the question properly. Read the question properly. I hope you got the question, beta. Chalo. Now the question says, for a first order reaction, yes, reaction is, I guess that's a typo error. R giving you product, obviously no reaction can completely proceed in forward direction. It attains equilibrium at some point of time. So R giving product at a given temperature. K is rate constant. For this reaction at a particular temperature, R and P concentration are R and P respectively. You have to give, you do not have to read the theory, just go to the graph. Now, I guess it is given that it is following a first order kinetics. So because it is following a first order kinetics, that means, sir, this graph is clearly incorrect. Why? Sir, if initially the concentration of product will definitely initially it will be 0 and it will be increasing, but after increasing, once it reaches equilibrium, the concentration will remain constant. Nah, it is increasing. No, sir, it will not increase. Yes, it will start from 0, but yes, at equilibrium it will attain a constant value. It is saying it is increasing, hence definitely incorrect. Now, sir, first order, do the differential form. Rate of a reaction is equal to rate of decomposition of reactant. This is also equal to rate of production of product, and it is also equal to rate constant times of concentration, active mass of the reactant. Let's say reactant is R. So rather, let me write R over here. So active mass of the reactant raised to the power order, because in the question order given is 1. So this N is 1. Now, let us explore what we have to communicate with the graphs. So this is dr by dt, so rate of decomposition of reactant with respect to this concentration of reactant at any time t. So sir, we can definitely see there is a minus sign, so it will be minus. Yes, it will be a straight line, but slope will be negative. It is saying that slope is positive. So obviously this is incorrect, because this slope will be negative. So obviously this is also incorrect. Now, rate of production of product. Yes, sir. Rate of formation of product with respect to temperature. So, sir, I cannot see temperature over here. You can. For a first order kinetics, rate of reactant, concentration of reactant at any time t. So, concentration of reactant at any point t can be written as initial concentration A naught or R naught into exponential of minus kT. Now, you can clearly see this is your y for option number C, and sir, it is a exponential graph, but what, increasing or decreasing exponential? Sir, e raised to the power minus, so that is exponentially decreasing graph. So exponentially decreasing graph. Yes, sir. Again, a good question, a mathematically sound question, but if you are comfortable with your NCERT logic, beta, I hope these questions are very much doable. है ना? Chalo, sir, rate constant is a constant. The name itself says it's a rate constant. So how can time change rate constant? Sir, it is always a constant. Therefore, obviously D is also correct. So your answer for this question will be C and D. Chalo. Moving to the next one, guys. Attempt this one again. Just like in paper 1. Just like in paper 1. The P block NCERT, they have, sir, shall I buy JD Lee? Sir, shall I buy this? Sir, shall I buy Francis Carey? Beta, buy NCERT. Paper 1, 2 pages. Paper 2, 1 page of NCERT. The inert gases thing, sir, inert gases were not reactive, but post xenon, sir, xenon thing was also asked. And because we know xenon compounds are formed, so I take xenon in the ratio 1:1, XEF. When I take in the ratio X 1:5, it will be XEF4. When I take in the ratio 1:20, XEF6. NCERT 3 reactions. So here 1:5 ratio given. So this is P. Now P has again now chemical bonding, the thing they have done in mains also. Read the question statement based. So XEF4 have 4 bond pair. What about lone pair, sir? 2 lone pair. So it has 2 lone pair. Yes, so this is correct. Now this P, which is XeF4, reacts with O2F2. Again an NCERT reaction. Sir, XeF4 reacting with O2F2. Sir, oxygen is gone. So where fluorine has gone? Sir, it has fluorinated XeF4. So this XeF4, which is P, will get fluorinated and will form the higher oxide, which is XeF6. Here xenon was in +4 oxidation state. It has got oxidized and reached +6 oxidation state. So this is Q. Q has perfect octahedral geometry. No, sir. 6 bond pair. But xenon will be having a lone pair, so shape will be distorted octahedral. So this is incorrect. Q act as a fluorinating agent. What is Q? No, sir. It is formed. It can't act. Acha. One thing, beta. Yes. In paper 1 also there was a question asking these stuff. But here, in that paper 1 question, it was asking in this particular reaction. Remember, we have just discussed paper 1. It is not saying in this particular reaction. It is saying in general, this Q, which is XeF6, can act as a fluorinating agent. Yes. Now, this is a concept given where, sir, in the carbon family. What is silica? SiO2. Silica gets beautifully reacted. Silica gets beautifully reacted and fluorinated. The oxidation state remains the same. Silica is SiO2, oxidation state of silicon is +4. Whenever it gets fluorinated, it forms SiF4. Oxidation state is still +4. But that SeF4, the fluorine is furnished to silicon by whom? Sir, the famous reaction of XeF6. So yes, sir, it is a fluorinating agent. Good. Now see, what you should learn? NCERT. Just NCERT and you're good. Next is the molecular structure of R is trigonal pyramidal. What is R? Acha, this we haven't done. So what is Q? Sir, Q is XeF6. So XeF6 can undergo hydrolysis. If it gets 1 water, it forms XeOF4. So the oxidation state of xenon is +6. It will remain in +6 state. So 1 oxygen, so 4 fluorine. It will take 2 water molecules. It forms XeO2F2. Again, oxidation state is +2. If it gets 3 water, that is the maximum hydrolysis, it forms XeO3. Again, the xenon is in +6 oxidation state. So because it is saying complete hydrolysis, that means this is my R. Sir, why you are writing these reactions? I'm trying to memorize you. I'm trying to make you remember NCERT. So sir, inert gases. That 1 page is again given you a question for JEE Advanced in paper 2. Paper 1 also, paper 2 also, pages of NCERT. Now, the molecular structure of this R, so this is R, is trigonal pyramidal. So let us do chemical bonding, the structure of xenon oxide. So xenon, 6 oxygen are making bond pair, so 1 lone pair. So this lone pair will be here, double bond O, and double bond O. Yes sir, this is trigonal pyramidal, just like ammonia. So this is also correct. So your correct options are B, C and D. I hope everybody is clear with this also. Acha, not B, C, D and D, beta. Sorry. This is incorrect. Arey yaar, see na? I have, yes, I mean, the intensity of cancel is less, but I've cancelled it. So this is A, C and D. I'm sorry. A, C, and D. I have done that only. The only reason is I've cancelled it with a light color, so I could not see it. I hope everybody is clear. Chalo, moving forward. Again, sir, a very doable question. Again, sir, a very doable question. The correct statement. Ionization enthalpy of carbon is less than that of boron. But what ionization? Second ionization. So, sir, basic periodicity, yes, beta. Carbon is 1s2, okay, inner shell 2s2 and 2p2. So C plus will be 2p1. What about boron? Boron is 1s2, keep that thing in your mind, 2s2 and 2p1. So 2p1 gone, so this is B plus. So second electron has to be removed from 2s fully filled. Second electron has to be removed from 2p partially filled, so it is much easier. So for carbon it is less. So second ionization enthalpy for carbon is less. Yes sir, it is definitely less, so this is correct. Increasing order, sir, more be the charge, smaller is the size. I hope you remember this for isoelectronic species. More be the charge, smaller is the size. So aluminium plus 3 is smaller, followed by Ag plus 2, followed by NaCl. Definitely we know this from class 10th, I guess. Under identical condition in solid state, density of potassium metal is more. Sir, density is predominantly a property of mass. As nuclear charge increase, sir, mass increases, but there is only one anomaly in alkali metals. In general, density increases down the group, but just for the case of sodium and potassium, you expect density of potassium to be higher, but there is an anomaly. Why? Mass increases, but as you go down from sodium to potassium, radius increases quite large. And what is volume? 4 by 3 pi r cube. So r cube makes the increase in volume much larger, as a result of which density of sodium is not much, but yes, it is slightly higher than potassium. So there is an anomaly between the regular trend of density of alkali metals between sodium and potassium. Sodium is denser. It is saying potassium metal is more dense, which is definitely incorrect. This is the only anomaly. I hope everybody remember this now. Sir, hydrogen is a first period element, so 1s bonding. Fluorine is a second period element, so 2p bonding. Moreover, lone pair will also break them easily, so definitely H bond H is a stronger bond. It is saying weaker, so this is also incorrect, making A and B as your right answer. Moving forward. Chalo. Question number 8, sir, again a multiple correct. Sir, I'm in class 10th now. Please suggest me a math book for JEE preparation. From now, beta maths book is PWJ English. We will provide you with whole of the books at the batch. Beta, buying books, yes, you can obviously practice questions, but beta, you should always have a mentor first, and then obviously any and every book. And the most important book at this point of time is first the relevant PYQ book, and after you have done all those PYQs of JEE Mains and JEE Advanced, then sky is your limit, beta. Then you can have multiple options. But yes, I would definitely suggest first you should do the relevant PYQs first. है ना? चलो chalo, or else beta, obviously this is a PW platform, so we are not authorized to give any publication or those names, and we should not also, because ultimately see this is an advanced paper, and what is the famous book which is popping out all the time, sir? NCRT. So please respect NCRT. For practice, go and check the relevant questions only, beta, है ना, of previous year questions. Now, in the following reaction, now because I'm saying previous year, now such question has came loads of time in JEE Mains only. Beta, sir, this is aniline. Sir, this is acetylation. So NH2 will be getting acetylated. Its reactivity will decrease, and post nitration only para substitution will take place, because now it is acetylated. So its plus R of NH2 is controlled. So what is P? You can directly make that P, sir. It is a NCRT level. It is a mains level of job. So at para position, I'll be getting NO2, and this I'll be getting an acylated aniline. So this is my P. Now, post hydrolysis, sir, hydrolysis of acid amide will produce acid and amine. Sir, NaNO2 and HCl is nitrous acid. It will convert amine into diazonium salt. So Q will be diazonium compound. So N triple bond N plus, and this is nothing but NO2. So this is my Q. Now, sir, this is isopropyl benzene, sir, NCRT. Sir, O2 followed by acidification, sir, it will form phenol and acetone. So I have phenol. NaOH and CO2, sir, famous reaction, Kolbe reaction. That means salicylic acid will be produced post acidification. Sir, S also I can write in a single line. So what is S? Sir, S is salicylic acid, OH, COOH. This is S. Now, this S is treated with this Q in basic medium. Sir, in basic medium, phenol will form phenoxide ion. This phenoxide ion will be more plus R, will be more electron donating. It will have electron density at ortho and para position. Para is least hindered. So this minus will attack this nitrogen and will help in a coupling reaction of amines. Sir, and mains used to ask such questions. So the coupled die, what is that coupled die? Sir, N triple bond N, benzene ring on this side, benzene ring on the other side. What else, beta? Sir, this one is having NO2. Sir, that one is having COOH. Okay, here it is having OH. Acha, I'm sorry. I just I am able to make that OH, and this is COOH. So this is my T. What else, sir? Again, read the statements. Q. What is Q? Sir, this is Q. So Q on treatment with ethanol generates aromatic aldehyde. Ethanol, C2H5. Okay, sir. Again, this has gone to chapter of amines. Sir, ethanol is a reducing agent. It will reduce diazonium compound and will oxidize itself to 2-carbon aldehyde. So it will be, this will be ethanol, but the aromatic compound will be a nitrogen gone, hydrogen will be coming, so reduced, and a NO2. So this is nitrobenzene. Yes, it is an aromatic compound, but not aromatic aldehyde. Aromatic compound, yes. Aromatic aldehyde, no. The aldehyde is another, which is aliphatic. So this is incorrect. S, what is S? This is S, salicylic acid. Gives positive dye test, yes sir, because it is an alcohol. All the possible alcohol gives those dye test. So yes sir, this is correct. P is dinitro. Where is P? Okay, this is P. So P is mononitro. I just have one NO2. Another nitrogen is amide, not nitro. So this is also incorrect. T is a colored compound. What is T? Yes sir, T is definitely a coupling compound. Coupling compounds are generally dye, and dye are obviously colored. So answer will be Bombay and Delhi. I hope everybody is clear. So please reply, I am confused. Yes, Mr. Arindam Ox. Beta, you guys, you people are so much innovative when it comes to your YT names. Yes, what is your doubt, beta? Sir, मैं अभी क्लास 10th में JEE मैथ्स के कौन सा टॉपिक कर सकता हूँ for better foundation? Beta, see, basic maths. Try to cover those topics of basic maths. I guess we have done a bridge course at PW Foundation channel, Foundation English also. And we'll be again coming with some bridge courses, beta. And moreover, just I guess next week we are coming with Arjuna JEE and Arjuna NEET also. So don't worry. Yes, I guess it has been it has been postponed by a week, but still, beta, I mean, obviously you can understand there are loads and loads of arrangements that has to be made by us as a team. So chalo, moving forward. Now the next question is again statements. this is what mains has also done. So we were definitely expecting this from advanced. So please, 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 whenever you are attempting questions, try to read them properly by yourself. Chalo. Again, the correct statement. Specific rotation of glucose is actually D plus. So it is taken its enantiomer. So L minus. Fructose is actually D minus. So they have taken L plus. So obviously, for glucose, this the magnitude of specific rotation is this only, but glucose is generally dextrorotatory. Generally, as in the alpha D glucose that we see, not all, alpha D glucose is dextrorotatory. So this specific rotation, but with a positive sign, and alpha D fructose is levorotatory. So magnitude of specific rotation is this only, but sign is negative. But because it is given this, so okay, agreed. Now read the statement. On treatment with HNO3, gluconic acid is oxidized to saccharic acid. So glucose, on first step oxidation, the aldehyde converts into acid. It is called gluconic acid. Once gluconic acid further gets oxidized, then the sixth carbon, which is a 1 degree alcohol, also get oxidized, and it forms a saccharic acid. So with Br2, with bromine, glucose just form gluconic acid. It can't be further oxidized, but yes, HNO3 is a strong acid, NCRT logic beta, so it can land to saccharic acid, so it can turn gluconic acid also to saccharic acid, so it can turn glucose also to saccharic acid. It is saying it cannot, so definitely HNO3 can do this. So this is incorrect, because HNO3 can convert every glucose, every gluconic acid to corresponding saccharic acid. Chalo. Statement B is fructose give positive Fehling test. Yes. Glucose, fructose, both gives positive Fehling test also, Tollin test also. Why, sir? Ketone do not do so, because in these carbohydrates, like all these monosaccharides like glucose, fructose, mannose, they can easily tautomerize and can interchange within each other. And by interchanging into each other, even a ketonic group can sometimes behave as an aldehydic group. Therefore, in nucleophilic addition reactivity increases, and if it increases, that means it can easily undergo reaction with tolerance reagent also and Fehling also. So fructose gives positive Fehling test, and because it polymerizes, yes, this is definitely correct. Now, invert sugar is an equimolar mixture of D-glucose, as I was telling you, that because generally in nature we have the cane sugar, hydrolysis gives you inverted sugar, which is mixture of D-glucose and D-fructose. So this is definitely correct. And because it has a equimolar mixture, so the specific rotation of the sugar, which is having both the components, but because it's an equimolar mixture, so this and this, if you add them, obviously this glucose will have this optical activity, but with a positive sign. Fructose will have this optical activity, but with a negative sign. So if you just add them up, it will be minus 40, because you are mixing equimolar mixture of both. So volume doubled, so concentration will become half. So specific rotation will also get halved. So it will be minus 20 degree, because it is saying minus 40. Hence, this is also incorrect. So your answer is beautifully option B and option C. I hope everybody is clear with this. Moving to the next one, guys. Now, coming to integer type questions, sir. Have a shot in the question, beta. Try to read the question at least once. Now the question says X A plus and Y B plus are hydrogen like. That means how many electrons they will have? Just one. And that was the only thing you have to read in this question. Why? Rest it is done. It is giving a wavelength lambda. Who is giving this wavelength lambda? Sir, X cation. So 1 upon lambda, as per Bohr theory, is, as per hydrogen spectrum, is R into Z square. So Z of this X squared into 1 upon n1 square minus 1 upon n2 square. So 1 upon 1 square minus 1 upon 2 square, as in 1 minus 1 by 4, as in 3 by 4. Equation 1. And for the other cation, which is YB plus, the wavelength is 9 times of lambda. So 1 by that wavelength is equal to Rydberg's constant into atomic number of that cation Y squared. 1 by 2 square, as in 1 by 4 minus 1 by 16. So 1 by 4 minus 1 by 16. So this is 16. So 4 minus 1. This is 3 by 16. Let us equate them. Sir, how to equate them? 1 by lambda is this much. So from here, 1 by lambda will be what, beta? From here, 1 by lambda will be R into Z of cation Y squared into 9 into 3 is 9 in 9 into 3 is 27 upon 16. So 4 1, 4 4. So 3 1, 3 9. So R gone, R gone. So ultimately you have the ratio, what? Sir, we have the ratio Zx upon Zy. Zx upon Zy whole squared is what? Zx upon Zy whole square is 9 by 4. So because it is 9 by 4, so it's normally will be under root of 9 by 4, as in 3 by 2. Now the question is done. Why? Sir, because hydrogen-like species will have how many electrons? Only one. What is Z? Number of protons. So if you have to tell the value of charge plus A and charge plus B, so they will just be having a difference of 1 with the atomic number whose ratio we have already calculated. And the question is telling you, you have to give the value of A plus B, but what value? Lowest value. So in order to, for those values which will be an integer to be lowest, the value of Zx and Zy has to be lowest, but it has to be in a ratio 3:2. So what is the lowest number? So 3. What is lowest number? 2. So for X, what is proton? 3. So how many electrons it should have? Just 1. So what will be the value of A? So proton is 3. Proton is 3. But you have to remove all the electrons and just keep one electron on X, so that X is having how? Sir, see, for X atomic number is 3, so it will be having how many electrons? 3. So what charge you will bring to a element X which is having 3 protons, so that it can have 1 electron? Sir, I have to bring it to +2 charge. So that means this will be -1, so it will be +2. What about B? So B will be 2. But how much? So 2 is the number of protons, so it should just have 1, so it will be 2 minus 1, so B will be 1. So A is 2 and B is 1. That means A plus B is nothing but 3. Sir, this is class 10th maths. Yes, beta. Yes, beta. But yes, for this 40 to 50%, beta, any and every score. 50% if you have scored, you must have got a rank. I mean, you are obviously above cutoff, beta, so no worries. Yeah, so we have some active participant also now with us. So Alex, perfect, beta, answer is 3. I appreciate that. Chalo, moving to the next one. Again, mixing chapters. Again, sir, mixing chapters. How? See, at a given temperature, 0.45 gram of what you have, 0.45 gram of acetic acid, and it is in 50 ml of water. It is shaken with 1 gram of charcoal. Sir, charcoal is the adsorbent and acetic acid is the adsorbate. So X is the mass of acetic acid, M is mass of adsorbent, which is charcoal, K C raised to the power 1 by M. Now question is saying that the slope is 1. So if you just do here that log of X by M equals log of K plus 1 by N into log of C. So this slope, if you make a graph between log of X by M, so this is Y, against log C, sir, this is x. So y equals mx plus c. That means this is my m. That means this is my slope, which is given out to be 1. That means value of n is given out to be 1. I hope everybody is clear with this. Okay. That means, sir, I now know with this analysis that x by m is nothing but k into c raised to the power 1. We just have to calculate the concentration. Concentration of what? Sir, concentration of acetic acid. Sir, but acetic acid had been adsorbed. How much? Sir, you have given us 0.4 gram of acetic acid. Some will be adsorbed on carbon, charcoal, and some will be remaining in the solution. How much will be remaining? Sir, acetic acid is an acid, and for the question it is given that the pH of the resulting solution after adsorption has taken place. Acetic acid, you have given 0.45 gram, some of the acetic acid is adsorbed, but some is there in the solution. How much is there in the solution? It is giving you pH 3. So pH 3, that means what? That means, sir, acetic acid, whatever is remaining in the solution, will be dissociating, although it is a weak acid, but it will be dissociating as these ions. So this is C minus C alpha, this is C alpha, this is C alpha. H plus ion concentration will be equal to C alpha. Alpha is nothing but under root of, because we know dissociation constant K is equal to C alpha square upon 1 minus alpha, but because 1 minus alpha is 1, because this is a weak acid, so alpha is nothing but K upon C. So H plus ion concentration will be equal to Ka into C. Because pH is given out to be 3, so H plus ion concentration will be 10 raised to the power minus 3. It is equal to Ka into C. Okay, let me put the value of K also. Ka value is given out to be 10 raised to the power minus 5. So this is 10 raised to the power minus 5 into C, and because this is under root, so this is under root, so C will be equal to 10 to the power minus 6 and 10 to the power minus 5, so 10 to the power minus 1, as in C is 0.1. So that means I know molarity, and this is the concentration of acetic acid which is actually there in the solution. So some of it has adsorbed. How much is there still in the solution? This much. Can you give me the molecular mass? Yes, sir. As in the amount of solute which is acetic acid? Yes, sir. Molarity is this 1 by 10. Molarity is equal to weight of acetic acid upon molecular mass of acetic acid, so number of moles of solute, into volume of solutions. You have added 50 ml. I mean, you have added 0.45 gram, which is negligible in 50 ml of water. So volume of solution is nothing but volume of solvent. So 50 ml into, because this is ml, so 1000. So this gone, this gone. This is 6 into 5 is 30. 30 by 3 is 3. This decimal. So weight of acetic acid is 0.3. So that means how much of acetic acid is adsorbed? So acetic acid adsorbed will be equal to what? Initially, how much you have placed? So 0.45 gram. So 0.45 gram of acetic acid I have added. Out of that 0.45 grams, some have been adsorbed. And what is left in the solution? So this much. So how much is adsorbed? Minus what is left in the solution. This much is left. So how much is adsorbed? Sir, 0.15 gram. Sir, this is the weight of acetic acid adsorbed. So sir, acetic acid is adsorbate and charcoal is the adsorbent. So weight of adsorbate I know, which is marked as X. So weight of X I know. Now, sir, mass of charcoal given is what? Mass of charcoal given is 1 gram. So just put the value over here, beta. X is 0.15. Mass of charcoal is 1 equals K. Concentration of acetic acid is 0.1 raised to the power 1. So this is nothing but K is 1.5. So your value of K is 1.5. So value of K is 1.50. Answer, integer type answer. I mean, yes, a good question. Again, they have mixed the chapter of surface chemistry with the chapter of ionic equilibrium. Not good things, but great things, because they are testing your language skills also, and they are testing your analytical skills also, that how much you can think. I definitely know that this question with the pressure of examination is almost very rare for students to attempt. I still not believe that I have done this question correct. Okay, Alex, is it? Perfect, my brother. Perfect. If at all you have done this correctly, beta, all my best wishes to you. I'm really happy to hear that. Perfect, beta. Chalo. Moving to the next one, beta. Now, next question says, in a solvent S, just read the question, beta. Again, you should always invest a bit of your time in reading the question, because you know what, beta, actually the problem is language only. And it is not a case that if you read the question in Hindi then you can do it properly, because some of you feel, sir, I do not know English. If I would have known, it is the process of extracting information from any language, whether you know it or not. Once you start extracting, when you start extracting information, once you are confident with your hard work or with whatever work you have placed before coming to the D-Day, so that is what is known as practice. Chalo. The question says, in a solvent S, I have a solvent. B is a solute partially dissociating into C and D. Partially dissociating into C and D like this. Okay, sir. What else, sir? B, C, D, all of them are non-volatile. So this is a non-volatile solute and a volatile solvent. That means it is a question from colligative properties. Now, molar mass of B is 10 times of A. So molar mass of B is 10 times molar mass of A. Not A, beta. B is my solute, not A, of solvent. So let me mention solvent with S. Now, this is boiling point of solvent, and this is 10 R is delta H vaporization of solvent. That means Kb of solvent you have to calculate. Now, if I'm adding solute, a solution of B in S, so solute B is added in solvent S, where the concentration of B is 0.25%. What percent? Mass by mass percent. Okay. And boiling point of solution gets elevated to 408, because solvent is 400 and solution is 408. So can you tell me value of delta TB? Yes, sir. Value of delta TB will be 1408 minus 400. That means 8. It will be I into Kb into molality. Let us calculate, or I can say 8 is equal to I do not know. What about Kb? Sir, for Kb, you can use the formula for ebullioscopic constant of water. What is it? Remote R M as in molar mass of solvent, T as in boiling point of solvent squared upon 1000 into delta H vaporization. I hope you know these formulas. Very important NCERT basics. Into molality. What about molality, sir? What about molality, sir? Weight of solute. Who is my solute? Sir, concentration term is given. So what does 0.25 mass by mass percent means? If I have 100 gram solution, because mass of solute upon mass of solution, so upon 100, so if I have 100 gram of solution, then this will have 0.25 gram of solute, which is B. So this is weight of solute. So weight of solute is how much? 0.25 gram. Upon molar mass of solute, let's say molar mass of B is MB, into, sir, molality. So I need weight of solvent. Weight of solvent is, sir, solution was 100 gram, solute is 0.95. Obviously you can write approximately, but because this is 2 place of decimal thing, integer type question, so do not do that. So 100 minus 0.25 is 99.75. Yes, I guess many of the, so it will be a controversy, beta, because yes, many of the students will approximate this, that volume of weight of solution is nothing but weight of solvent, because colligative property is generally valid for dilute solution. But because you do that, You take 100, you will be getting different answer because you have to report in two place of decimal, because this is an integer type question. I hope you are getting this point. But I know this is going to create huge controversy. I definitely know this is going to create huge controversy. But I'm not participating in that controversy. Let the people who I would rather say are non-teachers, because if you are a teacher and if you are a serious student, those controversies are not meant for us. Whatever they will decide, they will decide. What is our job to do the best. So that's why I'm discussing you and discussing that thing, that can create a controversy. But still I am doing everything accurately, है ना? Oh, yeah, perfect. Mr. Sane, perfect. Chalo. So this is weight of solvent, and because this is in grams, so 1000 will come in the numerator. Sir, everything else you know? No, let us put the values. So I guess this is given out to be 10 R. Just let us check. Delta H vaporization, 10 R. So this is 10 R, so R and R is gone. 1010, okay sir. TB naught also I know, I guess TB naught is 400. So TB naught is 400, so this is 400 squared. Now, what about MS and MB? Sir, ratio is given where? Sir, molecular mass of B is 10 times molecular mass of solvent. So, molecular mass of B, this is 10 times molecular mass of solvent. So, this MS solvent, M solvent, I hope everything is given. The only variable is I. So, I hope with this you can calculate value of I. Let me help you with the value beta. Once you solve this, the value of I will come out to be, can anybody give me an answer for this? If you solve this, the value of I, beta, if you solve this correctly, it will come out to be 1.995 without that approximation. And yes, it is a task beta. That into divide definitely will decide that whether you are going to get the positive correct number from this or not. I have read the question, but it was taking time. And beta, definitely it is taking a lot of time, because this calculation also you cannot approximate and do, because this is two places of decimal. Sir, now still logic is still remaining. I is what? Sir, moles present at equilibrium upon moles given initially. So where is the reaction? So here, if I have given 1 mole, so 1 minus alpha will be there in the equilibrium. 2 alpha and 2 alpha will be produced. So at equilibrium, this plus this plus this, as in 1 plus 3 alpha. 2 alpha is 4 alpha minus alpha. So 1 plus 3 alpha. So 1 plus 3 alpha is the moles at equilibrium if initially I've added 1 mole. So this is the value of I, and it is coming out to be this much. So that means alpha is nothing but 0.995 upon 3. And because in the question you have to give the percentage alpha, so it will be 99.5 upon 3. So value of alpha, the mole percent of B. So what B is dissociated? So alpha, and what is percentage alpha? So percentage alpha is 99.5 upon 3. That means 33.3 1 ja 3. Then I have 2, so then 6, so it will be 6 7, so till 2 place of decimal it will be 33.17. I hope everybody is clear with this. So if you have not done this beta, then obviously you will be having an answer error. So chalo, moving to the next one, again an integer type question beta. I'll be just reading this formula. So this is cis form, this is meridional form, having octahedral complexes. Now you have to give the triangular faces which are having 1 nitrogen and 2 chlorine atom. Sir, this is again just drawing mains level question, sir. Sir, metal cobalt octahedral, sir. So let me make that octahedron beautifully for you. So let's say this is a square. Okay. Now 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 up, 1 down. Sir, because cis form, so let's say Cl is here, Cl is here. So 2 Cl on same side. So this is cis. Rest everybody, every place I will be adding ammonia as ligand. This is my octahedron. Now let us try and see those triangular faces. I need two chlorine, so 2 chlorine with ammonia. So this will form one triangular face. Similarly, on the downside also, but let us calculate only on upside. So one upside, one downside. Do I have any more option over here? So 2 chlorine are only here, not anywhere else. So how many possibilities I'll be having from this guy? 2. Just 2 triangular faces. What about this meridional form? Okay, sir, let us do this for meridional form also. So I am taking help of this structure only. Why? Because ultimately this is also octahedron. After that, sir, again central metal is cobalt. Central metal is cobalt. And for mer form, let's say I have one Cl here, one Cl here, that leaves me only one Cl over here. That this will be a meridional form where no 3 chlorine are coming on same triangular face. So what will be the position occupied on the other 3 sides? They will be ammonia. And obviously none of the ammonia will also occupy any triangular face. So this is a meridional form. Now 2 chlorine and 1 nitrogen I need. Sir, 2 chlorine, sir, 1 nitrogen. That means this triangular face is having 2 chlorine and 1 nitrogen. Sir, if 1 up, then 1 down. I'm not drawing for the down one. Sir, 2 chlorine and 1 nitrogen can also be attained if we make this triangular face. Sir, 1 up, this guy. Sir, this guy. Sir, this guy. And this guy. Sir, this is also a triangular face. Similar triangular face can be made downside also. 1 chlorine this, 1 chlorine this, and this. So 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, complementary at downside. So 2 you can obviously see, and 2 from downside will make 4 possibilities. So 4 triangular faces over there, 2 triangular faces over here. So 2 plus 4 as in 6 will be your beautifully correct answer. So Alex, in the previous question, beta 1.33.1666666 na. So you'll write 1.33.17, no? That's why I've written 17. है ना? Chalo. Okay, 40% good score. Yes, beta. I mean, paper is good. Paper is actually good. Chalo. Good as in not conceptually very sound beta, but yes, you have to think of so many common senses. So common sense, once asked in most of the question, make the question at the time of doing the examination, it becomes crucial. So again, an integer question for us. So in the following reaction sequence, major product X and Y are acyclic. So this is not a cyclic compound, mind you, this word is important. It is acyclic. Again, why it is important, I'll be telling you now. CH3I with KCN will be forming what? Sir, CH3CN. So CH3I will be reacting with Cn minus. Sir, substitution will take place. I will be getting CH3C triple bond N. Once it is hydrolyzed, sir, nitrile will form corresponding carboxylic acid. With red phosphorus, this carboxylic acid will have alpha substituted halo carboxylic acid, which is halo as in bromocarboxylic acid. Sir, excess of ammonia. Sir, acid and ammonia after heating forms amide. If you just mix them, the reaction becomes reversible. So only even if I have excess of ammonia, only bromine will be getting substituted and I will be having this alpha amino acid. So this is my alpha amino acid, which is my X. So I have this X with me, which is an alpha amino acid. Now, what is caprolactam? Sir, again, adipic 6-carbon carboxylic acid. So at the terminal position, acid and amine, once it undergoes dehydration, the monomer that is formed is caprolactam. So it's a carbonyl group, a 7-membered heterocyclic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th member is nitrogen, and they must have formed a amide linkage. This is nothing but caprolactam, an acid derivative. So once it will undergo hydrolysis, bond will be broken and you will be having this C, 1 carbon, 1 CH2, 2, 3, 4, 5 carbons. So on hydrolysis, I'll be having C double OH, CH2, how many? 5. And at the terminal position, I'll be having NH2 because post hydrolysis, this will get OH, this will get H. Now, organic chemistry is done. Now comes is physical chemistry. How, sir? Beta, if I have this alpha amino acid and this alpha amino acid, so this is X and this is Y. Now you are reacting X and Y to form a non-biodegradable copolymer Z. Now let us do not think of those 500 molecules. Just think of 2 molecules first. What is the first molecule? Sir, C double bond O, OH. Sir, CH2 and NH2. What is the another molecule, beta? Sir, NH2. Then CH2 5. Then C double OH. Sir, what is condensation? Condensation means this will give H and this will give OH and they will undergo dehydration. So water molecule will be released and it will be producing what? Sir, CO, CH2, NH2. What about this? So this will be NH, CH2, whole 5, C double bond O and then OH. Now if I use another glycine, this let's say this is structure 1, let's say this is structure 2. So this is 2. If I use another one, then it will give OH, another one will give H. Sir, it will keep on increasing. And whenever this will be introduced by another molecule, one water molecule, when one added, one water molecule released, one added, water molecule released, one added, water molecule released, one added, water molecule released. You can add them on alternate basis. So ultimately you are going to form nylon 2,6 condensation polymer. But what mole concept you have to do? So 500 will react with 500. Like for example, 1 is reacting with 1, but out of these 2, only 1 water is created. Then if I use just 1, again 1 water. So after that, if I be adding 1 monomer, it will be releasing 1 water molecule. But initially, once I have added 2, I haven't got 2 water molecule. I have got 1 water molecule. So if I'll be adding 500 and 500 moles of both of them, I will be getting 500 plus 500 minus 1 molecules of water. And why I'm interested in the water molecule? Because mass cannot be created nor can be destroyed. Mass cannot be created nor it can be destroyed. Then do mass conservation. What will be the mass of product produced, beta? Why you have to think of the molecular formula, then calculate sir, mass conservation apply. So mass of product formed will be total mass of reactant 1 plus total mass of reactant 2 minus total mass of water that has been created, because this will be released. That will not be the part of mass of product produced. I hope everybody is getting it. So obviously I know I will be having a condensation polymer where every time one molecule will be getting added and one water molecule will be getting released. So how many molecules I'm adding? 500 molecules of first. What is the mass of one molecule? Sir, molar mass. So for molecule first, I guess for this glycine, once you will solve it, molecular mass will be 75. You do just this much of calculation, guys, or else let me help you with the value. This is 75 and the another one will be 131. The molecular mass I'm just giving you. Yes, I mean it was not given in the question. You have to calculate by yourself. So it is 75, it is 131. Now, so that means mass of compound 1 500 moles and mass of each mole is molar mass, which is 75, plus for second. Sir, 500 molecules of these also are 500 moles of these also are used. So 500 into 131 will be total mass of the 500 units. Minus, why? Because sir, they will be transformed into the product. But sir, water is going, no. So subtract water. So let us subtract water. So let us subtract water. So water as an H2O as an 18 gram per mole. But how many molecules? Sir, that one water molecule will be still remaining. 2 has produced 1 water. The moment you will add 1, you will be keep on getting 1 water getting eliminated. So afterwards 1 molecule will be giving 1 water. But initially you have missed 1 water because 2 has just given 1 water molecule. So that is the basic thing. That means 500 is 500 is 1000 minus 1 is 999. So this is the mathematics that you have to do. This plus this minus this, and once you do this, I guess 85. Now this is just plus minus beta. 85018. So again, a very mathematically challenging question. So answer will be 85018. Yes, you just have to do into divide beta. Now that into divide I'm leaving on you people. I hope you will do it perfectly. Which brings us to the next question. 2 questions. I mean 2 paragraphs. Each paragraph is having 2 questions. So let me buy the time. Just let me check. These 2 questions are from solution. So I guess I'll be covering them in another 15-20 minutes. So I'll be just giving your physics sir the message and after the next question. After the next, let us finish this paragraph first. Okay, chalo. Anything related to counseling? What you need informations on counseling beta? Acha, let me pour some water for myself. By the time, if you guys have any doubt, you can clearly ask, or else the question is written in front of you. Kindly read the statement, although it is always advised to read the statement always after reading the question of the paragraph. But I hope most of you will read it. Come on, let's start. Now, the question says, you have liquid A and B, 5 molar solution of B. So B is my solute, in A is my solvent, having total vapor pressure of 100 mm. Sir, 100 mm is pressure of solution. Once volatile solvent B is added to volatile solvent A, both are volatile solvent, but obviously they will have different nature of attraction with each other, and that's why and B is placed in a smaller amount, so that's why I'm saying solute and solvent. And once solute and solvent is mixed, pressure of solution is 100 mm. The vapor pressure of when solvent A was alone, this is 105, so this is P naught A, which is vapor pressure of pure solvent A. Assume A and B have ideal gas behavior. Okay, value of R, molar masses of A and B, and density of B is given. And the pressure relationship between ATM and mm of Hg is given. That we know only. Now what we have to calculate? Ratio of molar volume as in volume of 1 mole of pure B in vapor phase to its molar volume in liquid phase. I mean, see, beta, this has now, especially this first question, it has got nothing to do with solution chapter. It has all the relationship with your common sense. So, first of all, in vapor phase, so molar volume is volume occupied by the gas upon moles. This is molar volume. Sir, because it is gas, so PV equals nRT. So V upon N will be equal to RT upon P. Sir, value of R is given out to be 0.08. Temperature, I guess, is given out to be 300 Kelvin. And what is P? Sir, P is pressure of what? Gas? B. So P is P naught B. Do I know what is P naught B? No, sir. I know P naught A, but I know I can calculate. How? Now, for that, you have to go to solution chapter. How, sir? P naught A is given. I have 5 molar solution. So let us take our solution. What is our solution? 5 molar as in number of moles of solute, which is B. If it is 5, number of moles of solute upon weight of solvent, because molar as in molality. So weight of solvent, which is A. So weight of solvent is what? Sir, it is 1 kg as in 1000 gram. Now, if weight of solvent is 1000 gram, then moles of solvent A will be, so given weight upon molar mass. I guess molar mass of A is given out to be 50. So this is 20 moles. So I know now moles of solvent also and moles of solute also. Because I know mole, so I can calculate mole fraction. So mole fraction of A in liquid phase will be moles of A, which is 20, upon total moles, which is 20 plus 5 as in 25. So this is nothing but 4 by 5. So XB will be equal to 1 by 5, because mole fraction of binary solution is always 1. Again, use Dalton's and Raoult's law, as in total pressure, which is 100. So total pressure is equal to P naught A, which is 105, into XA, which is 4 by 5, plus P naught B. Now I hope you calculate P naught B into XP. So once you solve this, I guess P naught B. Just solve this, beta. Can anybody tell me what will be the value of P naught B? Anybody? Yes. Once you solve this, it will be coming out to be 80 mm of Hg. So that means now I know what is P naught B, which is 80 mm of Hg. So if I know P naught B, can I put that value over here? Yes, sir. But because this is molar volume and R, what is unit of R? Sir, ATM, liter per mole per Kelvin. That means here pressure I have to supply in ATM. But sir, that pressure is mm of Hg. That's why the conversion is given. So pressure is what of P naught B? Sir, 80. But it is mm of Hg. So 1 atm is 760 mm of Hg. So 1 mm of Hg is 1 upon 760 atm. So this is divided by 760 and you will be getting your answer in atm. So this unit will be beta liter per mole. So this much liter per mole. I hope you can solve this, everybody. Let me help you with the value once. In plus into divide, I'm not doing beta. This much per mole. Once you solve this, exactly it will come out to be 228 liter per mole. Now into divide, I'm keeping on U. Now after that, sir, so this is molar volume in vapor phase. Now what about liquid phase? So in liquid phase, what will be volume occupied by 1 mole? Let's say this is molar volume in liquid phase. This was in gaseous phase. Sir, in liquid phase, for a liquid, mass equals volume into density. So volume equals, sir, mass of liquid as in molar mass of liquid. Whose liquid phase, sir? B liquid's phase. So molar mass of B upon density of B. So mass equals volume into density. I guess both these value in liquid state are given for the liquid solvent because it's a volatile solvent. Yes, sir. Density of B is also given, but in gram per ml. Okay, so density is 0.5, but unit is gram per ml, beta. Make sure that you are reading this. And molar mass of B is 57 gram per mole. So gram gone. So I'll be getting ml per mole. So 57, 0.5 is 1 by 2, so double of this, as in 114 ml per mole. But because I need a ratio, so I need to make the unit same. So it will be 0.114 liter per mole. Now I can take the ratio. So now take the ratio. So your answer will be 228 upon 0.114. If you solve this, this is clearly 2000. If you solve this, this is clearly 2000. So I hope you have got the ratio at least. So yes, Alex. So it is Raoult's law, and ratio is definitely coming out to be 2000. Now, what else, sir? Now, these are some questions which you should never miss. Even if you do not read the comprehension beta, you can do this. You know why? Mole fraction of B in vapor phase. Sir, this is just Dalton's law. Total pressure into mole fraction of B will be partial pressure of B as per Dalton's law. Total pressure is given in the question. So this is mole fraction of B in vapor phase. Partial pressure of B is P naught B into XB. That you have to calculate through Raoult's law, and total pressure is given out to be 100 mm of HE. P naught B, I guess we have calculated. Sir, 80. So this is 80 upon 100, but partial pressure of B is multiplied by mole fraction. So what is mole fraction of B? I guess we have calculated PB also. No, PB we haven't calculated. So P naught B we know, and XB we know. XB is 1 by 5, na? XB is 1 by 5. So 80 by 5 will be, so 80 into 1 by 5. So this will be your answer. I guess this is also quite easy to be solved. So this is 8 upon 50. As in, I mean, yes, now, beta, now this is just into divide. Please do this. And once you solve this, this is 0.16. You have to be quite good with your calculations, or else you will be taking loads of time, and only your practice can save you with not investing that much of time in a question. Sir, अब इसके बाद please आप practice session PYQ, most expected and very high weightage question if possible, West Bengal JEE, and also give 18 days planner for IIT. Yes, honey, you have given a very precise request. So definitely, beta, we'll be planning something for that too. But beta, obviously, with the re-need just approaching, yes, obviously we'll be planning something for that paper as well. But for that, once the live is done, because we need more enthusiasm, then you can definitely make us do anything. But for that enthusiasm, we need those requests in the comment section post the live is done. So yes, we'll be definitely planning accordingly, beta. है ना? चलो. So we have reached to the last paragraph, and let me message sir. Will be chalo. So I hope everybody is done. Chalo. Now let us read the last paragraph, which says, okay, again I'm giving you the same logic. Do not attempt the question, do not attempt the paragraph before seeing the question. So the first question is volume of H2SO4 required to completely neutralize ammonia evolved by this much gram of L. So I need to know what is L. I need to know what is L. So ultimately now I have to complete this. So let us, after doing this, let us complete this, that what are the products. Sir, this is my hydrocarbon substituted benzene. This is carbonyl group. This is a sp3 hybridized alkane. Sir, anhydrous AlCl3. Now you tell me which will have this chlorine can also go, this chlorine can also go, but which will have a faster reactivity? Sir, carbocation will have just positivity. Sir, whenever you have acyl carbocation, as in on an acid group, if I have a plus, then that plus will be stabilized by back bonding. So that's why Friedel-Crafts alkylation is is less vigorous, although both of the reactions are quite happening, but out of them which has larger higher rate of reaction, Friedel-Crafts acylation, and therefore we will be moving this chlorine as Cl minus, making a positivity at the carbonyl carbon, and this electron rich benzene ring, yes, obviously this will be hindered, therefore this position will not be entertained, either this position or this position, because it is either way same. So the minus will be attacking the carbonyl group, and you will be getting what? Let me make that product over here. Sir, 1 methyl here, 1 methyl here, and at this position I will be having C, which is having double bonded O, which is also having one more carbon but with a chlorine. I hope everybody can see this. Now with NaI, so NaI will give I minus. I minus will do what? Sir, I minus will just substitute this chlorine and have the SN reaction. So I have iodine over here. Sir, easy. Now, sir, this is O minus. So this is phenoxide ion. Yes, it is, but this NO2 is just minus I, although yes, but if it is minus R, so the electron donating nature will be decreased, but here, sir, it will be managed. So this O minus will attack where? Sir, again the carbonyl carbon, again the positivity, so again a substitution, SN reaction. So this SN reaction will produce what? Sir, this SN reaction will again bring the substitution somewhat like this. So that O minus, which is the reaction number 3, will be getting I minus substituted by oxygen. Now this oxygen is not independent. This is further connected to a benzene ring, and to this phenoxide ion at meta position I have NO2. I hope everybody know this now. And after this I have ultimately reached J. So this is my J. Now I am confident enough that what is my J. So this is my J. Beta, nothing is huge. It is all NCERT. But yes, they make you do lot of thing in a same question. And that is how they create the intensity and fear on a student's mind who is not comfortable with NCERT logic. NCERT and some common sense mechanisms. Hai na? Chalo. Now, sir, NaBH4 is a reducing agent. So this reducing agent will reduce what? Sir, it will reduce carbonyl group. So, sir, this is carbonyl group. So this this ketone will become alcohol. Post PBr3 will turn that alcohol into corresponding halide. So now after those 1 and 2 reaction, I'll be getting my K. So what will be my K? Let me now make that K beautifully. Or else this is also beautiful. This is also beautiful. So why beautifully? Let us take this only. This is my J, and what I have to substitute? Just this carbon. So yeah, I just have to substitute this carbon. Why? This was an aldehyde ketone. NaBH4 will make it to an alcohol, and this will be this PBr3 will convert this alcohol into alkyl bromide. So 1 hydrogen. I hope everybody is clear with this also. Now, so that means this is K. Now for K, molar mass is given. Yes, you can definitely check the molar mass, but instead of checking molar mass of this compound, let us use, because this is definitely K. So why waste your time calculating its molar mass? Even if you calculate, you will find it. But actually this molar mass you can use for your later calculations. How? I'll tell you. Now, this is my K. Now this K is reacting with excess of ammonia to form L. So when this compound is reacted with excess ammonia, then what is bound to happen? Sir, this is This is partial double bond, so no reaction. This is partial double bond, so no reaction. Ether anyway do not react with ammonia. The only thing is again, sir, SN reaction of alkyl halides. So this, sir, what X's is giving to make you do something wrong, crazy. So this bromine will be substituted and you'll be forming an amine. So let me make that L separately for you. Or why again? Again, why making that pain beta? Let us do it here only. Chalo, I hope you can see this. I'm making it over here. Chalo. So this will be formed how? Once ammonia is reacted, so this will be by L, but how? I will be getting NH2 over here. Perfect. So this is my L. Sir, how to calculate molar mass of L? Very easy. Now I'll tell you. 350 is molar mass of this guy as in K, K as in this. I am removing bromine, so 350 minus mass of bromine is 80. So atomic molecular mass of this compound can be calculated how? 350 minus 80 is, so 270. Add what I'm adding? NH2. So 270 plus nitrogen is 14 plus 2. So 270 plus 16. So 286. So this is 286 gram. Now why it is helping you? Because in the question, we have seen the question, no? And we were interested in L. Now we know that what is L. And this is the mass of L that I'm taking. So moles of L will be given weight upon molecular mass, which we have calculated as 286. That means 572 upon 286 into 100, sir. This is also clearly visible. It is 2 times. So this is 1 by 50. I hope everybody is clear. I hope everybody is clear. So that means number of moles I know of what? Of my compound. But now again the beauty, I don't hope, I know most of you have done this incorrectly. What? Sir, this is Jaldal method. And now there is an organic knowledge which is not very famous. In practical organic chemistry, it is told, yes, not very famously written in NCERT, but in practical organic chemistry, we learn that nitrobenzene cannot, the nitrogen present in nitrobenzene cannot be detected. That nitrogen cannot be released in form of ammonia. So if at all my L is having nitrogen here also and here also, but this 1 mole, we will think that this 1 mole will create double ammonia because it is having 2 nitrogen. Beta, the nitrobenzene do not actively respond to Jaldal reaction, so the 1 mole of a compound will release nitrogen corresponding to amine only. This nitrogen will not be participating and releasing as ammonia. So whatever moles of L I am having, the same moles of ammonia will be released. It will be double when both the nitrogen is getting released. So this is a factual knowledge from practical organic chemistry which has made this question very beautiful. Now, so that means I know moles of ammonia. Now what I need to calculate? This ammonia will react with H2SO4. Sir, why bother writing the reaction? Why? Because number of moles can be equal, cannot be equal. One thing is always equal, which is number of gram equivalent. So number of gram equivalent of acid. So for acid, I know molarity. Into volume, I have to calculate into valency factor of acid is 2 is equal to number of gram equivalent of ammonia. So for ammonia, number of gram equivalent is number of moles because I have calculated number of moles into valency factor. For ammonia in water is ammonium hydroxide having valency factor just 1 because NH4OH just gives 1 OH minus. So I guess you can clearly solve the volume, the value of V, which will come out to be 1 by 100, but this will be in liter and I guess you are asked in ml. So 1 liter is 1000 ml. So 1000 upon 100 is 10 ml. So answer will be 10. A very beautiful question. A very beautiful question. Yes, yes. And beta, Carius method, Jaldal method, even mains were filled with thus such questions. But yes, they have increased the intensity of the question by asking organic the basics first, and then creating a practical organic question, which also include practical organic chemistry knowledge. That nitrogen method, nitrogen if present as a nitrobenzene cannot be detected by Jaldal method. So beautiful question. I would rather say again a very beautiful question. Chalo. Moving to the last question. And definitely, because paper 2 had 18 questions and the chemistry was quite good also. So if I compare paper 1 and paper 2, so paper 2 chemistry is actually good. Not because huge concepts, but yes, not fresh questions were there. Freshness, a sense of freshness was there in terms of logic, in terms of common sense application, in terms of not mugging up things, but making them comfortable by practicing more and more, because ultimately after knowing all these things, you have to do into divide. And those into divide only those students can do who are practicing each and every day. Moving forward. Now, in sulfur estimation or by Carius method, the amount of BaSO4 formed, okay, now you have to think of M. So let us check what is M. Acha, this is M. M we haven't formed till now, but we very well know, sir, it is nothing. What is K? K is here. I need to react this K with phenyl S minus. So phenyl S minus, just like phenoxide ion, will be acting as a nucleophile. So where it will be finding the positivity, sir, it is very easy. This minus will again be going here. So ultimately, instead of that Br, I won't have NH2, I'll be having S phenyl. Having S phenyl, that means what is the mass of K? 350. 350 minus 80 is 270. 270. Sulfur is 32. Phenyl is C6H6, but one hydrogen gone, so free valency. So 78 minus 1 is, that is 77. 7 plus 2 is 9. 7 3 10. 7. This is 379. 379 is the mass of my compound M. So let us go to the question directly. Mass of compound M is 379 molar mass. Okay, now this is also easy. See, that's why the molecular mass they have not given, they have given to help you. But many of the students will find K and will calculate its molar mass, and then afterward they will not be doing calculations. Then why you were calculating? Because, sir, we were double checking. And when you are supposed to not check but do the calculations, all they will say, "Arey, sir, that much of calculation we cannot do." Most of you have done this, I know. So please attempt these questions, beta. It will be helping you like anything. Chalo, perfect. Now, that means number of moles, beta. Number of moles of M will be given weight upon molar mass. That means 1 by 100. What one compound of M is having how many sulfur, sir? It will be having 1 sulfur. So N moles will have how many moles of sulfur, sir? N moles. And whatever sulfur will be there, the same moles of barium sulfate will be produced, because barium sulfate also has 1 sulfur. What are you asked in the question? The amount of BaSO4 formed. So, sir, N moles of M will have N moles of sulfur, and it will produce the same moles of barium sulfate. So ultimately I know moles of barium sulfate also, which is 100. But what I need to calculate in this question? Weight of barium sulfate. So, sir, weight will be equal to moles into molar mass. Moles is 1 by 100. Molar mass of barium sulfate. Now again we have to do calculation. So molar mass of barium is 137. Sulfur is 32. Then O4 is 64, because 16 into 4 is 64. 7 2 is 9. 9 plus 4 is 13. 3 carry over 1. So this is 10 and 3, 13. So this is 233. This is 233. 233. So this will be 2.33 gram. Oh my God. This is weight of barium sulfate. So your answer is 2.33. Beta, you have to be confident with your logic also. You have to be confident with your calculations also. So if question is easy, then there is calculation. हाँ beta, नहीं. I'm not saying, beta, overall, I am telling you this is a good paper. Good paper. But beta, it is very good. Don't attempt JEE Advanced. Go to your private college. I am your educator. So that's why I have to simplify things for you. That is what I'm trying to do. I am trying to do an JEE Advanced paper with NCRT logic, because in my time, my teachers used to say read Francis. And I am not saying they were beta. Yes, with time, everything evolves. So now you need to focus on NCRT. Now you need to focus on proper explanations. Now you need to focus on relaxing while doing good questions. Once you are doing good questions, you should be calm enough. When you will be calm, once attempting such questions will become a practice for you, will become a regular day job for you. So it will be okay one another day. So with that motion, with that intention and motive, not motion rather. So let us see if, okay, so Shubhrat sir, Shreyas sir is ready for you. So beta, please take care of these. Please watch the recordings as well, and you will be getting loads of benefit. That is why we have specially done this complete live for you. So best of luck. Now going to your physics analysis. So Shubhrat, so Shreyas sir, over to you. Thank you guys.
Welcome aboard, my dear warriors. You're still alive. You're still holding up the fort. I'm very happy about it. And it's time to start with the paper 2 of physics, and after this, the mathematics discussion. So, one thing I would love to tell all of you, yes, we are a small channel as of now, starting off a channel, but you can see the energy, you can see the spirit of the entire team. It's almost 11:30, close to midnight, and we are just done with the chemistry discussion of paper 2. Paper 2 physics is going to start, and then after that mathematics. So this will be almost 11 to 12 hours live class for all of you. Such a detailed discussion in physics wala, in PW, that too in pure English. Guys, I think you are really blessed, especially all the kids who would love to learn from all of us in pure English and get the best content. And forget about English, even very few channels, only the Hindi channel just did the paper discussion also over there. There also there was a big team. Here we are just 3 people, guys, so you need to give us that benefit. And here we are making sure that we give you the best of the best. All right. So thank you so much for loving us. Thank you so much for showing your faith in us. And we will continue to show this same thing and even more for 2027 and 2028 and more years to come. So it's time, and let me tell you the analysis of paper 2. I felt the students who would have solved the passage thinking that passage I have to read once, multiple questions are there, they would have got stuck, because the passage questions were not difficult as such, but unnecessarily calculative. No simple values, waste of time. 4 questions would have taken away easily half an hour. Easily half an hour to 35 minutes. So instead, if you would have gone to single correct, or even the MCQ were also sometimes tricky, but some MCQs were simple. Some of the integers were also simple. Some integers were again, slightly lengthy. So you had to choose between them to make sure you complete the paper as much as possible in time. You cannot do the entire paper in 2 hours. It is a very lengthy paper, but more questions are there and calculative. Other than that, difficulty wise, not so much. In fact, paper 1 had really good concepts. This also has, but I felt calculation wise they have made it tedious. All right. So let's begin with the class. Okay. That's what Alex is also saying. Hi Goat, hi Sigma. Good evening, my dear warriors. Time to start with the first set of questions, section 1. A single correct, negative marking is there, +3 for the correct marks. A metal wire of some cross-sectional area, length and battery, resistance, density, atomic mass, electrical conductivity, everything is given. Assume one conduction electron per atom of the metal, the drift velocity is. For drift velocity, we need current, number of electrons, electrons per unit volume. That I will get it with the density and all of that. And in the end, I can get the drift speed. Current is known and N is known, I can get it. But how do I find the current? Current is not given to me if you read the question carefully. Voltage is given. So from voltage, dividing it with resistance, I will get the current. And for resistance, it is not given directly. Remember, internal resistance is given. That wire itself has some resistivity. So all those things are involved. So we need to be little bit careful. So the diagram goes like this. This is your battery. This is your internal resistance. This is 1 ohm. And the voltage is 2 volts over here. And this is then connected to this particular conductor right over here like this. And over here in this particular manner. So obviously there will be some current, and that current I do not know. For that I need to know this external resistance, which is rho L divided by A, but I have a feeling the resistivity is not given. Something else is given. They have given the conductivity, and conductivity is 1 upon resistivity. So I can just write it as L divided by conductivity into area of cross section. Length of that wire is mentioned as 100. So put 100, and conductivity is given as 2 into 10 to the power 8, 2 into 10 to the power 8, and your area of cross section is 0.5 millimeter square. So it is 0.5 into 10 to the power -6 meter square. 2 into 0.5 is 1. This into this is 10 to the power 2, 10 to the power 2, and 100 will cancel. It will be 1 ohm, that is the external resistance. From this, I can get the value of the current. Current is EMF divided by external plus internal resistance. So 2 divided by 1 internal, 1 external. So that will be 1 ampere. But that's not all. There is one more catch. For current, once done, we need to find N, number of electrons per unit volume. Now, see, the density is given. The molar mass is also given. So what we need to do, there is a very nice formula for finding out small n, and that formula is nothing but DNA divided by M. DNA, human DNA, that's how I remember it, divided by M. Okay, divided by M. I don't know how you want to remember it, but it's completely up to you. So you can somehow think MAN is equal to DNA. The man has DNA. This A is silent, or this A is needless. So that's one way of remembering, or you can make your own funny ways. Anyways, coming back, density is 6.35 into 10 to the power 3. 6.35 into 10 to the power 3. Na is Avogadro number, it is not N into A. So 6 into 10 to the power 23 upon molar mass. Be careful here, 63.5 gram per mole. 63.5 gram per mole. So gram is 10 to the power -3 kilos. Solving this, you will get N. Check this out. How much are you getting the value of N as? Yep. Welcome aboard. Yes. Din Chaudhary. Yeah, welcome. So check this out. 6.35 into 10 to the power -2. It will become then 10 to the power 28. 6 into 10 to the power 28. Now comes the final answer, where I write current is equal to NVIDIA. This is also a famous quote. NVIDIA is a graphics card company. That's how you remember this formula. So drift speed is current divided by NEA. Current is 1. Number is 6 into 10 to the power 28. Multiplied by E is 1.6, 10 to the power -19. My goodness. And area 0.5 into 10 to the power -6. This is from here. Area is 0.5 millimeter square, so convert it into meter square. Solving this, you are going to get the drift speed, and the drift speed comes out as 0.208. 0.208 into 10 to the power minus 3 actually. Now remember, this answer that you get will be in meters per second. In meters per second. So when you convert it into millimeters, it will be 0.208 millimeter per second. This answer will be meter. You need to forget that 10 raised to minus 3. Like I said, calculative paper unnecessarily. Otherwise, it is, you know, direct formula application. Is that right? So this formula, standard Ohm's law, this is resistivity, but conductivity was given. N is number of free charge carriers, formula dNA by M, and the current is NVIDIA. So direct formula applications, 4 formulas over here. This I think is a good question. Remember, I had told you we in fact did a question on parallel decay of radioactive substance, and in that parallel also one of the branches had a series decay, like one parent was decaying into another and another was decaying into another. It was a crazy problem if you remember. So kind of that, but it is a much simpler question actually. Only one series decay kind of I can say reaction, where a nuclear reactor is producing the radioactive material at alpha rate, and that radioactive material is decaying, and every time it decays it produces energy E naught. Each decay, that means each nuclei which decays into the daughter produces energy E naught. So if there are thousands of such nuclei, thousands into E naught will be the energy which will be coming out. That is used to heat a liquid of mass m and specific heat capacity S, assuming no heat loss from the liquid and taking lambda. Actually, this is like how nuclear reactor works for producing heat, for boiling water and then rotating turbine. So they constantly keep supplying the nuclear material, it keeps decaying, and that produces heat, and that heat increases the temperature. So you are a nuclear engineer in one such power plant, nuclear thermal power plant. The rate of increase in the temperature of the liquid is asked. So first let's visualize this situation. So from that factory, you are getting at the rate of alpha this radioactive material, and this is basically decaying at the rate of lambda, and it is giving a daughter element. And during this decay process, whatever heat you are getting, you are using it to raise the temperature of this particular liquid. Okay, this is what the process visualization can be. Okay, now whenever I give heat to the liquid, the heat supplied is ms delta T or ms dt I can say. So a small heat given, a small heat to the liquid, small heat to that liquid, dq will be mass of the liquid, specific heat into change of the temperature. That will be a very small change. But I think I'll be interested in rate at which the heat is being supplied, because there is some rate at which the molecules are being given in for the decay, and they are being decayed at a particular rate, and we have been asked rate of change of temperature. So it makes sense that we divide this with dt. So dq by dt will be nothing but ms dt by dt. Perfecto. So can I think about dq by dt somehow? How can I get dq by dt? Well, I have an idea. The heat will come from every decay, and each decay produces E naught. So if there are n number of molecules, there will be n times of E naught energy, but per unit time, so I divide it by time. So each decay gives you how much heat? E naught heat. Gives you E naught amount of heat. So if there are some number of molecules which are coming out per unit time, so guys think about it, that will be the rate at which the heat is being produced. Is that right? So we all know that the rate of I would say uh, uh, the rate of the x element being produced, the rate of x element being produced, which is basically called as the activity, I can say activity, that will be nothing but I would say it is lambda into n. It will be nothing but lambda into n. Lambda is your decay constant, and n is the number of nuclei which are present. So if I multiply this rate with the energy, I will get the power, the heating power, the heating power or the heating rate due to the decay. So the heating rate due to the decay will be how many ever disintegrations are happening, that is basically lambda into n, how much ever lambda into n disintegrations are happening per unit time, into every decay is producing E naught amount of energy. Every decay is being producing E naught amount of energy. This heating rate which I am talking about over here is exactly this quantity over here. So it kind of makes sense that I write this thing down, lambda n into E naught is equal to ms dt by dt. So from this, rate of change of temperature dt by dt will be nothing but lambda E naught divided by ms and multiplied by n. Now if you notice, this is what has been asked, rate of change of the temperature, the rate of change of the temperature of that liquid. ms is there below, lambda E naught is also there on the top, lambda E naught ms, lambda E naught ms, everything is there, but this functions of exponents are also there. That means I have missed something or I have still not found out something, and that thing is basically n. Now how do I tackle this n? So for tackling this n, there is a standard procedure, guys. The same thing, whatever this equation which I wrote down over here, right? This same thing, just imagine. This is also not needed. See, eventually I will say that inside this reaction, whatever is the final rate of decay or final rate of that element X being produced will be whatever is your supply and whatever is your decay. So if you subtract those two rates, you will get the final rate, the net rate at which X is being produced. This is the net rate of X production. Net rate of X production. Net rate is how much ever rate at which the factory is supplying, which is basically alpha. Alpha is how many nuclei are being given to you at some rate by the factory input side, minus the output side. You are disintegrating lambda n per unit time due to the decay. So this is by the factory which is coming in. This is due to the decay, radioactive. Now once you get this right, you just have to integrate this and you will get the answer. Take this guy below, take that on the top. So therefore dn divided by alpha minus lambda n is equal to dt. Now comes the integration part. So you start with 0, end with some time. Initially there would be no nuclei of n because nothing would be given by the factory at the beginning. Eventually it builds up, so it will have totally n. So this will become log, so 1 by minus lambda log of alpha minus lambda n divided by, because log A minus log B it will be, else if you don't understand it, it's okay, I will just put ln, then I will put n as 0, so minus ln alpha is equal to t minus 0. So that's about it. Is that right? Okay. So therefore, ln A minus ln B is log A by B. Yeah, log of A by B this will be. So this will be log of 1 minus lambda n by alpha is equal to minus lambda t. Yes, I have just taken minus lambda on the top. Therefore, 1 minus lambda n by alpha is equal to e to the power minus lambda t, and rearranging this further, I am going to get n is equal to 1 minus e to the power minus lambda t, this whole thing, and alpha will go on the top and lambda will come below. Just take this and substitute it over here. Just take that and just substitute it over here and see what do you get. So you have alpha, you will get lambda, and 1 minus e to the power minus lambda t, guys. Okay, perfect. And what do we get now? Finally, lambda lambda will cancel and I will have E naught into alpha divided by ms 1 minus e to the power minus lambda t. That is the final rate at which the temperature will change as a function of time. As you can see, it approaches some kind of an asymptote and it kind of stabilizes. So that's why the answer will be option A, alpha E naught by ms 1 minus e raised to minus lambda t. So the interesting things about the problem were, number one, realizing that when you heat the liquid, the temperature will change according to ms dt formula, but we will be interested in rate at which the liquid is being heated. So dq by dt is needed. So that heat is going to come from the decay disintegrations. So rate at which the X is being not produced, actually, decayed, not produced, decayed. So that is basically the activity of it. That is basically the activity. However fast it decays, that many molecules will produce that E naught amount of energy. So lambda n is per unit time into E naught will give me the power. So this is how I equated it, and then I formed a beautiful equation saying that whatever rate at which finally X is being produced is coming because the factory is giving in something minus you are taking out something, that is lambda n. So integrating, I get n as a function of time. I need to substitute it over here. So this is what we have basically substituted on the next slide, and that's how we get the answer. Okay, fair enough. Shall we go to the next question coming up on your screen? And here it comes. Cool, everyone. Kindly explain the integration part. Okay, I will explain you the integration part. Okay, see, this is of the form, I'll tell you, integral dx upon a plus bx. What is the integral of this? This is nothing but log of a plus bx, and whatever that b is there, that will come over here. So same thing is happening here. Here a is alpha, b is minus lambda, so minus lambda has come below. Log of a plus bx has come here. First, instead of n, I will substitute capital N, so alpha minus lambda n. Next, instead of n, I will substitute 0, so 0 into lambda is 0, so only alpha will come. Now this is log of something minus log of something is log of a by b. So when I divide these two, what will I get? Think about it. Yes, I will get alpha minus lambda n by alpha, but I can cancel out alpha, alpha will cancel, so only lambda n by alpha will remain. So once I have that, once I have this particular thing, I remove the logarithm by taking as exponent, so only this is there. So now shift e raised to minus lambda t here, 1 minus e raised to minus lambda t is equal to lambda n by alpha. So n is equal to alpha by lambda into 1 minus e raised to minus lambda t. Is it okay now? Yeah, cosmic, clear? This is how it comes. Okay. Let's try to do this particular question. This is also very good question. If you remember, when I did some most expected questions, we did refractive index as a function of radius and crazy things. Here refractive index is a function of lambda. Okay, what that function is, we don't care. the prism angle is 6 degrees. Okay, some polychromatic light means multiple wavelengths are entering that medium in that prism basically, and such that alpha is given, beta are some constants. Okay, the question is, if lambda minimum is the wavelength at which the minimum deviation is the smallest. See what happens, different colors, like example white color will enter, different colors will have different refractive indices, they will deviate differently. One of those colors, that means one of those lambdas, will deviate the least because of that refractive index being different. And the question is, if that color, that means lambda, is given by lambda minimum wavelength, then what is the minimum deviation which is the smallest of them all? So directly I feel we will make a function, differentiate it, I think it's maxima minima type of function, and maybe we'll get it. Okay, cool, we'll just try to do that, as simple as that. Okay, so as we all know that we'll use the same symbols guys so that we are very clear. dm is basically angle of prism into refractive index minus 1. But the refractive index is a formula, alpha lambda plus beta by lambda square. So it will be nothing but alpha lambda plus beta by lambda square plus beta by lambda square minus 1, and that is your dm. Okay, perfecto. Now once I get dm, what do I exactly do? Think. I want to figure out the smallest of the minimum deviation. That means I need to differentiate with respect to lambda, because there are different lambdas entering it. So I'm going to differentiate it. I'm going to see what is the rate at which d changes with the wavelength. So I'm just going to differentiate this. So therefore, d by d lambda of dm will be, a is just a constant, alpha is also constant, and d by d lambda of lambda plus a is there, beta is there, and I will have d by d lambda, this will go on the top, lambda raised to minus 2, and minus this one is a constant guys, so just when I take the derivative of 1 into a, which is a, that will anyways be a 0 value, constant's derivative is 0. Anyways, this number as you can see should be 0. Why? Because we are talking about the minimum deviation. So we are talking about minima, okay, is equal to, this d lambda by d lambda is 1, so this will be just a alpha plus this will be a beta, lambda raised to minus 2's derivative is minus 2, lambda raised to minus 3, this will be nothing but 0, perfecto. Shift this on this side, alright, because this is a negative number, and by the way I can even cancel out a, it doesn't really affect me so much, isn't it? So how about shifting it over here? So therefore 2 beta divided by lambda square is equal to alpha, but this lambda which I have got is now the lambda minimum, mind it. Yes, this is no longer any random lambda, this is lambda minimum for which deviation is minimum. So therefore lambda minimum square is 2 beta by alpha, Therefore lambda minimum is root of 2 beta by alpha. Now I think beta and alpha are given to me. Beta is 0.096 and alpha is 3. So point isn't it, 0.096 divided by 3 is 0.032 into 2 is 0.064. So root of 0.064 is nothing but 0.4 micrometers. Everything is in micrometers. So once I get the wavelength, I can substitute it back over here to figure out what that dm is. A is already given to me. I think it is mentioned as 6 degree. So that is 6 degree into alpha was 3 into lambda, which is 0.4 plus beta, which is 0.096 divided by 0.4 square minus 1. Crazy guys, solve this and you will get the answer. I'm just hurrying up for the calculation part, but yes, other than that, conceptually I'm explaining everything. So it is 4.8 degrees once you solve it. Beautiful question on simple derivatives, nothing else. We know the deviation, differentiate the deviation with respect to wavelength, find that wavelength, resubstitute that wavelength, which is a standard maxima minima kind of a question, isn't it? If you're planning to take a drop, I'll make a separate video, man, because there are a lot of things I would love you to consider. Definitely, I'll help you. Divided by lambda cube, is it? Capta divided by lambda cube, lambda cube, lambda cube, lambda cube. Ooh. Yes, this was cube root, and in my mind, I'm taking cube root, and I'm here. Yes, there you go. This is cube root, cube root, cube root, cube root, cube root, cube root. Yes, cube root. Thank you for pointing it out. Yeah, it happens because right now we are in the midnight zone, right? So we are also in that crazy zone. Happens. Okay, great. Let's go, guys, to the next question on your screen. A particle of mass m and angular momentum is moving in a circular orbit under the influence of attractive force. Keeping its angular momentum unchanged, the particle is displaced radially by some small distance, to which it varies periodically. The corresponding time period is, wow, this is crazy question. So first of all, let's understand what is happening in this question. So imagine there is a circular motion which is happening at some distance. Let's say I call it R0. This particle usually would have gone in circular motion because of this radially attractive force, which would be providing the necessary centripetal acceleration. But unfortunately, you have disturbed it by a small amount. So because of which it will oscillate, it will vibrate like this, and you will see that the particle will go far, then come close, then go far, then come close like this. So it's going radially out and in, something like that. So it's oscillating like this. So there are oscillations in this particular manner, radial. So what I will do is just imagine at any random instance, this is the equilibrium distance from the center. This is the equilibrium distance from the center. Okay, the particle was supposed to go like this with some velocity. I disturb it by some amount. Let's say I call that amount as x. X is that disturbance. There are two kinds of forces acting on it. One is that force which is towards the center, which is attractive in nature, and the second one is the pseudo force, which is the centrifugal force. Is that right? These are the two forces which are acting on it, and as a result there could be some kind of acceleration. I will just show it as a pseudo force and Fa, and this is the acceleration. If I apply Newton's law, of motion, I will just say the pseudo force minus the attractive force is mass into acceleration. The pseudo force, well, pseudo force means centrifugal force, so that will be nothing but mv square divided by r. Attractive force is exactly this, k by r square. It is nothing but k divided by r square is equal to mass into acceleration. Till this point, absolutely clear? Everybody with me? Great. But now I cannot leave it in terms of speed, because I feel they have given somewhere angular momentum, and original radius was r0. Okay, somehow get rid of speed. Okay, somehow get rid of speed and convert it into angular momentum. How do we do that? Well, right over here, angular momentum L will be mvr. That means speed will be L divided by mr. So instead of speed, I can put L by mr. So therefore, m divided by r. Instead of v, I will put v square. So it will be L square divided by m square r square minus k divided by r square is equal to m into a. Therefore, mm cancels. Angular momentum square divided by m r cube minus k divided by r square is equal to mass into acceleration. All right. Just keep this on the side. And now we will play with this. See, if you are going in a proper circular motion, that means in equilibrium, so in basically steady uniform circular motion, when you are basically at the mean position, you are not oscillating anymore. In such a scenario, I would say the acceleration will be zero. There will be no acceleration outwards or inwards as a whole in that rotating frame. You are only following that curved path. You are not deviating radially. That radius is fixed. Yeah, the radius, basically radius is fixed and it is r naught. Is that right? Radius is fixed. So therefore, L square divided by m r naught cube minus k divided by r naught square is equal to 0. Therefore, L square divided by m r naught cube minus k divided by, or is equal to k divided by r naught square. So finally, if you want to rearrange it, r naught square will cancel, one of the r naught will remain. So r naught would be L square by m will be there, L square by m will be there, r naught has gone up, k will come down, L square by mk. That is the equilibrium kind of distance which I am getting. Okay, fine, no problems. Now I'll tell you what we can do. See, we got this equation, no? We'll play with this. We will play with this equation. This is not needed. If I've displaced it by x, so the new r from the center will be r naught plus x. So observe. So instead of this r, it will be L square divided by m. This will be r naught plus x whole cube minus k divided by r naught plus x and r naught plus x, which is equal to m into a. Why did I do this? Because I want to find the time period of SHM, somehow show a differential equation or show force is proportional to negative x. Somehow show that. Okay? Let's do this. Sir, there is a huge difference between JEE Mains Physics and JEE. Of course, Alex, there is huge difference. Till 2023, 2024, 2025 also I can say the difference between mains maths and advanced maths was also huge. But this time it was not so much. That's what the sense is, and the gap has widened in physics. Anyways, now this was square, by the way. We will take out r naught common, and see what I'm going to do. L square by m, I will take r naught cube common, and this will be 1 plus x by r naught whole cube. Deliberately I have done this, minus k divided by r naught square common, 1 plus x divided by r naught whole square, which is equal to ma. Why I have done this? Because I am going to use binomial approximation in the next step by shifting this on the top. So therefore, L square divided by m r naught cube. This, when it goes on the top, will look something like this: 1 plus x divided by r naught whole raised to minus 3 minus k divided by r naught square, 1 plus x divided by r naught whole raised to minus 2, which is equal to ma. So when I take the binomial approximation, it will look something like this: L square by m r naught cube. This will be 1 plus nx, n is minus 3, x is nothing but x divided by r naught, minus k divided by r naught square. This is 1 plus nx, so minus 2x divided by r naught, which is equal to m into a. Perfect. Now you can see I can multiply this with 1, this with this, this with this, and take it separately. So L square by m r naught cube minus k divided by r naught square minus 3L square divided by m r naught raised to 4 into x minus minus plus 2k divided by r naught cube into x is equal to m into a. Funny thing, look at these numbers, L square by m r naught cube minus k by r naught square. Minus k by r naught square. Do you see this? This number is 0. This was just proven to be 0, guys. These two numbers are equal. So technically speaking, this entire thing is just going to cancel out each other because of that equilibrium condition, steady state. Okay, this is equal. See these two numbers, they are same, so they will cancel out each other. So only thing remaining is this. So next step, before writing, I have one more idea. This has gone, right? So minus 3l square x, okay, 3l square x by m r naught raised to 4. Okay, I have another idea over here. So minus 3 by r naught, minus 3 by r naught multiplied by, what is this? L square by m r naught cube. L square by m r naught cube into x. See what I have done? Minus 3l square x by m r naught raised to 4. Minus 3l square x by m r naught raised to 4. It's the same thing. Plus 2k by r naught cube into x plus 2k by r naught cube into x is equal to ma. Is that right? Now, why did I do it? That is the catch. See, L square by m r naught cube, I got an idea. L square by m r naught cube, forget that r raised to 4, 1 r I have separated out. That number, L square by m r naught cube, is k by r naught square, So this, I can just substitute it as k by r naught square. Perfect. All right. So minus 3 by r naught is there, x is there, plus 2k by r naught cube is there, and x is there. This is equal to ma. So therefore, minus 3 plus 2 is minus 1. So minus k by r naught cube into x is equal to ma. Guys, this is exactly what we want. Force like a spring constant, minus kx is equal to mass into acceleration. So essentially, this number that you see over here is effective spring constant. So from this, what do we have to find? Exactly the corresponding time period. Okay. So the time period is 2 pi under root m divided by k. K is this whole thing. K divided by r naught cube. But if you notice the options, none of them has r naught cube. So we need to get rid of r naught somehow. We'll figure that out. So 2 pi is there. We also have m over here. We also have k over here. R naught cube. Wait a minute. R naught I already know is L square by mk. Is nothing but L square by mk. So L square by mk is there. Just that we have to cube it. Okay. So what do we get? 2 pi. Then we have m L raised to 6 divided by k into m cube k cube. Okay. So this will be 2 pi under root L raised to 6 will become L raised to 3, k into k cube, k raised to 4. So this will become m square. So m, and this will be k square. 2 pi L cube by mk square. 2 pi L cube by mk square, which is absolutely the right answer. What a beautiful question. Quite a math out there. We had to use binomial approximation. We had to find equilibrium distance, mathematical manipulation of these numbers, which is again substituted here, and then again resubstituting that equilibrium distance r naught of that radius back in the question right at the end. R naught we have substituted right at the end, guys. So crazy manipulations and equations. I love this question. Oh yes, I will be definitely taking the lectures for 2027 very soon. R naught plus x whole square. Did I miss something? R naught plus x whole square. R naught plus x whole square. Did I miss something? R naught plus x whole square. Everything. Yeah, I wrote R naught plus x whole square. I think maybe I would have missed before, but I have wrote it down. Okay, so nice question, guys, overall. And moving on to the next section, number 2. This had some crazy questions. Look at this. It looks like some alien mothership, isn't it? Looking at that, I mean, who could have thought of such a question? You really need to be hallucinated or really be in a different world to imagine such a beautiful question. But you know, the diagram looks scary because there are two prisms here. The light is entering from this prism. This surface and this surface are, by the way, vertical, parallel to each other. I think that's what is mentioned. Yes, A1, B1 and A2, B2, they are parallel to each other. The light refracts through the prism 2 times, enters, hits the mirror surface, reflects, again enters the prism and comes out. It's not necessarily symmetric. It depends because the prism angles are different, the prism materials are different. So don't be in the false hope that this ray is horizontal, that ray is also horizontal. Nothing has been given like that. So don't assume things which are not given, okay, because these are going to give you completely random answers then. Anyways, so there are some statements, keep these things in mind. This surface and this surface are parallel to each other, okay. Now what is given, where is it, options. These are the options. Both the prisms minimum deviation, this is the condition. Only prism 2 minimum deviation, this is the condition. Only prism 1 minimum deviation, this is the condition. If both are thin and minimum deviation, then the theta, that big theta over there is this. That is the question, okay. Everybody ready to solve this? By seeing the image you left the question. Now believe me, you will feel why you left the question, okay, because actually speaking, not much is there. See, first things first, let me just drop a perpendicular here, yeah, normal to the mirror. And we know at reflection, the angle of incidence should be angle of reflection. And if this is E1, it's obvious, okay, this angle is 90 minus E1, whatever this E2 is, because this is 90-degree triangle, right? So this is 90 minus E1. Same thing for this triangle. If this is I2, think about it, this angle will be 90 minus I2. So incident will be reflected. So 90 minus E2 will be 90 minus I2. Immediately we got E2 is equal to I2. Nothing great. We just got, sorry, E1. Why did I write E2? See, this is the problem. Ayyo. I'll have to write it again. Okay. For reflection, we know angle of incidence is equal to angle of reflection. Angle of incidence is 90 minus E1. Angle of reflection is 90 minus I2. So therefore E1 will be I2. Therefore E1 will be I2. Fair enough till this point? Yeah? Okay. Now we will go one by one. Observe carefully. If I apply Snell's law, maybe inside over here, then can I get something? Oh, only if it is at minimum deviation, otherwise no. So I will go one by one. First, let's talk about this particular prism. So for minimum deviation in prism number 1, observe what and all things will happen. There will be some internal angles over here. So that R will be the angle of prism divided by 2, number 1. Second thing, angle I1, which is the incident angle, will be equal to the emergent angle, which is E1, correct? Lastly, if I apply Snell's law, I1 sine I1 into air's refractive index is 1 is going to be equal to, when it goes inside, the refractive index is n1 sine of r. But this r is inside, keep that in mind. This r is inside r. So this r1 is a1 by 2. So this will be sine of a1 by 2. And this will be just sine of I1. So sine of I1 will be n1 sine a1 by 2 when minimum deviation occurs in 1. When minimum deviation occurs in 1. And do not forget, I1 is also E1. So this is also equal to sine of E1. This is also equal to sine of E1. And do not forget, E1 is also I2. Do not forget, E1 is also I2. So this has to be always true. This will be also equal to sine of I2. Okay, so all these things happen to be equal by chance if minimum deviation occurs in 1. I think there is one such option like that. If prism 1 is at minimum deviation, sine of I2, check this out, sine of I2, perfect, is equal to n1 sine a1 by 2 is equal to n1 sine a1 by 2. Can you see that? It's just matching, guys. Perfect. So I have a feeling that it should be the right one. So D option is absolutely right. Nothing wrong in that. Now I think prism 2 at minimum deviation, that is something which we need to solve. So let's focus our attention on this particular prism. So minimum deviation in the prism number 2. What and all things will happen? Remember, there will be some internal angles over here and over here. So first of all, that R2 will be A2 divided by 2. Next, this angle will be equal to this angle. So I2 will be equal to E2. Next, if I apply Snell's law, 1 into sine of I2, n1 sine I, so outside is air, into sine I, which is I2, will be inside, it is n2 sine R2. Okay, so therefore sine of I2 will be n2 sine of R2, which is A2 which is equal to sine of A2 divided by 2. Is that right? So sine I2 is n2 sine A2 by 2, but I2 is equal to just E2. That's all I can see. I2 is just equal to E2. So that is also equal to sine of E2. And I2 is also equal to E1. That's all. So that is also sine of E1. But E1 is not I1. Only minimum deviation in 2. So these conditions, the ones in pink, are no longer valid. Only focus on this. I2 and E1 are equal anyways. I2 and E1 are equal. And I2 and E2 are equal because minimum deviation occurred in the second one. Now let's see whether any of those options match. When prism 2 is at minimum deviation, sine of I1, let's see, sine of I1, oh no, I1 is not coming here, is equal to n2 sine A by 2. n2 sine A2 by 2. I1 is not coming in the picture at all. So this expression clearly proves that option number B is not valid. Option number B is not valid. Is that right, everyone? Great. If both are at minimum deviation, then what about the ratio? Okay, that also we can find it out, not a big deal. If both are at minimum deviation, all right, and what do we need to do? Sine of I2. If both are in minimum deviation, can you see this is sine of I2? Here also I can see sine of I2. Just equate both of them. Equate if both in minimum deviation. Then n1, then what will happen? Then n1 sine A1 by 2. This is the LHS, so this is RHS. RHS will be equal. This is also sine I2. This is also sine I2. RHS should be equal. So this will be equal to n2 sine A2 divided by 2. And what have they asked? Some ratio they have asked. n2 by n1 they have asked. They have asked n2 by n1. So n2 by n1. So N2 divided by N1, N1 comes below, will be sine of A1 by 2 divided by sine of A2 divided by 2. Perfect. Sine of A1 by 2, sine of A1 by 2 by sine of A2 by 2. This is also right. Okay, this is also right. Now the only thing remaining is this C option. So for that, we have to think what should we do. There was that theta, how is it related to those minimum deviations and the refractive indices? This reminds me of some formula. Angle of deviation is A into mu minus 1. So I think we have to use that, and theta is also involved. So maybe we have to use some kind of geometry. Okay, I have an idea. How about drawing a line like this, which is the angle bisector, you can say. Okay, and now that line is definitely parallel to this line, and it is also parallel to this line. All these three lines are parallel. That is something which you should appreciate. Next thing, what we should also notice is this intercept right over here. Okay, this intercept right over here, and between any parallel lines, an intercept makes an equal angle. So think like this: if this particular part is theta by 2, it's natural that this much will also be theta by 2, and that theta by 2, right, is nothing but half of the angle of the prism. That total angle was A1, so this theta by 2 will also be A1 by 2. The same logic we can apply over here also. This angle will be theta by 2, so this will also be theta by 2, but that will be A2 by 2. Correct? Is that right? Okay. Now, if I add both these angles, theta by 2 plus theta by 2, that will be A1 by 2 plus A2 by 2. So therefore, this is theta. So that will be A1 by 2 plus A2 by 2. Now we all know that deviation is angle of prism into refractive index minus 1. So angle of prism is the deviation by mu minus 1. So use that concept over here, you will get the answer. Therefore, theta is equal to angle of prism is delta by mu minus 1. Delta in prism 1, and this 2 is as it is, mu is n1 minus 1. 1 by 2 is there. Angle is delta by mu minus 1. So delta in prism number 2, this 2 is there, n2 minus 1. This number exactly matches this. So that is why C option is also correct. Okay. So the third option was the lengthy one. But if you notice, if you apply basic laws of reflection, Snell's law and the minimum deviation condition, getting them was not at all difficult. Confusing? Yes. Difficult? No. Got it? Loved the question? Shall we go ahead to the next one, guys? Yeah, the best question was the Brewster angle one. Yes, I know, it was very laddu question. Most laddu question. Okay. So let's have a look at the next one. In the vacuum chamber, a particle is there, charge is there, mass is there, projected is there, electric field is there, you have turned it off also, then magnetic field is turned on, acceleration is also there. What is missing? I mean, really, electric magnetic fields, 2D motion with gravity, vertical distance of the particle from XZ plane is how much, vertical distance from the XZ plane at 0.4 seconds is how much, okay, particle in the XZ plane at 0.3 seconds. I have a feeling vertical distance and the particle will be in the XZ plane. That means again distance A, B and D will go together in a go, and radius I think will be solved separately. So maybe what we can do, visualize this. This is your x-axis, this is your y-axis, this is your z-axis. Okay. Now this is x, this is z, this is y. Now it is mentioned to us gravity is in the negative y, negative 10 j cap. Okay. Electric field is in the x direction. Particle is thrown in the x plus y both directions from the xz plane at time is equal to 0. Okay. So when you throw it, throw it, it has one velocity like this and of course one velocity like this. As per this given information, 1 I cap and 2 j cap. So this is nothing but 1 I cap meters per second. This is 2 j cap meters per second. Okay. Both the speeds are there. Only electric field is there. Keep that in mind. Only electric field is there. So only x component will change, but there is also gravitational acceleration downwards. So even y velocity will change due to gravity. So I will have to do this in x and y separately, I believe. So what I will do, I'll just say along x direction due to electric field, the acceleration will be that force divided by the mass. Now the force is the charge. Charge is given 1 microcoulomb. I'll just put it as Q for now. Into electric field divided by mass, and therefore the acceleration in x direction will be, charge is 1 micro, so 10 to the power minus 6. Field, how much is it? 1, and mass 1 milligram. Milli is 10 to the power negative 3 gram. 1 gram is 10 to the power minus 3 kilos. So 10 to the power minus 6 kg. So this will become 1 meters per second square in the x direction. Same way, I can notice that in the y direction, only due to gravity, nobody else, the acceleration in the y direction is negative 10 meters per second square. Is that right? Now, due to these accelerations, after some time, like 0.3, 0.4 seconds or 0.35 seconds, it will gain different velocities, but it is mentioned that only electric field is there till 0.2 seconds. So let's figure out what happens after 0.2 seconds. So I will mention over here exactly at 0.2 seconds, what are those velocities? So Vx will be ux plus ax into t. Initial velocity in the x direction is 1, acceleration is 1, time is 0.2. So this will be 1.2 meters per second, that is Vx. Similarly, Vy will be uy plus ay into t. Initial velocity is 2, acceleration negative 10, time is 0.2. So what is this? 2 and 2 goes 0. Wow, Vy is 0. That means the entire velocity is horizontal. That means velocity is basically horizontal. Velocity is horizontal. And it has now reached a new coordinate, you can say. Yeah, it has reached a new coordinate. Somewhere it has gone like this. Okay, it has gone like this. And it has now reached in a parallel plane. So earlier, this was that plane. Visualize this. It was in the XZ plane. Now it has reached a parallel plane. Are you able to visualize this? It has now reached in a parallel plane above this XZ plane. Just try and visualize this. And interesting thing, in this whole process, however that path curved was, it has now made its velocity 1.2 meters per second in the horizontal direction, in that parallel plane. There is no y component, there is only x component. So that is what it has done at t is equal to 0.2 seconds. Now the real fun begins after this. Okay, fair enough. So it has reached now a parallel plane. And we can say the velocity is now horizontal like this. 1.2 meters per second. at t is equal to 0.2 seconds. After this, observe what are the options. At 0.3 seconds, what will it do? 0.4 seconds, what will it do? 0.35 seconds, what will it do? Given that after 0.2, electric field goes, so no x motion or acceleration wise, but magnetic field is switched on. Okay. So what happens is, if you take the time which is more than 0.2 seconds, electric field is 0. So therefore, acceleration in the x direction will be 0. That means horizontally in x direction, at least electric field can't accelerate it. Got it? Next. What about magnetic field? Magnetic field is in y direction. Magnetic field, you check this out, it is clearly mentioned, it is 6j cap, it is in y direction. So magnetic field is 6j cap. So if magnetic field is like this, velocity is like this, velocity is like this. We all know what happens when magnetic field is perpendicular to the velocity. The force V cross B will come towards you, the force will come towards you, and because of that it will undergo a circular motion. But you know in which plane? In this parallel plane only, like this. It will undergo a circular motion, something like this. Try and visualize this. How many of you are able to visualize how it is able to do that circular motion in a parallel XZ plane in this region? Okay, it is going to do a circular motion. Now it will do a circular motion. So this force of magnetism can only be in X and Z plane, it can't be in Y direction. So this can't change acceleration in the Y direction. So this acceleration in the Y direction will always be minus 10 meters per second square, no matter what. That Y coordinate will never be affected either due to electric field, because that was anyways in X, nor due to magnetic field because it is in XZ. So Y has only been affected by gravity and nobody else. And that is what this question will demand. Particle will be in XZ plane, vertical distance, everything vertical distance. Will it be in XZ plane? XZ plane means again vertical distance is 0. So if you have to focus only on vertical distance, only focus on acceleration, nothing else. So we all know that Sy is Uyt plus half Ayt square, and initial velocity in the y direction is 2 minus Ay is basically 10 by 2 into t square. That means it will be 2t minus 5t square. This is the vertical distance. Now just substitute all those special values and you will get the answer. Nothing great about it now. Okay, nothing great about it. Where is it? Yeah, at 0.3 seconds. At 0.3 seconds, where will it be? Just substitute. So when you put t is equal to 0.3, displacement will be 2 multiplied by 0.3 minus 5 into 0.3 square. So this will be 0.6 minus, this will be correct, 0.9 into 5, which is 0.45. So this will be basically 0.15 meter, which is 15 centimeter. So as you can notice, 15 centimeter is there as option A. Then as you can notice over here, 0.4 seconds is also asked, and particle will be in XY plane at 0.35 seconds. So start with 0.4 first and then you can get the remaining one. So similarly, at t is equal to 0.4 seconds, that displacement will be 2 into 0.4 minus 5 into 0.4 square. Just check this out. This will be 0.8 minus 0.4 square is 0.16. 0.16 into 5 is 0.8. Oh, it just came out to be 0 meters. So that means at 0.4 seconds, it should be in the XY plane, but it says it is at 10 centimeters. This is wrong. So if it is in the XY plane at 0.4 seconds, how will it be in XY plane? also at 0.35 seconds. So this will be also wrong then. So A is correct, B is wrong, D is also wrong. Everybody till this point absolutely clear? Yeah? Sir, Lakshya batch for JEE in English, Arjuna batch is also in English, sir, why don't Prayas batch? Alright, we will see, man, because see, also remember we need good numbers also when we start any batch. We cannot start all the batches with very few people, number one. Number two, remember on JEE English is just 3 or 4 faculties which are there. We are not yet a very big channel. I'm pretty sure we'll be very soon, because before this also I have made the channels bigger. So it will take some time, but meanwhile, if you still want to take a drop, let me think about what can be done for all the droppers. Okay, I'll keep it in mind, and I know this is the right time to start the droppers batch, but we need to also check the feasibilities and all of that. Okay, now the last part is the radius of trajectory. Now I'll tell you what funny thing happens over here. Do not forget, it is not only going to do circular motion, but due to gravity it is also going to come down. So in the next step, what will happen is, yes, it will start slowly coming down like this. This is basically helical motion with increasing pitch. With increasing pitch. Why increasing pitch? Is because the gravity will pull it down slowly first, then faster as it comes down the speed increases. So the vertical motion speed will increase with time. So that's why the pitch distance will also change. So it will keep on doing circular motion due to magnetic field, and it will keep on coming down due to gravitational force. So it will do a helical motion. So there will be a radius. So I think that is the reason why they have asked the question on the radius of the trajectory of the particle. Now there is a controversial thing in this particular problem. So if you try to find the radius, which is nothing but mv divided by q into b, mass is 10 to the power minus 6 kilos, velocity is 1.2, charge is 10 to the power minus 6, magnetic field is 6, right? So this will come out to be 0.2 meters, which is 20 centimeters. Now, if you look at the option, it says the radius of the trajectory for t more than 0.2 seconds is 20 centimeters. You can say this is correct or say this is wrong. Really speaking, it is not correct, because I'll tell you why. Radius of the circle is different of the helix versus radius of the trajectory means completely different thing. So when it starts going down, understand that radius which is there of that path, that is not the same as the radius of the circle. This is radius of the circle. This is radius of the trajectory. This is not equal to r. They are two different things. So that way it should not be marked, but I don't know what IIT is going to do. We will probably have to wait and watch. For now I marked it because I feel they might have thought the radius of the circle only, but since they have used the word trajectory, it should not be right. So it is debatable whether C is correct or wrong. Did you get the point? The radius of the circle is completely different than the other things. Yes. Meeku Telugu telusu koncham, okay, but I can't talk so much also, so that's why I will be talking in English. Thank you so much, Peter Griffin. Wow, looks like we have a family guy. Oh, fan. Question 7, guys. Let's come to this. After this, the questions are simple only. It's just calculative. That's all you will see. Now, this is a very mathematical question. I mean, what should I say? Two charges are given, Q1, Q2, and they are placed at two different points in the xy plane. AB is not 0, M is not equal to 1 or 0. V1 is the potential due to first charge, V2 is the potential due to other charge. If magnitudes of their potentials are equal everywhere, Then conditions are given and the locus, they have involved conic sections into this, and let me tell you how to do this problem. Now, see, where is it? The charge is placed at point A comma B. Okay. So if you take a charge and place it at A comma B, and then if I ask you what is the potential at any random place, okay, any random place, and that particular place has the coordinate x comma y, this is the distance r1. So there will be a potential v1 due to that charge. So that potential v1 will be k q divided by r1, but that r1 I can find it using distance formula. If there are 2 points with coordinates, the distance is easily given by root of x minus a square plus y minus b whole square. Is that right? This is what v1 would be. By similar logic, there is another charge somewhere, and it is some number of times, m times of q. So it is m times of q. It has coordinates ma comma mb. Ideally it should be on the same side, but just because there is no space I have shown it here. Okay, don't get confused. How can it come on the other quadrant? Then it has some other distance, I will call it r2, and at that point, same point, it has a new potential v2. X comma y is a generic point. So v2 will be k into the charge, which is m times of q, divided by r2. So it will be kmq divided by, all right, this will be x minus, is it ma only? M only. X minus ma whole square plus y minus mb whole square. Now, as per the given information, mod v1, mod v2 are equal. So if I equate these mods, let's see what do we really get. So mod v1 is equal to mod of v2, and now it's just pure algebra. Once this diagram is visualized, it's just algebra, nothing else. Okay, ready for this? Okay. If you choose all the options, I hope you read the instructions, man. If you didn't read the instructions, all the best. -1 in all other cases. If you mark an option which is not supposed to be correct, you get negative marks. Don't think, sir, out of ABC, AB was correct, CD is wrong, at least for AB I will get marks. No. See, C and D was wrong. Why did you mark it? They will give negative. Got it? So that is how that partial marking and negative marking in multiple correct works in JEE Advanced. Be careful. And they give examples also, man. So be very, very mindful. Alright, so we talk about V1 mod is equal to V2 mod. So what do we get? Oh my god, crazy this is. So I'm just going to do this step by step, and this KQ is there. I will do one thing, I'll square both sides. K square Q square divided by x minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square is equal to k square m square q square whole thing divided by x minus m a whole square plus y minus mb whole square. Okay, couple of things will get cancelled, like k square, q square and q square. Nothing else is going to get cancelled. Cross multiply. So this entire thing will come here. So it will be x minus ma whole square plus y minus mb whole square is equal to m square into this is equal to m square into x minus a whole square plus y minus b whole square. Okay, I think we have to expand this. We don't have a choice. If you put m over here and try to solve it, maybe you can get, but I feel we can simplify it. Why unnecessarily leave it like that? So this will become x square plus m square a square minus 2max plus y square plus m square b square minus 2mby, which is equal to m square, the whole thing, into x square plus a square plus, sorry, minus 2ax plus y square plus b square minus 2by. Okay, just trying to expand it algebraically. Now I feel couple of things might get cancelled. Can you see anything getting cancelled? Just see if there is something. I think m square a square is there here, and m square into a square is there here also, gets cancelled. M square b square is there here also, m square b square is there here also, just got cancelled. Okay, great. What now? Are we happy about it? Okay, we have x square plus y square. I have x square plus y square here also. So I can see x square plus y square, I can group it off, this x square and this y square. And 2m is also there. So minus 2m is there. And ax plus by is there, okay, is equal to, from here also I see m square can be grouped with x square plus y square separately, and also minus 2m square minus 2m square ax plus by, ax plus by. Is that okay? I can see x plus by here also, there also, x square plus y square here also, there also. Okay, let me shift this guy on that side. Let me take these people on this side. So what will I get? 2m square ax plus by minus 2m ax plus by is equal to x square plus, is equal to m square x square plus y square. These people also I will take it on this side. So minus x square plus y square. Okay. Maybe I can take 2 outside, m also outside, and ax plus by also common, and see what do we really get. So we get now, therefore 2 times of m, observe carefully, 2 times of m, 2 times of m, ax plus by also common. Oops. Ax plus by also common. What else is there? M minus 1, that's all. So this will be m minus 1, okay. What else is there? Is equal to, okay. If you want, you don't want to put this on that side, you can also write equal to 0 and all of it. Like for example, you can just say this minus this plus this is equal to 0. That is also fine, guys. It's the same thing. Okay, everyone till this point absolutely fine? Pakka? Okay. Why this class late night, Sujit? Because we have so many questions to solve. So it's up to you how you want to take it. Just see this. Okay, m square is there. Okay. 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 Now over here, what else is there? Over here, x square plus y square, I can take it common. So plus x square plus y square, I can take it common, and I have 1 minus m square, and have 1 minus m square over here is equal to 0. Now what I can do, this I can write it as 1 minus m into m plus 1, and if you want I can take that negative also outside. So this will become 2m into m minus 1 into ax plus by. I can take negative sign and I can write it as minus m minus 1 into m plus 1 into x square plus y square is equal to 0. So what happens because of this? This m minus 1 and m minus 1 will get cancelled. The reason, m is not equal to 1. So if m was equal to 1, then it is 0, but that can't be 0. So the other things have to be 0. So that has just gone off. So I am left with 2m into ax plus by minus m plus 1 into x square plus y square is equal to 0. If you want, you can write this in a slightly better form. Write it as m plus 1 into x square plus y square minus 2m ax plus by. This is equal to 0. After this, stop. You can't do much now. Now you have to substitute the different values of m and see what kind of equations are you getting. M is minus 1, 2, minus 3 and all of that. So let's start with minus 1 first. M is equal to minus 1. 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 So what do we get? Minus 1 plus 1, 0. So minus 2 into minus 1. And then we have ax plus by is equal to 0. Therefore, ax plus by is equal to 0. This is obviously straight line equation. This is obviously a straight line equation. Ax plus by is equal to 0. So this is 100% true. This is how you get the other things also. Alright. This is how you can get the other things also. You can try for 2 and minus 2 as well. It's up to you. Let's say you try for m is equal to minus 2. So if you try for m is equal to minus 2, m is equal to minus 2. So this will become minus 2 plus 1, which means minus 1 into x square plus y square minus minus plus 4ax plus by is equal to 0. So if you want, you can write this as x square plus y square minus 4ax minus 4by is equal to 0, which is the equation of your circle. So essentially the center will be 2a comma 2b and the radius will be root of 2a square plus 2b whole square, where you can take 2 common outside and it will be a square plus b square. This is 2 square like this, okay. So that will be the radius. So let's see whether we have an option like that. M is equal to 2. The locus is a circle of 2 by 3, 2 by 3. Did we get 2 by 3 anywhere? No, right? So that will not be right then. Yeah, just check this out. What did we put? M is equal to minus 2 we put. M is equal to minus 2. So 2a, this third option, my bad. M is equal to minus 2 we put. So this is third option, absolutely right. Similarly, you can put m is equal to 2. Then you can see whether it is correct or not. Similarly, you can put m is equal to minus 3, see whether it is correct or not. So when you substitute everything and check out all the answers, okay, so that I leave it up to you to put it. When you substitute everything, finally you will see only A, B and C are correct. The D option does not come out to be correct. I just showed you A and C, B and D you can similarly try. Will you be able to try? No, it's not perimeter, it is circle. Will you be able to try, man? Yeah? Pakka? Great. Okay, let's go to the next one. Question number 8. What do we have? Consider an electric dipole, 2 charges, mass m, fixed distance, rest, dipole moment, uniform field, turned on, turned off, dipole moment makes some angle when that time is Tf, neglecting another source of losses, center of mass, magnitude of the velocity, theta is equal to this, change in kinetic energy is this, for theta equal to rotates around with a constant angular velocity. Okay, I'll explain you what is happening. At least few options are very straightforward. So you have a dipole. So you have a dipole which is facing like this. So this is your negative q, this is your positive q, distance between them is d, and then the electric field is turned on. The electric field is in this direction. The electric field is in this direction. That's what is mentioned. Yeah, you can see that. E j cap. J cap is in the y direction. At time 0, and you turn it off at Tf, and when you turn it off, that time the angle which it makes, this same dipole, by that time it has rotated by some angle. It has rotated by some angle. And the angle by which it has rotated is theta f. is theta f at t is equal to some tf. This is at t is equal to 0. After that, you know, at this particular instant, it will have some angular velocity. So first of all, we all know the net force on a dipole is 0. So acceleration of center of mass is 0. Center of mass is going to be at rest, number 1. Also, any time after TF, the electric field is 0. So the torque is 0. So angular acceleration is 0. So omega will be constant. Angular speed will be constant after you turn off the field, because there is nobody to give torque. So if you notice, the center of mass is deflected in some direction, 100% wrong. It is not deflected, it is at rest. After some time, the center of mass goes with angular velocity constant, t more than tf. This is absolutely right. The dipole rotates with a constant angular velocity. This is absolutely the right answer. Only two things are these things. When theta is equal to this, the change in kinetic energy is this much, and if the magnitude of the final velocity is this, then theta f is this much. If theta f is equal to pi by 3, the change in kinetic energy. Okay. So what do we do? See, when you were vertical and you turned it on, what has happened? There was a torque and there was a initial energy. Then when it reaches here, there is a final energy, and when you reach that final energy, obviously that change in the electric dipole potential energy gives that kinetic energy. So we have to use that concept to find this particular option C. So my dear warriors, what do we do? My dear warriors, what do we do? First, I will write it down like this. Initial kinetic plus initial potential energy is equal to theta f is equal to pi by 3, okay, is equal to final kinetic energy plus final potential energy. Initially, it starts from rest, so no kinetic energy at all. Potential energy wise, dipole is here, field is here, minus P cos 90. So remember, there was a formula, minus dipole moment electric field into cos of 90 degrees, nothing at all, is equal to final kinetic energy, that will be half I omega square, and that is what is asked, the change in the kinetic energy. That means they have just asked the final kinetic energy over here, plus electrical potential energy over here. Electrical potential energy here will be Pe cos theta, but theta is always made with the field. So actually speaking, this particular angle is 90 minus theta f. So this will be minus Pe cos 90 minus theta f. So from this we get, this is absolutely 0, cos 90 is 0. So 0 is equal to final kinetic energy minus Pe sin theta f. So therefore Kf will be just Pe sin theta f. P is nothing but dipole moment, so charge into distance, field is E, sine of theta f is 60, which is sine 60 over here. So it will be root 3 by 2 QED. That is your final kinetic energy, root 3 QED by 2, root 3 QED by 2. No, this is given as 2 root 3 QED. So C option is absolutely wrong. Okay. Now same way you can find out the final angular velocity if theta is pi by 6, guys. It's not a big deal. Same thing. Where did we go? Here. Same formula. Just that you will write half I omega square is equal to P sin theta f. So that will be charge into distance into sine, how much is it? Pi by 6. Pi by 6 means 30 degrees. Now what is the moment of inertia? These are two masses, it will rotate about the center. So m into d by 2 square. So mass into d by 2 square into 2, because there are two masses, d by 2, d by 2. So md square by 2 into 2 such masses into omega square is q d sine 30 is basically half. From this you will get the value of omega square. From this you will get the value of omega. It so happens that the value of omega exactly comes out to be root 2 QE by MD. Root 2 QE divided by M into D for 30 degrees. So that is the reason why this matches for this angle, this speed. Okay, so lengthy question, calculative, waste of time, but you have to do it because it will give you easy marks. Not difficult, but definitely marks giving. Okay, right? Okay. Then why sir is not response for my comment? Sir, is everyone able to see my comment? Yes, everybody is able to see. Kamal, please understand this is almost now, how many hours? We started at 3 o'clock. Yeah, bro, 10 hours it's been. So people are also exhausted. All right. So next on thermodynamics, and then we'll go to the last section. No, second last section, I believe. Okay. 10 moles of an ideal gas initially and state A, pressure P, pressure something, temperature 27 degrees Celsius in a metal cylinder fitted with a smooth piston. Suddenly compressed. What do you mean by suddenly compressed? What do you mean by suddenly compressed? Suddenly compressed means it is adiabatic because there is no time to exchange heat. Usually our processes are quasi-static, but you can approximately say when it is sudden process, it is a adiabatic process. Next, now keeping the piston stationary. Piston stationary means you are not allowing it to change the volume. So basically you can say volume is constant. So the next process is going to be isochoric process till you reach some temperature of 11 degrees Celsius. And then what you do is, when it is in that water bath, the piston is brought slowly to its original position. So you come back to your original volume, back to volume initial, but slowly. Remember, your piston was metallic piston, metal cylinder was there, and you are coming slowly. In that process, the metal will allow the heat to be exchanged and it will try to maintain equilibrium between inside and outside temperature. So temperature will remain the same. So that is why it is an isothermal process. The moment you do it suddenly, even with the same metal cylinder, no time, so adiabatic, but slow process, you allow the heat to be exchanged and make sure at every small step the temperature inside outside is same, so isothermal process. Whereas when you allow the cylinder to be fixed at a particular place, that piston to be fixed at a particular place, it is a isochoric process. So which are true? That is the question. So these are the three things. So options are the graph, change in internal energy, net change in internal energy, pressure, temperature are how many times the original pressure temperature. I think the graph is the most important thing in this particular problem. You go adiabatic. I think adiabatic process is very well shown over here. A to B, sudden compression from original volume to how much it is? I think 1/3 volume. Somewhere it is mentioned. Yeah, volume V0 by 3, correct. So this is definitely, if this is V0, can I get only the diagram? Okay, as you can notice over here, adiabatic is there from A to B. This is obviously adiabatic, A to B. This was original volume, which was V naught. Now this is V naught by 3. B to C, isochoric. Can you see? The next process was volume constant. So this was nothing but isochoric process. Isochoric process. Last process was isothermal. Yes, it is also curved line. So definitely I can say this is isotherm or isothermal process. And final and initial temperatures are different because they will not be at the same place. One is adiabatic curve, one is isothermal curve. So once you understand these things, things will become easier. Whatever we know, we'll try to mention it. Original temperature was 27 degrees Celsius. So I can mention that initially temperature at A is 27 degrees Celsius, which is 300 Kelvin. Pressure at point A is external pressure, I will call it P naught. Volume at point A is original volume, which is V naught. Okay, nothing else has been mentioned over there. Just check this out. Nothing else has been mentioned. So this graph absolutely makes sense. So I can definitely mark this graph, option A, correct. Now for internal energy changes and pressure, temperature, etc., let's see what else is known. The final bath temperature, when you fix the piston, not allow it to move, eventually it comes to 11 degrees Celsius. So that means temperature at point C, is 11 degrees Celsius, which is plus 273, which is 284 Kelvin. Volume at point C is V naught by 3, I can suggest. Okay, pressure I do not know yet. Till this point also clear? Kamal Nath, I'll definitely try, man. I can't guarantee, but definitely I'll try. Okay. Lastly, my volume at F is V naught. Because this is isothermal, that means temperature finally will also be 284 Kelvin. Volume is done. Pressure, I do not know. Can't say anything. I'll just leave it like that. This is all that I know till now. Okay. Now, one information we can find directly, the net change in internal energy of the whole process. And it was also mentioned how many moles? 10 moles are there. See this? 10 moles are there. Monoatomic, that means gamma is 5I3. So for the whole process, my dear, what we can do, just look at this and just look at this. Delta U from A, B, C, F is NCV delta T. Number of moles mentioned as 10. CV, because it is monoatomic, 3R by 2. Temperature change, I am finally at 284 and originally I was at 300. Check this out. So this will be 10 multiplied by 3R by 2 multiplied by 16, which is 8. 8 3s are 48, 480, but with this negative sign. So minus 480R is that entire cyclic process energy change. Is that true? Just check this out, everyone. Minus no, that is not true. Yes. So 16. Oh, sorry guys, I did 16 threes. This is 16 by 2, right? Ayo. 1 second, guys. Again, I have to write this. Okay. So this is not exactly 480. So sorry, there was a mistake over here. This will be 10 multiplied by 3r by 2 multiplied by negative 16. This is 8. 8 3s are 24. So minus 240r. So minus 240r is definitely there over here. Minus 240r. You can see. Okay. Now only one more thing is there. Change in the internal energy going from A to B. Internal energy to go from A to B. From A to B. I just need the temperature at point B. Temperature at point B is not given, but I know it is adiabatic process. So what can I do? What can I do, guys? Come on. All right, sir, I felt physics was tough. Yes, it is lengthy. It's kind of tricky at times. So how do I find temperature at point B, right? So what I will say, because it is adiabatic process, for that adiabatic process, Ta Va raised to gamma minus 1 is Tb Vb raised to gamma minus 1. Temperature at A is 300 Kelvin. Volume is V naught, gamma is 5 by 3, so minus 1. Temperature at B, I do not know, multiplied by V naught by 3, whole thing raised to 5 by 3 minus 1. Okay. So what happens is my temperature at B will become 300, V naught cancels, TB I want, right? Correct. TB is equal to 3 will go on the top, 5 by 3 minus 1, the whole thing multiplied by 300. So this will become 300 multiplied by something crazy. Oh, this will be, just check this out, how much will it come out to be? Come on, guys. This will be nothing but 3 raised to 2 by 3. 3 raised to 2 by 3 means 9 cube root, but I think 9 cube root somewhere I saw. Cube root of 9. Yeah, they have given it as 2.08. Cube root of 9, they have given it as 2.08. So therefore, TB will be 300 multiplied by 2.08. Therefore, TB will be how much? 208, 624. 624 Kelvin. Once I know this, I can find delta U for A to B. Delta U for A to B. It is NCV delta T moles into 3R by 2 multiplied by temperature change, which is 624 minus 300. Come on, do the math and tell me how much are you getting. Are you getting exactly this? 4860. Are you getting 4860? Because this will be 324. 324 means 158. Come on, are you getting it as 4860R? Is it coming out to be like that? Just check this out. If that is the case, then B will be right. Yes, B is right, C is right, A is also right. Perfectly, we got it. Why D is wrong? Because why is D wrong? Because over here it says temperature of B is 624. Temperature of B, where is temperature of B? Temperature of B is 624. That is correct. But there is a problem. I'll tell you what. See, this is fine. Temperature of the state B is 624. This is correct. But maybe the pressure is not right. Maybe this pressure might not be right. It might not be 2.8 times. So for that, to figure it out, again use PV raised to gamma is constant. So PA VA raised to gamma is equal to PB VB raised to gamma. PA is P naught. Volume is V naught. This is 5 by 3. PB, I don't know. This is V naught by 3 whole raised to 5 by 3. So pressure at point B will be atmospheric pressure into 3 raised to 5 by 3. As you can see, this will be P naught. 3 raised to 5 is 3 square. 3 raised to 2 into 3 cube. So this will be 9. Yeah, 9. I can write, no, I can't write it like that. Okay. I can write it 3 raised to 1 by 3 raised to 5 and all of that, but that will not help me. Or I can just say this is 3 raised to 5 whole raised to 1 by 3, which is P naught. 3 raised to 5 is a very big thing. So cube is 2781 and 223, but that will definitely not be 2.8 times P naught. This is definitely not 2.8 times P naught. That is what the problem is. This is definitely not true. The pressure is not 2.08 times of P naught. Whatever this number is doesn't matter, but it will not be the same. Is that right? Okay. Make sense? So that is the reason why I said A, B and C are right, but D will be wrong. Okay, let's go to the numerical types. This was a question on units, errors, measuring instrument. Nice question this was. Sir, is there any other course for JEE 2027 in physics wala? There are Hindi batches, but English batches, this is the only one if we launch, that is, and I will let you know whenever we launch. Okay, don't worry. Cool. Okay, so there are wires. Wire 1 is of some diameter, wire 2 is of unknown diameter. They are measured using a screw gauge. Screw gauge has a pitch, divisions, circular scale. Smallest division is this much. Table shows the reading which you are getting. What is the value of the other guy? Why have they asked the question like this? When the readings of main scale and circular scale are given, we can directly get the answer. Maybe there is some question about error, which is zero error. Maybe that is what we need to focus on. But before going ahead, let's talk about the least count. And the least count is always the pitch upon the circular scale divisions. The pitch is 0.5 and circular scale divisions is 100. So this much mm is the least count. Now let's talk about the first wire. Whatever, this is the main scale reading, this is circular scale reading. So reading 1 that I get, main scale reading is 0.5 plus least count, which is 0.5 divided by 100 multiplied by 42. What is this going to come out to be? 42 into 5, 420, 210, 0.21, 0.5 plus 0.21, just check this out. Is it coming out like this? Which is 0.71 millimeter. That is the reading 1 of wire 1. But this is where the problem is. The wire 1's diameter is given to be 0.65, but the reading that you are getting is 0.71. That means it is 0.65 plus 0.06 mm. This 0.06 is exactly my zero error. This is a positive zero error. This value is the actual value, actual diameter, but I am getting excess of 0.06 when I am measuring it using this instrument. Okay, so now let me go to wire number 2 and think what is the reading that I am getting. The reading that I am getting over here, is 1.5, which is the main scale reading, plus 0.5 divided by 100 multiplied by 95. But that is not the true diameter. The diameter will be whatever the reading I got minus the zero error, minus that zero error. So minus 0.06. So do the math and see what is the diameter you are getting. That diameter should come out to be 1.915. That should be 1.915 millimeter, which is 1915 micrometer, because they have asked the answer in micrometer. So shift it 3 decimal places. Okay, cool guys. Yeah, what is that reading that you get exactly over here? What is that reading that you get? Come on. $1.975. Just check this out. 1.975. Can I practice tag reversing lengthy questions in physics regularly so that manipulations get intuitive? Yes. You can solve lengthy questions, but only after the basic moderate questions are done, mains PYQs are done, only then go to old advanced PYQs, then go to new advanced PYQs or new model questions. Directly if you go jump to the complex questions, you will get baffled, you will get stuck, you will get demotivated. Don't do that. So slowly scale up the level. That's what I would suggest. Okay. But yes, you should do it eventually. Next, what is it? Single diffraction experiment. Slit width has some error. Light wavelength also has some error, fractional error. The central maxima and the first minima also has some error. Question is, what is the error in that wavelength? 1915 is coming. Yes, 1915. But you have to subtract 0.06. Why? Because whatever reading you get from here has some zero error, that instrument. So it gives you excess 0.06. So that's why you subtract that to get the real value. You're always getting excess value. So we are subtracting it. Okay. So over here, what's the formula, guys, for the angular position of the first minima with respect to the maxima? That is given by theta is equal to lambda by a multiplied by 1. This is the first minima. So therefore, lambda is equal to theta into a. Oh, this is simple then. Delta lambda by lambda is delta theta by theta plus delta a by a. There is nothing in this problem now. Now see this, delta theta means the error. Let me write everything in minutes. So it is 40 minutes error in 2 degrees. Each degree is 60 minutes. So 2 degrees is 2 into 60, which is 120 minutes. Whenever I have relative terms, I will keep the unit same. Don't bother about converting it into SI necessarily. Okay. Plus relative error is 0.002 divided by 0.016. This is 1 by 3. This is 1 by 8, isn't it? So this is 24. This is 8 plus 3, which is 11 by 24. 11 by 24, guys. That's it. Isn't it? 11 by 24. So that should be 0.46. Yes, 11 by 24, which is 0.46. Almost close to half. So very close to 0.5, but not exactly 0.5. So 0.46. Straightforward. Understood? So this is why I want to ask, should I start revising lengthy questions of physics so that I can connect new questions to the big ones? Done? Yes. People have told me this is the rote learning, and so I never tried. Rote learning. Why will it be rote learning? When you are solving long lengthy questions, it is not rote learning. It's just that you are training your mind for not getting tired or fatigued. And when you are solving big questions, you are keeping a lot of things in your memory. Your skills will develop. So don't think you should not solve big questions, lengthy questions. You should solve, because JEE Advanced questions, like you are seeing, they are lengthy, they are calculative, they are sometimes boring in spite of knowing the questions, formulas or concepts. It's just that you have to repeat the same thing again and again. It's sometimes very tedious. Yeah. Okay. Now moving on to the next one. As shown, unpolarized light enters from water to glass to water to some medium. Wow. NP is given after passing after layer of water. That angle is such that the reflected light finally is polarized. Oh, so if this has to happen, what is the value of I? If this has to happen, it can only occur if this angle is Brewster's angle. This will be Brewster's angle. and this will be 90 degrees. So only for Brewster's angle this can happen. This light gets polarized eventually. In fact, the light here only is polarized. It's just that you're not showing it. Here also it comes out polarized only. So we know tan of Brewster's angle is refractive index of the denser medium upon refractive index of the rarer medium. Here the dense medium is this is the rarer medium. So it will be nothing but 4 by root 3 divided by 4 by 3. 4 cancels, 3 by root 3, which is root 3. That means Brewster's angle is 60 degrees. Now this Brewster's angle, notice it is in water. Now no matter how many mediums come in between, eventually when you come here, you are back again in water. So when you are in the same medium, the angles of incidences should be same. So this should be also 60 degree. So the value of I is 60 degree, very direct. This NG doesn't even matter at all, because no matter what comes, eventually it will come out again in the same medium. So the answer is a big fat 60 degree. This was one of the easiest questions of JEE Advanced, isn't it? Okay, Pakka. Shall we go ahead to the next one? Next one coming up on your screen, question 13. Okay, this is on half deflection method, and they have asked what is the deflection condition in the half deflection condition. The current through resistor R1 is how much? R1 is not given, R2 is given, galvanometer is also given, R2 is given, this is 6 ohm, voltage is given, R1 is not given. So I think if I have to find R1, we will have to do something. Okay, let me see. Now what is this exactly half deflection method? In half deflection method, what happens? You keep this switch open first. Okay, so when you keep this switch open, what happens? The current will just go like this, like this, like this. No current will go here, like this, like this, like this, like this. This is the current I1. And this current I1 is given by voltage by resistance. That's it. This is 10. Resistance R1 I do not know. Galvanometer, how much is it? 6 ohms. So R1 plus 6. That's all. This is the first current. Now in the second part, what happens? You allow some current, but this time the current gets distributed because this switch is now closed. Yes, this switch is now closed, and whatever current was going before, exactly half of that current will go through the galvanometer. That's the fancy thing. Again, it will come back over here and go back. Okay. Now, before that, let's figure out how much is this current. Let's call it as I naught. So that I naught, okay, that I naught will be EMF divided by resistance plus. These two are in parallel, so parallel resistance combination, which is R2G divided by R2 plus G. That is your I naught. But not all of the I naught will go through the galvanometer. The current which will go inside the galvanometer, that you need to be careful. The current which will go in the galvanometer will be I naught multiplied by R2 divided by R2 plus G. This comes because the currents divide inversely in the ratio of the resistances. So more the resistance, more current will go in this galvanometer. Lesser this resistance, less current will go in this galvanometer. So this current Ig is proportional to this R2. That's how it comes. So take that from here and substitute. The galvanometer current will be EMF divided by, multiply this. So it will be R1 into R2 plus G plus R2G, whole thing divided by your R2 plus G. This thing multiplied by R2 divided by R2 plus G. This is your Ig, but this Ig in the half deflection method, meaning when you turn on this switch, this current is half of the older current, is exactly half of the older current. So the new Ig is basically I1 by 2. So I1 by 2 means 5 divided by R1 plus 6. 5 divided by R1 plus 6. So just put 5 divided by R1 plus 6 is equal to, this is EMF, which is 10. Do not forget R2 plus G and R2 plus G will cancel out here, and just have to substitute all the values. R1 I do not know, R2 I know. So R1 will be there. R2 will be how much? It's given, no, somewhere. R2 is 4 and our galvanometer is 6. This is 4 plus 6 plus 4 multiplied by 6 multiplied by 4. Okay. Do the math, you will get R1. Yeah, you need to solve this, you will get R1. Come on, solve this and tell me how much are you getting R1 as? Yes, everyone? Can you tell me how much are you getting R1 as? Yeah. How many more questions? I think this is question 13. So what? 18 questions. So 5 more questions max. In that also 2-hour passages. So same concept will be there. How much are you getting? Sir, when the key is closed, the resistor R2 is connected in parallel with the galvanometer. Yes, R2 is connected in parallel with the galvanometer. That's why this resistance that you see is of parallel combo. Parallel combo. And this I am getting because current in parallel is inversely proportional to resistance. Is inversely proportional to resistance. From that you get it. Yeah, solve this guys and tell me what is the value of R1 that you are getting. What is the value of R1 that you are getting? 4 by 10, are you sure? Check it out. Pakka? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Sure, Louis? Because I don't remember as weird answer. I think it was some whole number only, R1. Check it out, man. Come on, do that multiplication. It's not that difficult. This will go 2 times, this will become 8. Cross multiply this. So this will become R1 into 10 plus 24 is equal to, here you will have 2 4s are 8 multiplied by R1 plus 6. From this you will get R1. 12 ohms. Pakka? 12 ohms. Okay, 12 ohms. Once I get 12 ohms, is my job done? Maybe not. The question is, what is the current in that ammeter? Question is, what is the current in milliamperes through that resistor 1? That means they are asking what is I0. So use R1 and you can find I0. That's it. So just substitute over here. EMF is 10 divided by R1 is 12 plus R2, what was it? R2 was 4. Okay. So this is 4 into 6 divided by 4 plus 6. Solving this, you will get I0. That is what has been asked. It comes out as some 694.44. Okay. 694.44 milliamperes basically. That is the answer. Okay. Fair enough, guys. Yeah. Whatever answer you will get over here will be in amperes. You multiply it with 1000, so you will get 694. That is what it is. Okay. Perfect. Do the math. We'll go to the next one, because then we have to go to the passage also after this. Oh my god, guys, it is almost 2 o'clock. I'm not even sure whether Maths sir is awake or not. I had planned for 1.5 hours, but every question is so lengthy, so lengthy, so lengthy. I don't know. Okay, I'll just tell you how to do this problem. Mu naught and epsilon naught, guys, is given, and a new system of units is chosen, and they are asking what is this value in that new system. So first find the dimensional formula. Without that you cannot go ahead. So in order to find the dimensional formula, I can write this mu naught by epsilon naught as mu naught epsilon naught divided by epsilon naught. Deliberately I wrote this because this is as good as saying, okay, this is as good as saying 1 divided by 1 by root, or forget that, this number, what is this? Root of mu naught epsilon naught. What is this? It is nothing but the speed of light's reciprocal. Yeah, you know this. This is nothing but 1 by speed of light. Speed of light. 1 by speed of light. What is permittivity? For that, force is 1 by 4 pi epsilon naught into charge square by r square. So epsilon naught, dimensionally speaking, will be q square by r square f square, and 4 pi is there. But charge is current into time. So current square time square divided by r square f square into 4 pi. That is permittivity. So if I put it over here, it will become current square time square, r square is here, f square is here, 4 pi is here. So now when we try and figure out the dimension of mu naught by epsilon naught under the root, speed of light is there, okay, so 1 by c is there. Then we have r square f square also. This is dimensionless. Here we have current square time square. My god, so many things. R square f square and r square f square. Yeah, current square time square. Perfect. Okay, so just find this out. R is nothing but meter, so length raised to 2. Force, why is force square coming? Force square shouldn't have come. This is my mistake. Sorry guys, it happens. It's not f square, it's just f. My bad. So this will be m raised to 1, l raised to 1, t raised to minus 2. Whole thing divided by L square is done, this is done. This is meter per second, so L raised to 1, T raised to minus 1. And this is current, so A raised to 2, and this is time raised to minus 2. So this will become M raised to 1, length raised to 2, time raised to T square. Why did I put minus 2? This was plus 2. Minus 1 cancels, so T raised to minus 3 and ampere raised to minus 2. This is fine. So this is the dimensional formula of this. Once I get that, I can write down number U1 is number in the new unit. Let's say this is my new unit. Let's say this is my SI unit. This formula we know for units and dimensions. Now, in that new unit, how much it is, I do not know. N2 U2 by U1. Now check this out. This N2, this particular N2, what is it going to be, guys? That is what we have to put over there for every single time. Yeah, we are going to solve it for every single time. It is clearly mentioned then in the new system of units, the magnitude of one SI unit. So N2 is 1. N2 is 1. N2 is the SI unit. Okay. In SI unit U2, in new system it is U1. Okay. If you notice, this unit should have the same dimension, the unit should have the same dimension, m1 L square, m1 L square t raised to minus 3 a raised to minus 2. So when I do the division, in the new unit it will be 5 kg, in the new unit it will be 5 kg versus in the SI unit it will be just kg. 1 unit in that new unit for mass is going to be 5 kg. All right, this whole thing raised to 1. Are you getting it, guys, till this point? Then in that SI unit versus the new unit, length is raised to 2. So this will be meters by 5 meters raised to 2. Then in the SI unit it is second, in the new unit it is 5 second whole raised to minus 3. In the SI unit it is ampere, in the new unit it is 5 ampere whole raised to minus 2. Okay. Now ampere, second, meter, kg will get cancelled. So I'm left with 1 by 5 square into, 1 by 5 into 1 by 5 square into 5 cube into 5 square. Minus 2 power means raised to 2. It gets cancelled. So 5 square, which is basically 25. So 1 SI unit is 25 new units. 1 SI unit is 25 new units. So that is the answer, 25. Yeah, we have just used principle of homogeneity. No, we have used the physical quantity remains the same. So N1 U1 is equal to N2 U2. That's all. Unit conversion using dimensional analysis. Now, 2 more questions are there. I'll just give you the idea. Will not sit and solve because these are the most calculative questions. So I'll just tell you how to do it. I'm not really sure whether Math Sir is awake or not, and if he is awake, hats off. Okay. Container, chambers, liquid goes down, this liquid goes up through this hole, and eventually after some time the question is here, question is over here. Where did it go? The height of the liquid in the left chamber after 500 seconds and the difference in the capacitance when you started versus when it was 500 seconds is how much. So basically after 500 seconds what happens? So as you can see, there was liquid completely filled over here. This chamber was completely empty. Small hole is drilled, so water will start going here, and upper part is maintained at a constant air pressure. So what happens is, if I call this as area A, this will be small a. This will start going down with some velocity. Here the liquid will start coming with some velocity. Here, let's say the height at some instant is h1. Here the height is h2. Then one thing, AV1 is equal to small AV2. This V1 is nothing but dependent on how this height is changing. So that will be dH1 by dt, but with a negative sign because it is reducing. And this V2 is the velocity of efflux. It will be nothing but, visualize, there is liquid filled over here, and as it goes down, some of the liquid will go over here too. So usually it is root 2 GH, but this height and this height will also matter because this height will also create a reverse pressure. So the actual velocity will be root of 2G H1 minus H2. That's the catch in this problem. Yeah, because outside also there is liquid, so it will create extra column pressure from this side. That's one thing. And one more thing, as much as volume comes down, that much volume comes up. So always we can say H1 plus H2 is the total height, which is 2 meters, which is going to be a constant. So therefore H2 will be 2 minus H1, and then we can write this as A root 2G H1 minus H2 is 2 minus H1 like this. So this will become A root 2G plus 2H1. So 2H1 minus 2. So 2 comes outside. So 2A root G H1 minus 1 is minus A dH1 by dt. So it's a integrable form now if you move it aside. So dH1 by root of H1 minus 1 is equal to 2 is equal to 2A, okay, root G divided by A with a negative sign, and this dt comes over here. Now integrate this starting from 0 to 500 seconds. Original height would be 2 meters. What will be the final height? Solve this and you will get the final height. Okay, that's it. You will get the final height. So question is, what is the height at 500 seconds? It comes out as 1.25 meters. So H1 comes out as 1.25 meters. That means H2 will be 0.25 meters. This is what has been asked. This you have to do basic integration. This I think you can easily do. Once you get that, you can go for the next part of the problem. See, this much is 1.25. Naturally, this much is 0.75. Similarly, this is 0.75. This much is 1.25. Why I did it? I'll tell you. This is one medium. Above this is air. This is another medium. Above that is again air. Can you see there is one capacitor here, capacitor here, capacitor here, capacitor here? Actually, it's something like this. This is the medium over here. This is the medium over here. There are basically two capacitors in series, and their combination is in parallel. Air, medium, air, medium, air, medium, air, medium. Can you see that? Everyone? Yeah. So that's it. You just have to figure out what is the capacitance of this combination using series parallel. It's a lengthy calculation, but that's all the concept that is. So use epsilon naught A by D and you will get the answer. So if I call this as this side as C prime, this will be C double prime. This will be the new capacitance. C new will be C prime plus C double prime. And C prime will be, these two are in series, so C1 C2 by C1 plus C2, keep that in mind. So C1 C2 by C1 plus C2 plus C double prime, these two are again in series, so C1 C2 by C1 plus C2. That's how the logic is. Wow, it went over, guys, but I hope you understood. If you do that, you will get the answer. Now I cannot get it back, it's just gone, unfortunately. So you do that and you will get the answer as 1.97. Okay, 1.97. Cool, everyone? Pakka? I hope I'm audible and the stream is still working, because why my phone stopped again? Okay, great. That's all. Last question. Okay. You have a sphere, a mass comes and hits it, at an angle, gets deviated, deflected by 90 degrees, and acceleration due to gravity is there. It's a uniform circular disk, mass base, everything is given. The questions are as follows. What is the change in height possible for that disk because it will get struck? And the second question is, how much energy is lost during the collision? It's an inelastic collision. Like you can see, the original speed of that bullet was 100, but after collision it moves with 90. Okay, so the logic is as follows. First you need is the moment of inertia of the disk about point C. So let me just calculate it right over here. Moment of inertia of the disk about point C is using parallel axis theorem about center of mass plus m into shift square. So it's a disk, so mr square by 2 plus mr square, which means 3 by 2 mr square. So it will become 3 by 2 mass 1 radius 0.2 square. So 3 into 0.2, is that right? Into 0.1, which is 0.06 kg meter square. Is that right, everyone? 0.06 kg meter square. Please answer my question. I'm not able to sleep. What will be my expected RAM? I'm getting 128 marks. 128 marks. Around 10,000 to 15,000. Close to 15,000 rank. 10 to 15,000 rank. I will be making a separate video for that. Okay. Don't worry. Now is the time for angular momentum conservation. The initial momentum is in this direction. The final momentum is in this direction. I'm trying to conserve the momentum. I'm trying to conserve the momentum about this point. Conserve angular momentum about this particular point. So initial angular momentum is only of that point mass. So m, r will be this r plus this small thing. So it will be r plus r cos 45 into the velocity, which is basically 100. This is going in the clockwise direction. This momentum about this point is clockwise. Later on, it is going down. That momentum is also clockwise. So is equal to mass. This mass is how much grams actually? How much is it? 20 grams. Okay, we can put it later on. This mass is 20 grams. That means 0.02. Okay, this mass is also 0.02 in kilos. The radius is 0.2 meters. Radius is 0.2 meters. Okay. M into r, because this distance from this center is at r sine 45. Can you see that? If I extend this particular line, you can see the perpendicular distance of that velocity is at this distance, which is r sine 45. So r sine 45 into velocity, which is 900, plus the disk is also going to rotate. Yeah, the disk is also going to rotate. I into omega. I into omega. This we just figured it out to be 0.06. Omega we don't know. We have to figure it out. Solving this, you will get omega. Once you get omega, what is it asked? What is the maximum change in the height? Okay. Use this omega to find the height, because once it gets angular speed, it will go up, stop and come back. So I can say the kinetic energy of rotation will convert it into potential energy till it stops. So kinetic energy of rotation will be half I omega square. Potential energy will be mgh. I is nothing but 0.06. Omega, whatever you get, put over here. Mass 0.02. G is 10 into height. From this, you will get the height. This height comes out as 0.15. This height comes out as 0.15. 0.15 meters. Okay, that's one thing. What's the maximum height? Okay. Then there is another question. What's the loss of the energy during the collision? So for finding out the energy of loss, just take initial minus final energy. Initially, it's only this mass which had energy. That mass was how many kilos? 20 gram. 20 gram. So half into 0.02 into velocity, which was 100 square, that was initial, minus final. So half into 0.02 into 90 square. But do not forget, even the disk also has energy. So half into I is 0.06 into omega square. Omega, whatever value you got over here, just substitute it back over there. Okay, just substitute it. Then you will get the energy loss. That energy loss comes out as, 17.47. 17.47 joules after you substitute it. So like I said, this is just lengthy problem. Otherwise, I mean, it is a very straightforward thing. Okay. Okay. Right. No, this is perfect, man. This is absolutely correct. I have verified, and this is as per the PW central team plus our team final answer keys. Okay, cool, awesome, great. So now it's time for mathematics. All right, see you guys, all the best, and I think this is going to be one of the best videos for 2027 and 2028 warriors. Okay, bye bye.
All right, students, just give me a quick confirmation. Am I clearly audible and visible? Can you all hear me? I hope it's going great. You can see me. I'm clearly visible. Just let me see whether it is visible or not so that we can get started. Okay, so I think it's going great. Give me a quick update, everyone. Am I clearly visible and audible? All the participants in the comment box. Shall we get started with this discussion of mathematics? So it's late. It's 2 o'clock at night, or rather I'll say 2 o'clock in the morning. So by possibly 3:30 or 4 o'clock, we'll be done with this analysis of paper 2 mathematics part. So in this session, which is of the complete analysis of your paper 1 and paper 2 of JEE Advanced 2026, physics and chemistry are done with. Paper 1 mathematics is also we are done with. So now the final chunk, the final section, the final part, mathematics section of your paper 2. And most of the questions, I have already taken the solutions. I'll be explaining you the concepts. I'll be taking you through the theory. That means which concept or how are they getting applied. And very quickly, I'll be showing you the solutions. The matter of concern here is, first of all, showing you the concept or telling you the approach, and then quickly giving you the answer instead of showing you the whole calculation. So calculation, but I'll be skipping right now because this is what we have already stretched it as, I think, 9 to 10 hour live already. So first question, what does it say? It says A and B are two vectors and PQR be the points with position vectors as A, B and A plus B. I hope I need not tell you. Vector law of addition, you all know that. You all know that very, very, very well. Now with that, with respect to origin, okay, so that's brilliant, perfect. One more information, I'm told that mod of A plus B is root 21, mod of A minus B is 3, okay. So I think sum and difference, parallelogram, I hope you know that. And I am told one more information that A and A minus B are perpendicular. So of course, whenever I need it, I'll take the dot product and it will be 0. Then they are asking you the area of the triangle OPR. Are we clear on the question, everyone? Everybody with me? Now, how do we solve this? So I've already taken down the solution. I'll be showing you this solution so that we can quickly understand this. I hope everybody with me on this. So far, there's no confusion. So first of all, let's begin with this. Here, I am told a plus b is root 21. So its square will be mod a square mod b square 2a dot b, 21. A minus b is modulus is 3, which will be mod a square plus mod b square minus 2a dot b is 9. Of course, this is what I'll get. Now, two things I'll do. First of all, I'll subtract these two equations. So what I'll get is a dot b. So I'll be in a position to conclude that a dot b is going to be 3. Second conclusion. What is the second conclusion? If I add both of these equations, of course 2ab, 2ab, 2a dot b are cancelled, and I'll get mod a square plus mod b square as 15. So this calculation I'm showing you directly. I hope you're okay and fine with that. Now, with this second information, I'm told that a and a minus b, they are the perpendicular vectors. So if they are perpendicular, their dot product will be 0. So a dot a minus a dot b. What is a dot a? That is mod a square. I hope you're comfortable with that. So here a dot a will be mod a square. Let me write that. A dot a will be mod a square, and this is a dot b, which is going to be 3. With that, I have few things now. I have already evaluated mod a square plus mod b square, which was 15. Mod a square we have just worked out 3. So by replacing that here, can I not quickly figure out mod b square as well? So mod b square we get as 12. Now, coming back to the discussion, we know Lagrange's identity. Of course, you remember that. Square of cross of a and b plus square of dot of a and b is equal to mod a square mod b square. So here, to find the area, I need cross of a and b. Why? I'll tell you in the very next step, but let's find it first. So cross of a and b's magnitude square will be, of course, a square b square minus a dot b whole square. So cross of a b square is going to be what? 27, because I know mod a, I know mod a, I know mod b, I know a dot b. We have already worked out all these results already. So with that, a cross b we receive as 3 root 3. Calculation part I'm skipping. I hope you are okay and fine with that. Now what do we get? I think I'll get the final result. What is that final result? What am I asked? Area of the triangle OPR. Sir, area of the triangle OPR, how are you going to write that? I hope that's the easiest part. OPR. So OP is your vector A. OR, here is a vector A cross B. So if I take half of OP cross OR, that will be my area. Do you remember that? Of course, magnitude I'll take because area it is. So OP cross OR. OP is your vector A cross OR, which is vector A plus B. So A cross A is 0. I need is A cross B. I hope you must have now realized why did I work on finding A cross B. A cross B we have just figured out, which was what? 3 root 3. So answer will be 3 root 3 by 2, which is option C. Let me verify. Yes, option C is your correct answer to first question. Why so late? Because we started this at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So initially it started with paper 1's analysis. Gaurav sir started with chemistry, then Shreyas sir came with physics, and then I came with mathematics paper 1. Then again we reiterated the cycle. Gaurav sir again started with paper 2's analysis of chemistry. Then I came, Shreyas sir came with physics, and now he has just ended. So now I'm starting with mathematics analysis. I hope you got the reason. So we are just continuing this and we are trying to culminate this complete analysis in one light. That's the intent here. Now, second question I'm beginning with. T is the tangent to this parabola. So of course there is a parabola, standard, very basic parabola, and it has a tangent T. Perfect. At this point 64, 32. So of course I can define it in terms of 80 square, 280, standard. Let L be the tangent to the same parabola. Okay, so there is one more tangent to this parabola at point x1, y1. Then L and T are perpendicular. Okay, I'll use that information, m1 dot m2 minus 1. I hope you remember that. Then the distance between. Okay, so distance of this point x1, y1 from foci or focus. Right, how do I begin with? I'll simply say, I know one thing very clearly, that here, this is y square is equal to 16 as 4ax. So I got to know that a here is 4. Now, if I parametrically define a point on this parabola, it will be 80 square, 280. So 80 square means what? 4t square, 2 into a into t. But 80 square is 64. So 4t square, if it is 64, 64 by 4 is 8. T square is 8. So t will be plus minus, I'm really sorry. 4t square is 64. So t square will be 16. So t will be plus minus 4. Parametrically, I'll take it as plus 4. I hope you're okay with that. Now with this, t we have received as 4. What does it mean? Sir, in parabola, we know if parametrically, standard parabola, if it is y square is equal to 4x, for this, the slope of tangent here is 1 by t, which is 1 by 4. Great, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The same is for you. If you're watching it at this hour with so much sincerity, really appreciable. I don't know whether that word exists or not, appreciable. So 1 by t we receive as 1 by 4 by simply putting, because t we have cracked as 4. So slope will be 1 by t, which is 1 by 4. So slope of tangent t is 1 by 4. Now, there is one more tangent which is L. So, of course, for L, I'm taking parametrically the point as T dash. So, L is a point on which I'm drawing the tangent to this parabola. So, that point parametrically is defined as T dash. So, that slope will be 1 by T dash. So, that slope, of course, is clearly going to be what? Negative reciprocal of this, because product of slopes is -1. So, if this is 1 by 4, that will be -4. So, from there, by simply having this T dash, I receive as -1 by 4. If I have cracked T dash, again, I'll having this 80 square, 8 T dash square, comma 2 8 T dash square. I'll be in a position to write the x1 comma y1, which are the point where this tangent L connects or touches this parabola. Although you don't need y1. Why? Because what am I asked? I am asked the distance between the point and the focus of the parabola. So one of the best approaches is that you use the distance formula, or the other approaches, I hope you remember that in a parabola, we know point moves in such a way that its distance from the directrix and its distance from the foci are always same, because eccentricity here is 1. Because of that, PS is equals to PM. So what is PS? Points distance from the focus. That's exactly what we are asked. But can I not find it as PM? What is PM? Of course, P has coordinates x1 comma y1. And this is your x-axis over here. So this distance is x1. This distance is A. I'm really sorry. I hope you got this. With that, of course, this is going to be nothing but what? X1 plus A. What is X1? The X coordinate of this point 1 by 4. What is A? The A, which we have already figured out, 4. So 1 by 4 plus 4, that I think is 16 plus 1, 17 by 4. Option C will be the correct answer. Let me just verify this. Question number 2, option C, yes. So question number 2, option C. I hope most of you must have gotten it right. JEE Advanced has very systematically given you the questions. Initially, first 4 questions in paper 1 and paper 2 both were easy. So 8 questions, all of you could do. All of you could do. Had you targeted these 8 questions in both the papers, you would have done amazingly well. Rest of the questions are, of course, the bonus questions. The more you do, the more marks you get. But plus 4, 8 questions you should have done in both the papers. Now, this is again one of the easiest questions. I will say, if you could simply separate variables. With dy, if you just push y, with dx, you can just push e to the power x. Sir, how does it look like a variable separable form? Because if I take y cube common from the numerator and e to the power x common from the denominator, it can be arranged very, very systematically. How? Have a look at that. First of all, if I'm taking y cube common from the numerator, I'll be left with e to the power 5x plus 1. If I take e to the power x common from the denominator, I'll be left with 1 plus y to the power 4. I hope everybody got that. Now from here, I'll simply say that here, this 1 plus y to the power 4 upon y cube, I'll push here in the numerator on the left hand side, and this e to the power 5x plus 1 upon e to the power x with the dx, I'll keep on the right hand side. And of course, I'll do the division. I hope that part is understandable. So when I do the division, 1 upon y cube, y to the power 4 upon y cube, and then e to the power 5x upon e to the power x, 1 upon e to the power x. Was it not absolutely simple and easy? Do you not know how to integrate it? Simple and easy and straightforward. So once you integrate it, of course, that integration part I can skip. And when you integrate it on the left hand side, y square minus 1 by y square, you can write it as y to the power minus 2 as well if you want. And on the right hand side, it's the simple integration. But we were given one condition, sir, y0 is 1 by root 2, which means here, if I replace x by 0, you can replace y by 1 by root 2. When you put these values, finally you crack c as 0. So there is no constant term in it, which means I could simply define this expression as y square minus 1 by square. Right? Now, what I am told, what am I told? This is our expression where constant term has become 0. This is your function. This is the solution of that differential equation. But let's stop here. We are not asked this. We are actually asked when x is log 2 at base e, ln 2, what will be the answer? So x, if replaced by ln 2, I'll be replacing x here and here. So e to the power 4x, e to the power 4 into ln 2. So that is e to the power ln 16. That is 16. E and ln. Of course, I hope you're understanding it. Similarly, e to the power minus x, which means e to the power minus ln 2. That means e to the power ln 1 by 2. So your final value will be 1 by 2. So these two values of e to the power 4x and e to the power minus x, if I substitute, I'll get my LHS as y square minus 1 by y square is equal to this expression gets resolved as 7. I hope I can skip that calculation part, quickly show you all the steps and the final answer. Is that fine and okay? With that, of course, y square by quadratic, y square you replace by t, it becomes a quadratic in t, where t is your y square. When you solve it for t, That is for y square. By Sridharacharya formula, you get two values, but it is y square. So I'll be discarding that negative value. So I'll be taking 7 plus root 53 by 2. Now, I'll get back to this question. I was told that it has its codomain from 0 to infinity. I hope you got my point. So that means when I take its square root, of course, it will be 7 plus root 53 by 2's whole square root. That means option B. Question number 3 it is. Let me just quickly verify this. Question number 3, option B indeed is your correct answer. So yes, here the answer would have been option B. Everyone able to digest and understand all what is being said? I hope there is no confusion on what is being explained. Are you able to understand all these methods, steps, everything very clearly in a crystal clear format? Let's get started with this question now. Again, one of the easiest questions of your paper. Yes, indeed. And that's why I'm saying in each of the papers, you had first 4 questions were terribly, amazingly easy, insanely easy. And you should have focused on these questions. You should have targeted these questions. And with these 8 questions, you should have, in mathematics, must have gotten an amazing score as far as JEE Advanced is considered, right? This looks like a simple question, an easy question, and indeed it is. There, this 3 to the power x will do the wonders to you. A to the power x, when integrated, how does it look like? I hope you remember that. A to the power x is a to the power x ln a. So if I take 3 to the power x as t for a while, so I hope 3 to the power x ln 3 dx will be dt. Everybody got that? So here, if I substitute it, of course it is continuous, so I can substitute or make that substitution happen. With that, when x is 0, 3 to the power 0 is 1. When x is 2, 3 to the power 2 is 9. So limits are also updated. Now with this, pay attention to this part here. This is 1 upon t plus 3 because 3 to the power x we have taken as t. But dx here, I'm really sorry. I need to make a correction here. 3 to the power x ln 3 dx. So there dx will be dt upon 3 to the power x ln 3. ln 3 being constant, it comes out. And then I'm left with 3 to the power x in the denominator, which I'll be replacing or substituting by t. Yes, it is live. I'm your teacher, mathematics faculty, giving you the solution of mathematics section of paper 2 of JEE Advanced 2026. Before this stream, we have covered all the other sections as well, and this is the final stream with which you'll get the complete solution of paper 1 and paper 2 of JEE Advanced 2026 in English. With that, I'll get back to this. 1 by ln 3, that's your constant term. Now, when you push this t, it is t plus 3 into t. Of course, it is simple and easy. You use either partial fractions, but I wouldn't recommend you to do so. What I'll say is here that t plus 3 minus t if you write in the numerator. So this becomes t. So I got to divide it by t. Sorry, this becomes 3 in the numerator. So I got to divide it by 3. So t into t plus 3 when divides t plus 3 leaves you with 1 by t. Minus t by t into t plus 3. T gets cancelled, so you're left with minus 1 by t plus 3. Okay. That's totally up to you. That's totally up to you, Cyber Rocks. With that, I hope you know 1 by t is ln t. This is ln t plus 3. You know integration. You know how to put the limits. So can I skip that calculation part again? And with that, when you finally figure out this value, you receive as 1 by 3. Now, whatever we ask, the value of this integral, which should be option B. Let me also verify this. Yes, indeed, it is option B. Everybody got that solution, or shall I re-explain that? Everybody? Now, from here, when I hope these explanations are understandable. We are simply supposed to tell you the concept, the approach, but calculation part right now, you all being JEE Advanced aspirants, can be skipped. I hope you're getting that. With this, if I move towards the next section, which was your MCQ, multiple select, so more than one options will be correct here. How do we begin with the first question? Pay attention to this. This is one of the most interesting questions of your paper. Amazing question, I'll say, which uses binomial and a lot more, very in a very well manner. So there you're defined this function f of x is 10th derivative of this x square minus 1 to the power 10. Okay, cool, great. For all x which are real. So I hope this is the definition here. And then we are asked certain values. So first of all, let me get more clarity on this x square minus 1 to the power 10. So first of all, tell me honestly, are you all not comfortable if I replace this x square minus 1 to the power 10 as 1 minus x to the... I hope this or this 1 minus x square whole raised to the power 10, both are absolutely fine. And do we know its expansion? Do we know its expansion? We all do know. What is the expansion? The expansion clearly looks like what? I hope NCR. You all know that binomial expansion. So I could have written that binomial expansion, but I have written it in the summation form, where I'll of course be having minus 1 to the power k. I'll have 10ck and this x square raised to the power n minus r. Or you could have simply gone with this Even if you don't understand this, I could give you one more version of it. I hope you're paying attention to this. If I simply write 1 minus x squared to the power 10, so first term will be 10c0. With 10c0, of course, I'll write this 10c0 because I want you to understand the pattern here. With the 10c0, I'll have 1 raised to the power. Again, doesn't matter, but this x square, rather minus x square raised to the power 0. Everybody getting that? So I'll be writing it as minus x square whole raised to the power 0. Then what will I get? Start seeing the pattern. You will be in a position to figure out all the answers very quickly. 10c1, I'll have the next term as 10c1. Then of course, what will I get? I'll get minus x square raised to the power 1 and so on. Then of course 10c2, then minus x squared to the power 2 and so on. This is exactly what we have written in this format. Everybody got that? Everybody got that? Now what I'm saying here is that if this is your function, this is your not function, this is your this expression whose derivative which you are willing to find out. So with this, if I start integrating it, let's say this is our expression. So its first derivative I'm calling as e dash and so on. If I keep working it out, I'll start seeing a pattern. I'll start recognizing a pattern. I hope you'll start seeing things getting vanishing and you'll start seeing pattern in things. Now, what is that pattern? Pay attention to this part. The number of times you're differentiating it. Let's say you're differentiating it 10 times. So when you're differentiating it 10 times, this of course power will keep coming to the front. So this power if keeps coming to the front, this will come 10 times. If it is differentiated 10 times, I hope you're understanding. Let's say if I'm differentiating x to the power 12 10 times. So in the first derivative, I'll have 12x to the power 11 and second derivative, I'll have 12 into 11 into x to the power 10 and so on. So this pattern, if you could recognize, this pattern, this system is hanging a little today. So this pattern, if you could recognize, you will be in a position to conclude that this x to the power 20 minus 2k will turn out as 20 minus 2k factorial upon 10 minus 2k factorial. Now the second thing, the powers will get decreased by 10. If you are finding the 10th derivative, what is the power of x? That should be decreased by 10. So power will be 20 minus 2k minus 10, which is 10 minus 2k. Everybody getting that logic? Similarly here, this doesn't change, this doesn't change. But here, of course, one thing is going to surely happen, which is here your k will be from 0 to, I think k will be from 0 to 5 because all the other remaining terms will get cancelled. This is what you'll be left with the 10th derivative. Everybody got this idea? This general result. If you want, I could write the completely expanded version as well, but I hope you have gotten a decent clarity on this general version. Now what? Now let's go option by option. So if I read option 1, before I read option 1, can you not tell me or help me with option C? Option C says the degree of the polynomial fx is 10. Let's quickly verify this. I would say that if somebody is asking me the degree of this polynomial, will I not say that, sir, it's easy if you simply look at this. This is your derivative. Now, if somebody is asking you the degree, will you not say the highest power of x is what we are looking at? So highest power of x is what? X to the power, I hope you're understanding 10, because when k is 0, you will get x is raised to its highest power, which means if k is 0, it is x to the power 10. Or if you simply notice the pattern, when it was initially, when it is expanded, it will be x to the power 20, the highest power. So if it differentiated 10 times, x to the power 20 will be reduced to x to the power 10. So finally, the version, the polynomial I'll be getting would be having x to the power 10 as its highest power. So it will be a polynomial of degree 10. That is the easiest part in this question. So if I could wish to answer this particular part, I'll be saying yes, option C is definitely true. Now, let me talk about this part. Coefficient of x to the power 8. So if I'm interested in finding coefficient of x to the power 8, this derivative we have generalized, if you are okay with that. So if I'm willing to find out coefficient of x to the power 8, what will I do? I'll say this 10 minus 2k should be equated with 8. Sir, we don't understand this generalized version. I'm perfectly okay with that. Now you expand this. So coefficient of x to the power 8 if I want. So coefficient of x to the power 8 in 10th derivative I would have received from coefficient of x to the power 18. Did you get my point? Because whatever coefficient of x to the power 18 was there, that coefficient with x to the power 18 when differentiated 10 times will give you the coefficient of x to the power 10 after 10 differentiation, 10 derivatives. Which means what? Here, or if in generalized derivative here, I could simply 10 minus 2k substitute by 8, I'll be getting k as 1, and if I replace k by 1, I'll get the final coefficient here. I hope this method also looks simpler. How did I generalize it? By simply seeing the pattern. Now, with that, if I replace k by what? 10 minus 2k is 8. because coefficient of x to the power 8 is what I'm looking at. So there I'll be saying that this becomes what? Minus 1 to the power 1, 10c1, 20 minus 2, that is 18 factorial, upon 10 minus 2, that is 8 factorial. So this is how you see it into its simplified version. So let's quickly verify. Minus 1 to the power k. No, it's not minus 1 to the power 1 actually. So it is minus 1. Minus 1, 10c1. What is 10c1? 10c1 is 10. So minus 10 into 18 factorial upon 8 factorial. Were we given this? Minus 10 into 18 factorial upon 8 factorial. Yes, indeed we were given this. So option A is also correct. Now, let's verify option D first. Constant term. So constant term means what? We are differentiating it 10 times. We are differentiating it 10 times. So whatever is there here as a coefficient of x to the power 10, that when differentiated 10 times will give you the constant term. Did you get my point? Whatever term is there with x to the power 10, whatever coefficient is there with x to the power 10, this is clearly live. I'm teaching live. So that when differentiated 10 times will give you the final result, right? Would it not? So with that, what I am trying to say here is that, let's say if I'm interested in finding the constant term, how will I do that? Let me try and tell you that. One method is you look for x to the power 10, you differentiate it 10 times, you start seeing the pattern and then you generalize it. Or as we have already generalized this derivative, how do we do that? We have already learned that. Now, by doing so, I want the constant term. Constant term means x should not be there. So power should be 0. So 10 minus 2k if put equal to 0, k will be 5 as we know that. So if I replace k by 5, it will be what? Minus 1 of course will be there. 20 minus 10, that is 10 factorial. This is of course 10 minus 10, 0 factorial, which is 1. 10c5 you can work out. So it will be minus 1 into 10c5 into 10 factorial. It will be minus 1 into 10 factorial into 10c5, but this is simply 5 factorial in the denominator, which is wrong. Because of that, I'll be discarding option D. Now let's talk about option B. Again, one of the finest questions it is. You got to go through a lot, but I'm solving it in a very quick manner since it is already 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, at night rather I'll say. So here, let's say I am now interested in finding this f of 1 and f of minus 1. This is more trickier. Pay attention to this part here. I know that x square minus 1 to the power 10, this is what we were given, and its 10th derivative we were interested in. So this x square minus 1, a square minus b square, can I not write it as x plus 1, x minus 1? So if I use product rule here, so if I start differentiating it, I hope you're understanding, when the first derivative is done, first function's derivative, second as it is, plus second's derivative, first as it is. Then in the second derivative, few more branches will get opened. So branches will keep opening like this. But every time I'll see until the 10th derivative is achieved, because the power is 10, a lot of terms will be there which will be having x plus 1 in them. Half of the term will be there which will be having x minus 1 in them. First of all, you got to understand this thing, that this function is an even function. Why? Because here, if x is replaced by minus 1, the same. If x is replaced by minus x, the same expression is what you will be getting. If you notice D1, D2, D3, D1, D2, D3 means derivative 1, derivative 2, derivative 3. So we'll keep seeing it as even and odd functions. So first one is even, then odd, then even, then odd, then even, then odd. So this is how you conclude that 10th derivative when you achieve or attain will finally be an even function. Even function means if I'm asked to figure out f of 1 and f of minus 1, this f of x is going to be an even function. So f of minus 1 and f of 1 will be same. So technically you can find 2 times f of 1 as well. That will also do your job. Now if I try to do so, pay attention to this part. This is more interesting here. Although I'm very quickly giving you the conclusion, when this part is differentiated, this will have a lot of other factors. That's great. This will have a lot of other factors which all will have x plus 1 as its components. But remaining, the independent terms which I'll keep getting is x minus 1 to the power 10 will keep on getting differentiated. And with that, I'll be seeing 10, 9, 8. So 10th derivative will be 10, 9, 8 till 1. And there, this will completely vanish and it will have x plus 1 to the power 10. Getting it or not? I hope you're understanding it. And there I'll get another version of it. So in this version, of course, with minus 1, it will completely vanish. But with plus 1, if I replace it by plus 1, of course, I hope you're understanding, it will be 2 to the power 10, which means this will be 2 into 10 factorial. I hope you're getting it. This is, let's say, f of minus 1 or f of 1, let's say for a while. So if it is f of 1, f of minus 1 will also be same. It actually will come out with minus 2 to the power 10, but minus 2 to the even power is always 2 to the power 10 only. So 10 factorial into 2 to the power 10 plus 10 factorial into 2 to the power 10, because one branch with x minus 1 to the power 10 will get opened here. One branch with x plus 1 to the power 10 will get opened here when you keep on differentiating it, which means what? Finally, 2 to the power 10 into 10 factorial, 2 to the power 10 into 10 factorial. When added, this is 2 to the power 10, I'm really sorry. So this becomes 2 into 2 to the power 10 into 10 factorial, which is 2 to the power 11 into 10 factorial. And let's quickly verify it whether we are given this or not. So this is 2 to the power 11 into 10 factorial, which I think we are indeed given. So with that, I'll be saying option A, B, C are correct. Yes, we are also given option A, B, and C. That's brilliant. Have you all understood this? We really appreciate that, Jagrati, that you are appreciating us. Thank you so much for that. This is the analysis of JEE Advanced Paper 2 and 1 both. In this complete live stream, we have discussed all the subjects, all the questions sequentially. This is the final part of it. Now, with this, if I now continue further with the next portion here, with the next question here, let's quickly move towards the next question now. I hope it is understandable. This whole solution, this whole PDF, you can have at your fingertips by simply following our WhatsApp channel. There, after this session, we'll be uploading all of these notes in the PDF format, and our WhatsApp channel's link is given in the description. If you click on that, you will be able to follow our WhatsApp channel. Now, this is again a very good, very good, insightful question. I am told ABC are positive. Okay. They are in AP. Okay. So they are positive. They are in AP. Hold on for a while, students. Let me just increase the speed here because it is getting a little hotter. I don't know why. But this equation, ax square plus bx plus c is equals to 0, clearly a quadratic, has only integral solution. So its solution will be integer values. Okay, great. Now, which of the following options are true? Okay, with that, let me begin with this data. Do I know a few things? Which few things are? First of all, let's say its roots are alpha and beta. So we know sum of the roots minus b upon a. We know product of the roots c upon a. I need not tell you that. Everybody agreeing on this? Yes, it is live, Gyan Kumar. And then what I know is that, sir, ABC are in AP. So if ABC are in AP, B will be the arithmetic mean of AC, which means twice of B will be A plus C. Now what I'll do here is, if I divide both these sides by A, it will be 2 times B by A is equal to 1 plus C by A. I hope you got this logic. Why did I do so? Because B by A is, of course, minus of whole of alpha plus beta. 1 is 1, C by A is alpha beta. So if I rearrange it, if I open it, if I expand it, and if I rearrange it, finally, I'll be getting it like this. I'll be getting it like this. If I add a 3 on both these sides, I'll be able to factorize it. So it will be factorized as alpha plus 2 times beta plus 2 as 3. Now do remember, very soon on 25th, we'll be starting it. Don't worry. Arjuna JEE in English is getting started on 25th of this month. Don't worry about that. And Cuber. Now with this, what am I told? That this has only integral solutions, which means alpha and beta are integer, which means alpha plus 2, beta plus 2 will be integers. Into is 3. So product 3 with integral values, I can get as either 1 in 3 or minus 1 and minus 3. So if I take alpha plus 2 as 1 and beta plus 2 as 3, I hope you're understanding. Alpha plus 2 as 1, so alpha I'll receive as minus 1. Beta plus 2 as 3, I'll receive beta as 1. I think beta, yes, 3 minus 2 is 1. But with that, alpha plus beta, minus 1 plus 1, I get as 0. If I get alpha plus beta as 0, I get b as 0. And if I'm getting b as 0, I think there is some problem with this quadratic there. Because with that, I won't be in a position to figure out the solutions in that case. Everybody getting that logic? So that possibility does not stay there. Which means the other possibility is their product is 3. Minus 1 and minus 3 could also be a possibility. So alpha plus 2 is minus 1. Alpha will be minus 1 minus 2, which is minus 3. I hope you are seeing it here. And similarly, beta plus 2 is minus 3. That means beta is minus 5. Sir, is that a possibility? Could be. Let's see. So here I say alpha beta, that is minus 3 into minus 5, 15. And alpha plus beta, minus 3 plus minus 5, which is minus 8. So that I have received. And I think it works. Why? Because with that, I can form a quadratic. I hope so far whatever I've done is clearly understandable and understood by all the participants. Now, what do we do with that, sir? I clearly would say that one thing I have already concluded, that if alpha beta is 15, so C by A is 15. So I'll say C will be 15A, yes or no? If alpha plus beta is minus 8, so minus B by A is minus 8. With that, will I not be concluding that V will be 8A? That conclusion I'll come up with that B will be 8A and C will be 15A. Yes or no? Yes or no? Everyone. Sir, why are you doing all this? Because I have a lot of options regarding which I need to come up with a lot of conclusions. So now I'll begin with the options. First option. First option here clearly says that, sir, C minus B is an integral multiple of A. What is C? 15A. B is 8A. C minus B means what? 15 minus 8, that is 7A. A is an integer. 7A will be in a multiple of A. Yes, option A is clearly true. Option A is clearly correct. Will I not say so? So option A is correct here. Now let's talk about option B. Both the roots of the equation are odd integers. So we have already worked it out, alpha and beta, minus 3 and minus 5. So are they odd integers? Yes, integers, odd, 3 and 5. So yes, option B is also absolutely correct. Yes or no? Yes or no, everyone? Did you all get that? Can I move towards option C now? Option C says if C is 15. So if I take C as 15, I need not tell you, I would be in a position to crack A is 1. And if A is 1, I hope B will be cracked as 8. So A is 1 and B is 8. What am I told? AB is 8. So 1 into 8 is 8. Yes, that's true. Option C is also correct. What about option D? If B is 8, so if I take B as 8, again A will be 1. And if A is 1, your C will be 15. But what am I told? X is equals to 3 is the root of the equation. No, I clearly know that roots of this equation are minus 3 and minus 5. So 3 is clearly not a root here, which means option D will be incorrect. So I'll be getting 3 options. Option A, B, C is the correct answers to this question. Yes, they are correct. With this, let's move towards another great question of this paper, which is question number 7, which is the lengthiest, one of the lengthiest questions of this paper. How do we solve this? Pay attention to this. Whenever they ask you questions from 3D or vectors, mostly they are easy. Mostly they are simply direction ratios, dot product, cross product, perpendicularity, ortho, ortho center and all. And by using simply perpendicularity or parallelism, you work out the answers. The same is true with the statistics. Standard decent formulae are there. You simply got to calculate a lot. So these two zones are absolutely the kind of zones where your chances of scoring are really high. Now look at this question. It says, first of all, L is a straight line, which is created by joining P and Q. Okay, I'll do that. And S is a foot of perpendicular from R. So from R, I have dropped a perpendicular on L, and that foot or feet here is S. One more line I'm drawing through R. Okay, so there is this point R. There is this point R. So through R, I am drawing a line which is intersecting this line L, where? At T. Okay, so this is intersecting this line L at T. Yes, there is one more fact or information that S is dividing PT in the ratio internally 1:2, which means PS is to ST is 1:2. Cool, that's brilliant. PS and ST are, of course, the length here. Then we are asked few things. First of all, options look same. A and B are same, C and D are same. So chances are high. Either this and this. Either of this and either of this. I mean, any option from A and B and any option from C and D could be true. Now, how do I proceed with that? I'll simply say that let me, first of all, form the data. I am told that this is your line L, which is formed by joining P and Q. Sir, what are P and Q? P we were told 1, 2, minus 1. Q we were told 2, 3, 1. So if I find the direction ratios of PQ, what would that be? I'll say 2 minus 1, 3 minus 2, 1 minus minus 1. So direction ratios of L here will be 1, 1, 2. Yes or no, everyone? Give me a quick update there. Now with this, I was given one more information that R is the point 4, minus 1 and 5. From this point, I am dropping a perpendicular on this line L, whose feet here is S. Yes or no, everyone? Give me a quick update now. Now, if I could write the equation of the line PQ, I hope you remember that, x minus 1 upon 1, y minus 2 upon 1, z minus minus 1 upon 2. That will give me the equation of L. If I put it equal to lambda, I can define a point parametrically on this line. So S will be defined as lambda plus 1, 2 lambda plus 2, and 2 lambda minus 1. So this is the coordinate of S. Now, if this is the coordinate of S, this is the coordinate of R. From S, if I subtract R, will I not get the direction ratios of SR, which will be what? I hope lambda plus 1 minus 4, which is lambda minus 3. Lambda plus 2 minus 1, which is lambda plus 3. Lambda plus 2 minus minus 1. 2 lambda minus 1 minus 5, which is 2 lambda minus 6. So direction ratios of RS are these. Direction ratios of PQ or PS or SQ is 1, 1, 2. Now we know RS and this line L are perpendicular. So if they are perpendicular, the dot product will be 0, which means lambda minus 3 into 1 plus lambda plus 3 into 1 plus 2 lambda minus 6 into 2. The sum of this product will be 0. And by solving that, so calculation part I'm skipping, I'm simply telling you the conceptual part so that we can save time and quickly understand the concepts and the answer. So with that, I'll be in a position to crack lambda. Sir, what have you attained by doing so? If I have lambda, I'll put that lambda here and I'll get 3, 4 and 3. So I have cracked the coordinates of S. Sir, why? Why did you crack S? Because now if I have S, I have PS and I have RS, the distances. Why? Because I'll need it. So PS is of course distance between these 2 points. Distance formula you can apply and you can find the distance. I'm skipping that part. RS of course distance between 4 minus 1 comma 5 and 3 4 3. So S we have here clearly cracked as 3 4 3. Yes or no everyone? Yes or no everyone? So we have S as well. Now what does it mean? It clearly means now I have RS, I have PS. What am I asked? I am told one more information that from R there is a line drawn to it and this line intersects this line L. This is your line L. It intersects L at T. Okay, great, perfect. With this, what I know clearly here is one more fact, pay attention to this part, that this S divides this PT into the ratio 1:2, which means 2P plus T divided by 3 will be S. I hope division formula, section formula. With that, if 2P plus T by 3 is S, I will say 3S minus 2P will be T. Yes or no? Simple, clearly doable. With that, I'll say T will be 3S minus 2P. So triple of S, we know the coordinates of S, minus double of P, we know the coordinates of P, will clearly help me in cracking the coordinates of T. So calculation I'm skipping. With that, you can crack the coordinates of T as 7, 8, 11. So this T will be having the coordinates as 7, 8 and 11. Sir, what are you trying to attain here? I'm simply suggesting you that you have PS. All that was double of it. So even without cracking T, you could have said that PT will be this plus double of this. So triple of this. I hope you're getting it. Which means I have the base because I'm interested in the area of the triangle PRT. So area of this triangle PRT, I hope you're understanding, will be half base into height. What is base? Base is PT. Height is RS. We have coordinates of R. So we have already worked out RS. So RS was root 30 and PT was 6 root 6. Half base into height will give you this area PRT. Yes or no? Sir, the question doesn't end here. You were asked first of all, the area here is going to be what? The area which we have received is 18 root 5. So 18 root 5 means option D is correct, option C is incorrect. Now, the option A and B ask you the orthocenter of PRT. Okay, let's try and work out the orthocenter here. I hope there is no confusion on whatever is being done. So when I am willing to work out the orthocenter, this is the trickiest part here. Although very easy, absolutely doable if you are conceptually strong. But look at this part. Let's say PRT. So of course, one of the altitudes is RS. Although it does not look like this altitude, but I'm dropping an altitude. Let's call it any point. PQRST. Let's say this is V. Or let's say this is X. So Px is another altitude which you are dropping from point P on this side RT. Everyone agreeing with me on this? So of course, this point of intersection of these two altitudes will be your orthocenter. Yes or no, everyone? Now, I know S, I know R. So if I know S and R, can I not point out a point lying here on this line segment RS parametrically? So that of course I'll be writing as 3 plus T, 4 minus 3. 4 minus 1 minus 4T. I hope you're getting it. 3, 5 minus 3T. I hope you remember that standard form. You can write the equation of the straight line and with that you can find it parametrically here. So H point I'm defining parametrically by simply writing the equation of line RS, putting it equal to T, and with that I can define it as, or you can write it in its vector form as well. Do you remember that? So I have point H. Now what do I do next? Sir, the next thing which you do is simply, this is your RS. So point H is what you have received. If you have received point H, so can I define PH? This is H, this is P. So direction ratios of PH will be this minus this minus this, and this minus this? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no, everyone? So direction ratios here will be t plus 3 minus 1, which is t plus 2. 4 minus 5t minus 2, this is 2 minus 5t. 3 plus 2t minus minus 1, which is 2t plus 4. This is the direction ratio of pH. But what I know is that RT's direction ratios also we have worked out. Why? Because 7 minus 4, which is 3. 8 minus minus 1, which is 9. 11 minus 5, which is 6. So direction ratios of RT also we know, although it is proportional to 1 is to 3 is to 2, because 3 I can take common because they are direction ratios, so I'm supposed to take them as ratios. Now what I know is that pH and RT are perpendicular because pH here is clearly your altitude, which is perpendicular on this side RT. So their dot product will be 0, which means what? This into 1 plus this into 3 plus this into 2. I hope you got that. Should be 0. And by putting it, I'll get T, which is going to be 8 by 5. Yes or no, everyone? Quickly give me an update on that. Did you all get that? Did you all understand that? From here, if I have cracked T, and if I put it here, will I not be in a position to finally conclude the orthocenter H? It is intensive in terms of calculation. Since we are discussing the solution, we are more interested in conceptual understanding and the final answer. Right now at this essay, so I'm not giving you the whole calculation based solution, which I'm skipping. So final answer will be this: 23 by 5 minus 4, 31 by 5. Are we given in this? Yes, option A is what it's giving you. So option A and option D will be your correct answers. That's exactly what we are given over here. Shall I move towards the next question with that? I hope no confusion on whatever we have discussed so far. Again, a very interesting question. Very, very, very good question. There are two approaches to solve this question. One of the approaches is that you convert it into an exact differential equation. What does it mean? If I rearrange it, so I'll take dx there. So it will be x dy is equal to dx y is minus x cube. Yes or no? Yes or no, everyone? Of course, with a dx here. Now, if I take this y dx on the other side, so it is x dy minus y dx is equal to minus x cube dx. Here, if I divide it by x square, or rather minus x square. So if I'm dividing it by minus x square, y dx minus x dy upon x square is equal to minus x square. If I'm dividing it by, it becomes x dx. Yes or no? And you know the solution from here. You clearly know the solution from here. This is your exact differential equation. This is simply an integration, you know. So if you put integration here, this is what you know how to do that. Do you not know this? This is clearly, I hope you remember that this is clearly your x upon y. This is x. And by simply having that with a plus c, you can get the answer. Sir, what if we don't know how to convert it into something like this? This is an example of linear differential equation as well. How? This is your standard equation which we are given. If I simply take this, which part? This y on the left hand side. And if I divide both these sides by x, I'll get dy by dx. This x eliminates. This y comes with minus y by x. And this is what is left with minus x square. Of course, I hope you remember dy by dx. This is your p of x into y is equal to this is your q of x. Do you remember that concept? Do you all remember that concept? Now, what I do next is, sir, of course, you need to find the integrating factor. So integrating factor we find by e raised to the power integration of p of x. What is p of x? Minus 1 by x. So integration of 1 by x is ln x. So it is minus ln x, x to the power minus 1. So e to the power ln 1 by x, which is 1 by x. So integrating factor you receive as 1 by x. Yes or no, everyone? So the solution of this equation, this differential equation is given by integration of, sorry, I'm really sorry. Here, solution is given by y into integrating factor is equals to integration of q of x into integrating factor plus c. Yes or no? Do you remember that? Do you all remember that? With this y into integrating factor, that is y into 1 by x, is equals to q of x, that is clearly minus x square, into integrating factor, which is 1 by x. You simply integrate x here or minus x here. By doing so, you finally write this as the solution of this differential equation. I hope both are fine. Both methods are absolutely fine, whether you use exact differential equation or this method. Did you all get that part? Shall I move ahead from here? Now, I am interested in finding c. So how do I find c? I'll say y1 is given as 0, which means if x is 1, y will be 0. So if I replace x by 1, y by 0, I'll be in a position to crack c, which will be 1 by 2. So we have cracked c as well, which is 1 by 2. So I'll replace it by 1 by 2. So now I am clearly in a position to write f of x, which we have concluded as f of x means y as x by 2 minus x cube by 2. That's your f of x. Now let's read options. We are told function f has a local minima or local maxima, something like that, increasing or decreasing, and then a solution is what we are asked. So first of all, to talk about local maxima, minima, or increasing nature, what I need is, I'll differentiate it. So x by 2 becomes 1 by 2. This is minus 3x square by 2. Now, of course, I want to define it with the help of course, our Wavekar method. So when is it f dash x positive? When this f dash x is negative? That's what I'll try to work out. So this technically 1 minus 3x square, I'm trying to figure out, can I not write it as 1 minus root 3x whole square? I hope I can factorize it as, this is your f dash x, mind you students, I can factorize it as 1 minus root 3x into 1 plus root 3x. So here the coefficient of x is minus root 3, which is negative. So instead of plus minus plus, Wavekar which you apply will be minus plus minus. So of course, when you are putting it on the number line, here you may say the critical points are plus 1 by root 3 and minus 1 by root 3. But pay attention, you need to be more cautious. You were given that this f of x is defined for all the positive values only. So you won't go on the negative side of the x-axis. So 0, and on the left of 0, there will be minus 1 by root 3, but that I'll not be considering. So one of the positive values will be 1 by root 3. So here plus minus plus, no, it will be minus because coefficient here is negative, then plus. So first of all, I have concluded increasing, then decreasing. Increasing, then decreasing. So of course, you could have gone with the second derivative test as well. Otherwise, you know that it will be increasing and then decreasing. So it will be attaining its maxima at 1 by root 3, local maxima. Or if you don't believe me, you find f double dash x, you put x as plus 1 by root 3, it is negative, which means it will be having maxima here. So what do I conclude here? Pay attention to this part. Of course, it does not have a minima here. Option A is absolutely wrong. It has maxima here. Yes, that's we have worked out. Now, is this increasing in the interval 1 to 2? This is 1 by root 3. So ahead of it, there will be 1, there will be 2. And between 1 to 2, it is negative. What is negative? F dash x. If f dash x is negative between 1 to 2, that means it is decreasing. So if it is decreasing, option C is also incorrect. Did you all get that? Everybody. What about option D? This is gx. For x being positive, the number of elements in this set, f of x, is equals to g of x. Okay. So this is f of x. And there we have g of x as well. So if I put f of x is equals to g of x, if I put f of x is equal to g of x, so this is your f of x, this is your g of x. Again, I'm saving time in calculating it. I'm not doing the whole calculation. I'll very quickly simplify this. So after that simplification, this is clearly a cubic in x where there is no constant term. So if you take x common, you're left with x into a quadratic. Can x be 0? Sir, we were told its domain is from open 0 to infinity. So x cannot be 0. X cannot be 0. I hope you can see that. I need not check it at x is equals to 0. So that is not a solution. But what about this quadratic? If its discriminant you find, that will be positive, which means it will have real and distinct solutions. But are those solutions positive? Have you verified it? So instead of finding the solutions through Sridhar Acharya, can I do one thing? What will be the sum of the roots? Sir, it will be minus of minus 10 by 9, which is plus 10 by 9. What will be the product of the roots? Sir, it will be 2 by 9. So there are two values alpha and beta, which are the solutions of this equation, where the sum of these two values is positive, product of these two values is positive. So if two numbers, sum and product both is positive, I'll be in a position to state that alpha and beta both are positive. So yes, alpha and beta, there exist two distinct unique solutions which are positive, which lie in this interval, which means option D will definitely be correct. Option B was also correct, option C and A were incorrect. So option B and D will be your final answers. Everybody got that? Everybody understood that? Can I move ahead from here? I hope this question was very well understood by all of you. Shall I move towards the next question? That's again a very decent, sorted, structured, simple, direct question. Direct means direct. Yes, it is direct. First of all, what am I told? That, sir, iota is your under root over minus 1. Matrix S and T are given and you are defined ST. So I think this is very childish. ST is what you need to find first of all. So ST is what? Matrix multiplication. You know how to do that. You all know how to do that. Now, with this, this is H, which is x plus iota y. X and y are real. Y is positive. So there is a set H, which is clearly a complex number whose imaginary part is purely positive is positive. Purely positive, not, it's positive. Then we are asked about options. I'll talk about all the options one after another. But let me find ST. What will be ST? Product of S and T. Matrix multiplication, you know, I need not tell you that. Row and columns. So ST will be found as 0, -1, 1, 1. Everybody with me on this? This is given as A, B, C, D. So of course we have cracked A as 0, B as -1, C as 1, D as 1. Sir, what is the point of cracking A, B, C, D? I think that was the whole point in solving this question, because all the options, if you look at, all the options are dependent on A, B, C, D. So if I have cracked A, B, C, D, let me put it in option A. So I'm checking it option A here. So if I put A, B, C, D, B is -1, A is 0, D is 1, C is 1. If I put all these values, it will be -1 plus 0 upon 1 plus iota. Even if I rationalize it, rationalization means multiplying with its conjugate in the numerator and denominator. So if I multiply it there, in the numerator, I'll get -1 plus iota by 2. But we are told that this is iota. No, it is not. So option A is false. Yes or no, everyone? I hope you are getting it. Everyone give me a quick update on that. So far, there is no confusion on whatever is being explained. Give me a quick update. Now, let's talk about option B. Option B says omega here is defined as a cube root of unity. Then we are told A omega plus B upon C omega plus D. Okay. So here, A, B, C, D we already know. I'll substitute those values of A, B, C and D, which we have just calculated. By doing so, in the numerator, I'll have -1. In the denominator, I'll have 1 plus omega. Do we not know 1 plus omega square is 0, which means 1